This young man had originally been a university heartthrob with neatly styled hair and a striking appearance. Yet one day the world suddenly changed, and the familiar order was completely overturned. Tran Bok awakened a gifted ability. For decades he had to bow his head and serve as a loyal subordinate to Hellrose, helping her complete countless dangerous missions. In the end, merely because of one failed mission, Hellrose coldly stepped on his head and cast him into the abyss of darkness without hesitation. At that moment, Tran Bok could only use his trembling finger to speak with Hellrose. At that exact moment of despair, Tran Bok was suddenly pulled back into the past. To confirm everything was real, he immediately took out his phone to check the time. The date displayed was June 5, 2032. This moment was exactly 10 days before the will of the universe descended upon the world. After that catastrophe, more than 90% of humanity would die in a tragic manner. However, within the disaster there still existed opportunity, because those who survived could awaken special talents. At the same time, countless mysterious dungeons, strange equipment, and various items would also appear. Therefore, the very first thing Tran Bok needed to do now was upgrade his own talent. In his previous life, 10 years after the will of the universe appeared, someone discovered the only method to upgrade talents. That person believed talents had actually been secretly activated 10 days before the trial began. If discovered and used during this period, they could be upgraded. Coincidentally, Tran Bok had been reborn exactly within that crucial 10-day window. In his previous life, his talent had only been E-rank virus resistance. According to that method, to upgrade it, he first needed to stimulate his body with a virus. And at this very time, several people in the city had developed a strange illness, crazily biting others exactly like zombies. Tran Bok immediately went to the hospital and secretly approached one of those patients. After confirming the other had turned into the living dead, he secretly obtained a small amount of serum from that man's body. After that, he returned to the dormitory. At the moment, there were no roommates in the room. Tran Bok clearly understood this experiment was extremely dangerous. If the hypothesis was wrong, his life would be finished. But if he followed the same path as his previous life, the ending would not be any better. Therefore, he decisively injected the tube of serum directly into his body. After the drug entered his body, Tran Bok's body immediately convulsed violently. Although he gritted his teeth and tried to endure, in the end, he still collapsed onto the floor. In his delirious state, the figure of Hellrose once again appeared clearly in his mind. He continuously tempted him to give up resisting, sink into darkness, and become a loyal follower under her command. Perhaps because the hatred from his previous life was too deep, when his consciousness was most blurred, Tran Bok remembered her the most clearly. That very hatred became the driving force that made him refuse to allow himself to collapse. Next morning, the dormitory door opened as his classmates returned one after another. Tran Bok's terrifying face frightened the three young men so badly they almost wet their pants. "What happened to you, Tran Bok?" one of them shouted loudly. That shout seemed to pull Tran Bok's reason. He stared blankly for a few seconds, then quickly adjusted his expression like a normal person. "You guys are back. I will go wash my face for a moment." Only then did the three of them finally breathe a sigh of relief. Tran Bok looked at himself in the mirror, then revealed a satisfied smile. That hypothesis was indeed correct. He had successfully upgraded his talent. He was still wondering what rank his talent would reach after awakening. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded. "Tran Bok, congratulations. You have been chosen as a pioneer and have received the title Early Awakener." The moment he heard it, Tran Bok recognized it was the voice of the will of the universe, which meant he had become a player 9 days earlier than everyone else. Tran Bok waved his hand, and a three-dimensional interface panel immediately appeared. Because he discovered and trained his talent before the official trial began, all attributes increased by 5%. At the same time, experience gained also increased by 10%. When he opened the talent panel, the results shocked him greatly. Compared to the mediocre E-rank talent of his previous life, he had now reached a completely different level, an SSS-rank talent named Virus Sovereign. Virus Sovereign was the strongest ability of the virus system. The owner could absorb, use, control, modify, and even create new types of viruses. However, because he had just awakened, Tran Bok's ability was still limited. At present, he could only absorb viruses, and the absorption range was also very small. If he wanted to become stronger, he needed to collect many viruses. And the place where viruses were easiest to find was naturally the hospital. Thinking this, Tran Bok immediately returned there once again. But as soon as he reached the hospital entrance, he saw countless people running out from inside in panic. They ran while screaming for help, because behind them a group of zombies was chasing them. Tran Bok suddenly remembered that in his previous life, he had heard that before the trial began, 3 strange events had occurred in Jiang City. One of them was the hospital lockdown incident, It seemed the place where he was standing now was exactly that hospital, while everyone else was fleeing in chaos. Tran Bok instead rushed straight toward the zombies. He quickly knocked down one that was lying on the ground. Then he activated his virus absorption talent to drain all the virus from that zombie's body. Ahead there were still many zombies rushing toward him, but in Tran Bok's eyes right now they were nothing more than a free buffet. At the same time, inside a restroom on the 4th floor of the hospital, a group of zombies was gathering in front of a door. Inside were Nurse Liu Fong and a beautiful female colleague hiding. However, the thin restroom door was about to fail under the pressure. Liu Fong turned to look at the girl, and suddenly a vile thought arose. I have pursued you for so long, yet you still refuse to agree. Anyway, now we are about to die. Before dying, it would be better to let me enjoy a little. Liu Fong, have you gone mad? What nonsense are you talking about? That lecher reached out, intending to touch where he should not touch. But his filthy intention had not yet been carried out, because in the very next moment, the zombie horde smashed the door apart. Liu Fong did not expect them to arrive so quickly. To avoid dying early, he shamelessly grabbed the girl and shoved her toward the zombies as a shield. First, he intended to jump out the window to escape, but this was the 4th floor. A coward who clung to life like him would never dare risk jumping down. For a cowardly man like him, such a miserable end was nothing strange. Seeing that pathetic scene, I felt only one word: deserve. Only a few minutes later, Tran Bok had already wiped out all the zombies on the lower floors. When he moved up to the 4th floor, he saw the female nurse lying motionless. The bite wound on her body was still fresh. Her body had only just begun showing signs of mutation. Tran Bok immediately activated his ability, draining all the virus spreading through her body. Before long, the military would arrive to seal off the hospital. If he wanted the plan to succeed, he needed someone familiar with this place to guide him. Sure enough, when the virus was completely drained, the nurse's body stopped convulsing. The light gradually returned to her eyes. Consciousness quickly recovered as well. The girl immediately expressed her gratitude for being saved. Tran Bok did not beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. He needed her to lead him to the place with the most viruses in the hospital. The situation was so urgent that even though the girl's clothes were torn to shreds, he did not wait for her to change. She quickly led Tran Bok to the laboratory where various virus samples were stored. Tran Bok gathered all the test tubes and poured them together into a sink. After that, he began absorbing them. The virus points used to strengthen his talent continuously increased. When he had accumulated enough virus quantity, Tran Bok moved to the next step, using all the virus points to upgrade his talent. After this enhancement, his strongest evolving ability was named Red Light Virus. Core nature of this virus lay in its ability to seize and evolve. There is a zombie at the exit. The nurse's warning pulled Tran Bok back to reality. After telling her not to run around, he immediately accelerated toward that zombie and lifted it up with one hand. Tran Bok clearly felt that his speed and strength had increased greatly. The living dead weighed about 75 kilograms, yet he lifted it as if it were nothing. It just happened to become a test subject for his new ability. From his arm, countless tentacles grew and tightly wrapped around that zombie. After only a short moment, its body disintegrated. The monster was completely absorbed by the tentacles. Tran Bok looked very satisfied. Thanks to that process of seizure, his stamina also recovered somewhat. The nurse trembled in fear at this sight, but because Tran Bok had saved her life, and his gentle appearance made her believe he would not harm her. I will keep this matter secret for you. The nurse spoke with a firm voice. All right, my name is Tran Bok, and I am to Tam. Tran Bok helped her stand up. At that moment, the sound of sirens rang urgently outside. I guessed the military and police had arrived to seal off the area. The two of them should leave immediately. Thinking that Tran Bok led to Tam away from there, he planned to escape through the rooftop to avoid being discovered by the military. But on the way up, they encountered a new challenge. A gigantic bald zombie much larger than those on the lower floors. In a moment of carelessness, Tran Bok was scratched by it. Holding his injured arm, Tran Bok revealed an excited expression while staring straight at the monster before him. The appearance of a mutated zombie was something even he had not anticipated, but danger always came with opportunity. If he could absorb this one, perhaps the Breakland virus would evolve even further. Just as the thought ended, that zombie rushed forward to attack. That enormous body, if he was struck, Tran Bok would likely be crushed. But thanks to his superior speed, he dodged the blow and counterattacked. Tran Bok delivered a powerful kick. Mutated zombie roared madly in pain. Realizing the opponent had no tactics, Tran Bok intensified his assault. But this monster had thick skin and tough flesh. His punches and kicks were merely like scratching an itch on its body. He even made it more ferocious. Fighting with raw instinct like this was clearly ineffective and only wasted time. Tam had been trembling in the corner. Somehow finding courage, she smashed the fire extinguisher box, then pulled out an axe and threw it to Tran Bok. At that moment, he had just dodged a zombie attack. He quickly caught that axe. With a weapon in hand, his attacks became far more powerful. Before long, the axe blade carved a long wound across the zombie's chest. Seeing it work, Tran Bok attacked even more fiercely. His speed and agility far surpassed the opponent, so the monster was quickly covered in wounds. When it was barely breathing, Tran Bok brazenly stepped on its head, prepared to absorb the virus. But at that moment, the zombie gathered its last strength and launched a violent counterattack. Tran Bok immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, causing Tam to panic. The axe in his hand fell to the floor. The zombie's two hands pierced deeply into his body, as if trying to tear Tran Bok apart. But the protagonist was not so easily defeated. From the wound in Tran Bok's abdomen, countless tentacles grew out. Those tentacles quickly wrapped tightly around the zombie and began the process of seizure. Only then did it howl madly. But no matter how it struggled or feared, it was already too late. Tam stood beside them, witnessing everything. Only then did she dare breathe a sigh of relief. Tran Bok quickly finished, absorbing the level 2 Sharp Claw zombie. The Blacklight virus evolved successfully. He obtained the monster's ability named Bone Claw. This result made Tran Bok extremely satisfied. But while he was still immersed in joy over the new skill, the military had already surrounded them. "Is there anyone alive over there? Raise your hands. I will count to 3. If you do not comply, we will open fire." The military began counting down, but Tran Bok had no intention of obeying. He lifted Tam and dashed forward through the rain of bullets. Following Tam's directions, Tran Bok ran straight toward the rooftop. It seemed that after evolving, his endurance had increased so much that even bullets found it difficult to cause injury. Two quickly reached the highest point of the hospital building. Tran Bok immediately asked Tam for her home address. Right after that, he jumped directly from the rooftop. Tam panicked and tightly wrapped her arms around Tran Bok's neck, almost frightened to the point of her heart stopping. Tran Bok continuously leapt across rooftops and nearby buildings. Before long, they arrived at Dung Fong residential area where Tam lived. Although he said he was fine, Tam still insisted on checking the gunshot wounds. As a result, Tran Bok had no choice but to remove the torn jacket, revealing a muscular 8-pack body, no different from a Korean idol. Tam shyly did not dare look directly, yet still secretly glanced several times. With a body like this, it would be a waste not to admire it. "Look here, there are still a few places not fully recovered. If I eat you, I could recover immediately. What do you say? Do you want to offer yourself?" Tran Bok teased like a rogue, making Tam's face turn red. "If you really wanted to eat me, you would have done it long ago. You are mistaken. Before, I did not do it only because the circumstances were not suitable." Tran Bok suddenly leaned close to Tam and said, "Now the circumstances are quite suitable." After speaking, he decisively tore away the remaining clothes on her body. The speed of this development made a single man like me only sigh. Tam's face turned red like a ripe tomato, but this man-loving girl had been completely captivated by Tran Bok's strength and handsome appearance. Therefore, she even took the initiative to say she should shower first to clean up, and afterward he could do whatever he wanted. Tran Bok agreed, then carried Tam into the bathroom. Under the shower, the two shared a wet French kiss. What happened next, everyone can imagine themselves. The two were busy in the bathroom outside. Tran Bok's phone vibrated continuously. Messages from roommate Triumak and campus beauty Tong Ka kept arriving, asking where he was because they heard he lost contact at Jiang City First Hospital. Before the trial began, 3 strange events had occurred in Jiang City, including the hospital lockdown, the suburban explosion, and the monster slaughterhouse. This moment, Tran Bok was buying breakfast while trying to recall memories from his previous life. However, he did not remember the third event clearly, because at that time there had been very little news, and in his previous life, almost no one paid attention. Just after buying the food, Tam called, saying 2 strange men had come to the house looking for Tran Bok and claimed Tong Zikwin wanted to meet him. Tam thought those 2 must be scammers, because Tong Zikwin was the queen of Jiang City. How could she look for an ordinary student like Tran Bok? "They are really looking for me. Just tell them to wait outside the door." After telling Tam, Tran Bok hung up, then thought. Tong Zikwin was the mother of campus beauty Tong Ka, who had an ambiguous relationship with him. Perhaps because she could not contact him, she relied on her mother's influence. The fact that she found Tam's address proved she had investigated quite a lot, so Tran Bok decided to follow those 2 men to meet her. Tong Zikwin was a famous businesswoman who rose from nothing to become the richest person in Jiang City. In both the underworld and legitimate circles, she held extremely high status. After the trial began, she awakened a ranked talent, then quickly built her own power, eventually even unifying Jiang City among 3 warring factions, and became the true queen of the city. At this moment, the two bodyguards led Tran Bok to a suburban cold storage warehouse. In his previous life, he could only look up at her, but now it was different. Tran Bok secretly thought if he could subdue this woman, then the time before the will of the universe descended could accomplish many more things. Thinking, Tran Bok's gaze stopped at the pair of red high heels before him. The two bodyguards behind immediately bowed to Tong Ziquin. She looked far younger than her real age, making it hard to believe she was the mother of a university student. The moment she saw Tran Bok, she apologized for meeting in such a place, then asked directly, "Aunt Tong, what do you want from me?" "Came looking for you because Zio Ka rushed home in panic saying you lost contact at First Hospital, so she asked me to help find you." After speaking, Tong Ziquin stepped forward, lightly pulling at Tran Bok's collar, then revealed a charming smile. She implied she wanted to personally see what kind of charm the young man who made her daughter worry possessed. Tong Ziquin was indeed beautiful and alluring, but Tran Bok disliked beating around the bush, so he asked directly for the purpose. Seeing his firmness, Tong Ziquin also spoke frankly that she wanted him to join her faction and was even willing to marry Tong Ka to him if he wished. "I do not see any reason why you should recruit me. After seeing your brave performance at the hospital, anyone would develop goodwill, right?" Tong Ziquin's frankness surprised Tran Bok. He remembered that he had destroyed the cameras and power before leaving, but the ability of the Queen of Jiang City was truly formidable. Her people restored part of the camera data. Moreover, in the hospital, she also had a subordinate named Luke Lai. According to her story, a powerful man had eliminated all the zombies, and she even recorded footage of Tran Bok pulling Tam away while escaping. Aunt Tong's luck has always been very good. She laughed, then opened the video. Moreover, among the survivors taken out of quarantine this morning, there was also Tam's close colleague named Lu Fang. I thought that lecher died, yet unexpectedly he was still alive. The night before, after being intimate with Tam, Tran Bok had also heard her mention a few things about Lu Fang. Then the two continued their private matters, so he did not pay much attention. Returning to the present, because Tong Ziquin held quite a lot of information, Tran Bok temporarily cooperated. He wanted to know the location where survivors were quarantined, but she cleverly kept it secret. She only said she would reveal it if Tran Bok agreed to become her subordinate. "Aunt Tong, you understand me far too little. If you knew more, you would understand I cannot become your subordinate. Instead, you should become mine." Tran Bok smiled confidently, then revealed the claws he had gained from the bone claw ability. Tong Ziquin did not expect to encounter someone so bold, while Assistant Lan Suong immediately stepped forward to stand before her. "Is this zombie virus mutation?" "Wrong. If you become my subordinate, then I will tell you." Tong Ziquin became even more interested. She pushed Lan Suong aside, then stepped forward a few paces, saying he underestimated her too much. "A few claws could not make her submit. Besides, you already have that beautiful nurse. Why still pay attention to an aunt like me?" Tran Bok lifted her chin, teasing that a beautiful woman like her could move anyone who saw her. In truth, in the apocalypse, a powerful woman like Tong Ziquin could help Tran Bok far more than Tam. When hearing Tran Bok mention the apocalypse, she became even more curious. Clearly, the information he possessed was greater than she had imagined. However, neither of them were the type to submit easily. Therefore, Tong Ziquin proposed equal cooperation. She would provide resources while Tran Bok would share information. He agreed, and the two shook hands. At that moment, a sharp gunshot suddenly rang out nearby. Tong Ziquin immediately looked toward the direction of the gunshot with concern. She said last night Commander Hong of the military district borrowed part of this cold storage to confine living zombies and quarantine those rescued from the hospital. That gunshot likely came from there, and perhaps an accident had occurred. Tran Bok was surprised, because in this life they had discovered a method to restrain zombies so quickly. In low-temperature environments, they would become sluggish. They did not know the mutation rate also increased greatly in extreme environments. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The suburban cold storage together with mutated zombies. Could this be the place where the second event occurred, the suburban explosion? Thinking this, Tran Bok became even more interested and wanted to personally see the new monster. In that area, soldiers were struggling against a gigantic zombie. The ugly monster had a bulky body with many faces and deformed limbs growing from it. Facing such terrifying mutation, the military even had to use grenades, but it was completely useless and even made the monster more violent. The commanding officer immediately changed tactics, ordering the soldiers to divide into small teams, throwing grenades in turns to buy time while waiting for reinforcements. Assistant Company Commander, tell your men to stop throwing grenades and withdraw. Tong Ziquin's calm voice made the officer suspect she had a problem. Clearly, the soldiers could not harm that gigantic monster. Continuing to rush forward would only be useless. Tong Ziquin ordered the soldiers to protect the cold storage staff and the survivors. As for that monster, someone would handle it. and that person was Tran Bok. However, this zombie had mutated far beyond his expectations. It seemed he would have to use the bone claw ability to deal with it. Tran Bok, with sharp claws, stood alone facing the gigantic, deformed monster. Assistant Company Commander Triu was horrified when he saw that scene. He even thought Tong Ziquin had secretly raised a monster. Tong Ziquin coldly replied that he should watch his words. That young man was human and was her cooperation partner. The monster had already smashed apart a cold storage warehouse. It intended to eat the beef inside to recover energy. But Tran Bok naturally did not give it the chance. His seizure ability immediately absorbed all that meat. As it was all premium meat, not only was Tran Bok's stamina restored, but the breakline virus also evolved slightly. Unable to eat the beef, the monster frantically searched for another food source. Seeing its panicked appearance, Tran Bok immediately understood the opponent had already consumed a great deal of strength. If he did not seize the opportunity now, it would be a waste. Tran Bok continuously leapt across warehouse roofs to gain momentum, then shot straight toward the monster. Prepare to die, ugly thing. The gigantic monster could not react to that speed. It was struck and knocked to the ground, leaving Tong Ziquin and Assistant Commander Triu both astonished. While the opponent was still stunned, Tran Bok immediately launched a chain of consecutive attacks. From both his hands, countless tentacles grew, wrapping tightly and tearing into the monster's body. Assistant Commander Triu broke into cold sweat at the sight. He felt that young man was even more terrifying than the monster. Tran Bok had officially begun the process of forced seizure. Assistant Commander Triu immediately developed a dangerous thought. He secretly used the radio to call reinforcements, requesting permission to fire missiles to eliminate both the monster and Tran Bok. But before he could give the coordinates, Tong Ziquin stopped him. Think carefully, Assistant Commander Triu. That young man is helping us, and even saved you. Not do something foolish that leads everyone to a terrible outcome. 10 minutes later, reinforcements also arrived. All the soldiers immediately surrounded Tran Bok with weapons ready. Assistant Commander Triu ordered everyone into combat readiness. However, he also kept his word to Tong Ziquin that if Tran Bok did not attack humans, he would not order them to open fire. At this moment, Tran Bok knew nothing of this because he was immersed in the absorption evolution process. Because it was the first time absorbing a new zombie virus variant, the virus points immediately increased by 500. At the same time, Tran Bok also unlocked a new talent skill called virus transmission. In the early stage, after absorbing this new type of virus, all abilities of the breakline virus were clearly improved. Tran Bok tried throwing a few punches and realized his strength had increased considerably. He clearly felt a powerful stream of energy flowing through his body. Unfortunately, there was currently no opponent to test it against. Besides the enormous amount of virus, Tran Bok also obtained another spoils of war, the Rasen core, similar to the heart of the monster. This was an extremely rare material that could be used to craft equipment. If a method to control it was found, it could even be used to build a wall capable of infinite growth. Tran Bok observed it for a moment, then put the core into his pocket. At that time, Tong Ziquin walked over to introduce someone to him. It was Luke Lai, a famous beauty in Jiang City with a large online following. She was the one who secretly recorded the video in the hospital. When I defeated the monster earlier, did you record it? Yes, sorry, that is a professional habit. If you do not like it, I can delete it. No need, just do not spread it outside because I still need to use it. At this moment, Assistant Commander Triu interrupted the conversation because Commander Hong of the military district had just issued an order demanding Tran Bok report the entire situation. The moment he heard that name, Tran Bok felt displeased. Commander Hong so was someone he could never forget. In his previous life, after the trial began, all awakened people were treated like slaves under his command. At first, he used the name of the nation to lure them, then later cursed and beat them without mercy. Tran Bok had also once been one of the victims to the point of despair, without even food to eat. More ridiculous was that anyone who dared leave would be labeled a traitor and hunted down. Therefore, in his previous life, Tran Bok had to flee Jiang City. In this life, even if paid, he would not want to see that old man again. Tran Bok turned to look at the newly acquainted queen of Jiang City and asked, "Boss Tong, must I really go there?" "Of course not. You are my partner, and I still know nothing." "On what grounds should you report to them first?" Tong Ziquin's response greatly satisfied Tran Bok. Assistant Commander Triu still wanted to force him to go, even citing civic duty. Tong Ziquin remained extremely firm. If she was not afraid of Hong, so then a small company commander like Triu was nothing. At this moment, a subordinate reported that riots were breaking out in the quarantine zone, leaving him flustered. Hearing the word quarantine, Tran Bok immediately asked whether someone named Lu Fang was inside. Sure enough, the strongest troublemaker was him. Tran Bok requested Assistant Commander Triu allow him to meet that man alone. Naturally, the officer did not want to listen to this young man, but out of respect for Tong Ziquan, he still agreed. Before long, Lu Fang swaggered over thinking he was summoned because his father was the deputy director of Jiang City First Hospital, named Lu Hoi Nan. Lu Fang was still smug when suddenly someone placed a hand on his shoulder. It was Tran Bok, secretly transmitting zombie virus into his body. Lu Fang had no idea who the man before him was. Tran Bok leaned close to his ear, saying that last night to Tam, told him about how he pushed her into the zombie horde so she wanted him dead. Hearing that, Lu Fang only wondered why Tam was still alive. Tran Bok did not explain but stepped back a few paces, then pretended to panic and shouted, "Everyone step back. He is about to turn into a zombie." Lu Fang was full of confusion, then cursed back saying, "What nonsense are you talking about? You are the zombie." Lu Fang thought Tran Bok was provoking him. Moreover, the fact that he had pursued Tam unsuccessfully, while Tran Bok had obtained her, made him even angrier. Lu Fang rushed forward to attack, but immediately turned into a zombie. Tran Bok then strengthened his left arm with the power of the Rosin virus he had just absorbed. Lu Fang, unfortunately, became the test subject for the new ability. A single punch Tran Bok killed him instantly. This power made him very satisfied. After finishing, he turned to Tong Ziquan. "Let us go, boss. Tong, your performance is acceptable. After we return, I will tell you a few more things." Tong Ziquan had witnessed Tran Bok's power several times and realized he would only grow stronger. Therefore, she changed her attitude and proactively held his hand, saying she wanted to follow him. Tran Bok raised his brow and smiled lightly. "That still depends on the value and performance of Boss Tong." Everyone returned together. Tong Ziquan invited Tran Bok to her home for a meal. Tran Bok agreed, then opened his item storage. After defeating the gigantic zombie, not only obtained the core, but also received 2 skill books. Indeed, the protagonist's halo was no joke. The first skill was Blood Frenzy, which increased all attributes by 3 points for 10 minutes, but afterward reduced them by 50% for 1 day. He continued to examine the remaining skill called Muscle Amplification. When used, muscle mass increased greatly, causing strength and stamina to double. But in exchange, he would become a deformed muscle brute, losing agility and making it difficult to attract women. Although these 2 skills did not suit him, their value was still very high, especially for newly awakened people. So using them to exchange for money or build connections would be very effective. Speaking of money, Tran Bok immediately checked his assets. In total, he had 6 gold coins, 35 silver coins, and 6 copper coins. The trial was about to begin, so he needed to quickly build his own faction. Thinking this, Tran Bok did not hesitate to spend 5 gold coins to create a chat group. From there, he gathered pioneers to help them prepare before the official trial began. Tran Bok swore he would build an empire of his own, even forcing the goddess Hellrose to kneel like a lowly dog beneath his feet. The car drove for 3 hours before finally returning from the suburbs to Tong Ziquan's villa. Tran Bok told her about the will of the universe descending soon and the coming trial. When learning that the apocalypse was approaching, Tong Ziquan became even more eager to join under him. Tran Bok only needed people with ability or absolute loyalty. Tong Ziquan appeared very confident, although being loyal to a young man did slightly wound her pride. Even so, the most important matter was preserving herself when the apocalypse arrived. Moreover, regarding ability, Tong Ziquan believed she was fully qualified. Whether wealth, power, or status in Jiang City, she stood at the very top. But after the trial began, all rules and values would be overturned. Your current power, status, and wealth mean nothing except making you a more attractive slave, Tran Bok calmly reminded her. Tong Ziquan imagined herself and her daughter being turned into slaves. Just thinking about being put up for auction made her shiver. If her ability was insufficient, she was willing to abandon a bit of pride. She immediately knelt before Tran Bok. This action meant Tong Ziquan accepted becoming a loyal subordinate and regarded him as her only master. Tran Bok looked at the Queen of Jiang City kneeling beneath his feet and felt extremely satisfied. "Come, let me examine your charm once more. Besides, I still have a few matters for you to handle." Tong Ziquan immediately sent a message to Lan Xuong. The first matter was requesting Luke Lai send the video about Tran Bok and then escort her back to the guest house. The second matter was writing an article about Tran Bok and posting it on major forums in a prominent position. Content had to be explosive, praising the pioneer and attaching the ID Bokta. Although Lan Xuong did not understand, she still carried it out. But Luke Lai still hesitated and did not want to leave. It seemed she too had been captivated by Tran Bok's heroic act of saving the beauty. That moment, Tong Ziquan's phone rang. The caller was her daughter Tong Ka. Tran Bok casually answered the call. Hearing his voice, Tong Ka immediately became angry, asking why he was answering her mother's phone. "She is busy and does not have time to talk. Should return here quickly because something very important has happened." Although displeased, Tong Ka still agreed. She began scolding Tran Bok for not replying to messages, but after speaking for a while she realized he had hung up long ago. Tong Ka felt both embarrassed and angry, swearing that sooner or later she would make Tran Bok kneel beneath her skirt. But she had no idea her mother was currently kneeling at Tran Bok's feet. In order for Tran Bok to protect her daughter as well, Tong Zikwin spared no sweet words, even putting on a seductive, humble posture to please him. The next morning, Tong Ka followed her mother to a secret warehouse in the suburbs. Along the way, she kept complaining, believing Tran Bok had fabricated the story to deceive her mother. Tong Zikwin firmly instructed Tong Ka that after getting out of the car, she only needed to observe and must not speak. At this time, Lan Xuong and Tran Bok had already arrived earlier. Yesterday, she followed his instructions, traveling across the city searching for places rumored to have zombies. In the end, she only discovered that this place was originally an underground casino. Currently, all gamblers and dealers, about 160 people, had turned into zombies, and there was no special type like Rasan. At first, Tran Bok thought this warehouse was the place where the third event, the monster slaughterhouse, occurred. But the location was too remote, so even if something happened, it would be difficult for news to spread. He guessed the monster slaughterhouse must be somewhere else. The person who created it was likely also collecting zombies like him. Even the military only dared capture a few for research. So who was bold enough to gather an entire mass of these monsters? It could be a curious warrior or another early awakener like him. Whoever it was made Tran Bok greatly anticipated. Tran Bok warmed up his body, then ordered the warehouse door open. The moment the door opened, the zombies, trapped for a long time, surged out like a flood. Alone, Tran Bok faced the entire horde without showing any fatigue. Tong Ka, witnessing this scene for the first time, nearly vomited. This time, Tran Bok even brought along his little lover to Tam, still wearing the torn nurse uniform from yesterday. Now back to the main matter. After a period of fighting, the zombies killed by Tran Bok piled into heaps. Because of this, he received a new title, Zombie Hunter. When equipping this title, all attributes increased by 5 points, and the ability to kill zombies increased by 5%. In addition, the accumulated virus points could be exchanged for the zombie serum formula. This item was very useful because not everyone was immune to the virus and possessed physical strength like Tran Bok. Therefore, he used 300 virus points to exchange for this formula. There were still several zombies left, and Tran Bok already had plans for them. That was also why today he brought along his group of beauties. He wanted to train them in how to deal with zombies. If the apocalypse truly arrived, Tran Bok could not protect all these beautiful women alone. Come, let me see your strength. Each of you handle one. Who goes first? Tran Bok grabbed a zombie and threw it out. Lan Xuong was the first to step forward. After all, she was Tong Zikwin's personal bodyguard. The zombie that had just escaped Tran Bok's grasp had its neck twisted by Lan Xuong in a single move. Tran Bok was very satisfied. The speed was fast, and the movement precise, proving Lan Xuong was not a burden. Next was Tong Zikwin. Since her strength was not as strong as Lan Xuong, she used a baseball bat. Although she eventually killed the zombie, Tran Bok only rated her as average, because she needed to strike 10 times before finishing it. The third was to Tam, whose physical strength was far weaker than Tong Zikwin. In the end, she had to wrestle with it, using her whole body for a while before the zombie died. Tran Bok was not very satisfied and only reluctantly accepted it. Now only Tong Ka remained, but this campus beauty was fragile. At this moment, she was so frightened, she nearly wet herself. Even though she held a baseball bat, she did not even have the strength to lift it. Tran Bok shook his head in disappointment, then called Tong Zikwin aside. Sister Tong's physical condition was truly too weak. She could barely withstand heavy pressure. He did not have enough time to slowly train and improve her health. Therefore, Tran Bok handed Tong Tu Quinn a sheet of paper clearly recording the formula for the zombie virus antidote serum. Although the preparation process was quite complicated, with her current resources she could still accomplish it. This thing would not only help Sister Tong escape the risk of infection by the zombie virus, it could also become an enormous source of profit in the apocalyptic era. Thank you for trusting me. I will definitely do my utmost to complete the task and guard this formula carefully. Tong Tu Quinn was originally a clever woman. Tran Bok believed she knew what to do. After handing everything over, he prepared to leave. At the same time, he opened his phone to check the reactions of netizens to the post Tong Tu Quinn had just published about him. Most comments believed he was delusional, saying he must have read too many novels to speak like that. When Tran Bok was about to give up, he discovered a private message from an account with the ID Toi Kong Phi Chiu Tine. This person claimed he was also an early awakener. After exchanging a few messages, he learned the other party's talent was an S-rank mental control ability. Toi Kong Phi Chiu Tine quickly joined the chat group Tran Bok had previously spent 6 gold coins to establish. It turned out this person's real name was Han Tiu. While chatting enthusiastically, he accidentally revealed he also knew another early awakener named Thai Zion. The moment he heard that name, Tran Bok's expression immediately changed. Thai Zion. If his memory was correct in his previous life, this man had evolved to the highest rank and was known as the #1 powerhouse with the title Thai Quan. Having such a person on the same side was obviously a good thing. So Tran Bok immediately told Han Tiu to invite Thai Zion into the chat group. At the same time, Luke Lai followed Tong Tu Quin's orders to investigate. She discovered someone had indeed secretly collected all the corpse demons in Jiang Than and gathered them at the Mang Kai container yard near the harbor. To be certain, Luke Lai also sent additional people to continue investigating. Today, that group seemed to be conducting a transaction. While waiting for news, she called Tong Tu Quin to report the situation, but the 2 scouts had still not returned, which made her begin to grow anxious. At that moment, a man's voice sounded. There is no need to wait anymore. Immediately afterward, 2 corpses fell straight from above and landed in front of Luke Lai. They were the 2 subordinates she had just sent to scout. Luke Lai was so shocked her entire body trembled. Unfamiliar voice came from the window frame above her head. Knowing she could hardly escape, Luke Lai only had time to report that her position was exposed to Tong Tu Quin. At that moment, at the Song family villa, Tran Bok was still chatting lively with several new friends who were all early awakeners. Among them Lu Ho, who was confused about his own talent, so Tran Bok told him to send the information over for a look. Lu Ho's talent was the SS-rank body of yin wood. Yin wood was a type of wood carrying extreme yin with endless vitality. If a soul entered the body, it could reach an almost eternal existence. Activating one limb required 1 point of spirit. Opening the soul of yin also required an additional 1 point of physique. This ability was quite good, but the startup cost was high, because newly awakened people usually only had 3 to 5 attribute points. Tran Bok advised him to activate it only when he had more than 3 spirit points, yet Lu Ho actually possessed 5 points. While the 2 were chatting enthusiastically, Tong Tu Quin hurried over. She was clearly very worried, but still decided to reveal the entire truth. Luke Lai had discovered the gathering of corpse demons at that container yard and had now been captured. The other party demanded that Tong Tu Quin personally go negotiate. After hearing this, Tran Bok immediately showed displeasure. Luke Lai, reveal you. It was clearly only a very simple question, but Tran Bok's icy gaze frightened Tong Tu Quin so much she collapsed to her knees. Master, Luke Lai was personally trained by me, so she would absolutely not betray us. Moreover, this time she only commanded from behind. Perhaps the problem lies with the 2 people sent to investigate. Hearing this, Tran Bok reluctantly let it pass and agreed to go rescue her. At this moment, Luke Lai was tightly bound in Area B, the Mang Kai container yard. The man who captured her was named Hin Mang. Although mentally weak, Luke Lai still clenched her teeth and refused to submit when Hin Mang forced her to drink wine. He only wanted to humiliate her to pass time while waiting for Tong Tu Quin to appear. Miss Luke Lai, if you refuse the wine offered, then the punishment wine will not be pleasant. How lacking in grace. Perhaps the young lady simply does not like drinking wine. The person who spoke was not the trembling Luke Lai, but Tran Bok himself. No one knew when he appeared, and he made absolutely no sound. He casually dragged Hin Mang's dining table aside and sat down as if watching a play. No matter who had arrived, that silent appearance still made Hin Mang feel danger. So he instinctively stepped back several steps and asked, "Who are you?" "Who I am is not important. I came to take her away." Hearing this, Luke Lai's eyes immediately lit up, and her goodwill toward Tran Bok increased greatly. "Did Tong Tu Quin send you?" "No, that is not right. Being able to approach this close without me noticing means you must also be an early awakener." Hin Mang regained his composure and sat down to observe the other man. Meanwhile, Tran Bok had already untied Luke Lai. Outside, Tong Tu Quin was already sitting in the car waiting. Hin Mang was quite intelligent, so he quickly deduced that Tran Bok had already subdued Tong Tu Quin. Queen of Jiang Than was never someone easy to subdue, so Hin Mang began to feel interested in the young man before him. "It seems you have quite a few interesting tricks. How about we try to make a small exchange? I am very curious. In Jiang Than there are currently 3 major forces. One is Queen Tong Tu Quin, the second is the City Lord, and the third is the Commander." City Lord of Jiang Than had already submitted to Hin Mang, while the Queen followed Tran Bok. That man wanted Tran Bok to help him proclaim himself emperor in Jiang Than and promised the highest treatment. But Tran Bok, who carried memories of his previous life, also had ambitions to become king, so he bluntly refused. The glass of wine Hin Mang intended to offer Tran Bok immediately fell to the ground. Seeing persuasion fail, he immediately changed to a threatening tone. "Let me tell you the truth, I possess an S-rank talent, the highest level." Tran Bok only showed disdain. Before coming, he had already observed the surroundings and knew Hin Mang indeed had some ability. That man not only collected corpse demons, but also used living people to create new corpse demons. With such ambition, if he became stronger, he would only cause harm. Tran Bok also did not mind revealing his own talent. You are not qualified enough for me to serve, because my talent is SSS-Rank. Seeing the other side refuse to yield, Hin Mang immediately turned hostile. His talent was Slaughter Evolution. This ability allowed him to transfer part of a target's attributes to himself, and could continue evolving. Tran Bok did not expect him to possess such a purely combat-oriented talent, and he also carried formidable combat claws, so this battle would not be easy. Arrogant man, I hope after you die you will help increase my attributes. Do not disappoint me. After speaking, Hin Mang rushed straight toward Tran Bok. Since the other side had already attacked first, Tran Bok did not delay. He immediately drew his weapon and moved to fight. Seeing this, Hin Mang became even more excited and began activating his slaughter skill. Clearly earlier, he had not revealed all of his true abilities. Because he did not know what that skill did, Tran Bok immediately raised his guard. When Hin Mang attacked again, Tran Bok strengthened the power of his fist. Just like when fighting Lu Fang, he gathered all his strength and unleashed an extremely powerful punch. In only a short time, the Mang Kai container yard was thrown into chaos by the fierce battle of the two men. That man truly lived up to the reputation of someone awakened with a purely strength-based talent. Even after fighting for a long time, his stamina seemed not to have decreased at all. In contrast, Tran Bok appeared somewhat inferior when it came to muscle and raw strength. His overall power was clearly still slightly weaker than Hin Mang. Do you not possess an SSS tier talent? Stop hiding your cards and use your full strength. Hin Mang continued provoking him. My talent has already been activated for a long time. You simply failed to notice. The moment he finished speaking, Tran Bok was violently thrown by Hin Mang into the container behind him. His eyes filled with contempt because he believed Tran Bok's strength, stamina, and speed were far inferior to his own, and everything before was only empty intimidation. Let me tell you this, before absolute strength, your little tricks mean nothing. But before Hin Mang could finish speaking, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. A series of notifications appeared before his eyes, informing him that the virus concentration in his body had exceeded the immune limit. His strength, constitution, agility, and spirit attributes all sharply declined. At the same time, he suffered numerous negative states such as fear of light, fear of water, unstable body temperature, slow reactions, and greatly increased stamina consumption. Hin Mang stood frozen, completely unable to understand what had just happened. Only then did Tran Bok slowly climb out from the rubble. Your constitution is indeed impressive. It took this long for the virus to take effect. How does it feel being tortured by countless diseases? Only then did Hin Mang realize he had fallen into a trap. He gritted his teeth and cursed Tran Bok as a despicable villain. But the outcome was already decided, as Tran Bok calmly punched straight through his opponent's chest. Despicable, I already told you my ability is not simple. It is just a pity you refuse to believe it. Hin Mang's enormous body was quickly tightly wrapped by the tentacles extending from Tran Bok. This was the first time he absorbed someone who had awakened, so he felt extremely expectant. The result did not disappoint him, as the Breaklight virus completed its initial awakening stage, causing his attributes to surge and becoming the core attribute of the virus' sovereign talent. Thanks to the powerful, evolved, devouring ability of the Breaklight virus, Tran Bok could also view fragments of the memories of the devoured target and had a chance to obtain skills once possessed by the opponent. Tran Bok tried opening his attribute panel to check. The results showed that each attribute increased by 20 points. Even the virus attribute directly fused into his body stats. This was truly a tremendous advancement. After that, he bent down and picked up Hin Mang's pair of claws. This equipment was also quite valuable. Clearly, before this, Hin Mang had eliminated quite a number of mutated creatures, which was why his body attributes and equipment were so outstanding. Besides the zombie claws and biological calamity, a C-tier crafting blueprint also dropped from his corpse, which made Tran Bok even more satisfied. Ever since returning to the past, his talent had risen from Tier E straight to Tier SSS. In his previous life, he would not have dared to dream of such a thing. Not only that, the rumors about the 3 strange events before the trial also allowed him to gain quite a lot. Most importantly, he had subdued Song Tu Quin, who would later become the city lord of Jiang City. Seeing Tran Bok return, Song Tu Quin immediately obediently opened the car door and invited him inside. This feeling made Tran Bok quite satisfied. With his current strength, hunting the monsters appearing before the trial descended was no longer necessary. In the final days before the will of the universe descended, he had to prepare a development plan for the post-apocalyptic era that night. While Tran Bok stood by the window, observing the full view of Jiang City, the group led by Song Tu Quinn came to see him. They had completed all the tasks he assigned. Luke Lai reported first. After analyzing the data, she selected the most ideal area, which was the mountaintop villa district where they were currently standing. When the apocalypse occurred, they could quickly clear this area and completely control it. Meanwhile, Su Zin, who was responsible for purchasing supplies, had already sent the list to Tran Bok. These beautiful women were not merely for display. Their work efficiency was also quite good. Tran Bok was very satisfied. He glanced at the clock and realized there were only a little more than 10 minutes left before the will of the universe descended. He immediately sent a message into the Pioneers chat group. Do not become arrogant because you gained early advantages and rare talents. Maintain absolute clarity because the trial is more dangerous than you can imagine. I do not want anyone disappearing from the group in 10 minutes. The members of the group at this moment all unanimously regarded Tran Bok as the sole sovereign. They came from many different ages and identities. Before the trial descended, some were filled with anticipation. Others were extremely anxious. Only about 3 minutes remained. Tran Bok called the girls of his harem to the window to take one final look at Jiang City, more precisely to look at the peaceful scene before it vanished forever. The clock was counting down the final seconds. Song Ka trembled with fear. The others also held their breath waiting. 3, 2, 1. On June 15th at exactly midnight, the will of the universe descended, and the trial began. The radiant Jiang City instantly fell into chaos. Sky turned blood red, and monsters appeared everywhere. They rushed forward, tearing at humans endlessly. To survive, humanity was forced to awaken abilities. They used their talents, accumulated experience, and continuously leveled up. Other races appearing in the trial also joined this life and death battle. In the sky above the trial zones, countless secret realms and spatial rifts appeared. They could be deadly dangers, but they could also be opportunities for people to obtain extraordinary power. Tran Bok silently observed the chaotic scene before him with countless thoughts. At that moment, the system announced the hourglass had completed recognition of its master and began connecting. Tran Bok immediately drove the group of Song Tu Quinn outside, because he still wanted to hide the secret that he reincarnated thanks to this hourglass. When he turned back, he saw the women standing motionless like statues. Outside, even the falling airplane was suspended midair. Clearly, time had been frozen. Hourglass on Tran Bok's neck emitted a strange light. It floated in the air for a moment before the system announced the connection process had completed. A three-dimensional information panel appeared with a long line of text. This hourglass binds to the user's soul, and many functions remain locked. The most special ability is reversing time, allowing a return to any moment in the past and erasing the timeline that occurred. The current cooldown time is 72 years, 6 months, 7 days. It was exactly the reason Tran Bok could be reborn. Before being pushed into endless darkness by Hellrose, he desperately wished for a chance to start again. Besides that, the hourglass had 2 other states, including Preserve, which records the current physical, mental, and skill state without cooldown, and Load Save, which restores the recorded state with a cooldown of 1 hour. The corners of Tran Bok's mouth stretched into a wide grin. Such a powerful life-saving skill that only required waiting 1 hour was truly an incredible bargain. Immediately afterward, the flow of time began moving again. Tran Bok immediately assigned Tong Tu Quinn's group to check the safety level inside the villa. If nothing was wrong, then the surrounding area would be cleaned starting the next morning. Next morning, the area around Tong Tu Quinn's villa was already piled with zombie corpses. The true battle of the harem began from this moment. Tong Tu Quinn alone awakened the S-Rank talent Amethyst Eye. This ability allowed her to transform ordinary objects into amethyst material, greatly increasing attack and defense, while the strength also scaled with spiritual power. Within this talent set, there was also a notable skill called Crystal Appraisal. With that skill, Tong Tu Quinn could observe the attributes of a target, and the effectiveness of the skill would change depending on the difference in spiritual power. Just like now, she easily saw through every stat of the zombie in front of her as well as its weakness. The amethyst sword in her hand swung instantly. With a single strike, the monster before her was killed. Next to awaken was Lan Xuan. Her talent was called a rank way of the assassin. When activated, the user's presence would be concealed, making it difficult for others to detect. At the same time, perception was enhanced. Agility in the darkness increased by 30%, and the first strike on a target gained up to 100% extra damage. Lan Xuan stood among the horde of zombies, yet because her presence was hidden, they did not notice her at all. When the opportunity appeared, she rushed in with bare hands. Even alone, Lan Xuan was enough to deal with dozens of zombies. However, not everyone fought as well as they did. Before long, someone on Tran Bok's side was injured. Fortunately, he had anticipated this situation. The one responsible for treatment was Tam, because she awakened the B-rank ability Super Rapid Recovery, very suitable for her former job as a nurse. In addition, the zombie virus resistance serum had already been successfully created by Tong Tu Quinn, so the overall situation was quite favorable. Throughout the process of clearing the area, Luke Lai closely followed the progress. For now, no unexpected incident had occurred. Seeing that everything was stable, Tran Bok confidently handed over the task and dashed away like a gust of wind. He sped along the mountain road of Dongsun. Early stage of the apocalypse trial was quite troublesome because vehicles and firearms were almost useless. Tran Bok could only rely on his own strength to travel, but with his current speed, he believed he would still make it in time. In his previous life, when the trial had just begun, Tran Bok once saw a strange symbol appear in the sky above Jiang Than University. It took a long time before he understood its meaning. And for a long time afterward, he always regretted not going to check it that day. But this time things would be different. Tran Bok ran straight toward Jiang Than University. Zombies along the road were all eliminated by him. Tran Bok held his breath waiting for that symbol to slowly appear in the sky. It was the sign that a divine avatar was about to descend here. Tran Bok quickly moved closer to ensure he stood at the position nearest to the symbol. But after only a few steps, he stopped when he heard a man's voice from the roadside. That evolved one, please stop. In the early stage of the trial, there are not many strong people like you. I am a merchant. Do you want to trade? Tran Bok showed a sly smile. Being able to trade with you is truly my honor. It is just business, nothing honorable. The man still insisted he was only an ordinary merchant. Based on memories from his previous life, Tran Bok already knew his true identity. I have long heard of you. I recognized you the moment I saw that symbol. A kind, fair, generous, wealthy, and powerful god. That person is you, the trade god Lido. Seeing that Tran Bok had recognized him, Lido no longer hid his identity. He handed him a blue card. It was a VIP membership card of the Gopin Merchant Guild he managed. Owning it would grant discounts when buying items. In his previous life, Tran Bok had met him before, so he knew well that Lido liked to be flattered. He accepted the card and continued praising Lido's kindness just as the rumors said. When the trade was established, Lido quickly displayed his goods. The first item was the S-Rank class scroll Thunder Walker. If used, Tran Bok could control lightning and use it to temper his body, increasing melee strength. There was also the S-Rank Touch of God, a legendary sniper rifle that only firearm experts could use. This was a masterpiece created by the experts of the Gopin Merchant Guild together with Lido. Seeing those two treasures, Tran Bok's eyes immediately lit up. He wanted both. Unfortunately, he was currently so poor that he did not have a single coin. Lido understood that the trial had just begun, so evolved people like Tran Bok did not yet possess much wealth. However, a merchant like him had not come here for charity. My goods are not trash. Try to gather more wealth and then we will trade again. Tran Bok was silent for a few seconds, then said, Lord Lido, although I do not yet have enough money to buy your goods, but I heard that gods cannot directly participate in the trial and must invest in evolved humans to gain profit. Perhaps this time you also came with the purpose of finding an investment target. Lido became increasingly interested. The boy before him appeared arrogant, yet that confidence came from real strength. Seeing the other party show goodwill, Tran Bok immediately expressed his desire. He knew that Lido possessed a treasure coveted even by the gods and declared that if invested in, he would not disappoint him. However, Lido was a merchant, so before investing, he had to be sure he would gain profit. Therefore, he asked Tran Bok to prove that he had value and could bring benefits to him. Tran Bok said nothing more and directly revealed his SSS-Rank talent. Lido applauded repeatedly because not only was the rank high, but the ability was extremely unique. It was completely different from the talents he had seen before. In the end, Lido decided to give Tran Bok a chance. Choose one item, kid. Cherish this opportunity. If your talent were not special, I would not agree. Tran Bok felt delighted inside, but understood that Lido had not fully decided to back him. Among the gods, there were also those who started from B or C rank talents, so high talent alone was not enough. He had to prove his strength and growth to persuade Lido in order to receive free support. At that moment, the system sent him a new mission. It was a mission issued by Lido called Final Investment. Tran Bok did not hesitate and immediately accepted. Lido gave him a gold coin and said that after completing the mission, he should toss it to summon his avatar. Tran Bok still insisted on seeing with his own eyes the treasure that even the gods coveted. To encourage him, Lido generously took it out. It was another scroll with SSS rank. When used, an evolved person could possess two classes at the same time. The attributes, skills, and rewards of both classes would activate simultaneously. With such a domineering item, it was no wonder even gods wanted it. After letting Tran Bok look at it, Lido happily departed. Tran Bok immediately opened the mission panel to check. The final investment mission was the challenge Lido set to test his ability. Only after completing it would he receive the most valuable investment from this god known as one of the most intelligent and great. Mission objective was to find a mysterious dungeon hidden within Jiangthan University, defeat the monster designated by Lido, and bring back a part of its body. In his previous life, Lido's reputation had been very good, so Tran Bok believed that if he completed this mission, he would certainly be rewarded generously. What he did not expect was that during the early stage of the trial, Jiangthan University actually had a hidden dungeon. In his previous life, he had never heard of this, so it must have been hidden extremely well. Therefore, Tran Bok immediately began searching. The first place he checked was the gymnasium. Coincidentally, just as he stepped into this place, Tran Bok quickly realized that two foreign men were brazenly relying on their awakened abilities. They used their power to bully the weaker students. Witnessing that injustice, Tran Bok could not simply stand by. At first, that man even looked down on him, thinking Tran Bok appeared weak and not worth worrying about. But in the blink of an eye, he was sent flying by Tran Bok without even having time to react. The remaining students were stunned by his terrifying strength. However, Tran Bok had no intention of confronting them. He quickly dealt with the two men while maintaining a calm attitude as he spoke. "Students, is anyone studying medicine? I need to find something and want help from someone who understands medical science." The students immediately looked at each other, pushing responsibility away. One said he studied construction. Another claimed he studied foreign languages. In the end, they pointed toward a blonde girl nearby wearing shorts and a short shirt that looked rather seductive. That girl was also a foreigner like the two men, so when she was called out, she immediately panicked. "Do not kill me. I did not hit anyone. I am only a blonde white person." Fear was clear on her face, and her local language was still not fluent. During her stammering explanation, the students nearby could not help laughing. Finally, another female student stepped forward to explain. She really did not take part in beating anyone, only those two men did. Tran Bok nodded in understanding, then allowed the students to leave, only keeping the foreign girl. Also kindly told them to go to the Dong Sun Villa area in Jiangthan. As long as they said they were introduced by Tran Bok, someone would help them. However, the students hesitated somewhat because the Dong Sun Villa area was quite far from the school. Moreover, there were many zombies outside. "The zombies along the road have mostly been dealt with by me, so do not worry. If you survive, you may even have the chance to become evolved humans." The students still did not have enough courage to face the undead. Tran Bok bluntly said that if they did not dare fight even now, then, when large-scale zombie mutations appeared, everyone would only face death. A female student in the group seemed to understand. She thanked Tran Bok, then firmly led her friends away. At this moment, only he and the foreign girl remained. At first, she thought Tran Bok was like other male students who liked beautiful foreign girls. Therefore, she assumed he used force to make her submit. But Tran Bok bluntly said that he had absolutely no interest in that, which made the girl extremely embarrassed. "I only need you to lead me to the medical academy to get something. Did you not hear earlier?" "I'm sorry, at that time I was too frightened, so I did not hear clearly." The two began walking toward the medical academy area. Tran Bok's speed was so fast that the girl had to run with all her strength just to keep up. After traveling while panting for a while, they finally arrived at the research building of the academy. According to the girl, the entire third floor was laboratories, and only professors had permission to enter. It was said that place stored many specimens, as well as data related to bacteria and viruses. In addition, there was a passage leading underground to the cremation area rather than a garage. Because Tran Bok asked to go to the most mysterious place, she could only think of these two locations for now. First, they entered the laboratory specializing in virus and bacteria research. For Tran Bok, this place was no different from a treasure vault. Began absorbing various viruses. There were many influenza virus samples here, so after absorbing enough, Tran Bok accumulated enough points to form a new skill. That skill was called flu infection. When used, he could spread the virus, causing the target to become infected. Those infected would suffer a reduction in all attributes, and also gain the negative status sneezing, which interrupted spell casting. Compared with the Rasanthu virus taken from mutated zombies, the influenza virus caused lighter damage, but the sneezing effect was extremely useful. Previously, Tran Bok had never paid attention to the amount of influenza virus he stored. After upgrading it into this skill, he finally realized their value. After the upgrade, some points still remained, so Tran Bok used them to strengthen the Breakland virus in his body. This was the strongest virus strain he possessed. After upgrading, Tran Bok unlocked the passive skill wall crawling, which allowed him to cling to any surface thanks to breakline while improving balance and orientation. In addition, he also unlocked the skill combat focus, which increased concentration, enhanced vision, reflexes, and muscle control twofold. Tran Bok immediately clenched his fist to test the power. The result was the solid wall before him shattered under the punch. The foreign girl was so frightened, she did not even dare breathe loudly. But then she thought that someone so strong must surely also be formidable in that aspect. Just thinking that made her face turn red. Her imagination truly ran too far. Tran Bok had no idea what she was thinking, and he did not care either. Two left the third-floor laboratory and headed down to the underground cadaver storage area. This place was pitch dark with no electricity. After fumbling around for a while, Tran Bok sensed a strange aura. He stepped toward a sealed room. When he opened the door, he immediately knew his feeling was correct. Before him stood a glowing red door. This was the entrance to the hidden mysterious dungeon inside Jiang Than University. Tran Bok placed his hand on the door and confirmed entry into the special dungeon. His mission was to clear this cadaver storage area within 2 days. If not completed, the dungeon would disappear forever. Before Tran Bok appeared rows of beds covered with white sheets. Just by looking, one could tell that nothing good lay beneath them. He drew his frying pan bone weapon and prepared to fight. Come on then. As soon as the words fell, numerous zombies burst out from beneath those white sheets. It seemed that this cremation area would become a brutal battlefield today. Each zombie here had a different form. Some were extremely fast and ferocious. Some had many limbs clinging to the ceiling like Spider-Man, and even spat powerful streams of energy from their mouths. Tran Bok finally understood why they did not rush him all at once, because the abilities of the zombies in this cadaver storage area had already far surpassed those of their counterparts outside. However, to him they were merely obstacles and not frightening. With the strength he had accumulated, Tran Bok's punch carried astonishing destructive force. After defeating the spider-type zombie, he received a full 1,000 experience points. It truly was a special dungeon, so leveling here was indeed quite good. The remaining zombies realized the situation was unfavorable and immediately began rising one after another, preparing to counterattack. Tran Bok was not only unafraid, but extremely excited. The more enemies rushed toward him, the greater the experience he would gain. 400 points, then 1,000 points, followed by wave after wave of another 1,000 points. Before long, Tran Bok leveled up and gained 2 additional free attribute points. The zombies lying on the stretchers were completely wiped out, but he knew the battle was not over. His gaze stopped at the cremation furnace door at the end of the room. All your underlings are dead already. Why are you still not showing yourself? Or should I come in and drag you out? As soon as he finished speaking, the door exploded. Tran Bok's eyes instantly turned cold. Crawling out of the cremation furnace was an ugly mass of rotten flesh. Compared with the zombies earlier, it looked slower and far more useless. Tran Bok's instincts sensed an urgent danger. He wanted to deal with it before it fully transformed, so he rushed forward and spread the evolved influenza virus. Intention was to weaken the opponent. However, just after releasing the skill, Tran Bok was struck by an extremely powerful blow from the enemy. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. In the end, he still failed to stop that lump of flesh from transforming into a grotesque creature with bulging abdominal muscles. After stepping out of the cremation furnace, the monster immediately rushed straight toward Tran Bok. Its ferocity clearly far exceeded the ordinary zombies outside, and its strength was much greater. Tran Bok dodged the attack like lightning. His blood began to boil because since his rebirth, no opponent had forced him to fight with his full strength. This monster happened to become a perfect training target. The two sides clashed fiercely. After an hour, Tran Bok still had not managed to defeat it. The reason was its terrifying regeneration ability, which constantly healed its wounds. Interesting. Infinite regeneration. I want to see if you are truly immortal. Perhaps it is time to use the hourglass. Tran Bok activated it. The opponent's recovery speed immediately slowed significantly. After another hour, its body began trembling. Another hour passed, and it collapsed onto the floor. Final hour, its body completely dissolved into a pile of rotten flesh. Tran Bok had no patience left. He stomped down and crushed the flesh into pieces. Defeating the level 8 boss, this biological monster granted Tran Bok a full 10,000 experience points. He immediately rose to level 5 and received 2 more free attribute points. At the same time, the dungeon was completed and converted into a permanent dungeon with a 3-day refresh time. The entire battle process was recorded by the system. It suggested that Tran Bok upload a paid video guide on how to clear the dungeon. Of course, all profits would belong to him. Tran Bok decided to remain anonymous and uploaded the video online. Shortly afterward, at the villa, Tong Tu Quinn, who was being treated by Tatam, immediately received a notification. An evolved person named Bach has uploaded a guide video for clearing the nightmare secret realm cold burning furnace. The viewing price was only 1 coin, so the two immediately paid to unlock the video. At the same time, countless others did the same. After watching, everyone was filled with astonishment and admiration. The regeneration ability of that monster clearly far exceeded the owner of the video. Tran Bach still achieved a magnificent victory. In the Pioneer group, chat praise for Bach flooded everywhere. Even Tran Bach, who was still inside the dungeon, could not help feeling proud. However, he had not left yet because there was another reason. He stayed to devour the remaining remnants in order to exchange them for specialized evolution points for the breakline virus. This type of point was different from talent evolution points. It was used only to upgrade the abilities of the breakline virus, but at the current stage it was extremely useful. Soon after, the breakline virus successfully evolved and increased Tran Bach's life recovery speed by another 300%. At the same time, it activated a new passive skill, a rank cellular resurrection obtained from that biological monster. This skill allowed him to consume stamina or excess energy to restore wounds extremely quickly, even regenerating severed limbs. Tran Bach was extremely satisfied because the probability of obtaining a passive skill was extremely low. Yet he received a rank skill, so defeating the nightmare boss was truly worth it. But the rewards from the biological monster had not ended yet. Its corpse also dropped a unique rank class change scroll called Biochemical Demon. This class specialized in absorbing other life to grow stronger and stimulating cells to increase strength and recovery. However, excessive absorption could cause mutation or genetic breakdown. To use the scroll, one must reach level 10 and have 15 constitution. Tran Bach stared at it for a long time because a unique class sounded attractive, but the risk was not small. There was also a test tube containing perfect C-rank gene essence, which greatly increased constitution. Each evolved person could only use it once. This item had no side effects, so Tran Bach did not hesitate and drank it immediately. After using it, his strength permanently increased by 2 points. Constitution increased by 6 points and agility increased by 3 points. In addition, a torn piece of cloth dropped. More precisely, it was a large piece of human skin. The system stated this was a special D-rank item containing many genes and providing good defense while also preventing skin sagging. When equipped, it would increase agility by 10 points, constitution by 10 points, and defense by 10 points. It also had 2 special effects: body sculpting and skin transformation, allowing improvement of body shape or changing skin color at will. General, it suited the beauty needs of women. Tran Bach pondered because he was a man and did not need curved hips, but the skin transformation effect seemed rather mysterious. Incidentally, he remembered that earlier he had also picked up several strange small items from the zombies outside. Therefore, he took them out and checked everything again. Among them, there was a skill book that caught his attention. It was a D-rank active skill called Cell Activation. It increased cell activity and recovery ability for a short time with a cooldown of 10 hours. However, anyone who already possessed this skill could not use it. Tran Bach already had a similar skill, but still kept it because it could be exchanged for resources in the Pioneer group chat. At this moment, the dungeon no longer contained anything valuable. Tran Bach cut off a part of the biological monster's corpse, preparing to bring it to Lido to complete the mission. Just as he was about to leave the dungeon, he suddenly hesitated. His intuition told him something was not right. Lido was not the type of merchant who wandered aimlessly in the apocalypse. Moreover, before leaving, he had said Tran Bach was an unexpected harvest that made him very happy. The things Tran Bach had just obtained all had value. That value was only for players and might not interest a god. Therefore, Tran Bach began to suspect Lido's true purpose related to this dungeon. His gaze stopped at the cremation furnace because it was the only place not thoroughly explored. Thinking this, Tran Bach immediately crawled inside. Inside, there was only the iron bed used to place corpses, the burning chamber, and walls covered with black soot. At first glance, there was nothing special. Above ran a large oil pipe along the ceiling. Tran Bach did not like cramped spaces, but still decided to climb up and check, because if he missed some detail, he might lose an important secret. Tran Bach gathered strong momentum, then leaped upward, quickly rushing straight toward the slanted pipe ahead. The length of this pipe even exceeded the height of the entire room. However, what surprised people was that the pipe did not lead anywhere at all. When Tran Bach climbed to the very end, there was only a dead end before him. While he was still standing there lost in thought, suddenly a face appeared right before his eyes. By instinctive reflex, Tran Bach immediately threw a straight punch at that face. Only afterward did he realize it was a hidden prop, yet all of its attributes were displayed only as a series of question marks. Tran Bach guessed that this item was very likely a fragment of an ancient artifact, perhaps SSS tier, or even an item related to the Tran Bach held the mask and observed it for a long time. In his heart, he was almost certain that Lido's true target was this object. If that was the case, then he had to find a way to keep it. A sly smile appeared on his face. Not long afterward, Tran Bok left the dungeon. That hot foreign female student was still patiently waiting for him outside. After watching the video he uploaded, her attitude immediately changed completely. "You are truly amazing, Bok. I like you to death." Tran Bok clearly showed a look of irritation. He still had no interest in this foreign female student. What he cared about most right now was how many coins that video had earned. Tran Bok immediately opened his personal information panel to check. His current total assets were 912 gold coins, 75 silver coins, and 32 copper coins. This number had helped Tran Bok escape poverty, but it was still not enough. He needed at least 1,000 gold coins to unlock the warehouse. This was a space protected by the will of the universe, completely blocking all probing. An absolutely safe place to store props. With the speed the video was spreading, reaching 1,000 gold coins was only a matter of time. The two left the medical academy building. The foreign female student thought Tran Bok would take her to the Mountain Villa district, but he refused because the night was too dangerous and wanted to find a temporary place to rest. Hearing that, the foreign girl immediately became excited. Not far from the school were several high-class hotels with full facilities, and today was not a holiday, so they would certainly be quite empty. It was unclear whether she had some intention or not, but Tran Bok ultimately still let the female student lead the way. In the end, she brought him to a love hotel, even trying various seductive cosplay outfits to tempt him. Meanwhile, Tran Bok still said he had no interest, but in the end, he did not refuse that foreign girl either. Thinking about it, that was reasonable. If the bait was already delivered to the mouth, and he still rejected it, then that would truly be foolish. The two quickly spent a night full of heat. After everything ended, Tran Bok's coins were also just enough to activate the warehouse. After unlocking it, he immediately stored all the valuable props inside. Tran Bok put his clothes back on neatly. Now it was time to move to the next stage of the mission. He took out the coin Lido had once given him and tossed it upward. Ritual to summon him began to activate. In this world, there was a saying that when trading with Lido, emotion itself was the bargaining chip, meaning this god would adjust the reward based on the mood of the one making the deal. And obviously in Lido's eyes before, Tran Bok was quite a valuable person. Tran Bok reached into his pocket and took out a piece of a creature's corpse. The flames around gradually extinguished. Lido spoke, "It is quite surprising that you summoned me so early. Has the mission already been completed to prove your ability?" Tran Bok immediately presented the corpse fragment. "That is correct. This is the evidence." The mission requirement was a part of a creature's body from the dungeon. That corpse fragment rolled back and forth at his feet like a ball. Moreover, this body part had already dried up and was no longer fresh like before. Lido bent down to inspect it, then said, "It seems it has been dead for quite a long time." A staff appeared in his hand. Lido planted the staff on the ground, one hand on his waist, as he asked, "You finished the mission last night, correct? Then why did you not summon me immediately?" His gaze became sharp and cold. "Do you truly want that scroll?" Tran Bok replied coldly, "Because I do not understand." Tran Bok spread his hands and explained, "I have always respected you like this. Then why did you hide the dungeon difficulty?" His voice turned cold. "Only after entering did I realize it was a nightmare tier dungeon. If I did not have some tricks, then I might have died there already." Lido walked forward step by step slowly. "So that is how it is. Young one, I understand your dissatisfaction, but I also have an explanation. In truth, that was also part of the trial." The corner of his lips curled upward. "With such a precious treasure, I cannot hand it to someone unable to deal with surprises. Now you understand." After hearing this, Tran Bok looked somewhat stunned, then sighed. "All right, I understand. Then what is the mission reward and the next mission?" Lido turned around and spoke lightly. "Very well, hiding the information was my fault first. Moreover, you have already proven your strength. In that case," he raised his hand and said, "This time the reward allows you to choose yourself. As for the next mission, it will be the trial before the final round. What do you think?" Tran Bok lowered his head respectfully. "I am very grateful for your explanation and generosity, Lord Lido." Lido snapped his fingers. "The limit is items of tier B or lower. Please choose." Immediately, countless items like cards floated around. Tran Bok selected an item, the blueprint for a return scroll. "I choose this." Lido let out a soft sound. A return scroll blueprint. He revealed a meaningful smile. "You truly know how to recognize good items. Your objective is also very clear. Then next will be the final stage of the mission." Hearing this, Tran Bok was somewhat surprised. Mission notification appeared. "God Lido wants to give you an SSS tier mission. Supreme Investment final round received 2 SSS tier profession scrolls. Do you accept?" Tran Bok stepped back 2 steps in shock. 2 SSS tier professions. This is far too difficult, Lord Lido. He continued, "You must also know that even gods are not born with SSS tier professions." The corner of Lido's mouth curled upward. "Of course I know. My first profession was only tier A, but..." His gaze became deep and dark. This is my best treasure, so the condition must naturally also be the best. After considering everything, Tran Bok could only nod in acceptance. All right, it seems I have no choice but to accept this mission. The scene shifted to the Dong Sun Villa district. In the quiet night, eerie creaking sounds echoed. A monster was appearing, and even more terrifying was that it was gnawing on a human corpse. Level 5 mutated rat. The level difference was so great that others could not see its energy. An Suong hid behind a rock, observing the mutated rat constantly sniffing, then said, "Recently they have appeared more and more often. Even if two teams encounter it, they would still be wiped out." Tu Quinn trembled in fear. Level 5. Its attributes are 3 or 4 times higher than ours. She said anxiously, "We cannot defeat it. What should we do now?" She turned and spoke to the vice captain. "Right now we cannot confront this monster. First we must retreat and stay away from it. But someone still needs to remain to observe." Suddenly Lan Suong's eyes widened, as if she had discovered something. At this moment, the mutated rat had already smelled human scent and rushed forward, smashing the rock where everyone was hiding. He immediately pulled Tu Quinn and ran while shouting loudly, "Everyone scatter immediately." The strength of the mutated rat was so terrifying that everything around was thrown into the Lan Suong helped Tu Quinn stand up and hurriedly said, "Sister Tu Quinn, quickly leave here." She tried to condense space, then forced herself to say, "It is too late. Its speed is too fast." At that moment, the ferocious mutated rat rushed straight toward the two of them. Suddenly, a spatial vortex appeared above its head. Tran Bok descended from above and delivered a kick straight to the rat's head, forcing it to collapse onto the ground. Tu Quinn shouted joyfully, "Bok!" He stood on the head of that pitiful rat and smiled lightly, saying, "It seems I arrived not too late." Tran Bok immediately ordered Lan Suong to call people to clean up the scene. Anyone who died should receive generous compensation for their families. As for Tu Quinn, follow me and recount everything that just happened. This moment in the Dong Sun Villa district, everyone had gathered in the main hall. Tran Bok held the report in his hand, read through it, then let out a soft sigh. After cleaning the scene, during the inspection, they discovered many mutated rats over 1 meter long appearing abnormally. The first discovery location was on the eastern side of the villa district. Luke Lai spoke softly, apologizing, "Master, those beasts appeared too suddenly, causing 6 warehouses to be destroyed. The total casualties have exceeded 100 people. The specific details are all recorded in this report." Tran Bok took the paper, then said, "None of you are at fault. It seems we still cannot rest yet. Everyone should go rest for now. I will handle the remaining mutated rats in the villa district and also trace their origin." Tu Quinn spoke, thanking him for his concern. "But if all of us go rest and no one stays to assist him, then it would not be appropriate. Therefore, I would like to recommend someone to stay behind to help." Tran Bok found it reasonable, so he nodded in agreement. After saying that, she turned toward the main door and called, "Come in, Lin and Gok." Door slowly opened. A girl with a seductive figure stepped inside. She introduced, "This is Tan Lin and Gok. While cleaning the villa district, we rescued her. The two of you should have already met before. She studied law and once worked as a lawyer, so she can help you establish rules and regulations. Moreover, she also volunteered to follow you." Tran Bok smiled and said, "Lin and Gok, stay here. The rest of you go rest." After everyone left, only Tran Bok and Lin and Gok remained in the room. The girl spoke somewhat shyly, saying, "If there is anything needed, you can give orders." Tran Bok gently lifted Lin and Gok's chin, then said, "I heard people in your profession have very sharp tongues. Let me experience it a little." She immediately nodded, saying yes. After a while, Lin and Gok knelt below and softly said, "Thank you for the reward, master." Tran Bok leaned back in the chair, both hands on the armrests with an expression of enjoyment, then commented, "Your technique is not bad. I am quite satisfied." He stood up and straightened his clothes, then turned toward the door and called, "Come here." The girl immediately walked over and replied, "Yes." Tran Bok reminded, "Listen carefully to what I am about to say regarding the rules in this area." Before he could speak, she placed her hand on the door and turned back with an inviting gaze, saying, "Master, please." Tran Bok asked sternly, "Please what? Why are you standing like that? Did you not hear what I just said?" Lin and Gok blushed and explained, "Sorry, sir, I did not hear clearly. Perhaps it is because of my B-tier concentration ability. When I focus on thinking or working, my analytical and sensory ability increases greatly, but at the same time it blocks out all external information." Tran Bok looked out into the night and the city filled with tall buildings, then said, "I called you here so you can observe the 3 areas of Dong Sun." His gaze swept across each area one by one, including the villa district, the high-class residential area on the mountainside, and the community at the foot of the mountain. Tran Bok asked her to establish different regulations based on each area. Lin and Gok immediately replied, "Yes, I can do it. Do you have any other requirements?" Tran Bok rested his hands on the table, then said, "Requirements? I'm rather curious about your ability." He smiled and said, "Come, let me see what you are like when you concentrate." Tran Bok continued asking how sensitive you can become. Lin and Gok seemed mesmerized by that voice and replied yes, then placed her hands against the glass door, saying, "I am ready now." concentrating. What happened afterward anyone could easily imagine. The air filled with the breath of passion. Time passed until noon the next day at the Dongsun drainage outlet. Tran Bok said last night I followed the map and the traces of the mutated rats and found this place. Inside is their nest. Braced his foot against the wall and looked at the rushing water, then said, although I alone could clean this place, I want to use it to train some trusted people who can protect the Villa district when I am absent. Therefore, I selected several people and brought them here to level up. Tran Bok turned his head and asked everyone, are you ready? Everyone immediately knelt down together, shouting, we are ready, master. Tran Bok brushed his hair and laughed, saying, stand up. Men calling me master sounds a bit strange. From now on, call me Bokta. Everyone immediately responded, excitedly understood Bokta. Tran Bok stepped down into the cold water below. He walked forward and placed his hand on the iron barrier in front of the sewer entrance. Then he pulled forcefully and tore the iron frame free, then said, begin. The system immediately announced special mission activated, dweller in the sewer. Tran Bok asked, somewhat surprised, did you receive the mission? Tu Quinn replied, yes, we received it as well. Lan Xuang read the mission content, requiring the elimination of all mutated rats and the Rat King, while also investigating their origin. The reward will be determined after completion. Someone behind also said, Bok, do we received the same mission? Few minutes later, everyone entered inside. Tu Quinn looked around then said, it is so dark inside. Luckily, I told them to bring torches. Tran Bok remarked, this place is cleaner than expected. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bend ahead. Tran Bok raised his hand, signaling to stop, then said, be careful, they are here. As soon as he finished speaking, the swarm of mutated rats rushed out like a bursting flood. Tran Bok clenched his fists, preparing to fight, then said the number is not small. Everyone immediately rushed forward to attack. Rats were quickly eliminated by his group in an instant. Tran Bok shouted, advance together. Any that are not dead, strike them a few more times. Then someone reported, here we picked up a piece of equipment dropped by a rat. Tu Quinn commented, this section of pipe has been cleared very quickly. We have handled 16 sections and are approaching the source area. A man pointed forward in surprise, saying, there is another rat. It seems there is only one. Tu Quinn smiled lightly, if it is only one, then let me try. Tran Bok reminded, remember to use the reconnaissance skill first. She replied, of course, then focused her gaze, activating crystal observation. Immediately afterward, she said in horror, something is wrong. This is a boss, a level 7 boss. The mutated rat smelled humans and rushed forward, causing Tu Quinn to shout in panic, I cannot see all of its attributes. Strength nearly 39, speed over 40, constitution. That moment, Tran Bok rushed forward. Tu Quinn hurriedly shouted Bok to be careful, but immediately afterward she froze and exclaimed. Tran Bok delivered an extremely fast slash, directly killing the rat. Item information appeared. Equipment description, plague messenger. When carried wherever the wearer steps, disease and death will spread. Tran Bok smiled lightly, saying equipment, and even part of a set. I did not expect the Rat King to drop such a rare item. He looked at the shoes, then put them on, commenting, although the grade is not high, if the full set is gathered, the effect will certainly increase greatly. Tran Bok raised his head, saying the Plague Rat King has been eliminated. The mission now only has the investigation of the origin left. At this moment, Tu Quinn looked around vigilantly, then said we passed 5 pipe sections and did not see another rat. Tran Bok raised his hand to stop and said, wait. System continuously displayed warnings. Tran Bok thought viruses in sewers were normal, but the viruses appearing now were types that had never existed on Earth before the experiment. Moreover, the quantity and types could harm even evolved humans. He stared ahead and said, it seems the source of this mutation is not far. Tran Bok reminded Song Tu Quinn, you should not go further. Return immediately. Tu Quinn immediately replied, understood. After that, he advanced deeper alone. Interesting. With each step, the virus points increased. Tran Bok wondered how high the score would rise when he found the origin. After a while, he reached an inner space and said, it seems this is the place. From inside appeared a strange body, causing Tran Bok to stop in place. For him, this place was truly paradise. Around the corpse, a dense aura of disease spread, making the air suffocating. He observed, then said, a corpse. This is the origin of the plague. Tran Bok stepped closer, commenting based on the virus concentration. His gaze stopped on the corpse's arm, holding a scroll, then concluded the true cause is that scroll. Tran Bok reached out and pulled the scroll from the dead body's hand. He opened it and said it is not an item and has no instructions. Inside it states the high priest has sacrificed life and left this prophecy. Our great God in this trial has reached the supreme realm. We sacrifice the world only to leave the mark of the God in the trial. Our lives will become the steps for the awakening of the God. Our spirits will forever remain beside the God. Our names will be remembered eternally. By the plague sect, all things decay. All living beings remain undying. Tran Bok murmured, somewhat puzzled, the plague sect. I have never heard of it. Tran Bok folded the scroll, then said, forget it. First absorb all the viruses here. My strength will surely increase another level. Suddenly veins like tree roots appeared on Tran Bok's arm, making him startled. What is happening? A dark aura spread throughout Tran Bok's body. The system announced special mission dweller in the sewer completed. Received 2,000 experience points. Drawing random reward. Congratulations, obtained item flesh wall. He opened his palm and saw a mark. Plague mark is the symbol of core members of the plague sect, condensed from countless terrifying diseases. When near other plague sources, it will cause transformation. Tran Bok muttered, "This is the plague mark." System continued announcing you were not corroded by the plague, so you obtained the plague mark and met the conditions to activate the next mission. Mission Plague Sect Difficulty SSS has appeared. Tran Bok was slightly surprised in SSS mission. The system explained the Plague Sect wishes to welcome the true God in the prophecy. They sacrificed the old divine domain to bring countless treasures to this world. The one who possesses the plague mark has the qualification to become the prophesied true God. Find the members of the sect and pass their trials. Mission objective, find a plague messenger. Tran Bok concluded this is clearly a mission directly related to divine authority. Tran Bok chuckled softly. If he became the god of plague, then he would have the qualification to confront Hazel directly. Plague messenger, no matter what he had to find him. At that moment, a vortex gate appeared before him. Tran Bok immediately realized this was a dungeon forming. He reached out and touched the swirling stream of energy. System announced hell difficulty dungeon plague sewer is forming. Time remaining until completion 19 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, 59 seconds. Tran Bok withdrew his hand and murmured hell difficulty. Compared to the Nightmare Tier Corpse Furnace dungeon, it was far more difficult. He turned and left while thinking this dungeon needed exactly 1 month to form. It seemed its level was not low. I will come back in a month and see. On the other side, Quinn also placed her hand on it to sense, then said the Dong Sun Sewer dungeon has formed. Normal difficulty. Level requirement 1 to 10. It can be entered 3 times each day. Tran Bok walked outside and said level 1 to 10. Very suitable for us to train and level up. Quinn turned and said you are out already. I have already sent people to call everyone here to level up. 3 runs each day cannot be wasted. Hearing that, Tran Bok nodded and praised her for doing very well. 20 minutes later, Tran Bok pointed toward the spatial gate and said the space inside the sewer dungeon is quite narrow. It is best for groups of 4 to 8 people to enter. Life is the most important thing and benefits come after. Do you all remember? Everyone replied together, we remember. Tran Bok added on the 3rd run, I will go with you, but you must handle it yourselves. I will not act because I want to see your abilities. All the girls responded together, understood Bokde. After that, Tran Bok turned around, raised his hand, and said first form groups, then join this chat group. The system immediately displayed an urgent notice. Evolver number 1 Bok invites you to join the group Bok de Palace. 2 Quinn asked in surprise. 1 Tran Bok calmly explained that is only the sequence number of evolvers. What is surprising about that? Songka asked curiously. Tran Bok, why was I not invited into the group? Replied casually, because I did not plan to invite you yet. Tran Bok stepped closer and said this is my harem. Only those who are loyal and capable can join. A girl who was once frightened by zombies until she wet herself obviously does not have the qualification. Hearing this, Songka blushed, remembering what happened before. She stepped back a few steps and said angrily, do not look down on others. I have already grown up. Tran Bok brought out a row of equipment, then said choose 1 item. After that, enter this dungeon so I can see how much you have grown. The scene shifted inside the sewer dungeon. Songka held a knife and said, first please do not help me. I want to deal with it myself. Tran Bok turned to Luke Lai and asked, I still do not know what your talent and Songka's talent are. Luke Lai swung her sword and stabbed through her palm, then said my talent is illusory imagination tier B. I can create illusions outside based on my imagination. In battle, it is not very strong. As for Songka, her talent is Heavenly Void Comprehension tier C, experience gain and proficiency increase by 50%. Tran Bok nodded and said a rapid growth type talent. At the moment in combat, it is not as useful as your illusions. Luke Lai also agreed that is correct. After finishing the fight, Songka returned smiling proudly and said, how is it? I alone killed 3 already. These old rats are much stronger than zombies. Tran Bok praised, not bad. Seeing you work so hard, you must really want to join my harem, so I will make an exception and agree. Songka blushed and said, who wants to join your harem? I only want to prove my strength. Tran Bok turned away and said, then I respect your choice. I will not send an invitation again. Songka hurriedly said, do not. Tran Bok teased, do not what? Her face flushed red as she turned back and said, do not stop inviting me. I want to join all right. Tran Bok placed his hands on his waist and said, seeing how reluctant you look makes me even less willing to invite you. Songka was so embarrassed she could not speak. Quinn stepped forward and said, Master, do not tease the girl anymore. She really wants to join. This morning she was even angry with me for introducing Tan Lin and Gok to you instead of her. Song Ka called softly mother. Tran Bok lowered his head and said, then for your mother's sake, I will accept your request. The system immediately announced Evolver number 10,261,521. Song Ka has joined the group Bok de Palace. Song Ka happily ran off saying, I am going to kill monsters. Tran Bok said helplessly, truly a little princess. Tu Quinn explained she only speaks stubbornly. Moreover, you can rest assured. After completing the dungeon and returning to the villa, I guarantee she will call you father. Tran Bok laughed and said, you are truly a decisive one. Tu Quinn stretched her body in a seductive pose and said, of course, one must be decisive. The world is changing too quickly. Zio Ka was originally a young lady who never suffered hardship, having a father like you for her. She narrowed her eyes slightly and said that is a very good thing. In the luxurious bathroom of some hotel, a girl was relaxing in the bathtub. So comfortable. Thanks to the advice of the sovereign, I can live comfortably like this. The system announced the team of Evolver Bok has completed the Dongsun Sewer Dungeon level 1 to 10 for the first time. At the same time, the dungeon clear video has been uploaded with a viewing price of 10 coins. The girl's closed eyes immediately opened wide. Huey cried out in surprise. The sovereign cleared a dungeon again. She quickly tapped the screen saying, truly amazing. I have not even seen a dungeon before, but 10 coins. Liu Huai is about to go bankrupt. The screen showed Tran Bok's figure. Liu Huai sat up rubbing her hair and wondered why there are so many women around him. Elsewhere, a man leaned back on a chair and said this young girl has good talent, but her combat experience is still lacking. I want to see that Bok take action. Fast forward quickly. Another person said the monster behind is very high level. Even if Bok guides them, those girls cannot pass. In the end, he will still have to act. Another person widened his eyes and said the boss is here. It looks very strong. The black man asked, how is it? How strong is that Eastern guy? The blonde man replied, it should not be a problem. We simply have not encountered dungeons yet. He definitely cannot be stronger than the Saint Mother's S-tier talent. Another man said seriously, no. He just instantly killed the boss. He is far stronger than me. Liu Huai lay on the bed calculating that must be a level 10 boss. The sovereign is truly powerful. The way he guided those girls in battle is also very useful. She said dreamily, if only I lived in the same city as the sovereign. I'm truly jealous of those girls because they receive his direct guidance. The scene returned to the villa. Song Tu Quinn in the study. Tran Bok said when everyone clears the dungeon, they will obtain many low-tier pieces of equipment. You together with Tan Lin and Gok and Luke Lai quickly cooperate to establish economic and equipment trading rules for the base. Tu Quinn replied understood and asked, do you have any other instructions? Tran Bok took out a pile of items and said, I also have something to entrust to you. He pointed at them and asked, you surely understand how important these items are. Tu Quinn picked one up and examined it, then said, flesh wall can devour flesh to form a defensive wall. It is stronger than any wall we could build. If used properly, it will have enormous deterrent power. Then she picked up the scroll and said when used it can return to the marked city within 10 seconds. This is truly a life-saving item. With it, we can quickly become the ruling force of Jiang City. She opened the cloth and examined it, then said as long as its form changes, it can transform into any piece of equipment. Tran Bok sat down in the chair and said, what is it? It seems this item is not as important as the previous two. Tu Quinn leaned against the table, bending forward, and said, how could that be? You are the true master of this place. Therefore, the equipment that can satisfy you is the most important. Tran Bok said, I do not understand women's items. I wonder if you can bring me a little surprise. Tu Quinn embraced him and said, there is a surprise, but it is not me. Tu Quinn said shyly, I already told you. I want Zio Ka to officially call you father. Let me help her put on some makeup. Please wait a moment. At this moment, night had already covered the entire villa district. A small tail appeared on the girl's soft body. In Tu Quinn's villa bedroom, Tran Bok was holding the sleeping girl in his arms. On the large bed, there were also many other girls lying there with seductive figures. Tran Bok turned his head to look behind. System notification appeared. Tran Bok put on his clothes and thought today he ran the dungeon 3 times, but only obtained 1 piece of the plague set. He looked at the items and calculated if each day 3 runs dropped 1 item, then 3 days would complete the set. At this moment, another notification appeared. The system reported Meng member of chat group number 1 wants to send you a private message. Tran Bok walked outside, closing the door, then said in surprise, it is Meng. Meng's message appeared. Hello, Sovereign. I watched your battle video. You can create strategies based on each person's talent. I'm not good at fighting, so I want to receive your guidance. After reading it, he thought, so she wants guidance. Tran Bok replied, if I want to guide you, I must understand you clearly. If you trust me, tell me your talent. Meng carefully read the message. Tran Bok continued, if you do not want to reveal your talent, you can send your attributes instead. But only looking at attributes makes it hard to evaluate accurately. She immediately typed a reply, no, it must be the talent. I will send it to you. Tran Bok put his hands in his pockets, thinking in his previous life he had never heard of this girl Meng Meng. But the people in the strategy group were all pioneers, so her talent must not be bad. Suddenly, Tran Bok's eyes widened. A burst of dazzling light suddenly flared. The warning points abruptly surged to 31 points. This made him extremely shocked. It was an SSS tier talent, a supernatural power with limitless growth potential. Such a terrifying ability, yet completely unknown. Perhaps in his previous life, this girl had died too early. Tran Bok sent a message saying SSS tier talents are usually very complex. Can you explain the specific effect of your ability? Meng Meng replied, of course. The skill Dream Butterfly allows me to enter a dream world identical to reality. I can also invade the dreams of others and collect many items within the dreamscape. She continued explaining that inside the dream I can also adjust everything according to my will. It is just that my control ability is still quite limited for now. In addition, Shared Dream allows me to invite others into my dream world by creating a dream map. Corner of Tran Bok's lips curved slightly. If her true body cannot be found, then this ability is almost invincible. Meng Meng typed another message saying, I think I can send you a dreamscape in the form of a painting. Can you enter the dream to guide me directly? Tran Bok immediately replied, I cannot agree to that, because when inside the dreamscape I will have no protection at all. She tried to persuade him once more. Please do not refuse so quickly. I can form an evolution contract with you and guarantee that you will not suffer any harm. Tran Bok was slightly surprised when he read the message. An evolutionary's contract. He replied that this type of contract, recognized by the will of the universe, required at least 10 gold coins. Is that so? If she was capable of earning 10 gold coins, then why did she need to ask about my combat ability? Mong replied that the monsters she killed in dreams would also die in reality. She could even adjust the timing of their explosions through her dream ability. That was how she accumulated gold. In addition, I can also give you a few gifts, for example, these 2 items. D-Rank Mental Perception Skill Book made Tran Bok gasp in amazement. This ability was almost on par with his Monarch virus. She continued by sending a city founding token, a special F-rank item. He could only refuse tactfully. Please, I may be strong in dreams, but in reality I am extremely weak. Mong bit her lip but continued to persuade him. I have a strong premonition that if my combat ability does not improve, I will die sooner or later. Tran Bok thought to himself that her intuition was not wrong. That ability did not enhance physical strength at all. This was a fatal weakness. He replied, then send the evolution contract over for me to see. Tran Bok thought that if she truly agreed to form a contract, he would definitely help her. With such a powerful talent, he had to bring her into his team. The system notified that the evolutionary Mong had sent an evolution contract. The content clearly stated that she promised not to commit any harmful or negative actions. If she violated it, she would lose her status as an evolutionary. The contract would remain valid for 24 hours. Tran Bok immediately pressed agree. I accept. Moonlight of the night gradually filled the sky. In another bedroom of Tu Quin's villa, Tran Bok lay on the bed thinking. The dream required relaxation and staring inward for 3 minutes to activate. If the target was on guard, it would take even longer. At that moment, Mong sent over a card. He looked up at the night sky and thought that if this ability evolved to the point of seeing within dreams, it would truly be terrifying. After a tiring day, Tran Bok closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. In the dream, he was surprised to see Mong appear. She politely introduced herself. Greetings, Lord Bok. I am Mong, the Mong of Dreamscape. I am the one who just formed a contract with you. Tran Bok also introduced himself. I am Tran Bok, just call me Bok. Is this your dream world? This place does not seem suitable for combat training. Mong placed the teddy bear in her hand down and shook her head. Not here. He opened a teleportation vortex and said she had prepared a gym not far away. This left him extremely astonished. What is this? Spatial butterflies fluttered everywhere and led the way to the gym. Tran Bok opened the door and stepped inside, shocked. Is this really a gym? Is your dream world this vast? Mong shook her head and explained that not exactly. The dream world existed independently and did not completely depend on her. As a dreamwalker, she could only enter and alter it to some extent. From her recent observations, the dream world reflected the real world. Tran Bok smiled faintly. So that is how it is, I understand. Then let us begin training in this gym. She ran in first and called out, come on. At this moment in the dream world, the basketball court of the gym appeared clearly. Mong snapped her fingers and said, let there be light. Instantly, the previously dark room lit up with rows of lamps. Tran Bok walked over and asked, are you still a middle school student? She smiled and replied that before the world changed, she was a novelist. He walked to the steps and sat down. What you want to improve is your combat ability in reality. The best method is real combat. Do not use your dream ability to attack me. Let me see your true level first. Mong explained that in dreams her attributes would equal her mental strength. My current mental power is 48, so you must be careful, Lord. Tran Bok stood up and replied that she could rest assured and use her full strength. She nodded. All right, here I come. As soon as she finished speaking, Mong rushed forward like a small beast and threw a punch, but her strike could not touch his tall figure at all. Tran Bok gently shifted to the side, causing her punch to miss. He commented that her center of gravity was unstable. She could throw a strike but could not retract it. That would not do. Mong felt slightly embarrassed, her lips pressed together and her cheeks puffed up. Then she swung her arms like windmills and continued attacking. Tran Bok laughed. This style of fighting is exactly like a turtle fist move for 5-year-old beginners. He stepped back again, making her miss once more. First, you must stabilize your center of gravity. A punch that cannot be withdrawn is your greatest weakness. Tran Bok sat down and watched Mong stagger like a tiny mosquito, then sighed. Second, before attacking, you must know where you want to aim. Do not strike randomly. He immediately dashed forward. Third, observe your opponent instead of focusing only on your own attack. Tran Bok raised his hand to stop Mong's punch and said, "All right, I understand your level now. For now, just remember those 3 points." He said softly that he had only used about 20% of his speed just now, yet she was still able to react. She lowered her head and replied, "Sorry, I am too weak." Tran Bok smiled. "Why apologize? As long as you practice diligently, that is enough." Mong blushed and nodded. "I understand." Time passed quickly. 7 days later at the Dongsun Villa district, Tu Quinn leaned on the chair and reported, "Master, the rules of Dongsun have been posted everywhere. There is someone in charge of explaining them at each board." Tran Bok nodded slightly. "That means the Dongsun settlement is on the right track." Looked around the area. "Over the past few days, I have cleared out the surroundings of Dongsun. Next, management will be handed over to you. Tomorrow morning, I will leave." Tu Quinn asked in surprise why he was leaving so early. "I thought there were still a few more days. Your plague set is still missing 1 piece." The system displayed that when the 4-piece plague set was activated, all attributes would increase, and it would also inflict a weakening effect on anyone who came into contact with it. When attacking, it would additionally apply a random disease debuff. I do not have time to search for another E-rank piece. There are more valuable opportunities and treasures outside. I must go seize them. Quinn stepped forward and hugged Tran Bok, then said he must remember to come back to them. "If your Bok de Palace is flooded, no one will fix it." He was slightly surprised. "My territory can also flood." Tran Bok said softly that in that case she should call everyone here. Today they had to carefully discuss building a drainage system. She immediately replied, "Yes, master." Night gradually fell. It was already late. The girls were lying on their beds, with expressions of utmost enjoyment. Every one of them wore a satisfied expression. Tran Bok also sank into pleasure. The scene shifted to early morning the next day. Tran Bok woke up and quietly walked outside so as not to disturb the girls' sleep. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Lan Xuong standing there. Tran Bok asked if she had come to find Tu Quinn. She was not awake yet. Lan Xuong shook her head. "No, I came to see you." He asked what it was about. Lan Xuong said that someone was causing trouble in the settlement at the foot of the mountain. Tran Bok turned back and asked if such a small matter required him. The rules of Dongsun had already been issued. He asked coldly whether they did not know how to handle it according to the rules. Lan Xuong clasped her hands awkwardly and apologized. "We have already subdued them, but among them is someone who is your classmate." Before she could finish speaking, Tran Bok told her to take him there. Lan Xuong immediately replied clearly. When they arrived at the residential area at the foot of Dongsun, a young man pointed and shouted loudly, "Tran Bok is here. I see Tran Bok." Lan Xuong turned and explained that these people were dissatisfied with the 1 coin per day fee. They wanted protection for free, but were unwilling to pay the price. Lai then shouted, "Tran Bok, it is me, Lai then." Tran Bok stepped down and said he knew it was him. "Our rules are not harsh. 1 coin only requires killing 1 zombie. Even if you cannot kill one, there are many jobs in the settlement to earn money. So why are you gathering people to cause trouble?" Lai then pointed at the people behind him and said the problem was not the money, but that he was wrong. The world had changed, so they had to help one another. Since he had resources, he should help everyone get through difficulties. Lai then raised his voice as if giving a speech. As the student council president, he advised him, "Tran Bok, if you want to accomplish great things for the world, then abolish this rule. Everyone will be grateful to you." Tran Bok sneered, "I am too lazy to waste words with someone like you." Then he said coldly, "All of you listen, the rules here are the law. If you cannot accept them, get out immediately. In 3 minutes, anyone who remains will be killed without mercy." Tran Bok crossed his arms indifferently and ordered, "Lan Xuong, start counting the time." She stood beside him, glanced over, and replied clearly. Lai then curled his lips into a smile and threatened, "No need for 3 minutes or 5 minutes. I will not leave. I represent everyone's interests. They will stand on my side and be grateful to me. A security staff member angrily shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. 1 coin a day means nothing to the people here. Those who refuse to pay are simply selfish or greedy. We will not protect that kind of person." The guards holding shields and weapons also joined in. "Trash like you cannot even kill a zombie in a day. If you cannot earn 1 coin, come guard my house and I will pay you 2 coins. Get lost. This place was built by us. It has nothing to do with you." Hearing this, Lythan was so furious that veins bulged on his forehead. He roared, "You people." He immediately waved his hand and shouted, "Fine, I will leave. Who would stay in this damned place? Just wait, Tran Bok. Sooner or later you will regret driving me away." That moment Tran Bok stepped out from behind and said coldly, "Wait." Hearing this, Lythan laughed smugly and asked, "What, have you changed your mind now?" Right after that, sharp purple claws grew from Tran Bok's right hand. Tran Bok said nothing more. He simply swung his hand lightly and slashed across Lythan, who was standing close beside him. Lythan's eyes widened as he stared in horror at the fresh blood splattering all over his face. The troublemakers around them immediately collapsed to the ground when they saw Lythan's corpse fall. Tran Bok rested one hand on his waist, lightly waved the other, and said, "You are half right. If I let a useless man leave with hatred and escape, that would truly be something to regret." Lan Xuong opened the system panel, looked down at the crowd in front of her, and asked coldly, "2 minutes left. Are you still not leaving?" A young man nearby hurriedly dropped to his knees and begged, "I accept the rules here. I am willing to take the punishment for gathering and causing trouble. Please give me another chance." Tran Bok retracted his claws and said calmly, "You are quite clever. Pay 5 coins. After 1 month, everything will be restored as before." The young man immediately replied loudly, "I agree, thank you." The others also hurriedly knelt down and begged, "We accept as well. Please spare us this time." Tran Bok turned and walked away, saying to Lan Xuong, "I will leave the rest to you." She immediately bowed her head and replied, "Please rest assured." As soon as Tran Bok left that area, the system screen suddenly displayed a notification. Mong Mong had sent a message. Mong Mong's message appeared. "Master, it is very hard for me to increase my strength now. My mental power is high, but I have no attack skills." Tran Bok replied, "Stay calm, it will come slowly. I will pay attention and find you a mental attack skill." She asked again, "Master, which city are you in? When I go out, I will definitely come to find you." Tran Bok replied that he was in Jiang Than. Mong Mong immediately said excitedly that was so close. She was in Vu Xuan. Tran Bok suggested that if she wanted to follow him, he could come pick her up. She immediately replied, "Really, that would be wonderful." Tran Bok raised his head, recalled memories of his previous life, and thought, Vu Xuan. In his previous life, he accepted an S-rank profession quest near there. Though it was not SSS-Rank, it was enough as capital to exchange for resources and information. Tran Bok looked up at the sky and decided, "Then I will head to Vu Xuan first." In a hotel in Jiang Than, La Bin stood by the window looking outside and asked, "Kai Hoa, how much food do we have left?" Kai Hoa turned back and replied, "Not much. With more than 10 people like us, we cannot last 3 days. La Bin clenched his fists in anger. "It is all because of that damned special zombie. It killed 5 of our people easily, and its senses are extremely sharp." He looked at the red tyrant zombie on the street below and said loudly, "As long as we reach the 10th floor, it detects us already, let alone leaving the building." Kai Hoa held his arm and lowered his head with a sigh. "It seems we will be trapped here until we die." Suddenly Thai Vai pointed out the window and shouted, "Look over there." Outside, 2 buildings away, a dark figure was darting across the rooftops. La Bin followed her finger and asked in shock, "What is that? I only saw an afterimage." Kai Hoa was also startled and said, "Do not tell me it is a new type of special zombie." Hearing that, he quickly pulled the curtains shut. "Something that can leap across rooftops like that is too dangerous. It is better to cover it." Thai Vai hurried over to stop him. "Do not rush, I think that is a human." Kai Hoa did not believe it and retorted, "How could a human possibly do that?" La Bin also said doubtfully, "Maybe you saw it wrong." Thai Vai frowned and shook her head. "Impossible, do not forget my ability." Deep Tayet beside her also looked outside seriously. Then she narrowed her eyes and added, "He is heading toward us." Outside, Tran Bok landed on the rooftop of a building. Hearing the noise, the tyrant below raised its head and looked up. Looking at the notification on the screen, Tran Bok said happily, "A tyrant, what an interesting surprise. I happen to have a blueprint for a weapon made from tyrant bones." He observed from above and muttered, "If I smash it with a heavy mace, it will ruin the head drop rate and the bone quality." Immediately after, he rushed straight down at the tyrant. His left arm quickly mutated. "Then I will just cut off its head." Kai Hoa stood by the window and asked, "I cannot see clearly, beautiful Deep Tayet, what is happening below." From From behind, Deep Tiet advised, "Stop looking, it is too dangerous." Thai frowned as she looked down and said in shock, "They are fighting." That man turned his arm into claws. La Bin gritted his teeth and said, "I guess that is a monster. No normal person has claws like that." Suddenly her eyes widened and she shouted, "He has killed the monster. He even seems to be absorbing it." Suddenly Thai cried out excitedly, "Wait, I have seen his face." Lo, Tran Bok stood upright in the yard. Beside him lay the corpse of the tyrant zombie. The system immediately displayed a notification. "You have killed an elite tyrant zombie. Gained 2,000 experience. Absorbed elite mutant body. 3rd rank complete tyrant. Blacklight virus increased in strength. Gained 800 virus points and 5,000 evolution points." Then the system announced that the Blacklight virus had reached a new form, muscle reinforcement. The screen flashed again with a new notification. Blacklight virus acquired defensive shield form. Tran Bok looked at his transformed arm and remarked, "Muscle reinforcement can enhance the entire body without deforming like other forms. This shield layer also nearly doubles defensive capability. Not bad at all." On the upper floor, Thai excitedly pulled the curtains open and shouted loudly, "Tran Bok, that is Tran Bok." Hearing the call, Tran Bok raised his head and asked, "Who is that?" He looked at the figure by the window in confusion. Tran Bok felt puzzled when he saw that all the windows of the building were tightly closed. In the window of Thai room had its curtain pulled shut very quickly. Labin immediately covered Thai mouth and pulled her back. "How can you be sure that is the Tran Bok you know? What if he is a monster in disguise?" Deep Tiet, hiding behind a crate, also said that is right. He just killed the monster that blocked us for days. If you want to die, do not drag us with you. Suddenly there was a knock on the window outside. "Is anyone in there?" "Hello, I am Tran Bok. Someone called my name just now." Thai excitedly pushed Labin away and ran to the window. "Tran Bok, it is me, Nguyen Thai." Seeing her, Tran Bok calmly said, "So it is the close friend of Miss Tong. I thought it was someone else." Thai asked anxiously, "Tran Bok, do you know how Tong is doing? Is she safe?" Inside the hotel room, Tran Bok sat down and said that he had established a shelter at the Dong Sun Villa district. Hundreds of people were living there now. Tong Tu Quinn was helping manage it, so she was very safe. Thai blushed with joy and asked again, "Really?" Bin frowned in surprise. "You built a base with hundreds of people." Kai Hoa sneered and said the Queen of Jiang Than is even helping you manage it. "Are you bragging?" Tran Bok leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and said, "You can go there and see for yourselves. I have no time to lie about something so easy to expose." Just then the door gently opened. The person who entered shouted excitedly, "Tran Bok." He turned his head and exclaimed in surprise, "Koi Chin." Lam Koi Chin pointed at him and said, "I just heard someone mention your name." Lai Fong behind him adjusted his glasses. Triu Muk saw him and also shouted, "Tran Bok, it really is you." Tran Bok happily stood up and asked, "Why are you here?" Koi Chin put an arm around him and said that when the world changed, Chuang led everyone to find Nguyen Hoa Koi because she was working part-time here. Triu Muk smiled awkwardly and pointed at Lai Fong behind him. "At that time we wanted to ask if you were free, but Lai Fong kept saying you were busy." Tran Bok smiled and pointed aside. "Are there many Jiang University students here? If you want, you can come to my base at the Dong Sun Villa district." He gave a thumbs up and added, "But there is a rule there, you must pay 1 coin per day. I wonder if you can accept that." Everyone immediately agreed. Of course. La Bin remembered the tyrant and said, "If that monster had not blocked the way, we would have earned more gold coins. But the road to the base is very dangerous. Can you go with us?" Tran Bok shook his head and said he still had other matters to handle. "But do not worry. On the way here, I only encountered that one tyrant." La Bin put his hands on his hips and sighed, "So there are not many monsters. We were just too unlucky." Then Tran Bok waved his hand and summoned several blue cards. The cards transformed into pieces of equipment and fell down. He said, "Koi Chin, Dao Go, and also Ngai Thai Vai. These are low-level equipment I do not use, so I will give them to you." He patted La Bin on the shoulder and said with a smile, "I have to continue on my way. Since you know the base location, I will go first." La Bin turned and said, "Thank you, Tran Bok." Seeing him leave, Koi Chin called out, "Be careful, Tran Bok." Immediately after, Tran Bok jumped from this rooftop to the adjacent building. A new message appeared. Mong requested a conversation. Mong's message appeared. "Master, your Han Vuong is complaining in the group. I think my new ability can help him." Tran Bok knelt on one knee and replied, "There are too many people in the group. Tell me directly what happened." Hearing that, Tran Bok raised his hand to his chin and thought, "My Han Vuong, is it Han Tiu?" In the hotel room, Triu Muk sat on the sofa and said, "Chuang, let us go to that base." La Bin clasped his hands and added, "One more evolutionary makes the base safer. That is more important for us." He frowned and added, "But the journey there crosses nearly half of Jiang Than, so we need to prepare carefully." Lai Fong stood beside them, pushed up his glasses, and said, "Wait, I think that." At that moment, a voice rang out that made the whole group turn around. "Tran Bok, why are you back?" Vai stepped forward and asked, "What is wrong?" Tran Bok climbed in through the window and said, "That is right. I need a temporary room to handle something." Triu Muk immediately pointed aside and said, "Then use the room of Koi Chin and me." Tran Bok put his arms around the two of them and pulled them away, saying, "I need to be alone." Koi Chin laughed and replied, "It is nothing. Just use my room. We will stand guard for you in the living room." Vi suddenly remembered something from behind and hurriedly called out, "Tran Bok, wait for me a moment." In the hotel corridor, she spoke quickly. "I forgot to ask earlier, do you know Tong's evolution code? I want to add her to my friends list." Tran Bok raised his hand and replied 990,225. Koi Chin stepped forward and asked, "Then what about yours? Triu Muk and I also want to add you." Tran Bok calmly said one. Hearing that, Koi Chin immediately froze, frowning as he stared at him without a word. Few seconds later, Koi Chin suddenly burst into laughter, clutching his stomach and pointing at Tran Bok. "We have all evolved, yet your cold sense of humor has not evolved at all." Triu Muk walked over seriously and patted Koi Chin on the shoulder. "Just try adding him and you will know." Immediately the system displayed a notification. "Evolutionary 1 Bok has accepted your friend request." Seeing this, Koi Chin sprang up in shock. "This is," Tran Bok urged beside him. "Stop standing there in a daze, Koi Chin, let us go." 10 minutes later, Koi Chin lay with his head on the sofa and sighed. "Is Tran Bok's code really true? This number is unbelievably perfect." Triu Muk rested his chin on his hand and added, "He said it is the evolution order, meaning the first person to become an evolutionary." Triu Muk turned and asked, "Do you remember the message Tran Bok once sent in the dorm group? The one about the school moving the physical exam to early June?" Koi Chin lay motionless and replied, "Of course I remember, because of it we exercised for a whole week." Triu Muk suddenly sat upright. "Wait, are you saying Tran Bok knew about the apocalypse in advance?" Triu Muk frowned and speculated. "It might just be a coincidence, but at least that training helped us a lot." Koi Chin straightened his back against the chair and said, "True, Tran Bok's information really benefited us." Triu Muk nodded in agreement. Suddenly Koi Chin looked at Thai Vi sitting nearby and asked, "Nguyen Hoa Koi, why is your face so red?" She immediately stood up and opened the door. "It is nothing, I am going back to my room." Remember what Tran Bok said, absolutely do not enter his room. Right after that, the door slammed shut. Vi stood in front of the door, her face flushed, her hand pressed to her chest as she thought silently, "Tran Bok." On the screen was the conversation between her and Tong. "It is me, Nguyen Thai Vi." Tong quickly replied, "Thai Vi, how do you know my code?" Thai Vi calmly said, "Tran Bok gave it to me." Immediately Tong replied, "I knew it. Once he goes outside, he will definitely flirt around." Thai Vi was startled and asked, "What?" Tong continued, "You are my closest friend, right? We are the same." Thai Vi answered firmly, "Of course." Tong happily said, "That is great. In the future, when we live together, it will not be only me calling him husband anymore." Thai Vi asked in shock, "What are you talking about?" Thinking back to that message, Thai Vi covered her burning face. Could it be she has the same thoughts as me? How is that possible? Thai Vi's eyes widened in disbelief as she imagined Tran Bok and Tong living together with everyone else. At that moment, she heard voices at the end of the corridor. "Listen to me, Chuang, this is not simple." La Fong leaned against the wall and said, "I feel Tran Bok is deceiving us. There are too many suspicious points in what he said." La Bin crossed his arms and replied, "I also feel something is not real." Added seriously, "The part about Tong Tu Quinn helping him manage the base sounds more like bragging than truth." Thai Vi stood still, staring blankly at the two men talking. Elsewhere, the system displayed a dream space notification. Tran Bok, with wings on his shoulders, looked down from above and said, "Hello everyone, I just finished arranging a few things in the real world, so I am a bit late." He looked around and smiled. "It seems I am the last to arrive." In the dream room, 3 people were already waiting, Mang, Onha and Han Tiu. Han Tiu pulled down his hood and said with a smile, "Bokda, I am Han Tiu, finally I meet you. I knew you were handsome, but I did not expect you to be even more so." Mang stood beside him with her hands on her hips and pouted. "What a flatterer." Han Tiu hurriedly said, "I am telling the truth." Onha stepped forward and introduced herself. "Greetings, my lord, I am Onha." Mang said she could bring one more person, so I joined. "My talent is Fear Incarnation, SS-Rank Fear Manifestation." Hearing that, Han Tiu frowned and sighed. "Does that mean my S-Rank mental control talent is the weakest here?" Tran Bok placed his hands on his hips and smiled. "Your talent may not be the highest, but your luck is quite good. If you had encountered this situation the day before yesterday then." He looked at Mang and added, "At that time, Mang could not yet bring everyone into her dream world." Then Tran Bok explained that he used an item in the dream as a core to open the gate for everyone to come here. Tran Bok raised his hand and looked at Han Tiu and Onha. "Actually, Mang just learned this skill yesterday." She nodded to confirm. Han Tiu scratched his head and laughed. "Then it seems my luck is not bad either." Tran Bok raised his hand and said, "All right, Mang can only maintain 4 people in the dream space for a short time, so quickly state your difficulties. As for me, I have an exclusive dungeon quest. I will send a screenshot to everyone. The distance is not far, so we can walk and talk. System displayed the quest. Family Mystery, S-Rank exclusive dungeon. Among your father's assets, there is a medical record from Hong Tin Mental Hospital. Inside is the name of a stranger that makes you curious. What are these strange symptoms, and are they related to your powerful mental talent? The answer seems to lie within Hong Tin Mental Hospital. On the white wall appeared blood-red words, Hong Tin Mental Hospital number 16. And Tiu pointed at the spatial gate and said, "This is Hong Tin Hospital. When I found this place, it had already turned into a dungeon. I tried entering once but had to retreat immediately." And Tiu crossed his arms and said worriedly, "The monsters inside range from level 5 to 12, nightmare difficulty. I cannot defeat them, nor can I wait to level up." After abandoning the dungeon the first time, the will of the universe even warned that something had noticed me. Tran Bok smiled faintly and extended his hand toward the door. "I understand." System displayed a notification. Does the team wish to enter the Hong Tin Mental Hospital dungeon? Yes, no. Tran Bok looked at the three of them and said, "Let us go." In the dream space, the four of them appeared inside the Hong Tin Hospital dungeon. ONHA looked ahead and said coldly, "Just a small monster." Mong Mong crossed her arms and said, "I feel something is wrong about this place." Han Tiu reminded them, "We just entered the dungeon, but even minor monsters are not weak, be careful." Suddenly, a twisted nurse monster stepped out from the corridor. ONHA moved forward and said, "Everyone wait, let me test it." Immediately, the monster rushed straight toward her. ONHA stood still and summoned her SS-Rank talent Fear Incarnation. The nurse monster immediately collapsed, its heart convulsing violently in its chest. ONHA raised her hand and snapped her fingers lightly. Fear pattern, law of explosion. In an instant, its heart exploded. The system displayed a notification that the team had defeated the maddened nurse, and the experience was evenly distributed. Mong Mong stroked her chin and praised. "That move feels like a villain." Han Tiu said excitedly, "It is quite strong." Tran Bok smiled and said, "Not bad." A blue skill card appeared in ONHA's hand. Nether Needle Explosion, an active skill that deals wide area mental damage, but the explosion sound will attract monsters. After reading it, ONHA said, "Everyone, our luck is really good. This is an explosion skill." Tran Bok placed his hands on his hips and smiled. Han Tiu and Mong Mong both use mental power, you two choose. Han Tiu smiled and refused. "I do not need it, the quest item is enough. Besides, my skill is similar." Mong Mong smiled and took the card. "Then I will take it, thank you." She clasped her hands before her chest, and immediately the system notified that she had learned Nether Needle Explosion. Seeing her finish learning it, Tran Bok said, "Mong Mong, try using that skill." She raised her head and replied, "Master, the damage range is not large, but the sound spreads widely. The monsters in the wards will also be drawn out." Tran Bok tilted his head and said, "That attraction effect is precisely what matters. If we have to search for each one, it will be too troublesome. Do not worry, there will be no problem." Mong Mong nodded and cast Nether Needle Explosion. Rings of pink energy spread from her body, drawing nearby monsters toward them. Tran Bok smiled and said, "The monster pulling effect is indeed quite good." And Tiu looked at the gathering monsters and said, "There are really many monsters in this dungeon." ONHA behind them reminded, "Focus everyone, do not be careless." Mong Mong turned and asked, "Master, is it fine with so many?" Tran Bok replied calmly, "Of course there is no problem." He rotated his neck and said, "Just in time to use them to test my new skill." And Tiu immediately summoned throwing knives and shouted, "Since the leader says so, I am relieved. Begin the battle." The flying knives shot out and pierced through the monsters' chests. Beside him, ONHA raised her hand. Streams of black aura surged from the ground, the origin of fear in darkness. She clenched her fist, controlling the black tentacles to wrap tightly around the enemies and crush them. On another side, Mong Mong fired an energy cannon straight into the monster horde, then calmly watched the sea of flames. Han Tiu and ONHA turned in shock and shouted, "What is that?" Mong Mong licked her lips, raised the cannon again and said, "Amazing, let me fire another shot." Han Tiu twitched the corner of his mouth and asked in astonishment, "A missile? The ability to create objects in a dream world is truly overpowered. In the future, Boss Mong Mong might even be able to build a Gundam." ONHA beside him nodded firmly and said it was completely possible. Suddenly he glanced toward Tran Bok and froze in confusion. While ONHA continued controlling the black aura to eliminate monsters, his gaze remained fixed on him. But why has the leader not made a move yet? On the other side, Tran Bok looked at his mutated hands and fell into thought. The power seems to have reached its limit. The charging speed of this skill is too slow. It is difficult to fully charge the weapon in the middle of battle. The corner of his lips curled up, then he spoke loudly. All right. Immediately after, Tran Bok slammed both hands onto the ground. Countless black bone spikes burst through the floor. They rapidly expanded and pierced straight through the monsters' bodies. The three people behind stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed at the gigantic bone spikes in shock. Mong Mong widened her eyes and cried out, "Master is so strong." Han Tiu also gaped and shouted, "Bok did this." As Tran Bok turned around, two more nurse monsters appeared behind him. Seeing this, Han Tiu immediately threw his blades. "Two are not dead yet, let me handle them." Tran Bok raised his hand to stop him. "Wait, I intentionally kept these two mini-boss head nurses." Han Tiu's face turned pale as he groaned. "I am being restrained. One hand has grabbed me tightly." ONHA patted his shoulder to comfort him. Tran Bok looked at the notification on the screen. Blacklight Devour ability has evolved. Can read the memories of absorbed targets and has a chance to obtain their skills. He reached out and touched the heads of the two head nurses. It seems since gaining this ability last night, he has not tested it yet. In the memory, head nurse Kong was bound to a cross, screaming in panic. "What is this?" Memory shifted. She trembled on the floor and cried out, "Do not come closer, please do not come near me." The director with blazing red eyes shouted, "Head nurse Kong, be silent." The final image in the memory was endless darkness accompanied by screams. Then the director touched her head and muttered, "Already insane with such weak will and still thinking of offering her to the master. What a pity a madwoman can only serve as next month's sacrifice." Another nurse comforted head nurse Vuong. "Everyone has been avoiding you because of Kong." She replied calmly, "I know, I also cherished her very much." Nurse Vuong recalled Kong lying on the bed murmuring, 1616, then sighed and said, "Such a good and beautiful person, how did she suddenly go mad?" Returning to reality, Tran Bok frowned in thought. Number 16. And there is also a demonic formation, I understand. Thought to himself. In his previous life as a demon hunter, he once heard about a mental hospital dungeon in Motto related to demons, even capable of summoning them. At that time, his level had exceeded the dungeon limit, so he only read about it on the forum and ignored it. Tran Bok turned to the three and said, "Let us go. Find Han Tiu's quest clues. Be careful, do not separate." He looked straight ahead and said, "There may very well be an extremely powerful being still existing in this hospital." Half an hour later, the entire hospital sank into silent darkness. Han Tiu muttered while climbing the stairs. "All the monsters in the building were lured out, yet we have not encountered any for so long. We have checked 3 floors and still found no clues." Mong Mong walking ahead raised her head and said, "Not exactly none." ONHA added, "The number 16 appears here many times." Looked ahead and said, "Whether it is 16 or 18, I just want to know why the dungeon boss has not appeared yet. Could it be he was frightened by Bokdu and does not dare to show himself?" At the end of the corridor, red bone fragments gathered into a form and a voice echoed, "Young man, you are truly quite insane." Han Tiu immediately prepared his skill and shouted, "Who is there? Come out." From the darkness, monstrous legs with blood-stained claws stepped forward. The old man with blazing red eyes introduced himself. "I am the director of Hong Tin Mental Hospital." At the same time, the messenger of Solomon, the 16th demon among the 72 pillars of demon gods. Tiu stammered in shock. "He is a demon," ONHA also asked. "A demon god's messenger." The director looked at the four and sneered. "Pretending to be calm is useless. Becoming sacrifices for the master is your only fate. As for that girl, if she is willing to serve the master and bear his child." He revealed a vicious smile and added, "I can spare her life." Mong Mong immediately frowned and shouted, "Keep dreaming, go bear a child for your own master." Tran Bok curled his lips in mockery. A low-level demon transformed from a human dares to be so arrogant. Black aura surged from his arm. "If you have the ability, then act. Do not stand there spouting nonsense." Director raised both hands, dark red blood aura swirling around him. "Foolish humans, I will let you know what despair truly is." He opened his mouth and roared, "Witness the power bestowed upon me by my master." Phantom of a gigantic face rushed toward the four of them. Han Tiu clutched his head and knelt down. "What is this terrifying feeling?" Mong Mong also held her head and cried out in fear, "Master." Tran Bok cursed inwardly. "Damn it, I hate demons that use mental power the most." The mental pressure keeps surging. Although his mental power is not low, he lacks mental skills. Dragging this out will be very disadvantageous. He immediately accelerated and charged straight at the director. It must end quickly. His sharp claws pierced directly into the opponent's body. The director lowered his head and laughed loudly. "Good, come." Black hellfire erupted from his body and spread around. Tran Bok instantly transformed his arm into a shield to block. The director laughed loudly. "Not bad, you indeed have some strength to block this attack," he said disdainfully. "But you cannot break my hell-black flames. In the end, you will still die under mental suppression." Tran Bok frowned, his vigilant gaze fixed on the opponent. The director laughed madly. "There is no way out. Struggle in this despair. Let me see the fear on your faces." Suddenly, Han Tiu chuckled softly. A faint blue energy radiated from his body, quickly dispersing the blood aura. Onha looked at her hand and said, "The mental pressure is disappearing." Mong also regained consciousness from the ground. "With this ability, why did you not use it earlier, Han Tiu?" Han Tiu touched his forehead and smiled lightly. "I'm not sure either. As long as I release my mental power, I can resist his suppression." The director looked at him and shouted, "Han Tiu, so you are a descendant of the Han family, carrying the master's bloodline." He glowed red and roared, "Do not think relying on bloodline will let you escape. The hell-black flames will still burn you to ashes." And Tiu stepped forward and said, "Are you not just the master's dog? Dare to kill the master's descendant, are you not afraid of being crushed?" The director frowned and shouted, "Merely a traitorous family. If I kill you, perhaps the master will reward me. Turn to ashes in hellfire." He raised his head, gathering flames, and roared, "Hell." Onha immediately rushed forward. "Do not let him spit fire, stop him quickly." Suddenly the director lowered his head and coughed violently. Onha stopped and looked at him. "Is this old man catching a cold?" Han Tiu also asked in surprise, "Is this a new move?" Tran Bok stood behind with his hands on his hips and said, "The effect is slower than I expected. It seems your demon physique is quite strong." Director kept coughing, looked at Tran Bok approaching and asked, "What have you done?" Tran Bok leaned close and said, "Just a skill that makes the enemy cough continuously. I recently upgraded it." Continued, "Its name is Influenza, a lung infection variant." The system displayed the evolved skill. After being afflicted, the target enters Stage 1 for 1 second to 10 minutes depending on physique. Stage 1 gradually reduces attributes and triggers multiple disease debuffs. Any charging skill can be interrupted by sneezing. Entering Stage 2, physique drops below half. The director coughed violently and cried out, "Impossible, how can I fall ill?" The system continued. Stage 2, recovery ability reduced by 90%, multiple disease debuffs appear, breathing weakens. He staggered against the wall and said, "I am a higher life form, how can this be?" Another notification appeared. Stage 3, loss of breathing ability. Tran Bok looked down and smiled. "Not bad, even demons need to breathe. Worth the virus points I spent." As he collapsed, the system announced, "Dungeon boss Hell Envoy Triu Truong Lam level 12 has been defeated. Gained 30,000 experience based on combat contribution." Tran Bok turned around and saw Mong and the other two trembling in place. He raised his hand and asked, "What are you doing?" Han Tiu covered his mouth and said, "Brother, there is that virus." Mong also covered her mouth and said, "Master, I do not want to catch a cold." Tran Bok laughed and replied, "Do not worry, unless I actively release it, you will not be infected." Mong dropped to the ground, panting as she said, "Bokda, your skill is truly overpowered." Tran Bok opened the system interface and replied, "Stop flattering me, this demon's physique was weak, that is why the effect was obvious. Besides, many monsters do not even need to breathe." He turned to Han Tiu and asked, "I have received the dungeon clear notice and strategy video. What about your quest now?" Han Tiu glanced at the screen and frowned. "Strange, why is there no quest completion notice?" Tran Bok smiled and said, "That means this dungeon still has a side quest, hurry and find it." Turned to the three behind him and asked, "By the way, I plan to upload the dungeon clear video. Does anyone not want to show their face and become famous?" Onha quickly covered her face and said, "Leader, remember to blur my face." Mong hugged her knees and said, "Me too." Han Tiu smiled with clasped hands, "Just keep me anonymous. But first let us see what the boss dropped, then help me find the side quest." At that moment the system announced, Evolutionary Bok led Mong, Han Vuong, and Onha to clear the Nightmare Dungeon Hong Tin Mental Hospital level 512. Strategy video uploaded, viewing price 5 coins. Tu Quinn, who was sitting on the sofa, also opened the screen to watch the newly appeared video. Hoi Chin and the other two were also surprised when the video appeared on their system. In the room, Lai Fong pressed his hand on the floor and smiled meaningfully at the screen. A figure appeared in the video with his face concealed, both hands transformed into sharp claws, exuding a powerful aura. Lai Fong and La Bin both fell silent. Deep Tiet broke the atmosphere. "Even though the face is hidden, I clearly remember those claws. From the videos of Bok Thai, that is definitely Tran Bok." Thai Vi crossed her arms and sneered, "Why so quiet now?" Who was analyzing earlier that Tran Bok was lying. Lai Fong's expression gradually darkened, his eyes fixed on the screen. Was Tran Bok not at the hotel? But he quickly regained composure and said to La Bin, "Even if it is Tran Bok, this video only proves his combat power is strong. It does not prove that base is real." Hearing that, La Bin nodded and stood up anxiously. "Exactly, that makes it even more frightening. You have not thought it through." In his mind appeared the image of Tran Bok manipulating everyone. La Bin's face grew even more alarmed. Perhaps Tran Bok lured everyone to the base to nourish himself. That is the most terrifying part. Hearing this, Thai Vi could not hold back and stood up. "Lai Fong, everyone has equipment given by Tran Bok, only you do not." The same goes for La Bin. Are you two still going to be stubborn? After speaking, she operated on the screen and said confidently, "Then watch the video I just sent." Screen immediately displayed a horrifying scene. A gigantic red creature with countless mouths devouring corpses. Deep Tayet was horrified. "What monster is this, Thai Vai? Why did you send this?" Thai Vai calmly said, "Tong just sent it to me, let us watch." After watching, Lai Fong and La Bin were also terrified. Lai Fong stammered, This is." The video continued. Jiang Than Villa District Base. Tong appeared and introduced. "This is the flesh and bone wall protecting the settlement. It only eats corpses." Thai Vai must have been frightened, right? He turned the camera toward the base. People around even waved at the camera. Tong continued, "You want to see the base, right? The Will of the Universe video is very expensive. I could only buy 10 minutes, but it is enough to see from the foot of the mountain to the summit." As she walked, she introduced, "The foot of the mountain is the most populated area anyone can come. Only 1 coin per day, but causing trouble means losing your life. Passing the green houses," she added. "The mountainside is where our relatives live, and we are building an entertainment area." She sat down and filmed the villa at the summit. "This is the villa area at the top and also my home. Fewer people live here, but it is absolutely safe. Ordinary people cannot enter." Through the system screen, Thai Vai's group clearly saw the base. Tong continued speaking. "In the future, you can also live here. Even if Tran Bok has not touched you yet, sooner or later he will, that lecher." At this point, she blushed and quickly said goodbye. "Come here soon, I have many things to tell you. I have to run a dungeon to increase my physique. Otherwise, we will not be able to endure Tran Bok." After hearing this, Deep Tayet teased Thai Vai. "Together, did you ask Tong how many women Tran Bok has?" Thai Vai blushed deeply and did not dare raise her head. "That is not important, Deep Tayet." She covered her face and sighed. "I should have watched it first before sending it to them." Lai Fong, standing opposite, interrupted her thoughts. "Then there is no doubt. I did not expect Tran Bok to truly be this strong." He tried to explain. "I was only raising a hypothesis for discussion earlier." But La Bin immediately cut in. "Thai Vai, you cannot become Tran Bok's woman." Hearing this, she immediately asked irritably, "What are you saying? When did I ever say I wanted to be his woman?" La Bin still missed the point and continued. "Exactly, he is too flirtatious. With so many women, you surely would not like that." As he spoke, his face reddened and he confessed, "I am different, I only like you." But Thai Vai immediately raised her hand to stop him and said coldly, "Stop, do not come closer." Her voice was resolute. "La Bin, you can like whoever you want, it has nothing to do with me. How many times have I rejected you?" Her gaze was icy. "I will say it again, I have no feelings for you at all. Stop liking me." In the Motto Dream Space, 4th floor of the hospital dungeon. After killing the director, strands grew from Tran Bok's hand and latched onto his body. At that moment, the system sounded, surprising him. A notification appeared. Within this creature exists a special bloodline atom. You may choose to absorb or expel it. Absorbing will affect the blacklight virus in your body. Tran Bok looked at the text and said with interest, "Demons like to grant bloodlines to their subordinates. Expel it." Yet his hand continued absorbing power from the director's corpse. The system immediately announced, "You have devoured a special creature and gained 500 blacklight virus evolution points. Skill absorption activated. Obtained a rank Inferno clone." A red vial appeared in his hand. The system stated that the bloodline atom had been separated into an item. Description: a rank demon bloodline atom, classified as essence medicine. After use, grants a weak demon bloodline, requires minimum 20 mental strength and physique. Looking at the red vial in his hand, Tran Bok murmured, "So this is the bloodline atom." But he quickly calmed down, stored it away, and thought, "I did not expect expelling it would turn it into an item. I thought it would disappear." Then he pretended to know nothing and turned back to ask, "Did this boss drop anything good?" Hantiu excitedly pulled out a pile. "A lot, truly a lot. There is an Rank Hell Envoy job change scroll and also an Rank Hell Black Flame skill book. Mong also took out a blueprint. Besides that, there is an armor blueprint and a D-rank equipment. On the blueprint was a strange design and information. Hell Armor Blueprint. Materials include Ram Horn, Abyssal Flame, Dark Crystal. Final rank depends on materials. If using S-rank Ram Horn, there will be only one piece." Tran Bok stroked his chin while looking at the blueprint and said, "Ram Horn, I happen to know where to find it." Then he distributed the spoils. "I will take the blueprint. The job change scroll goes to Hantiu since he has demon bloodline. The skill book to Mong. ONHA provided support, so the equipment is yours." ONHA and Hantiu nodded happily. "The distribution is perfect. Bokdu is amazing. Thank you, Bokda." Mong looked at the two of them speechless. Hantiu became even more excited and said, "The final step is helping me find the quest clue. Little Hand thanks everyone in advance." The other three looked at him speechlessly. Then the group quickly headed to the director's room. In the Motto Dream Space, 4th floor director's room. Hantiu pointed at the door and said, "The clue should be here, unless the director has another secret room." After speaking, he immediately pushed the door open. As soon as the door opened, Han Tiu was stunned. Before him stood a gigantic figure emitting a terrifying cold aura. After a few seconds of shock, the four stepped inside. Mong looked at the statue and said, "Why does this statue feel so imposing? Which demon is this?" Tran Bok explained, "This is Kamaris, the 16th god among the 72 pillars of Solomon, also the master mentioned by Triu Triuang Lam." He touched the statue and said, "The reason it holds power is because Kamaris has somehow attached himself here. Very interesting. I wonder if the director found a way to summon him." Then the past was revealed. About 100 years ago, a woman of the Han family fell in love with the shadow of Kamaris on Blue Star. Since then, every generation of the Han family has borne a pair of twins. When grown, the daughter would remain here and become Kamaris's bride. The son would live normally, marry, and have children without knowing anything. In the fourth-floor director's room, Mong read the notebook. Many years ago, Han Tiu's father learned the bloodline secret. To prevent his daughter from being imprisoned in the hospital to serve the demon for life, he killed the newborn daughter. Han Tiu imagined his father doing that and felt pain. Mong continued. Triu Truong Lam discovered it, stopped Han Dung, and reported to Kamaris. For betrayal, Han Dung was stripped of his bloodline. Afterwards, Han Tiu's sister was taken away by Kamaris to be raised. Because of this, Triu Truong Lam was granted the evil bloodline. After reading, Mong threw the notebook aside and said, "This madman's diary is mostly jealousy of the Han family bloodline and curses at Han Dung for being foolish." That is all the content gathered. Han Tiu stepped forward and said, "After Mong finished speaking, I received the next quest. Thank you, boss Mong. It is painful to read, but thanks to you I have the clue." Mong replied, "No need to be polite, I like finding clues like this." Only then did Mong notice Tran Bok was still studying the statue and asked curiously, "Master, you have been examining it since we entered. Is there a problem?" Tran Bok touched a sharp part of the statue and said, "Of course there is." The moment his hand touched it, a secret door immediately opened, startling the three. Onha was the first to react and stammered, This is Han Tiu cursed. Damn, a secret room." Mong was curious. There is still something hidden. Tran Bok's group stepped one by one into the secret room, inside Hong Tin Mental Hospital. After walking down the stairs for quite a long time without seeing the end, Han Hiu finally spoke up. "At this height, we have probably already gone from the 4th floor down into the underground, right? It must be at least 2 or 3 floors because I counted the steps." Tran Bok remained calm. The corner of his lips slightly curved as he reassured them. "We should be there soon. If my guess is correct, then below should be." Right at that moment, a door finally appeared ahead, faint light spilling out from inside. Tran Bok's voice sounded steady. "This place could be where Triu Truong Lam used to summon the Jai faction. It could also be a contact point or a place for their sacrifices." When they stepped through that door, the 4 of them immediately saw wooden cross-shaped pillars wrapped tightly with chains. The center was a strange rune. It looked like a prepared ritual array. Tran Bok walked toward the center, crouched down and picked up something from the ground before examining it closely. Onha followed behind and immediately spoke. "The smell of blood here is too strong." Seeing this, Mong curiously asked, "Master, what are you looking for?" Only then did he stand up and say calmly, "I have already opened the sharing function. You can look for yourselves." Information quickly appeared on the system interface. Core of the Hell Teleportation Array, a special item engraved with a complete Hell Array formation. It can be used to activate the Hong Tin Mental Hospital dungeon to summon the Jai faction array. The sacrifice condition requires 16 lives along with souls and blood. The system continued to issue a warning. Note the item is unique. The demon god summoned is restricted by dungeon rules. Maximum level 12. After summoning, the dungeon difficulty will increase to hell level. After reading it, Han Tiu exclaimed in shock, "Summon a demon god?" Onha was also stunned. "There is a level limit after summoning, then that means." Mong on the other hand shouted excitedly, "Master, if we summon the demon god and then kill it, would we not become rich?" Seeing the group so enthusiastic, Tran Bok asked, "I am only level 8. What about you?" The 3 of them reported their pitiful levels one after another. Level 5, 4, I am 3, but almost 4. After hearing that, he made a throat-cutting gesture with his hand, his voice cold and mocking. "Yes, after summoning it you will die immediately. Not even level 10, no profession, no equipment. Where do you get the confidence to kill a level 12 demon god?" Han Tiu forced a laugh and scratched his head. "But Baidu is here, right?" His expression made Tran Bok hold back a laugh. In the end, he still explained, "Even with me it might not be possible. A true demon god and a demon god with diluted bloodline are very different. You should understand that. Wait until you reach the dungeon level limit and obtain a profession before coming back." Hearing this, Onha immediately turned to Mong and reminded her, "Next time remember to bring me along big bosses." The girl mischievously blinked and replied, "Sure, you get priority." After a while, the four returned to the surface. Mong asked, "So this dungeon is basically finished. Does anyone still plan to do anything else?" And Tiu hesitated and said, "Big bosses, I still have something I do not understand." He brushed his hair and continued, "The demon descendant also had a younger sister. I wonder if these things only appear after the apocalypse begins." Hearing that, Tran Bok slowly replied, "I do not know whether they come from the void or originally existed, but right now they certainly exist." "Why did you suddenly ask that? Before the apocalypse, did your father have anything unusual?" Han Tiu answered immediately, "No, our relationship was not very close either. In my view, he was just an ordinary person." Han Tiu's face briefly turned sad. "My father's life had nothing remarkable. The strangest thing was that after turning into a zombie, he was completely different from the others." ONHA immediately paid attention. "A demon zombie? That sounds terrifying." Han Tiu quickly explained, "No, it has nothing to do with demons at all. Old memories gradually surfaced. He turned into a plague zombie, his body covered with purple and green patches. They frightened me so much that I did not dare touch him. So I had to learn to use mental power to control objects from a distance. It could be considered the final lesson he left me." Tran Bok asked with confusion, "A plague zombie?" Han Tiu immediately said, "It might be related to the chemical factory where my father worked. Some of his co-workers in the apartment area also had similar bruises." Those words made Tran Bok fall into thought. The chemical factory. It might be related to the SSS-level plague cult mission. But he quickly regained his composure and said, "I am quite interested in that place. When I arrive at Motto, please take me there to have a look." Han Tiu immediately agreed, "Sure, no problem." At this moment, ONHA, who had been silent, suddenly raised her hand. Do I have a few questions about abilities?" Tran Bok nodded. "All right, if there are doubts or information, say it out so everyone can discuss together." After the four finished discussing, Tran Bok was quite satisfied. The gains this time were not bad, and they even found several clues related to the Plague Lord mission. Afterwards, Tran Bok returned to the rest room. While lying on the bed half asleep, he heard violent coughing nearby. At this time, he was in Jiang Than in room number 3 on the 15th floor of a hotel. The people around lay scattered, coughing and gasping for breath. The sight startled him. "What happened to you?" A weak voice sounded. Tran Bok helped them onto the sofa while asking, "What exactly happened? I told you not to enter the room. I even released many viruses to prevent accidents." The two of them coughed as they spoke. "I have more than 20 negative effects like diseases. All 30 attribute points dropped to 0. Tran Bok, damn it, do you have an antidote?" Hearing that, he calmly reassured them, "I have already removed the viruses from your bodies. Your attributes will recover soon. Just rest here while I go out first." At that moment, Thai Vi suddenly called out loudly, "Tran Bok, Lac Bin actually wants to kill you." Those words made him ask in surprise, "Kill me? Why would that man do that?" She thought for a moment before explaining, "He and Lai Fong do not believe the base you mentioned is real. To prove it, I asked Brother Tong to record a video and send it to them, but unexpectedly Brother Tong." After recounting the details for a while, Thai Vi finally concluded, "The situation is roughly like that." She continued to explain clearly, "After being rejected by me, he shouted your name and rushed over intending to kill. He believes all the trouble began when you appeared. As long as he kills you, everything will return to normal." After hearing that, Tran Bok was confused. "Is that man stupid? What kind of logic is that?" Thai Vi immediately said, "He has always been brainless. He even threatens any man who interacts with me. He even forced my childhood friend to quit school." She recalled the scene at that time. Lac Bin angrily stormed off. "If not for Brother Tong protecting me, he would have used the same methods he used on other girls." The room still echoed with constant coughing. Thai Vi continued speaking, "Without Brother Tong, I would have been ruined by that man long ago." She said this, her face looked both cold and exhausted. "Being trapped in the hotel with that man makes every day feel like an entire month. Luckily, his talent is not strong, so he cannot force me." She looked straight at Tran Bok and said honestly, "You know, right now I think you are very strong, and I am truly happy to know Brother Tong is still alive." After she finished speaking, the atmosphere around them suddenly became silent. After a while, the two stood up preparing to enter the room. Thai Vi suddenly asked, "Lac Bin has been trapped in your trap for so long, will he die?" Tran Bok replied, "No, ordinary viruses only weaken attributes very quickly, but death takes time." Hearing that, she stammered, "Then I have a way." Tran Bok asked curiously, "What do you plan to do?" Thai Vi revealed a cold expression, her voice full of hatred. "I hate that man to the bone. I want him to die without closing his eyes." Just then, the room door opened, and the person inside saw the two figures standing outside. Lac Bin's eyes turned bloodshot when he saw with his own eyes Tran Bok and Thai Vi kissing. Going back a little earlier, after hearing the story, Tran Bok had suggested, "If you want to anger that man, then one kiss should be enough." Thai Vi immediately agreed, "Enough." What are you hesitating for? This is my first kiss. Time passed quickly. 2 days later in the forest, Tran Bok moved nimbly across the tree canopies. He jumped from one branch to another. In the mountain forest on the outskirts of Wu Suong, the electronic board sounded a notification. Tu Quinn wants to start a private call. Tran Bok stopped and looked at the screen. What is the matter? Tu Quinn sat with legs crossed, arrogantly tilting her head while looking at the paper in her hand, and said, "Let me report. Our people have picked up Thai Vai and the others at the riverbank and are now on their way back." Tran Bok's voice came from the screen. "Well done." In the study of the villa on the hill belonging to Tong Tu Quinn, she threw the paper onto the table and said, "There is one more thing. Recently on the Evolution Forum, people are discussing a mysterious chat group that gathers experts. It is said you are the group leader, and the members are all newly awakened talents. They call themselves pioneers." Tu Quinn narrowed her eyes sharply and asked, "Is this information true?" Standing high and looking toward the distant city, Tran Bok calmly replied, "Chat group number 1, of course. Did you forget the advertisement I asked you to post a few days ago?" Hearing that, she leaned back slightly, her eyes filled with interest. "So in the future, many experts will work for us. Oh, and what about the posts about Group 1 on the Evolution Forum? How should they be handled?" Tran Bok jumped down from the tree and landed lightly. "There is no need to worry about that yet. I will decide after reading them. For now, just send me the titles with the highest discussion levels." Tu Quinn immediately replied, "All right, I will arrange it right away." A notification appeared. A post before the apocalypse claims the man calling himself Bai De knew about the cosmic trial beforehand. Analysis of the video shows many experts actually belong to the same chat group. Since monsters already appeared before the trial, then evolved humans must appear as well. The leader of chat group number 2 believes chat group 1 may have been established even before the trial began. Tran Bok silently thought, perhaps it is time to officially launch chat group number 1. He opened the screen while walking and muttered, "This will not only create great influence but also bring a sense of collective honor to the members. In the future, recruiting experts from the group will also become easier." He walked leisurely through the forest, stepping on the lush green grass. Suddenly, the ground around him became dry and withered. Plants and grass decayed, causing Tran Bok to halt. Everything had withered. The space turned gloomy and eerie. The sky dyed blood red. Before his eyes appeared a horrifying scene. The system voice sounded, "Reminder, you have entered the secret realm Evil Faith Village." Tran Bok looked at the electronic panel, clenched his fist, and smiled excitedly. "Finally found it. In the previous life, I once discovered the S-level Evil Hunter profession mission Secret Realm." Mission panel appeared. Mission 1, stop the villagers from summoning the evil entity. Difficulty D, reward 500 experience points, and exit the secret realm. Mission 2, eliminate all infected villagers. Difficulty C, reward 1,500 experience, and exit the secret realm. Mission 3, eliminate the evil entity summoned by the villagers, and kill all corrupted villagers. Difficulty S, reward 5,000 experience, along with 1 bottle of low-level C evil bloodline. At this time in the distance, Engai Kwang stood on high and shouted, "Everyone just needs to enter the secret realm. Complete mission number 2, and withdraw. Dropped equipment will be distributed according to fair team mode. If you get nothing, there will still be gold coin compensation. I, Tran Engai Kwang, will absolutely not let everyone suffer losses." Tran Bok quietly blended into the crowd below and observed, "In the previous life, just to earn a few gold coins, I believed Brother Kwang's words. That man also joined my team to enter this secret realm. Memories surfaced of when we fought the monsters. Unexpectedly, Brother Kwang deliberately missed his shot, allowing the villagers to summon the evil entity. Afterward, that man led his teammates to withdraw from the battlefield. The purpose was to use our lives as bait to exhaust the evil entity." In the memory, Engai Kwang held a spear pointing straight at everyone and ordered, "You only have one path to live. Weaken the demon until I am satisfied." When everyone realized this was a trap, he had already arranged an encirclement. The evolved who tried to escape were all killed. No one could resist. Everyone was quickly defeated. Brother Kwang had gathered nearly 100 people, mostly lone wanderers or small groups around the area. No one had enough strength to organize resistance in time. After the massacre, he and his companions stood far away watching the result. Many people died uselessly under the hands of the evil entity and that man. The survivors were forced to return to fight the monster. When they realized there was no escape, they could only risk their lives against the evil entity. When certain no one remained alive, Engai Kwang turned to his companions and said, "Brothers, it is time to act." Only after the last person fell did that man lead people toward the exhausted demon. But among them, Tran Bok luckily escaped. That man had absolutely no idea he was still alive. Crawled into a small crevice and slowly squeezed inside. If discovered, he would certainly be killed to silence him, so he did not dare make any sound. While they were fighting, he secretly left the edge of the dungeon. Finally, Tran Bok appeared elsewhere, panting with exhaustion. At that time, he used the mechanism of completing mission 1 or 2 to escape the secret realm. Suddenly, a dice appeared above his head, catching Tran Bok's attention. It was a strange coincidence. Just when I was about to leave the dungeon, they had killed the demon and started rolling points. System panel continuously displayed notifications. Starting item roll. Level 5 Evil Hunter class change mission scroll. Reminder your points are 100. Immediately after the system notification, an item appeared at once. Reminder you have received an item. Level 5 Evil Hunter class change mission scroll. Tran Bok gripped it tightly in his hand, collapsed onto the ground, and burst into loud laughter. Those people intended to use the point-rolling mechanism to lure cannon fodder into a trap. Yet in the end, they lost the most valuable reward. Heaven truly has eyes. Right after that, Tran Bok quickly left the area to avoid being chased. Vu Suong outskirts, village secret realm, the small road outside. Those people searched frantically, forcing him to leave Vu Suong to find another place to survive. Recalling the past, he laughed. What a pity he could not see Brother Kwang's expression at that time. While muttering to himself, Tran Bok suddenly stopped and raised his head as if he had discovered something. In front of him was a grotesquely deformed corpse. An infected villager had died, which meant someone had already entered the secret realm. Tran Bok stepped closer to observe and murmured. According to memories of the previous life, Tran Engai Kwang would only kill the demon and clear this secret realm 2 months later. He rubbed the back of his neck and lowered his voice. But there is no need to worry about someone stealing it first. Even so, Tran Bok still felt puzzled. Who exactly discovered this secret realm so early? At this moment inside the secret realm, Engai Kwang and his companions were still slaughtering. Vu Suong outskirts, village center area. The system voice echoed in the air. Notification mission 2 completed. Experience reward has been granted. Players may leave the secret realm at the edge of the village. During this, Engai Kwang turned to his subordinates and laughed loudly. Good. Zhang Long's judgment was indeed correct. Once mission 2 is completed, we can withdraw. Brothers, let us go. Next time we will return to kill the boss. Suddenly someone pointed outside and shouted, Brother Kwang, someone has entered. The entire group immediately rushed toward Tran Bok. He walked in calmly and asked, are you all planning to leave? Tran Bok walked past Engai Kwang and glanced sideways, probing. Then I will take over this boss. You do not mind, right? That man forced a smile and replied, not at all. Do as you please. The question in his heart had been answered. Tran Bok slightly curved his lips and said, so it is Brother Kwang. I did not expect you to discover this secret realm so early. Engai Kwang did not care much and only reminded him, be careful, that is a level 11 demon boss. Tran Bok walked deeper while waving his hand. Thanks for the reminder, take your time, leaving no need to see you off. Soon a gigantic monster appeared before him. It looked down at Tran Bok with contempt and said, an interesting worm, are you not afraid of me? Or do you know you are about to die so you calmly accept it? Tran Bok smiled faintly, closed his eyes and spoke softly. It has simply been too long since I faced a lone demon hunter. For low-level evil beings like you, I only want to slaughter them all. The monster paid no attention and swung its arm to attack while roaring, insignificant human died. But before it could finish speaking, Tran Bok flashed through its body in an instant, cutting it into many pieces. As a demon hunter who fought for decades in the previous life, I have killed countless demon hunters. The monster stood frozen without making a sound as blood began to gush out. Every action and weakness of a demon hunter, even the direction of its tendons across the body, were known clearly by Tran Bok. He turned his back as the shattered monster finally collapsed in agony. After the battle ended, the system continuously announced, you have killed Demon Hunter Warrior Ale Orlando Level 2 Boss. Obtained 13,500 experience points. Notification Mission 3 completed. Receive an additional 5,000 experience and 1 bottle of low-level C Evil Bloodline. Tran Bok in high spirits turned around and looked behind him, saying, this feeling is truly familiar. It seems my skills have not rusted at all. Engai Kwang's group immediately burst into shocked chatter. Brother Kwang, I received the participation reward. 5,000 experience and even a bottle of bloodline. Engai Kwang stared at the screen, murmuring, instant kill. Zhang Long behind him asked, Brother Kwang, is he planning to absorb the boss corpse? Engai Kwang frowned and said, go, let us take a look. The system continued to ring rapidly. You have devoured a special species and obtained 350 exclusive evolution points for the Black Light virus. Choosing to purge bloodline genes, obtained 1 bottle of ordinary, a level evil bloodline. Tran Bok, standing in the distance, suddenly stopped his movement and looked toward the group approaching. He walked toward them smiling and said, why did you come back? Do you want to split the spoils? Engai Kwang stepped forward smiling. Are you joking? You killed the final boss alone. How would I dare come to demand a share? Tran Bok secretly observed every movement of that man and thought, once again he puts on a righteous appearance. But unfortunately, I have already seen through your nature. Tran Bok deliberately took out the items he had just obtained for Engai Kwang to see and said, this boss dropped quite a lot of good items. Look here, B-level Demon Hunter Bloodline Potion, a level Demon Bloodline, and even a level 5 Demon Hunter class change mission scroll. He deliberately tempted that man. Tran Bok held the items forward and asked, "Are you really not tempted?" Unable to resist the temptation, Ngai Kwang slowly reached out to take the glass bottles. Zhang Long beside him took the items and whispered, "Brother Kwang, these are the blood bottles everyone just received." That man forced a laugh and explained, "If I say I do not want them, that would surely be a lie." Ngai Kwang still handed several bottles back to Tran Bok and said, "However, we are not unreasonable people either. You completed the mission so naturally, all the dropped items belong to you." Tran Bok accepted some back and smiled. "That sounds reasonable." Suddenly he clenched his hand and looked directly at Ngai Kwang, asking, "You came back surely not just to congratulate me. If you have something to say, just say it." Ngai Kwang lowered his voice and slowly stated a specific location on the map. "My younger brother has recently been clearing the western outskirts of Wu Suan. If he accidentally enters your territory, it would not be good." Bring this, an image of Mong Mong in that area immediately appeared in Tran Bok's mind. He frowned and thought, the western outskirts. It seems Mong Mong is staying in a residential area near a gym there. He felt displeased but did not show it outwardly. Tran Bok secretly glanced at that man, thinking, "This man looks polite on the surface but actually wants to probe what I am doing in his territory." He calmly replied, "Rest assured the place I stay is Jai City. I only know a gym in the western outskirts of Wu Suan." Tran Bok put his hands in his pockets, silently observing to guess whether their forces were near Mong Mong. After a while, Ngai Kwang extended his hand, slightly tilting his head with a smile full of killing intent. "We only took over the stadium in the western outskirts a few days ago. We are probably clearing the surrounding area now. With your strength in Jiang Than, you must also have your own forces. Let us become friends and support each other." Hearing that, Tran Bok did not react much, only stared at that man. They have already cleared the gym. For people like them, clearing means nothing more than conquest and slaughter. He suddenly remembered the previous life when they attacked Mong Mong. No one had ever heard of her in the previous life. Perhaps she had already been cleared by them. Just as the tension thickened, the system sounded. Notification: Mong Mong sent a message. Tran Bok turned his back to Ngai Kwang, opened the panel, and said, "Wait a moment." In the mailbox, Mong Mong sent several messages in succession. "Master, many evolved suddenly appeared in my residential area. They are searching every apartment as if looking for something. They might reach me soon." After reading it, Tran Bok immediately replied, "They are clearing zombies and evolved humans. Do not let them enter the house. I will arrive immediately." Tran Bok's face immediately darkened. Anger erupted, causing tentacles to appear. Seeing this, Ngai Kwang immediately broke into sweat and asked, "What are you doing?" That man turned and ran, but Tran Bok shot out tentacles, binding him tightly. "Die." He wrapped Ngai Kwang with tentacles and read his memories through devouring evolution. The memories obtained were only fragmented, but confirmed the Jin Hui International District, where Mong Mong lived, along with the location of the stadium. Ngai Kwang's companions saw the scene and immediately panicked, running away while shouting in chaos, "Run quickly." Tran Bok smiled faintly, watching them, and murmured, "Perhaps I should leave one alive to lead the way. The one who mentioned the boss earlier seems to know quite a lot." Where dark clouds covered a huge apartment complex. Mong Mong stood inside, holding a stick, facing the door in defense. Western outskirts of Wu Suang Jin Hui International District, Building 16, Apartment 1. Outside, continuous banging on the door echoed, along with voices shouting, "Is anyone there? Open the door." A man stood before the door, knocking hard and threatening. "I will count to 3. If you do not open the door, we will break in." Mong Mong's whole body trembled, but she still gripped the stick tightly. She gathered courage and shouted loudly, "This place does not welcome you. Leave immediately. If you force your way in, do not blame me for being ruthless." The people outside heard this and laughed with contempt. One of them said, "So it is a woman. Hey, little girl, how will you be ruthless? Do not worry, we will come in soon." Sweat covered her face as Mong Mong shouted angrily, "Get lost." The moment she shouted, a terrifying sound wave immediately spread across the space. The 3 people outside could not react in time, their ears ringing from the sound. Their eyes widened in shock. Inside the room, the wooden stick in her hand fell to the floor and rolled away. Mong Mong, exhausted from overexertion, collapsed, coughing violently. Looking at the blood in her palm, she muttered anxiously, "Damn, this skill requires strong physique to endure. Just over 1 second, and my voice is already torn, almost all strength drained." The silence outside caught Mong Mong's attention. There was no movement. With her mental power, it should at least have knocked them unconscious. Space around the apartment became strangely quiet, only Mong Mong's coughing echoed. But those outside, though injured, still reported through the radio, "Brothers, gather at floor 12, building 16. There is a girl using mental attacks. My team is all dead. Come capture her quickly. Such a strong mental attack definitely cannot be used again immediately." After receiving the report, the silence quickly passed. 10 minutes later, Mong Mong leaned tiredly against the wall when the door was struck again with heavy blows. Mong Mong flushed red, panting while staring at the shaking door again. It seems there is no choice but to fight desperately. Soon the door could not withstand the pressure it cracked and was kicked open. The people waiting outside immediately rushed in. The man stuck his head in looking at Mong Mong, then laughed lewdly. "So it is a little beauty. Why are you sweating so much, little sister? Are you tired?" The man behind teased. "Why are you not screaming this time? Such a pretty girl, but your scream sounds terrible. Let me help you. Girls should not scream." They quickly surrounded her, forcing Mong Mong into a corner. She struggled to stand up vigilantly. With the little stamina and mental power left, perhaps she could still release one more infernal black flame. Immediately, Mong Mong shouted loudly, "All of you go die." A wave of black-purple smoke rose, causing the group to panic and retreat. Infernal black flame. But after a short moment, the smoke gradually dissipated. Mong Mong gasped in exhaustion and collapsed, but still forced herself to rise. Master was right. The 4 attributes must be balanced. If one becomes too high, it is extremely dangerous. After waiting for the smoke to disperse, those people stepped in again, laughing loudly. "Brothers, this girl is exhausted. Hey, beauty, kneel down and serve us, or do you want to die? Choose." She painfully tried to crawl up, thinking to herself, "My head hurts so much I am about to faint." Mong Mong gathered her final strength and crawled toward the glass door. "No, I cannot fall into their hands." Seeing this, those men laughed even more excitedly. Why ask any more? The girl chose death. Call more brothers to come play. They rushed forward, grabbing Mong Mong, pulling her back while cursing. "Hold that girl quickly. That bitch still dares resist." Dirty hands reached toward her. Mong Mong struggled in despair, but it was useless. "Help me." As she cried out in despair, far away a figure was rushing toward them at incredible speed. "Someone save me." Tran Bok charged straight through the glass door, smashing it and leaping into the apartment. Without hesitation, Tran Bok unleashed a series of kicks directly into the faces of the men restraining her. Tran Bok quickly pulled Mong Mong into his arms, while those men had already been kicked far away by him. She leaned weakly against him and smiled faintly, saying softly, "Master, you have come. I am sorry Mong Mong has not learned well enough." I almost, before she could finish speaking, Tran Bok gently interrupted. "It is not your fault. You already did very well. Do you want to rest for a while? Leave the rest to me." Then he frowned. His icy gaze swept across the men in front of him as he declared in a deep voice, "You dared touch my disciple. Today not a single one of you will leave this place alive." Tran Bok carried Mong Mong and gently placed her on the sofa. The people standing outside the door looked at him and whispered among themselves, "Why did another one appear? That girl still has someone coming to save her." Burly man roared, "Forget him, just kill him too." He did not realize that at this moment a chilling killing intent had already spread from Tran Bok's body. The moment he finished speaking, Tran Bok rushed forward. His movements were unpredictable, his body almost impervious to blades and weapons. Each man was easily sent flying. Tran Bok summoned a sharp skewer and flicked his hand, sending one man flying. That man's body slammed hard into the wall, leaving a deep dent. Tran Bok calmly looked toward the doorway. The entire room had become strangely silent. He spoke. "Is there no one else?" Suddenly a weak voice sounded behind him. "Master." On the sofa, Mong Mong was writhing in pain, her face pale, her forehead soaked with cold sweat. "I feel terrible. Please stop." Tran Bok quickly walked over and sat beside her to check. Exhaustion combined with mental overload causing headaches and hallucinations. Mong Mong frowned and trembled, asking, "Master, where are you?" Tran Bok gently held her hand. He placed Mong Mong's hand on his face while his other hand gently comforted her. "Mong Mong, Master is here." But the moment he relaxed his guard, someone suddenly appeared behind him. That man grinned viciously and swung an axe straight toward Tran Bok. However, before that man could even approach, a spike burst from the ground, piercing straight through his body. Tran Bok spoke softly. "Do not be afraid, Master will protect you." Tran Bok's arm transformed as he pressed it firmly onto the ground and exerted force. A series of sharp spikes suddenly erupted, piercing through the remaining men. "From now on, no one will harm you again." 1 hour later, Tran Bok looked at Mong Mong sleeping soundly on his lap. Her complexion had gradually recovered. Across the floor of the room lay corpses, scattered everywhere. Suddenly the door slowly opened. Hearing the movement, Tran Bok immediately became alert. Zhang Long stuck his head in, smiling as he said, "It is me, Mr. Bai." Tran Bok glanced at him, then continued stroking Mong Mong's hair. "Since you came here," he calmly asked, "then that means the entire team of Tran Engai Kwang has already been eliminated, right?" Zhang Long immediately knelt down. "Yes, Mr. Bai, according to your plan, I lured them here to kill you. But now all of Tran Engai Kwang's close followers are already dead." Tran Bok smiled faintly and asked, "Then the remaining people are your relatives and friends?" Zhang Long was startled upon hearing that question. His face twisted as his voice trembled. "That is not the case, Mr. Bai. I have no relatives left. Only my wife and child remain. Because I possess the level investigative talent True Vision, I was threatened by Tran Ngai Kwang with my family and forced to join. If my talent had been ordinary, my family would have already been harmed like the neighbors and friends. Tran Bok said thoughtfully, I understand now your talent is quite good. Moreover, you were the only one who warned me about the boss, so I appreciate that. Would you like to follow me to Jiang Than? Jiang Long hesitated awkwardly. Tran Bok smiled, yet his eyes carried invisible pressure. It does not matter if you do not want to. I am not like Brother Kwang. I do not like forcing others. Jiang Long, I respect your decision. He hurriedly said, of course I agree. Just now I hesitated because in Tran Ngai Kwang's settlement there are still many people enslaved like my family. Tran Bok opened the spatial storage and said, I can take them in. But if there are too many, bringing them to Jiang Than immediately will be difficult. How about this? You temporarily stay in Vu Suong and stabilize the situation. He took out a red test tube and examined it thoughtfully. Tran Bok tossed the potion to Jiang Long. This medicine is a gift for you. It can help increase your strength. I have already sent you a friend invitation as well. Once things are stable, contact me again. Then you can decide whether to remain in Vu Suong or come to Jiang Than. Jiang Long hurriedly received it with both hands, his face full of joy. Thank you. After he left, Mong still slept soundly on the sofa. Tran Bok sat beside her and called the system to open the inventory. He looked at the system panel and thought, just now after giving the medicine to Jiang Long, this thing turned into this form. His gaze stopped on the newly appeared mutated mask. Tran Bok rested his chin on his hand, thinking. When I placed the item into the inventory inside the secret realm, it was still normal. At that time, I stored the class change mission scroll together with the demon bloodline potion. All items were placed in separate slots. Tran Bok extended his hand as if measuring. Let me try moving it to another position. He looked at the bottles of potion, then at the mask. Those are demon bloodline potions. The eyes on the mask kept staring at them, its mouth wide open. Could it be that it wants to eat those bottles? Tran Bok took out a pile of potions and held the mask. These low-level bloodline potions are useless to me. I will try feeding them to it. After all, this is the treasure Lido wanted. Perhaps after feeding it, some function will unlock. Thinking that, he stuffed each bottle into the mask's mouth. 5 minutes later, a satisfied burp came from the mask. Tran Bok looked at it helplessly and said, is that all? So many of my bloodline potions, and they only filled your stomach once. Fine special treasures, eating a lot is normal. After a while, before Tran Bok's astonished eyes, the mask spat out a rather strange object. He picked it up and murmured, it eats and excretes through the mouth. What did it spit out? Do I have to clean its waste too? But when Tran Bok held the item, the information panel immediately appeared. This is a plus ordinary demon bloodline essence, potion item. A medicine condensed from demon bloodline physique refined through a special method. Effectiveness increases if attributes exceed requirements. Usage condition: total strength, physique, and agility above 75. Tran Bok smiled with satisfaction. It really can refine demon bloodline. Combined with the bloodline obtained from the secret realm, I will have an endless source of high-grade demon bloodline essence. From the system inventory, Tran Bok took out a red scroll. When he hurried to rescue Mong, he had not yet checked this class change mission scroll. The information panel appeared. S-level demon hunter class change mission scroll. Only the first pure blood demon creature killed can drop this unique special mission scroll. Completing the mission allows the class change to demon hunter. Mission condition: using the scroll will enter the first layer of the abyss. There you must kill 100 demons and 100 fallen demons to complete it. Afterward, leave the abyss. This time I will not rush to leave as before. Western outskirts of Vu Suong Jinhui International District, Mong bedroom. Tran Bok leaned against the headboard, then closed the system panel. The demon abyss is a place both dangerous and filled with opportunity. At this moment, Mong slowly opened her eyes. She sat up drowsily, rubbing her eyes. She lowered her hands and saw Tran Bok sitting there. Her eyes instantly reddened. Master. After saying that, she burst into tears and threw herself into Tran Bok's arms. Master. He softly comforted her. It is all right, I am here, everything is fine now, the bad people have all been killed by me. After Mong calmed down, she lowered her head sadly and said, Master, I am still too weak in the real world. I want to strengthen my physique quickly. Tran Bok patted her head and said, training physical strength alone will not increase much. Continue following the training plan I arranged. The main goal now is leveling up and mastering skills. Mong frowned, but leveling up requires a lot of experience. The monsters around the dream area have almost all been cleared by me. She pressed her lips together, tears welling up. I cannot go far and I cannot find a dungeon. Tran Bok smiled lightly. How do you feel now? Rest a little, then we will return to Jiang Than. There are many dungeons there. Hearing that, Mong immediately became excited and jumped up. I am fine now, no need to rest. Let us go to Jiang Than. Tran Bok suddenly grabbed her wrist. Wait. He gently lifted Mong into his arms. If I let you walk, we would not reach Jiang Than even next month. Tran Bok carried her and jumped out the window. Hold tight, do not open your eyes. If you feel too much pressure, tap me. The two of them jumped from one rooftop to another. After some time, they arrived at a deserted forest. Tran Bok still carried Mong Mong jumping from one tree branch to another. Vusuong Mountain outskirts entrance to the village secret realm. The two landed on the ground. Around them, the trees, flowers, and grass were strangely withered. System reminded that they had entered the Evil Faith village secret realm. The two walked deeper inside. Mong Mong looked around in surprise. The scenery had completely changed. So this is a secret realm? Tran Bok explained the biggest difference between a secret realm and a dungeon is the entrance. Only after stepping through the secret realm gate will the notification appear. Therefore, evolved who accidentally enter a secret realm face extreme danger. Mong Mong nodded, her eyes shining. I remember now, Master is truly knowledgeable. So next should I lure the monsters? Tran Bok stopped and turned to look at her. This is not the dream realm. Every use of a skill is extremely important. Staying near the entrance will be safer. Wait here for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Bok leaped across the stone slabs. He quickly eliminated each demon. Mission 3 had changed. It was no longer only killing demons, but eliminating all demons together with the Dark Priest. The reward was also no longer bloodline potions. Could it be impossible to obtain bloodline anymore? Tran Bok used his ability to dash forward at incredible speed. Each monster was slain in an instant. Anyway, it is better to kill the boss first. Vusuong Mountain outskirts village secret realm central square. Tran Bok landed on a wall. Below was a group of strange people performing a ritual. One of them saw him and shouted loudly, "There is an intruder." The man tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand and said with a sinister smile, "Intruder, become a sacrifice for the demon." At that moment, Tran Bok suddenly vanished from the wall, leaving Trin Trich stunned. In the blink of an eye, Tran Bok had appeared behind him. Mutated evolution instantly spread out, binding the opponent's body tightly. Trin Trich struggled desperately, but it was completely useless. The remaining men immediately drew their swords and surrounded Tran Bok together. As the blade slashed down, Tran Bok instantly formed a shield and lowered his body to block the entire attack. The system announced, Dungeon Boss Dark Priest Pre-Great Ruin level 15 killed, reward 45,000 experience. This creature contains a special bloodline factor you may choose to absorb or purge. Absorbing may affect the black light virus and the body. Tran Bok looked at the information panel and smiled with interest. As expected, devouring evolution can still harvest demon bloodline. In that case, I will not hold back. He slammed his hand against the ground, and countless sharp spikes immediately erupted, piercing through the surrounding demons. Tran Bok gathered those corpses together. System reminder: demon bloodline potion level C extracted. Mini-bosses indeed can be separated into bloodline potions, and the grade is equal to a boss. He glanced at the two corpses in his hands and analyzed. Elite monsters can also be separated into bloodline potions, but ordinary monsters cannot. That makes sense. Vusuong outskirts mountain area village secret realm entrance. Mong Mong sat on a rock staring sadly inside. Master has already killed the boss and even eliminated the mini-boss and elite monsters. She pouted, thinking silently, Master surely did not forget me, right? Doing nothing means no experience. Even letting me touch the boss once would be fine. Just then Tran Bok's voice sounded, making her jump. Mong Mong, prepare your skill. While running, Tran Bok ordered, use the largest area destruction you can. Do not worry, the monsters are not at full health, so your mental power will definitely endure it. Though she did not understand what was happening, Mong Mong still immediately replied, all right. She opened her mouth wide, releasing an extremely wide-ranged sound, wave toward the corpses being thrown over. The system panel continuously flashed notifications. Infected villager level 10 killed experience plus 250. Infected villager woman level 12 killed experience plus 400. Infected traveler level 11 killed experience plus 300. Infected butcher level 14 killed experience plus 500. Infected farmer level 10 killed experience plus 300. Mong Mong looked at the information panel with shining eyes and exclaimed, I leveled up and even gained 2 free attribute points. The system continued to remind, all missions completed, you may choose to leave the secret realm at any time. Mong Mong looked at Tran Bok happily. Master, I have already reached level 6.5. The experience increased a lot. Tran Bok smiled and said, I also reached level 9. She immediately jumped down and hugged him tightly. Thank you, Master, for pulling monsters for me. I love Master. At that moment, the system notification sounded. Prompt: a video call request has been made through private chat. Tran Bok looked at the notification for a few seconds, then immediately pressed accept. His face became serious as he looked at the screen. What happened? Your complexion does not look good. On the other side, Tu Quinn rested her hands on the desk, her brows tightly furrowed. "Master, we need your support immediately." A goblin calling himself the god of trade has appeared in the settlement. Tran Bok fell silent for a moment as a familiar face gradually appeared in his mind. God of trade. Suddenly he seemed to recall something, his expression briefly showing surprise. "Lido, why did that man appear in the settlement?" Tu Quinn swallowed nervously and asked. "You know him." On the screen appeared the gloomy purple ground and barren trees near the Vu Suong outskirts secret realm. She explained briefly after staying one day in the settlement that Lido came to see me. He wants to offer a level silver city building token as an investment. She continued explaining, "The condition is that after the city is built, the best location must be reserved to establish the Goblin Merchant Guild, and that guild must be exempt from taxes forever." Tran Bok rested his chin thinking. High-level city building tokens are extremely rare. A city recognized by the will of the universe will possess many convenient functions. This investment for us brings only benefits and no harm. Hearing that, she nodded. I thought the same. But there is another problem. The city building token cannot be used whenever we want, and once used it must be activated immediately. Tran Bok said that a level city building mission will attract monsters to attack the city. With the current settlement, it is indeed very difficult to defend. But do not worry, I will return within one day. Tu Quinn was slightly surprised and asked, "Then should I delay one day to wait for you to return before accepting this investment?" Tran Bok shook his head, refusing. "This is an investment Lido prepared for you. Besides, I have already accepted an investment from him before." "Oh right, you can praise Lido a little more and casually mention me." Tu Quinn replied cheerfully. "Understood, you can rest assured." Tran Bok summoned several floating cards and called, "Mong, come here." She answered quickly, "Coming, master." Inside the cards were the equipment Tran Bok had prepared beforehand. "These are all the equipment to increase your physique. Choose the ones that improve stamina the most." Mong was slightly surprised, but still politely said, "Yes, master, but which ones should I choose?" Tran Bok glanced at her, then smiled. "The base has an urgent matter to handle. I am afraid that when I run at full speed, you will not be able to keep up." Mong understood and nodded, "All right." She immediately equipped all the items and said, "Master, I have finished equipping them. My physique has already exceeded 30, and my defense increased a lot." Tran Bok raised his thumb in praise. At this moment, Tu Quinn entered the room and said, "You have been kept waiting, Mr. Lido. We have decided to accept the investment." In the spacious living room of the Dong Sun Villa district, Lido sat leisurely with his legs crossed, saying, "You are truly a capable and decisive woman. It is not surprising that even in the apocalypse you managed to build such a large settlement and manage thousands of evolved people in such orderly fashion." Tu Quinn responded modestly, "You flatter me. My management ability is not even a small fraction compared to yours, god of trade. Our entire settlement is honored to receive your investment." Lido looked at her with a cunning gaze and said, "You are truly humble. It makes me even more confident you can turn this place into the best city for evolved humans." After that, Lido added, "When that time comes, I hope you will take greater care of our Goblin Merchant Guild." Tu Quinn smiled and replied, "That is of course." She crossed her legs and said confidently, "Actually, the manager of our settlement has admired you for a long time. When he heard the city would soon have a Goblin Merchant Guild, he immediately put aside his matters outside and is rushing back." Lido asked, slightly surprised, "Oh, who is that?" "Currently not many evolved people know about me and the Goblin Merchant Guild." Tu Quinn introduced without hesitation, "You surely know him. His name is Bai, and he has also accepted your investment before." Hearing that, Lido widened his eyes, his expression briefly revealing surprise, mixed with confusion. He looked at the red cards, then said awkwardly, "So it is that guy. No, this investment cannot proceed." Tu Quinn asked gloomily again, "Is it really impossible, sir? There is truly no way to invest." Lido shook his head excitedly and replied, "Not that. I just did not expect the one managing this settlement to be that kid. If he is here, then using this thing would be the most appropriate." The moment she saw the red card, she widened her eyes in shock. "Is this a Golden City founding order?" He tossed the stack of cards toward Tu Quinn and said, "Exactly. That is an S-rank Golden City founding order. The mission is to establish an rank city. For that kid, it should not be too difficult." Lido said seriously that if he returns in time, then you may even have the chance to hunt an S-rank siege monster. The system screen immediately displayed a notification. "Lido has sent you an S-rank Golden City construction investment mission." She read each line of text, then hesitated and spoke. "This is..." The system continued to display a long information panel. "Investment in the S-rank Golden City founding order. Mission description: after one day of preparation at the center, where the order is used to establish the city, all surrounding monsters will be strengthened and will continuously launch attacks toward that location. The area will be besieged for 5 days before the mission is completed. The reward is that with the order as the center, a radius of 10,000 meters will become territory recognized by the will of the universe, and an additional Golden City founding order will be granted. Choose accept." or decline. Quinn held the card and examined it carefully, then realized this range was far larger than the rank. One of Leto's eyes flashed as he reminded her. The danger level naturally increases as well. What do you think? Do you dare accept this investment? She looked at Leto with full confidence, of course. With Bach to hear, what do I have to fear? A day quietly passed. Quinn looked toward the figure swiftly leaping between the tree canopies in the villa district of the Dongsun settlement from the wide rooftop. Bach carried Mong in his arms and said, "This return took longer than I expected. The monsters gathered too densely, so I had to carve a path through them." She happily ran over. "Thank goodness you are back." He looked at Mong and told her to take the girl into the room to rest first, then tell him about the current situation. As she walked, Quinn reported, "In less than 20 minutes the monster siege will begin. We have arranged 3 defensive lines based on the existing terrain. The direction connected to Jiang City is the primary defense point, and we have prepared multiple plans to protect the city." The elegant bedroom of the Dongsun Villa district. She said that was all they could prepare for now. Bach nodded and praised her for doing very well. Quinn handed him a black suitcase and added, "There is also this. These past days we cleared the sewer dungeon and finally collected the full plague equipment set." Bach wrapped an arm around her waist and gently thanked her. "Choosing you was truly the wisest decision I made." She sat on his lap and softly replied, "Being chosen by you is also the greatest fortune of my life." She confessed, "Actually, I was very worried, but seeing you calmly return while carrying that girl made me feel relieved." Explained leisurely, "She is not a woman I brought back, but my disciple. Her talent is not even inferior to mine." Bach placed his hand on her back to reassure her. "Call Tong Ka later to take care of her. When the girl wakes up, inform me immediately. Mong is sleeping deeply and is the key to protecting the settlement, so there must be absolutely no negligence." Quinn obediently replied, "I understand." Bach picked up the suitcase and walked outside saying, "Let us go. It is time to meet the siege monsters." She happily followed behind and replied, "All right." Outside, the forest burned crimson. Waves of monsters were gathering in surging masses. Monsters of all sizes crowded beneath Dongsun Mountain near the city wall. Bach observed seriously and wondered if this was the S-Rank city founding order attack. He recalled that in his previous life when Bakda was established, it was only B-rank compared to the scale of monsters in this S-Rank event. Beneath Bach stretched an endless black sea of monsters. He smiled without the slightest fear. The difference truly is like heaven and earth. 3 minutes remain before the siege begins. Below is the sea of monsters, while above figures stand observing from the Dongsun city wall. Quinn carried a child and whispered to everyone in the Dongsun gathering area, "We are about to face 5 days and 5 nights of monster attacks, but do not worry too much. People of Dongsun Mountain, the next 5 days and 5 nights will be a trial against the monster tide, but please do not panic." She loudly reassured them, "We possess one of the strongest walls, abundant resources, and stable reinforcements. We have more than 100 companions with B-rank talents. In addition, there are nearly 10 experts with a rank and S-rank talents. And most importantly, we have 2 powerhouses with SSS-rank talents." Quinn further emphasized, "Failure is not something we need to consider, because after 5 days we will gain the largest and finest territory in the world. Those who defend the city will enjoy preferential infrastructure." The entire crowd became excited after hearing this. He shouted again, "Only 1 minute left. Is everyone ready to earn money and experience? Only 1 minute left. Are you ready?" Everyone shouted in unison, "Ready." Bach looked at her and commented the speech was very stirring. Quinn smiled and said, "Thanks to you and the little girl you brought back, I can be this confident." He turned and instructed that the girl's sound transmission and amplification talent is quite good, so bring her somewhere safe. She nodded all right. Bach asked Lai about the livestream preparations. The clever girl replied, "Following your instructions, we selected the highest grade camera provided by the will of the universe." Bach turned toward the monster horde and said, "Good. Begin the broadcast." Lai replied, "Yes." Then countless comments exploded as only 1 minute remained before the siege time on the Evolver forum. Livestream of building a city using an S-rank Golden City founding order in Jiang City. It costs 1 gold coin to watch. It must be real because the boss in my area only dropped a D-rank order. There are so many zombies. Does anyone know where this is? If they succeed, I will move there to settle. Why are they Easterners? Began counting down, 5, 4, 3, 2. The decisive moment has arrived, 1-0. The city defense preparation time has ended. The monsters suddenly changed. Becoming far more ferocious, they had been strengthened. The system panel displayed a notification. The siege has officially begun. Lan Xuang regretfully said, if we had known they would be strengthened at the start, we should have killed more zombies earlier. Tu Quinn explained he already knew, but said monsters after strengthening would give more experience and money. Tran Bok did not hesitate and charged straight into the encirclement of monsters. As he descended, he calculated silently. Zombie attributes have tripled, but the rewards have also tripled. Tran Bok grabbed the head of a monster and activated Plague Transmission. The system reported Plague Combo 5 of 5, plus 15 to all attributes, and applying a resistance reduction debuff to those who come into contact. With just a single swing of his arm, he sent 3 monsters flying. The secondary effect of Plague Transmission has a cooldown of 5 hours. Monsters were scattered by him. The disease spread rapidly, causing lasting corrosive damage and attribute reduction. While fighting, Tran Bok evaluated the skill. Although the damage is not high, its spread and weakening ability is extremely powerful and greatly reduces the burden of city defense. Seeing the infected ones gathering together, he murmured, "Why is there a mental shock?" The diseased zombies piled up, causing the others to automatically move away. Tran Bok immediately understood that within this horde, there was a lord controlling them, which was why they advanced in orderly attacks instead of chaotic trampling. He rushed deeper to find the lord, because once control is lost, the zombies will be easier to handle. But its location is unclear and searching may waste time. He glanced at the city wall, thinking if he leaves now, and no one blocks the front, the lord will command the zombie tide to attack with full force, causing casualties among the defenders. He gritted his teeth and calculated that if he does not seize the chance to eliminate the lord early, zombies from other places surge in and threaten the gathering area, our forces will be scattered, and it will become even harder to withdraw from the battle. While slaughtering monsters, he searched for a way to turn the situation and realized that to resolve it completely, Mang's support was still needed. At the same time, he raised a shield to block a stream of poisonous attacks. Then he silently called out, Mang, wake up quickly." Mang slowly opened her eyes, tears still lingering in her gaze. Tong Ka happily asked, "You are awake?" Mang blushed and nervously asked, "Who are you? Where is this? Where is my master?" A message appeared. Mang has woken up. I'm explaining the situation to her. Seeing the message, Tran Bok said happily, "Excellent." Mang sent a message apologizing that her master flew too fast and the strong wind exhausted her, causing her to fall asleep. She had already heard Tong Ka explain the situation and would use her dream entry ability to help kill monsters. Tran Bok replied, "There is no need to rush yet. I will describe a type of zombie child. Use dream entry to find it." She carefully read the description: the body like a normal human, shoulders protruding like armor, an abnormally large head, outside covered by a bone mesh. From both shoulders extend tentacles of extremely strong mental power. Mang turned to remind Tong Ka, "I need to enter a dream, so please do not let anyone approach." "Thank you." Then curiously asked, "Why did I fall asleep so quickly?" Scene shifted into the dream realm. Mang exclaimed in shock, "There are so many zombies at the foot of the Dongsun Mountain city wall." She spread her arms and gathered power, preparing to act. Massive blocks of stone floated in midair, as if weaving a world created by her own hands. The moment they crashed down and crushed the zombie horde below, Mang cheered in delight. "In the dream realm, I really am the most domineering." She stretched and took a deep breath, then told herself, "All right, I must quickly find the zombie master assigned." As soon as she finished speaking, she shot straight into the sky without daring to delay. On the afternoon of the first day of defending the city, Tran Bok descended from the sky onto the battlefield. Asked Tu Quinn about the exact casualties and the condition of the city wall. She handed him water and a towel, then reported thanks to him clearing the front line, no one had died. Taking advantage of the monsters thinning at the foot of the wall, we launched several counterattacks, and only a few people suffered minor injuries. She pointed down at the wall base and said the damage is almost negligible. "I think you can rest for a while and let others rotate in." But Tran Bok shook his head. "No, the situation still cannot be considered safe." At that moment, Tu Quinn suddenly cried out in shock, "The Lord." She stammered, "Could that kind of zombie still exist?" Tran Bok replied, "Today only enhanced ordinary zombies have appeared. The number of special zombies can be counted on one hand." His gaze turned icy. "I have a feeling the Lord is secretly gathering strength, waiting for the chance to unleash everything." Just then Tong Ka and Mang ran over, calling "Master." Tong Ka reminded Mang to slow down, but the girl still rushed forward shouting, "Master." Tran Bok turned and looked at the two with a smile. He told Luke Lai to stop the livestream in this area. She immediately replied yes. Tu Quinn reported that all flycams of the will of the universe had been adjusted away from here. Tran Bok nodded and said Mang's ability is too special and must never be exposed. She acknowledged the order. He patted the girl's back and praised her for doing well, then asked if she had found the Lord yet. Mong panted and replied, not yet. She looked up and said, I only sensed a few brief waves of mental fluctuation, so I could only determine the general direction. My tracking skill is not enough to lock onto the target. Sorry, master. Tran Bok reassured her, do not apologize all the time. I know you already did your best. Wiping the sweat from her chin, she said, although I did not find the Lord, I discovered several gathering points of special zombies. Tong Kai spread out the map, and Mong pointed to each location where hundreds were gathered. She pointed near the Jiang City agricultural market. There are 200 to 300 large fat ones with red eyes over 2 meters tall. At Dongjiang Square, there is the type with no arms and no jaw. And at the Riverside Television Tower, there are dense groups of extremely fast zombies. Along the entire Vin Hoa commercial street are muscular zombies. Tran Bok rested his chin and analyzed those are the Fat Tank, Hunter, and Screamer, all belonging to Stage 2 evolution. Tu Quinn nodded. It seems they want a full assault. He asked Bok to just how strong are Stage 2 evolved zombies. Tran Bok replied at least level 10. According to the numbers Mong described, there may already be over 1,000 gathered. Curled his lips. If it were only me, I would still have a way to turn the tide. But under the control of the Lord, they will not surround me, and instead focus on breaking the walls and slaughtering civilians. At that point, it will become a race for survival, and the survivors will likely not exceed 10%. Hearing this, Tu Quinn turned away decisively. We must eliminate the Lord first. I will search the city to see if anyone has the talent to detect mental fluctuations. Tran Bok stopped her. Do not rush. I remember I have a suitable person. Messaged Hantiu asking if he could track the source of mental fluctuations. Hantiu replied, are you joking, Bok? My talent is mental control, so I'm extremely sensitive to fluctuations. Tran Bok asked him to assist and explained the plan about the Lord. By the afternoon of the second day of city defense in the dream realm of the Dong Sun Villa, Hantiu looked around in surprise because Bokda's residence was far larger than what appeared on the live stream. He joked, if I move here, can I live in a villa? Tran Bok laughed and replied, there are many empty ones on the mountain, just choose whichever you like. Hantiu blushed excitedly and said, Bokdu is too generous, then today I must give my all. I am ready, shall we depart? Mong asked, Master, which group of special zombies should we handle first? Tran Bok's gaze turned toward the Riverside Television Tower. The scene shifted to the television tower on the eastern bank of the city. Jiang City, the zombie horde clung all over the tower body, emitting piercing shrieks. Tran Bok said these scent hunters can bypass the city wall defenses, so they are the greatest threat. The Lord certainly will not let us eliminate them easily. At that time, we will need Hantiu to perform. He confidently replied, just leave it to me. Tran Bok leaped forward and shouted, charge. Mong immediately flew after him, replying yes. Hantiu scratched his head, awkwardly wondering if he should learn to use mental power to fly. Mong released an extremely powerful sound wave like an explosive rhythm echoing loudly, then laughed in the dream realm, I really am strong. Suddenly, the entire group of zombies leaped up together, causing the girl to freeze in shock with wide eyes because their speed was too fast. The zombies treated her as a plump prey and rushed toward her, leaving no time to dodge. At the critical moment, Tran Bok rushed over and shouted, stand still there, Mong. He released a layer of protection shielding her front. The system displayed a rank hellfire body, covering the body with infernal flames, continuous mental energy consumption, and inflicting 2 layers of burning on both body and spirit for those who touch it. Zombies were pierced by flaming spikes. The two cooperated to wipe out the guards around the tower. Tran Bok placed his hand on the head of the last one, preparing to finish it. System reported the end of Elite Mutated Form Speed Hunting Zombie Stage 3. Received 200 virus points and 50 ultraviolet evolution points. Due to repeated elimination, benefits reduced by 60%. Mong was surprised that on only the second day there were already 297 elites gathered. Tran Bok analyzed speed zombies gather very quickly, so it may be all from Jiang City and nearby areas. Later, even if more appear, it will not matter, because when the Lord dies, they will only attack scatter. She asked then, should we choose another gathering point to wipe out? At that moment, Tran Bok noticed something unusual. He drew the dagger clamped in his hand and said perhaps it is no longer necessary. The scroll opened, and he smiled because Hantiu had already locked onto the Lord's position. Tu quickly moved toward the northeastern mountains of Jiang City. In the dream realm, Hantiu pointed to the mountain gap ahead and said the fluctuation source is there. Tran Bok was surprised because it was hidden behind him and realized the Lord was not foolish. Hantiu laughed excitedly and asked Bok, shall we fight the boss now? I am impatient. Tran Bok replied, we must return to the real world before acting. Hantiu did not understand why. He said we need the live stream because this Lord will be a stepping stone to raise our reputation. Tran Bok patted his shoulder, praising him for great help this time, and said if something suitable drops it will be reserved for him. Hantiu smiled and thanked him. He looked at Mong Mong and said it is time to wake up. Lead Hantiu to handle a few Stage 2 elite zombies. She asked which type. Tran Bok explained the Screamer is a mental power evolution, so the two of you can counter it. Although it is not strong in close combat, its scream can agitate strengthened zombies and is very dangerous. Mong Mong and Han Tiu accepted the mission together. The scene returned to the northeastern mountains of Jiang City. Tran Bok looked down at the deep pit and said this is the place. He frowned, sensing, although he has no detection skill, he can still clearly feel the aura of high-level evolved virus nearby. While he was still thinking, a zombie suddenly slashed from behind, but he was faster and tilted his body to dodge. Tran Bok was slightly surprised, realizing it was a hunter of a higher evolved speed type than the speed-hunting zombie. He guessed this was the close guard of the Lord. They prefer close combat, and their speed is not much inferior to his. Tran Bok pretended to defend, weakly exposing openings to lure them closer. If he fell into close combat for too long, he would be held down, and might allow the Lord to seize the chance to escape. At that moment, another one appeared from behind. He curled his lips and said, "Here it comes." Tran Bok immediately counterattacked and slashed the one in front to death. The two-headed zombie had not even understood what happened before being lifted into the air. In an instant, he swung the blade horizontally and killed both heads. The system notified the end of Elite Mutated Form Speed Hunter Zombie Stage 4. All ultraviolet virus abilities greatly increased, and he received 1,000 virus points and 750 ultraviolet evolution points. Notification sounded. Elite Mutated Form eliminated. Received 900 virus points. Due to repeated kills, the reward has been reduced to 10%. Tran Bok raised both hands. The system displayed information that the new form of the ultraviolet virus is a sharp blade shape. Suddenly, his body trembled violently, and he was stunned because the mental shock was too powerful. He glanced toward the shadow standing on a tall branch and mocked, "I thought you would take the chance to run away. Or do you think you are strong enough to kill me?" Above, a zombie lord revealed himself. Tran Bok leaped upward and said, "Then you are gravely mistaken." He did not hesitate and swung his blade straight at its tentacle, then landed beside the fallen lord. "This boss is weaker than I expected." At that moment, a loud voice shouted, "Bokde." Tu Quinn rushed from afar and hugged him, saying, "Luckily, you killed the lord, so the next wave will fall into chaos and be easier to handle." Tong Ka also appeared and congratulated him. "You rogue." Luke Lai winked and praised him for being truly reliable. Lin and Gok softly called master. Whole group rushed forward, clinging to Tran Bok, making his body heat up. They had struck exactly at his preference and weakness. Yet the smile on his lips suddenly vanished when he sensed something unusual. An illusion suddenly appeared, but Tran Bok immediately regained clarity. "Do not disgrace yourself with such petty illusions." He turned to the Lord with a cold smile. "Your illusion cannot deceive me. It seems your mental power is still far inferior." The Lord opened its mouth and screamed in agony, its entire body trembling endlessly. Tran Bok said coldly, "Greetings, Lord Zombie." On the live stream, viewers discussed whether it was an illusion because they saw him slashing at empty air. Some suspected an invisible monster. Others compared it to strong teams in Ngak City. Some believed it was merely a trick. All kinds of conflicting opinions appeared. Everyone quickly switched to livestream room number 3. The battle is getting intense. At the city wall of the Jiang City Gathering Zone, Stage 2 Physical Evolution Zombie Rampaging Giant has appeared. System warning: prioritize eliminating those being thrown forward. C-Rank Talent Heavy Throw increases throwing efficiency and damage. C-Rank Talent Arc Arrow can redirect arrows. C-Rank Talent Invisible Drag increases air resistance in the area. Zombie corpses crashed heavily onto the ground. The ground shook violently, causing everyone to clutch their heads in panic. A shout rang out: Section 4 of the city wall has been broken, and they are continuing to throw zombies there. Tu Quinn hurled throwing blades and shouted, "Do not panic, hold your positions." Immediately after that, a barrage of death crystal attacks rained down continuously. The zombies howled miserably. She flicked her finger with irritation. A death crystal piercing spike shot straight through that zombie. After the situation stabilized, Tu Quinn reassured everyone that Bokde was about to finish the Lord. "Once this wave is over, victory will belong to us." The crowd shouted in encouragement. Some praised her strength. Some demanded to become her subordinates. Some were fascinated by the assassin queen. Others reminded them she belongs to Bokde and urged everyone to watch his side, where many high-level zombies were at the northeastern mountain. Many people wondered what kind of zombie that was, whether it was a mutated tyrant evolved in strength. Someone explained it was called the Watcher, named by Bokde. Others asked if anyone had encountered it before, and lively debates erupted. A loud explosion rang out, and smoke filled the air before Tran Bok. Some mocked that he waited for the Lord to call helpers before acting. Others said it was merely jealousy toward a talented man. Let me explain clearly. This is the heretical phosphor flame. It is on the same level as the Lord, and seems to be a mental mutation specialized in offense. Someone wondered why Bokdu ignored it. Others answered the Lord must be prioritized because illusions could interfere during chaos, and this is likely the final assistant. Some compared it with the mutated flesh mountain they had seen elsewhere, and recounted how an entire city was destroyed by it. The arguments continued endlessly. Bok bent forward, clenching his fist, and activated Hellfire Body. And you think that is enough to block my path? His strike slammed down, directly shaking the Lord. The Lord attempted to flee but was blocked. Viewers discussed that it had died, and the main battlefield had begun to fall into chaos due to the loss of command. Suddenly, from above, a gigantic hand descended. The tyrant appeared and slammed a crushing strike toward Bok. Dust rose as its massive body emerged, but what it grabbed was the zombie lord rather than him. Bok stepped firmly onto the trembling hand of the tyrant. His gaze turned icy. Who allowed you to steal my spoils? As soon as he spoke, he split the tyrant in half. Viewers wondered why he did not absorb the monster as before. Others explained the situation was different and could not be compared. The tyrant still struggled and unleashed a fierce sweeping strike, but Bok easily countered and cut it apart. Sneered, saying its strength had weakened thanks to the plague effect, then unleashed a fierce aura charging straight at the tyrant. A slash severed its hand, and he mocked, your resistance to phosphor flame is quite good, but now let me try it. After speaking, he delivered the final finishing punch. The tyrant was blasted away and the heretic was split in two. The battle ended. Tyrant Bone, Heretic Heart, and Spirit Lord Brain appeared. The harvest was excellent. Bok collected all the items thinking his luck was not bad. C-Rank Biochemical Catastrophe Blueprint requires Zombie Enhancer Claw, Flesh Mountain Tendon, Tyrant Bone, Heretic Heart, and Spirit Lord Brain. All were premium materials, even surpassing design standards, making him believe the item would be exceptional. System displayed Zombie Enhancer Claw E-Rank increases agility by 10 and strength by 8. Attacks grant recovery. Skill Ghost Claw active increases agility by 10% and attack speed by 20%. Requires agility above 25 and evolution level above 2. Viewers discussed the dropped materials and were curious about the attributes after combination. Some asked to see the stats, while others said it could not be disclosed. Many questioned whether C-Rank was worthy of such powerful monsters. Information displayed Biochemical Catastrophe Special Weapon Glove Type C-Rank adds 35 to all attributes. Some commented that his expression showed dissatisfaction because it was only C-Rank and believed that level did not match the difficulty. Spirit Lord Brain allows permanent control of 3 creatures with lower mental power. Tracker Bone increases agility and strength by 30% and attack speed by 50% for 50 minutes. Cooldown 3 hours. Flesh Mountain Tendon activates regeneration when defeating enemies, restoring special energy and physique. Each kill grants 1 basic attribute point, except mental power for 20 minutes. Heretical Phosphor Flame Heart creates a mental force field capable of both offense and defense to resist and suppress mental attacks. Equipment activated rare crafting effect unlocking catastrophe evolution. After killing 100,000 mutated targets and 100 advanced mutations, it will evolve into eternal spirit price growth form. Bok considered the remaining absorption value, wondering whether it could help the Black Light virus continue evolving. Notification Devour Stage 4 Tracker received 1,200 virus points. Devour Stage 4 Spirit Lord received 1,500 points. Devour Flesh Giant received 1,200 points, and Heretical Phosphor Flame received 1,300 points. Unlocked new abilities of the Black Light virus, including Heat Tracking, Virus Tracking, and Seismic Earthshatter Hammer form. Awakening progress reached 30%, and the advanced skill tree was open. In Bok's hand appeared the twisting virus flow of the new form. He opened the Awakening panel and the Black Light virus skill interface. The screen displayed awakening slots. Bok moved his hand across each attribute to examine them. He decided to first pour all evolution points into the Black Light virus. Bok clenched both fists. So it is finally complete. If this treasure truly evolves into the eternal spirit price growth form, then it will surely unlock a series of new abilities. Just thinking about it already makes him eager to test it. System displayed the skill mid-air dash, consuming stamina to glide through the air or change direction mid-air. Repeated use causes increasing exhaustion. In the control room of the Jiang City Villa District, Luke Lai was handling the array of screens reporting to Quinn a Bokdu has finished there and is returning to the city wall. I have transferred all the Will of the Universe cameras to the main battlefield. At the same time, inside the medical tent within the Jiang City wall, Tu Quinn was being treated and replied, understood Luke Lai, I know the situation. Tu Quinn pulled down her sleeve to cover the wound and said, Su Tam, you have worked too hard. Since the siege began, you have not rested at all. Once this wave ends, you must go rest. Sutam smiled and replied, I can still endure. Many people were injured earlier, so I could not abandon them. Tu Quinn stood up, reminding her to rest, because she is not the only one with healing talent. Moreover, Bokdu would not want her to exhaust herself, and there will be a private celebration banquet. If we lack your recovery ability, we sisters will suffer greatly. Sutam was stunned and asked a celebration. Tu Quinn leaned close and whispered, if the celebration after the defense lacks you, we will be miserable. Hearing that, she froze briefly. That moment, Lin and Gok hurried in reporting Tu Quinn. The current situation is not very favorable. She reported that after the Lord died, the command for total assault lost effect, so the distant zombies slowed down. But the enhanced zombies within 1 kilometer are still frantically attacking the settlement. The worst part is the advanced mutations once gathered by the Lord, now leaderless, but still clustering together, according to overall observation. 3 sections of the city wall have been destroyed. The most dangerous area is from Section 6 to Section 8 in the west, where the tank team cannot hold them back. At the observation point in the city, Tu Quinn called Thai Vai, asking about the situation. Thai Vai replied, the western Section 6, according to my calculation, can only hold for 3 more minutes. We urgently need reinforcements, because the flesh wall is being corroded faster than it can regenerate. Blood seeped from her eyes. The system displayed a ranked talent unobstructed sight, allowing vision without obstruction. All targets within sight can be marked and locked. The zoom skill consumes 6 spirit points to integrate all observation information. Lin and Gok said since the total assault began, Thai Vai has continuously used her ability to oversee the battlefield and assist with coordination, so her current condition is very poor. Corner of Tu Quinn's lips curved slightly when she remembered Tong Ka and the way she looked at the person beside her. After thinking, Tu Quinn decided to personally head to the main battlefield and ordered everyone to send Thai Vai to rest. The others immediately acknowledged. On the city wall, Tong Ka shouted, Lan Xuang Ha, bring people to support. Lan Xuang quickly stopped her. Do not come closer, their speed is too fast, you cannot help. Tong Ka still shouted, calling Lan Xuang. She turned back and shouted for everyone to charge. But Tran Bok spoke, reminding Lan Xuang, already told you not to interfere, why are you still causing chaos? Tong Ka froze and called Tran Bok. He ordered them to withdraw and announced, the Lord is dead, the rest leave to me. Tong Ka asked in shock, the Lord has truly been killed, Bok has returned. Tran Bok unleashed a powerful strike, causing Tong Ka to cheer victory is certain. He continued lashing out with a whip-like attack full of force. Tong Ka and the others shouted together, pour out all strength to kill the enemy. The Lord is dead, Bok has returned. The drifting virus tracking smoke and thermal sensing, Tran Bok calmly said, this battle we have already won. He killed an advanced enhanced zombie with a single blow. Tu Quinn also unleashed a death crystal spike to finish a target. Mong refused to fall behind and also struck down enemies. 4 days later, white dust and smoke covered the sky. Tran Bok looked over the battlefield, remarking the losses are heavier than expected. Tu Quinn sighed, saying the city wall is almost destroyed after 5 days of battle. Without you and Mong, we likely could not have held on. Ledoux smiled, saying, I think you all should be happy instead. He laughed lightly. Although the scene is miserable, the number of deaths is lower than I predicted. Congratulations to all of you for completing the mission excellently. Ledoux announced it is time to build the city-state. The trial after descent, the first city-state, has officially been completed. The Will of the Universe announced the S-Rank Golden City Founding Order investment mission completed and issued rewards. Tu Quinn asked, so the city has already been built? Tran Bok shook his head, of course not yet. He took her hand, saying, let us go to the place where the city founding order was placed. At the foot of Dongsun Mountain, people stirred in surprise at the strange object that had just appeared. The system announced the exclusive city heart. Only Evolver Tu Quinn or someone authorized by her can use it to build the city-state. The crowd was shocked when they learned the city heart belonged to Tong Tu Quinn. At that moment, Bokdu and Queen Tong appeared. Tran Bok asked, should we use it here? Tu Quinn replied, I already invited planning experts, and this location is optimal. She explained this place is surrounded by mountains with wide plains and convenient waterways for transportation. Tran Bok smiled, praising her thorough planning, then said, let us begin establishing the city-state. Tu Quinn suddenly turned and said, wait, I want to ask Ledoux something. She respectfully said, although this is your investment, I want Bok to become the city lord. Ledoux lowered his hat, saying, you do not need to ask me because the city heart already belongs to you. You only need to fulfill the promise to establish the Earth Star Merchant Guild in the center. Tu Quinn patted Tran Bok's back, saying, I have already authorized you. System reminded, you have received the right to use the city heart. Do you confirm? Tran Bok immediately chose confirm. Will of the Universe requested naming the city-state with serial number S001. Tran Bok thought briefly, then declared the city name Bakhta. The system announced naming successful and opened the city-state management panel. Notifications appeared continuously. S-Rank City Heart allows the city lord to gain an additional 20% experience and promotion rate within the city range. All attributes increase by 100% and can activate a 50% attribute reduction on enemies. Will of the Universe continued announcing the city lord has the highest authority with 80% attribute increase within the city. Simultaneously announcing Evolver Bach established city-state Bach to S00, one gaining 10 reputation points. Everyone cheered upon receiving free attribute points. Some regretted not killing enough enemies. Shouts of "Long live Bakhtu" and "Long live the Queen" echoed everywhere. The Will of the Universe reminded that the city defense mission has ended. Participants received full experience and 3 free attribute points according to contribution. Du clapped and laughed loudly. Tu Quinn curiously asked, "Do you have some good news?" He replied, "Bach becoming the city lord with supreme authority is exactly what I hoped for. This is a perfect deal because everyone achieved their goals." Ledoux smiled, saying, "This investment has ended beautifully, and I am very satisfied." He said he will continue his journey and reminded Bach to complete the remaining investment missions soon. Tran Bach asked, "Do you know how difficult it is?" Ledoux lowered his hat over his face and smiled confidently, saying, "I believe in you, young man." Tran Bach handed the blueprint to Tu Quinn, saying, "This is the golden reward I drew. You already made a preliminary plan, so arrange a suitable location." System displayed Stellar Supercomputing Core, HS, representing the highest cosmic technology, capable of designing mechanical blueprints used in trials with great development potential. If operated frequently, its capability will surpass imagination, leaving Tu Quinn stunned. Along with it is an A-Rank integrated automated production line capable of connecting to the supercomputing core to automatically complete the entire process once sufficient materials are supplied. Tran Bach said the vehicles and machinery produced from it will all be used in trials. With them, the settlement will make a powerful breakthrough. Tu Quinn worried that times have changed, and even with firearms it would be hard to reverse the situation. Tran Bach interrupted, saying, "Weapons from this production line carry special attributes, so we must abandon pre-apocalypse thinking and treat the city-state system as only the beginning." He said seriously, in the future, countless exclusive blueprints will appear, leaving her astonished. Example, the S-Rank Facility Biological Backup Center, allowing cloning to create a second life, or the S-Rank Anti-Gravity Foundation, enabling construction of cities in the sky. These are all designs only usable by S-Rank city-states. Hearing this, Tu Quinn became excited, believing their city-state would become the strongest in the future. At that moment, a loud voice called out, "Master." Mong stretched out her hands boastfully. This time, fighting monsters in the dream realm was incredibly fun. "I unlocked 3 new skills. Master, take a look." The system notified Mong shared the enhanced Dream Totem skill White Noise, which can emit a lullaby-like sound, causing targets to fall into dreams, along with enhanced Surging Drowsiness, greatly increasing hypnosis ability, and adding mental suggestion that loosens the opponent's will. Tran Bach nodded and praised the choice as very precise. Now the Dream Totem does not require staring to make others fall asleep. Combined with Surging Drowsiness, it can even be effective in real combat. Girl smiled brightly. "Master, you praise too much. Was this not the combination you suggested after looking at my skill tree?" Mong moved closer, saying, "Master, look at the 3rd skill. This is a new branch I chose myself." The system displayed Enhanced Dream Entry Dream Guest, allowing leaving or bringing others out of any dream totem currently active. Tran Bach was slightly surprised. "Is this not a teleportation ability?" The girl excitedly explained, "If I pull Hantiu into the dream realm, I can move to his side. I can even bring Master there without walking myself." Tran Bach analyzed that her skill selection was already very proficient, but other aspects still required training. Mong asked if Master had time to test its effectiveness. He agreed and told her to wait at the mountainside training field. The girl happily replied yes. Mong ran off immediately. Tran Bach turned to Tu Quinn, telling her to select several people with different mental power levels to test the practical combat effect of the new skills. She agreed and scheduled to gather at the training field. Tu Quinn hugged him, reminding him not to train too late, because tonight a celebration feast for the city lord had been prepared. Tran Bach smiled, saying, "Understood." She lowered her voice, adding, "Zio Ka also prepared a surprise gift for you." The scene shifted to Tong Tu Quinn's villa in Jiang City. She checked her outfit again and decided, "This one is perfect, I will choose this." She turned, asking the sisters, "You have confidence following me to make Tran Bach surrender tonight?" Everyone laughed, replying, "Of course we do, but do not faint early like last time." Tong Ka blushed, saying absolutely not because all the new attribute points were invested into physique. Tran Bok crossed his arms, asking Mong Mong why she was looking for him. Tu Quinn replied the girl asked if there were any dungeons recently to gain experience. He said tell her after the dungeon to come see him, because he had something to ask. Tu Quinn leaned on his shoulder, saying I already sent the message. She looked up, saying everyone wanted him to guide their combat techniques and skill choices. Tong Ka also confirmed. Tran Bok pinched Tong Ka's cheek, saying your C-rank talent tree is so simple, yet you still want guidance. She immediately replied she still wanted it. He laughed, telling the two to screenshot their skill trees and send them to him. Everyone became excited. Tran Bok rested his chin, analyzing S-rank purple star eye has 3 evolution directions. Tu Quinn asked what they were. He said the purple star path is useful, but as a queen she should prioritize enhancing the purple pupil and mental strengthening. He proposed the branches purple pupil sword heart, boundless depth and noble pupil which help see through opponents and combine with control. Tu Quinn pondered the ability to read minds and analyze attributes when the mental difference is large. He worried excessive use would cause mental exhaustion and disorientation, but the noble power was extremely tempting. Tran Bok turned to Thai Vi, asking about her rank skills. She shyly said there were only 2 branches. He said few does not matter, upgrade vision intimidation, and what I see so they resonate with teammates. In the future she would become an indispensable support. Thai Vi replied she would quickly unlock those 2 skills. Tran Bok encouraged that her foundation was already very strong. He turned to Luke Lai, saying her B-rank illusory image talent has a skill capable of creating miracles. She was surprised because she thought it had no damage. Tran Bok explained making illusion reality allows illusions to become real if the opponent believes them. For example, if they believe a nuclear missile is real, they will truly be blown apart. Therefore, the skill has no listed damage because anything could happen. Tu Quinn asked in astonishment how a B-rank talent could be so outrageous. Tran Bok replied because pure illusion is easily seen through, so success or failure depends on Luke Lai's technique. Turned to Su Tam, saying now it is the turn of your B-rank high-speed recovery. Tran Bok advised balancing the increase of stamina recovery, flesh recovery, and mental recovery because her skills first affect herself before assisting others. He praised the talent as simple yet practical and said few could surpass her in healing. Tong Ka hugged him, asking if it was finally her turn. Tran Bok looked at Lin Ngok, saying lastly is her B-rank focus concentration talent. Lin Ngok thanked Master. He analyzed that although it appears to only accelerate thinking speed, it is actually a divine skill in combat because it allows focusing entirely on the target while eliminating unnecessary information. So she should choose skills assisting judgment and train one-on-one combat. Lin Ngok lowered her head, saying she would repay the guidance with action. Someone teased that if she focused on him too much, she might not notice even being stabbed. Tran Bok shook his head, saying that would not do. Tapped Lin Ngok's forehead, reminding her to control the target and duration of concentration, or it would become a weakness. She nodded, promising to train. Tong Ka poked her head out, saying now it is my turn. She lay on the bed, supporting herself with her arms, showing her C-rank genius talent, increasing experience and proficiency. Tran Bok reminded her not to miss any skill, because once enough points accumulate, comprehension will be 10 times greater. The added learning speed and proficiency also increased tenfold. Tong Ka laughed, saying then her growth speed is 10 times that of ordinary people, and she could learn countless stances and combat techniques. He teased that although her strength may not surpass him, perhaps exquisite technique might conquer him. She blushed, scolding him as hateful. Tu Quinn concluded Bokdu had outlined the future direction for everyone. Lin Ngok encouraged them to work hard to live up to the name of Bokdu. Lan Xuang outside heard the lively voices and replied, we will definitely strive. She sighed, wishing Bokdu would also guide her a rank skill path. Shortly afterward, Han Tiu opened his eyes. At motto, he sat up, pulling aside the blanket, saying the old man's skill is truly powerful. She really brought the group leader here. Mong Mong messaged Master the teleport distance was too far and I feel dizzy. Tran Bok replied the mental consumption was huge, so she should rest quickly. Tiu asked how Bokdu City was. Tran Bok said everything had been arranged properly, and everyone was building and improving it. Then asked how many attribute points he received from the reward, since he killed many special zombies. Han Tiu trembled, saying he only received 1 point, because when eliminating screamer zombies in the dream realm an accident occurred. They screamed together, causing a powerful mental attack. I flew up, then fainted, fell down, and died. After that confession, the atmosphere fell silent. Tran Bok turned away, saying, do not tell anyone outside that you are from Group 1, because I cannot bear it. Han Tiu hurriedly begged him not to, because only the 2 of them knew, then promised to take him to the chemical plant to take a look. He laughed, saying he was joking, and told him to prepare to go. Han Tiu happily replied, great. At that moment, Tran Bok's hand flashed with light. Thought the plague mark of the SSS mission had been vibrating since arriving here. Perhaps the chemical plant Han Tiu mentioned was related to the zombie plague. Han Tiu pointed out the window, telling Bokta to fly in that direction. Tran Bok curled his lips, thinking Bokta City had just stabilized, and he must quickly resolve the SSS mission to see what reward it would give. He remembered he had not dared examine the mask in Jiang City, because he feared Ledoux might discover it, so he had hidden it. The system displayed S-Rank Demon Bloodline, essence a potion refined from demon blood with pure power and no usage requirement, making Tran Bok shocked because its value was immense. Han Tiu called ahead. That place with the green mist is right there. Tu quickly moved toward that direction. Tran Bok asked if he understood the factory. Han Tiu said he had researched it before the apocalypse. He praised him and prepared to begin. Han Tiu worried because the green mist and fungi gave a dangerous feeling. Tran Bok reassured him that staying within 10 meters would be safe, and he would also take him to the place where his father once worked to trigger the mission. Han Tiu put on a mask, saying understood Bokta. Tran Bok's hand glowed again. The system reported plague mark activated opening mission plague, cult a rank plague factory Kopamang requiring finding the source of mutation. Reward 10,000 experience and a rank bacteria cultivation skill. His eyes turned cold. It has finally arrived. Virus quickly began to merge into the body of ordinary people. Tran Bok thought to himself that once his level reached 10, his talent would also be enhanced. Although the system did not describe it clearly, his ability to manipulate viruses had obviously grown much stronger. Tran Bok quietly laughed to himself. Perfect. Every microorganism and virus within a 10-meter radius around him was now under absolute control. Han Tiu trembled and stammered. In such a terrifying place you can still enjoy yourself. Truly impressive. He asked softly, do you mean perverted? He quietly replied, yes. Suddenly Han Tiu pointed toward the sky where something was hovering. Bokta, look. There is a monster up there. Tran Bok's hand began to move strangely, then transformed into a sharp blade. He smiled slightly and asked, a mosquito. Before Han Tiu could react, Tran Bok had already leapt high into the air and rushed straight at the monster, launching a direct attack. After striking, Tran Bok landed lightly on the ground and said coldly, I hate mosquitoes. Han Tiu quickly shouted, Bokta, look over here. That disease-carrying mosquito is guarding near this mushroom. It might be dungeon material. Tran Bok warned, do not touch it. If you want to die quickly, just try smelling it a little. Your lungs will rot first. That would be less painful than starting from your hands. Han Tiu immediately stepped back in panic. Tran Bok lifted the mushroom and explained that it was a fusion of plague, virus, and bacteria. After saying that, he brought it straight to his mouth and took a bite, which shocked Han Tiu greatly. You are really eating it. Bok, to be careful. Tran Bok replied calmly, it is fine. These things cannot affect me. System notification. Absorbed lethal mushroom virus hybrid. Received 150 virus points. He leisurely finished the mushroom and even praised it as quite tasty. One bite of this virus was worth more than several elite zombies. The system continued displaying a notification. Absorbed lethal mushroom virus hybrid. Received 350 virus points. Tran Bok turned and walked away, saying, let us go. First, we will go to the workshop and resting area where your father once worked. Han Tiu nodded vaguely. Yes, Bokta. Scene shifts to Motto, the residential area for employees of the plague factory. Han Tiu pointed ahead and said, I already checked my father's work area but found nothing special. The mission clue may not be here. Tran Bok followed behind and replied, then come with me to investigate the source of the plague. But if I tell you to run, you must leave immediately. He agreed at once, understood. I will not hesitate and will absolutely not hinder you. Tran Bok pointed upward and said that place has the strongest concentration of virus and plague. Do you know where it is? Han Tiu replied, it is probably the wastewater treatment pool. All waste from the chemical factories is directed there. Han Tiu's face became tense. Inside there are 2 enormous pools of water that are extremely deep. I once approached it only once, and the air alone made my head spin. At this moment, poisonous mushrooms released a strange scent, attracting countless insects to gather around the wastewater treatment area of the plague factory in Motto. Han Tiu began to feel afraid. Tran Bok reminded him, Han Tiu, use your mental power to cover your body so the plague cannot invade when you stand too far from me. He immediately replied, yes. Suddenly a voice echoed, children of the plague, devotees who serve the virus. 10 men raised their hands together and shouted loudly, children of the cult. At the same moment, Tran Bok had already leapt upward. He directly launched a powerful strike at the leading man. Tran Bok widened his eyes in surprise. I cannot break his defense. The blade is already my strongest attacking form. Could it be that a difficulty boss has such terrifying defense? Kusumi knelt to the ground and smiled, saying toward the destined god of ours, we offer the most respectful ritual and sincere prayer. May our god ignite the sacred flame and grant the blessing of plague to the entire world. Han Tiu stammered, Bokdu, are they kneeling before you? Tran Bok replied in confusion, I am not sure either, maybe. That man placed his hand on his chest and said, of course, we are kneeling before you, the great god chosen by destiny. Fukusumi is willing to dedicate everything to you, whether life or soul. Tran Bok was slightly surprised. In the previous life, Fukusumi was a level 71 third transformation saint, while I only reached level 79 at most. Why would someone so powerful appear right at the beginning of the trial? However, when Mong took a master, the sense spirit was only rank D, yet despite such a huge gap, he could still know the name and rank of a saint. Believable. That man seemed completely unguarded against me. Tran Bok asked, so I am the god of destiny for you? Fukusumi answered, yes. The high priest sacrificed his life to predict your arrival for the cult. The one who carries the plague mark from the very beginning of the trial must be the god we have been waiting for. The corner of Tran Bok's mouth curved upward. In my previous life, I heard that every high-level talent had its own opportunity. Perhaps this is the special fortune of the virus sovereign. This sense of plague power even feels stronger than Han Tiu's demon bloodline in the storyline. Tran Bok asked then, what can you do for me? That man laughed excitedly. We paid a tremendous price to enter the trial early just for the chance to assist you. Fukusumi said softly, how fortunate it is to meet you so early. Each of our members can present one treasure of the plague cult corresponding to their strength. He continued kneeling and said, sorry, we cannot present all treasures at once to avoid being detected by the will of the universe. Tran Bok replied, it is fine. Fukusumi said, thank you for your understanding. Please tell us what kind of treasure you need. Tran Bok went straight to the point. Do you have a class change scroll? Hearing that, he looked slightly surprised. A class change scroll. He set his staff down and replied, of course we do. Fukusumi took out 2 class scrolls, S-Rank Plague Knight and S-Rank Insect Steed Knight. Light shimmered from the scrolls along with his smile. Besides that, there is also the cult's most precious treasure, the SS-Rank Child of Misfortune. And Tiu was shocked upon hearing that. SS-Rank. Tran Bok sighed and asked, do you have an SSS-Rank scroll? Fukusumi explained that SSS-Rank professions at the beginning almost do not exist. Many gods also started from rank S, even rank A or B, before advancing to SSS. Tran Bok said, I know, but what I need is an SSS-Rank class change scroll. Tears suddenly rolled down that man's cheeks. Do you only want an SSS-Rank scroll? Fukusumi spread his arms and shouted loudly, this is our future god. The Ozi cult finally has hope for revival. Tran Bok scratched his forehead and said, if you do not have it, I can look at other items. He hurriedly replied, no, we have a way to obtain an SSS-Rank scroll. Tran Bok felt slightly delighted. Really? Fukusumi said, yes, but success is not guaranteed. Moreover, you must obtain it personally. The method is to open a special secret realm leading to the greatest plague event in the history of Lam Tin. You must collect the seeds of plague recorded in history, then condense them into a class change scroll, and there is a chance to obtain an SSS scroll. Fukusumi picked up his staff again and said, if there is a chance, we must try. He raised the staff high and declared, I offer my life power and soul as a staircase for my god. Open the plague divine path. As soon as he finished speaking, he became fierce and roared open. Immediately, a surging aura burst forth. Staff in his hand slammed heavily into the ground. System notification. Do you wish to enter the personal secret dungeon? 80 million souls crying. Remaining time to enter the dungeon 2 minutes 56 seconds. Tran Bok laughed and said, how amusing. This is a personal dungeon, so I cannot bring you along. Han Tiu scratched his head awkwardly. Bok, do you mean a boss that powerful had to sacrifice everything just to open the dungeon? I would not dare enter anyway. Tran Bok looked upward and said, the gate opening time is limited. I will take you outside first. If you go alone, you will either be killed by insects or die from the plague. Scene shifts to Motto near the plague factory. Han Tiu stared blankly at the ruins before him. What just happened to me? The system displayed messages. Your Han Wangyu are in Motto and just parted from Bokda. Deep 2 asked how Bokdu is doing. Someone said help ask when Bokdu and Mong are free. I still have a dungeon not cleared. Your Han Wang said Sword Immortal can just go alone. Bokdu probably has no time to help. Ba Vuong teased, be careful or I will punch a few holes in your head. Han Wang hurriedly said, no please Ba Vuong, put away your spear. I'm telling the truth, a super powerful NPC even knelt and offered class change scrolls to Bokdu, yet Bokdu still disliked them. Someone asked how strong. Han Wang replied that NPC wore cloth robes and Bokdu kept attacking but could not break the defense. Truly powerful. Ba Vuong was shocked when hearing this. Someone asked what class change scrolls. Han Wang said 2 S-Rank scrolls and 1 SS-Rank scroll. Thai Zion was surprised, yet Bokdu was still not satisfied. Han Wang said Bokdu said if it is not SSS, then it is not needed. Han Wang continued saying afterward that NPC even sacrificed himself to Bokdu to open a dungeon to search for an SSS rank class change scroll. Deep 2 was shocked he even sacrificed himself. The successor of Fong Tram and Gu Lian said the gap between Bokdu and us may be even greater than the gap between us and ordinary evolved humans. Ba Vuong sighed. Every time I hear news about Bokta, my confidence disappears. Han Wang advised, do not compare with Bokta anymore, but treat Bokta as the standard. Being in the same chat group 1 with Bokta is already very cool. Deep 2 said that is true, but I want to become strong myself, not rely on Bokta. Tran Bok looked at the bracelet with a suddenly appearing countdown timer in confusion. Why is there a countdown? He hid it under his clothes, then raised his head to observe the surroundings. This place is. Tran Bok looked at the Roman-style stone gate in surprise. Could this secret realm be Florence? He glanced around, observing the surroundings. This is probably Florence in the Middle Ages, truly worthy of being the art capital of the world. But Tran Bok scratched his head while looking at the desolate scene. Why is there not a single person here? After observing for a while, he discovered someone curled up in a corner, coughing heavily. Tran Bok immediately became alert and said softly, "There is someone." When Tran Bok stepped closer, the man cried out in panic, "Do not come near me. Stranger, stay away. I am a filthy sinner punished by the gods. That is why I suffer from this disease." Tran Bok placed his hand on the man's forehead and drew out all the virus. "A pitiful man like you, do you wish to keep living?" System notification, absorbed Black Death virus. Virus points increased by 3. He looked at his hand and said softly, "So this is the Black Death." System display, contact with Black Death. Unlock Plague Faction mission. Hidden Dungeon Plague Living Seed 80 million souls crying. Mission introduction. In the history of Lam Tin, the Black Death caused at least 80 million deaths. The plague spread across this land. The Plague Faction has the duty and ability to reclaim those disease seeds. Mission objective, collect plague seeds. Mission reward. The collected disease seeds will be transformed into plague class change scrolls when the mission ends. Tran Bok frowned slightly. What are plague seeds? How are they collected? I must understand this first. At that moment, the girl from before pulled down her hood, suddenly awakened and realized she had recovered. Elena turned and made the sign of the cross, then smiled brightly. "Thank you, messenger of the gods. Thank you for dispelling my illness. I am willing to follow and serve you." Tran Bok lifted the plague doctor mask and smiled faintly. "Yes, I need followers and reputation. That will make gathering information far more convenient." He put on the mask and said, "No need to make the sign of the cross. I am not a messenger of the gods." The girl was stunned and asked then, "Which god's messenger are you?" Tran Bok stepped back several paces. "I am not a messenger." He spoke with full confidence. "I am the god of plague. Go tell everyone that I can eliminate their disease. Tell them to come find me at the Lord's Square." Elena immediately shouted loudly, "All who suffer from the plague, listen. The god of plague has descended and is at the Lord's Square." She waved her hands, calling out, "Come quickly. The god of plague will cure us." Behind her, someone was secretly watching. He ran through the streets, calling out, "Those suffering from the plague, come to the Lord's Square." The townspeople slowly peeked out to look. They were doubtful. "Everyone knows me. Look at me." Someone inside asked who is shouting outside. A woman replied that is poor Elena. Perhaps the sickness drove her mad. Outside, Elena kept shouting loudly, "I am Elena, daughter of the merchant Henry. My family donated all our wealth to the church but still died from the plague. Everyone look at me. I am completely cured." An old woman opened the door slightly and asked softly, "Child, are you truly healed?" Elena smiled and replied, "You have heard me talk for so long, and I have not coughed." Elena continued persuading them, "Everyone look. The god of plague cured me. No need to donate money. No need to cut blood or pray. Just go to the Lord's Square." Someone reached out and placed a hand on her forehead to check. The woman trembled and burst into tears. "It is true. No fever and no cough." She covered her face and sobbed, "Oh gods, are our children truly saved?" Scene shifts to Florence in medieval Europe at the Lord's Square. Tran Bok thought to himself, judging by the current situation in the city, this is probably the 14th century. At that time, treatment for the Black Death mainly relied on faith and bloodletting. In this century alone, about 25 million people in Europe died from the plague. Worldwide, more than 80 million. He raised his head and looked around. If the source of the plague is not here, must I travel across the whole world? Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Great God of plague." Elena knelt and said, "Forgive me for not knowing the proper ritual when meeting you. As you instructed, I tried to bring everyone here." Tran Bok turned and said, "Come closer. Do not fear, poor children." The people quickly carried their children forward. Tran Bok drew the virus out of their bodies. Streams of black air rose and were absorbed by him. Children who had been coughing violently now gradually calmed down. Tran Bok floated into the air, absorbing the virus. Everyone around watched in silence. Voices calling for parents sounded out. "Father, mother." The children embraced them. "Mother, do not cry. I do not feel sick anymore." The mother sobbed, saying, "I am not in pain anymore." The people exclaimed in amazement, "Wonderful, I feel much better. I no longer have fever or cough. My strength has returned. This truly is a miracle." Someone shouted, "This is the God of the Church of Light." Another immediately refuted, "Fool, do not insult the great God of plague." A man knelt and cried, "Great God, thank you for saving us from the plague. I will forever believe in you." Tran Bok said, everyone stand up. Your bodies may still feel a little uncomfortable because the disease caused damage. Go home and rest. After some time, you will recover. He urged them, leave quickly. Many children behind still need treatment. Tran Bok turned his back and said, your worship is not what I desire. What I want is for everyone to no longer suffer from the plague. Anim trembled and cried, oh God, you truly care about sinners like us. Alina raised her hand and shouted loudly, do not disturb the god of plague anymore. Those who are healed follow me away from Arnold Bridge and spread the mercy of the god throughout Florence. At that moment, heavy footsteps approached. The people's joy immediately turned into worry. Someone cried out, knights of the church have arrived. Shout rang out. Someone reported that a heretic claiming to be a god is spreading false doctrine here. Unrelated people step aside. The captain pointed directly at Tran Bok. You are the one claiming to be the god of plague. He drew his sword and rushed forward. The plague is punishment from the gods. There is no god of plague, foolish heretics. Corner of Tran Bok's lips curved slightly. The opportunity has arrived. The sword pierced through Tran Bok's body. To him, this was the chance to completely become a god in the eyes of everyone. The captain raised his hand and declared the heretic has been eliminated. Will you still refuse to repent your sins, kneel and confess? It is because you were bewitched by heresy that the plague punished you. A soldier suddenly stammered, Captain, he. Everyone stared in shock when they saw Tran Bok still standing unharmed. Alina picked up a stone and shouted furiously, bastards, you dare attack. Tran Bok stopped her. Stop, Alina, I am not injured. She looked up and said, I understand now. The great god of plague cannot be harmed by a sword, yet they dared attack you. Alina gritted her teeth in anger. You must punish these ignorant knights of the Church of Light. Her words made the captain and soldiers tremble in fear. Tran Bok said softly, no, Alina, they cannot harm me. I do not hate or punish them. Even if they stab me countless times today, I will still continue saving everyone from the plague. Crowd raised their hands and shouted together, this is the true God, the merciful God, great God of plague. We will follow you forever. The three knights stood stunned with wide eyes. Scene shifts to the grand cathedral of the Church of Light. Haken placed his hands on his waist and said in just 3 days that heretic has made more than 90% of the city's people become his followers. Today is Sunday, yet only 7 people came to church. Bishop Ron, that day you stopped me from killing him. Now our people have all gone there. Only 5 knights remain. John calmly said, I still maintain my view, Archbishop Haken. You have also seen what happened over the past 3 days. Continued, he appeared too suddenly and possesses the ability to dispel the plague. In just 3 days, he traveled across the city, curing everyone. John added he even taught his followers how to prevent and control the plague, guiding them to care for those who recovered but whose bodies remain weak. John frowned, although what he says is difficult to understand with new terms like microorganisms, hygiene, or bacteria. He never forces followers to offer sacrifices or tributes. John continued, he also said a merciful God would not let good people fight over belief. If we had killed him that day, then in the eyes of the people who is God and who is demon would already be obvious. Haken sneered, hearing you speak makes you sound like a follower of the plague cult, Ron. He gritted his teeth. Are you not worried about the Church of Light? John replied directly, our master is the supreme true God, so he does not need our concern. The one who should worry is ourselves. I have already sent a letter reporting everything to the Pope. Tran Bok raised his hand and looked at the floating virus specks. These are the plague living seeds. The noble's room in Florence. He thought the virus throughout the city has been drawn out by me, so they condensed into 8 living seeds. Knowing how to create plague living seeds is good news, but the entire Florence only reaching such small progress is bad news. System notification, plague living seed, Black Death progress 0.001. Obtained ability, plague pillar. Can erect a plague pillar for people to pray and channel virus into it, and when the plague erupts it will transform into plague living seeds. Tran Bok fell into thought. It seems I must travel across the world to complete this condensation. Suddenly Alina entered, interrupting his thoughts. My lord, your most loyal followers are waiting. He nodded. Good, I understand. Tran Bok slowly walked outside. Everyone looked at him with reverence. All knelt together and performed a salute. All things decay. All beings are eternal. Tran Bok smiled faintly. The plague in Florence has been eradicated. I must continue traveling to other lands. Before leaving, I will leave something for everyone. He raised his hand toward the stream of viruses and erected the plague pillar. This is the pillar of plague. Anyone who prays and receives the ritual before this pillar can cleanse the disease within their body. The people shouted with emotion, thanking the great God for granting us this divine miracle. Tran Bok reminded them, do not rely on it too much. After I take this plague away from this world, the pillar will also lose its power. You must remember the knowledge I taught about the origin, prevention, treatment, and research of disease. Corner of his lips curved slightly. Do not be afraid. My people can still coexist with this world. If used properly, they can also assist humanity. And most importantly, never forget the doctrine of the plague cult. Elena said seriously, we will certainly remember your teachings and the doctrine of the plague cult. We will build a church here and spread your teachings everywhere. Tran Bok rubbed her head and said, thank you. I will rely on you from now on. He smiled gently, hoping everyone will no longer suffer from plague. Farewell, my children. The chant still echoed everywhere. All things decay, all beings are eternal. Turned his head to look back and softly repeated, all things decay, all beings are eternal. Tran Bok sighed that even after going far, he could still hear the citizens chanting the doctrine together. The unity of people of this era toward faith truly exceeded imagination. His gaze gradually turned cold, but this was exactly what he wanted. It would make collecting plague-living seeds much easier. He calculated that the fame of a god would make people come to him willingly. This would greatly reduce the effort required to collect plague-living seeds. Without the title of a god, it might take at least 10 years to complete the condensation. Now everything was far more favorable. Tran Bok decided, then I will use the identity of a god to complete this dungeon. A few days later at St. Pietro Cathedral in the Vatican, a man knelt and said, Your Holiness, may the Lord bless you. The Pope sat on his chair and spoke in a deep voice, the Eastern Crusade failed, which has greatly disappointed the Lord. Demons seized the opportunity to release plague upon the world. And now a heretic appears using the plague to steal followers from the Church of Light. The man asked in confusion, Do you mean the one who claims to be the god of plague can eliminate disease? This was Sauron, the captain of the Holy Knights. He added, those weak believers truly have no sense to believe such deception. Pope stood up leaning on the table and said, No. He has traveled from Florence to here and truly extinguished the plague along the way. Sauron asked in shock, can he truly cure disease? The Pope shook his head, no, Sauron. Precisely because he can remove the plague, he must be a demon. Demons spread the plague and then reclaim it to pretend it is a miracle to deceive the followers of the church. He shouted angrily that cunning demon dares use such tricks. The Pope continued that heretic has arrived in the Vatican. I have already lured him to the square and gathered the people there. The old man pointed and ordered Sauron take the spear of Longinus. Before everyone kill that demon and proclaim the glory of the Lord for the faith of the church and to cleanse evil from the world. Sauron placed his hand on his chest, saying, May the Lord bless me to destroy the demon and reveal the truth to the world. He shifts to the largest square of the Vatican. A young boy said excitedly, Please wait a moment, I will tell everyone you have arrived. Everyone has heard your legend and hopes to see you. Tran Bok smiled and thanked the boy. Go quickly, I will wait here. Tran Bok crossed his arms and smiled coldly. After leaving Florence, many cities closed their gates or spread rumors that I am a demon. Yet here someone healthy came to welcome me. He laughed softly, what a filthy performance. Before him stood the statue, symbolizing the Church of Light. Tran Bok thought it seems they finally could not endure anymore, and decided to deal with me at their headquarters. He raised his head and looked upward, but this is also a chance to resolve this troublesome church. What I have been waiting for has finally arrived. Come then, let me see what tricks you plan. A man shouted loudly, Come here quickly. The Holy See will judge the heretic who cures the plague. That man pointed toward Tran Bok and said, Can he truly cure the plague? Surely it is fake. Otherwise, why would the Holy See condemn him? Pope declared that demon, The Lord has delivered judgment that you must be destroyed. Sauron added, With the spear of Longinus here you cannot escape, demon. Tran Bok observed their attire and recognized the Pope and the knights. Well prepared, even the stage is set. He spoke loudly, Servants of the glorious Lord, I came to the mortal world to eradicate plague. How dare you borrow the name of the Lord to slander me as a demon? The Pope pointed and said, All of it is lies. The Lord has clearly told me you are a demon from the abyss sent to shake the faith of humanity. His eyes turned sinister. You released the plague first, then pretended to cure it to tempt the ignorant into abandoning faith in the Lord. The crowd began murmuring, Can he truly cure the plague? I saw it with my own eyes when I went to Florence. A woman cried then, Why does the Holy See not let him cure my son before judging him? Pope realized the fear of plague had shaken the faith of the people. He continued speaking, If you truly can cure disease, then the Lord may spare your life. But your crime is using dark magic to bewitch them. His brows furrowed angrily and said their souls after death will fall into hell. The crowd was immediately influenced. So that is the truth? He truly is a cruel demon. Shouts erupted, Kill him, execute him. Sauron rushed forward with the spear amid the crowd's shouting, Die, demon. Tran Bok only raised one finger to stop the sharp spear tip, causing Sauron to tremble in shock. He said calmly, Stop. This spear once made a mistake by harming the Son of the Lord. Now it does not wish to repeat that mistake. Do not force it. Sauron stood stunned. How can this be possible? Tranbach said, since Florence, I have always wondered why the Holy See repeatedly obstructed me from eliminating the plague. The corner of his mouth showed disdain. But when I saw you demon wearing the Pope's crown, I understood. The Pope laughed loudly. I am a demon. What nonsense are you saying? The crowd burst into laughter. How could the Pope be a demon? Tranbach clenched his fist and rushed forward. Whether it is true or not, everyone will soon know. He threw a punch straight at the old man's neck. The guards shouted in panic, the Pope. He killed the Pope. Quickly save him. Sauron swung the spear again and rushed forward. Damn it, I was distracted by your words. You truly are a demon. Tranbach smiled. Show yourself. The one who seized the throne of the Pope. Sauron was stunned. Suddenly the Pope transformed, horns grew on his head and his teeth became sharp. The people cried out in horror, those are demon horns. What happened to the Pope? Pope snarled with hatred, I must kill you. Tranbach secretly laughed just as expected. My imagination filter is too terrifying for people of this era. If used wrongly, they would believe every accusation from the Pope. He remembered that arguing with the Pope was useless. Even killing him with virus might not make people believe. Fortunately, I had the rank demon bloodline essence obtained when receiving Mangma. He thought briefly, then used the memory filter to inject the bloodline essence into the Pope's body and crushed it, at the same time injecting zombie virus as insurance. System notification item used, a plus demon bloodline essence. No matter which effect manifested, the Pope would be suspected by believers and regarded as a monster. At that moment, he opened his mouth and spat out a fireball. The crowd panicked and shouted, Demon Run. Tranbach rushed forward to block the attack. Demon fire burst from the bloodline essence. The outcome was already decided. The conditions for using a rank demon bloodline are extremely harsh. Sauron was shocked. The Pope truly is a demon. Tranbach judged that his body would soon collapse because it could not withstand the bloodline power. Tranbach spread his arms and declared, the demon of hell seized the Pope, twisting doctrine and harming believers. You still dared block me from curing humanity. Your crimes cannot be forgiven. He pointed directly at the old man. Today, I will deliver divine punishment upon you. Tranbach delivered the finishing strike and declared, die. The crowd shouted in astonishment. He killed the demon. Sauron knelt before him and said, I am the commander of the Knights of the Citadel of Light. I repent for being blinded by demons and obstructing you. I am willing to accept any punishment. Tranbach helped him up and said, I respect your courage and faith. But remember, the Lord does not punish humanity. The Lord does not care about that. I came to this world for only one purpose, to take away the plague. Sauron said joyfully, I understand. Great and merciful God of plague, I will immediately bring all the sick in the city to meet you. Since the Vatican eliminated that demon, the Holy See weakened rapidly while the plague cult spread widely. There were no more obstacles for his journey across Europe. The name of the god of plague spread everywhere. Cities with plague waited for him. Yet the condensation of plague living seeds was not finished. He had to continue traveling across Africa, Asia, and Oceania, meeting countless races, religions, and dynasties. Tranbach smiled faintly. 1 year, 5 months, and 12 days have passed. Finally, everything is complete. Tranbach guessed that the next step only required eliminating the plague source at its root to finish. This dungeon had no powerful enemies, but was extremely difficult to handle. Tranbach looked into the distance. If I had known it would take so long to complete, I would never have entered this dungeon. 1.5 years before the apocalypse is extremely precious time. The system asked whether he wished to retrieve all plague living seeds from the plague. Tranbach replied yes. Scene shifts to the courtyard where the plague pillar stands in medieval Florence. A woman knelt and prayed, Great God of plague, may your journey be smooth, and may your plans soon be completed. Suddenly Elena paused and widened her eyes. The man beside her asked what happened. High Priest Elena, why is the pillar of the god? She replied, the god has completed his journey and is preparing to return to the divine kingdom. Elena urged everyone recite again the doctrine the god taught us, so he knows we still remember it in our hearts. The captain replied, understood, High Priest. Elena was so moved that tears fell. We call ourselves the plague cult not because we worship disaster or destruction. The man continued, not because we praise decay or death. That moment on the streets of medieval Florence, everyone prayed together. It is because we hope the mortal world will be peaceful and beautiful, and everyone will live healthy and happy. A rising aura enveloped the plague pillar. People discussed that is why we must understand disease, so it will never harm us again. Elena said, therefore, we hope to control the plague and turn it into a tool to destroy evil. In the past, when we were ignorant and blinded, we slaughtered each other. Now that we understand the plague, we no longer harm one another. In the future, when we can control it, we will stand side by side. In the end, the plague will become a weapon of humanity. Everyone regards this as a ritual of battle to protect living beings. It will make demons who cause chaos in the mortal world tremble in fear. It will make bloodthirsty devils feel awe. It will cause all enemies of living beings to be destroyed. All things in the world will eventually decay and rot, yet countless living beings will advance shoulder to shoulder forever without extinction. Tran Bok reflected silently. All things decay, all beings are eternal. I heard it. That is their prayer. May the light of my master forever shine upon the world. He slowly opened his eyes. So this is their sincere prayer. System notification mission completed, preparing to leave the dungeon. Scene returns to the plague factory in Mada. The mission reward began to materialize. A scroll appeared before him. System notification class change, scroll birth death calamity SSS-Rank. All things are born bringing countless possibilities. All things interact creating endless transformations. All things struggle bringing boundless calamity. All things perish giving rise to new life. Do not fear because you are part of birth death calamity. Usage requirement possess virus sovereign SSS talent. Tran Bok thought I still do not know its specific abilities. Should I change class now? But the original mission required seeing 2 scrolls, not 2 SSS professions. He walked while thinking deeply. Now that there is one SSS class change scroll, I must prepare to find the second. According to my memory, another SSS scroll exists in the abyss. The system suddenly notified that the plague factory mission had failed. This shocked Tran Bok. Why did it fail? I already found the source of the plague in the factory. He shook his head. When I met Fukusumi, the system never reported the mission as completed. Perhaps the plague source had changed because of his existence. When he sacrificed himself and died, that source vanished, so the mission failed. His gaze moved toward the mushrooms. Perhaps it was them. Tran Bok wondered how Bokta City was now and how everyone in the group was doing. A message appeared. Tran Bok asked Tong Tu Quinn how is the situation in Bokta City and what level of strength everyone has reached. She replied, construction has begun, and the supercomputer center and production lines have also chosen their locations. Everyone has been striving toward their goals these past days, but it has only been 4.5 days, so strength has not changed much. Tran Bok widened his eyes. 4.5 days. Clearly, I spent more than a year and a half inside the dungeon. He looked at the necklace. It must be related to the time watch when it bonded with me. It merged with my body and appears or disappears according to my thoughts. But inside the dungeon, it appeared on its own. The only thing that could turn 1 year into 1 day is this. A group message appeared. Han Wang said, I just received a notification that my plague factory mission and Bokta's mission failed. Deep 2 asked where Bokta is. Thai Zion asked whether he obtained the SSS scroll. Ba Vuong asked the important question whether Bokta is still alive. Lu Ho said, everyone do not worry, it might just be a mission failure. Tran Bok smiled faintly. So Han Tiu also received the mission, but it must be different from mine. After all, I possess the plague mark. He opened the messages from the past days. Everyone said the plague factory mission failed. Deep 2 asked whether Lord Bokta was sad and said she could offer a hug. Lu Ho joked that there were many other ways to comfort him. Kan Kwa said, come fight then. Thai Zion reassured the group leader is still the strongest. Ba Vuong said a real man does not fear failure, only regrets missing the SSS profession. Han Wang said the dungeon was opened by a level 70 boss, so failure is normal. Information appeared SSS class change scroll birth death calamity with the description, all things are born, all things struggle, all things perish. Requirement virus sovereign SSS. Tran Bok said the dungeon did not fail. The mission objective vanished because the key NPC sacrificed himself to open the dungeon. Deep 2 and Lu Ho asked in shock, is that really a human voice? Thai Zion congratulated him. Ba Vuong shouted SSS profession. Han Tiu asked whether they should upgrade the chat group into an alliance. Everyone began discussing this function. Tran Bok said, I have thought about this for a long time, but did not know whether everyone would agree. An alliance is an organization where when one person grows stronger, everyone benefits. Tran Bok opened a vote to upgrade the chat group into an alliance. If more than 2/3 agree, it will proceed. Han Wang said understood and asked whether Bokta needed to rest at his place. Tran Bok replied, no need for your bed. Give me a villa in Mado to rest temporarily. Han Wang agreed. Scene shifts to a luxury villa district in Mado. Tran Bok commented that the place Han Tiu recommended was quite spacious. Looked around. Thermal tracking and virus tracking detected no living creatures, so it seemed safe. In the villa basement, Ngan Tayat trembled and said, sister, someone came in, I am scared. Ngan Kai reassured her, do not be afraid, I will deal with him. The girl quickly stopped her, do not kill him, just drive him away. Tran Bok lay with his legs crossed on the bed and said, it really is much more comfortable. I only need to release a few guard viruses to rest. Let me try the traditional medicine pillow brought from the dungeon. Tran Bok was slightly surprised. System display ancient long nation medicinal pillow D-rank. A daily item that calms the mind and spirit. Long-term use improves sleep and provides slight resistance to mental intrusion. He sat up suddenly. How did it become an item? In the dungeon, it was just a normal medicinal pillow. Tran Bok felt confused and did not understand what had happened to his inventory. Item information continued appearing: Long Hoa Celadon Vase C-Rank, a city item used for museum display that increases building efficiency. Living Buddha Relic D, rank rare material formed from the body of a high monk after refinement. Carrying it increases luck by 1 and evil resistance by 5. Terabit Gold Coin D, rank city item that increases building income. Ring of Horus C, rank equipment, increasing recovery by 5%, and able to create a shield that absorbs moonlight. Tran Bok was astonished. Could it be that more than half of the items taken from the dungeon turned into items? I have never heard of this. He suddenly remembered he also carried the Spear of Longinus. In the previous life, the weapon of a powerful emperor also named Longinus SS-Rank, so I paid attention to it. Took out the spear. Sauron had gifted it before leaving the Vatican after seeing that I liked it. Tran Bok wondered whether it had also turned into an item. System display. Longinus Spear special weapon increasing all attributes by 3, repels darkness, and deals 200% additional damage to fallen and corrupted creatures. Killing evil creatures gradually awakens its power. More than 10 kills remain to activate the first stage. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the spear. Items like Longinus originally existed on Lam Tin, but when the will of the universe descended, they transformed into items with unique attributes. Tran Bok wondered. Although the reason is unclear, the only Longinus currently rests in my hands. Without it, could that man still become a powerful Emperor Luke Ka? Suddenly his hand felt a sharp pain as if thousands of ants were biting. Why does my hand hurt? Tran Bok opened his palm and saw redness. Perhaps Longinus is rejecting me. He thought perhaps it considers me a corrupted or fallen creature. Tran Bok concluded this weapon cannot be used. It already burns my hand at F rank. If it reached S rank, I might melt. Truly a weapon that counters me. He threw it into his inventory to gather dust. Suddenly, the bedroom door opened by itself. This made Tran Bok slightly suspicious. Clearly, I had already locked it. At that moment, a sharp knife suddenly flew toward him. He immediately raised his hand and caught the blade between 2 fingers. Tran Bok's eyes turned cold. Virus tracking and thermal sensors detected no target. Then it could only be a creature using mental power to control the knife. Such object control proves its level is not high. He flicked his hand and slammed the knife onto the ground. If he used burning body fire gaze, he could destroy it instantly, but the room would also be ruined. Tran Bok held the knife and thought, what a nuisance. Even with nearly 300 spirit points, I only have one skill that damages spirit bodies. He opened the system interface to see whether there was a more effective skill. The black light virus is not strong against spirit, so perhaps I should try developing a mental virus. Tran Bok slowly stood up. Without a pathogen, the skill tree cannot be unlocked. Then I must see which virus in my possession can evolve into a mental ability. He quickly discovered it, found it. My current points are enough to upgrade. System notification enhancement successful. Living killing virus evolved into ancestor virus. Ancestor virus evolved into T-virus. T-virus evolved into T-virus mental reinforcement type. Tran Bok looked at the knife lying on the floor. His voice turned cold. Why stop attacking? Did you run away? Let me see what spirit body you are. The system displayed special skill of T-virus mental type unlocked. Telepathy mastery, telepathy perception. The auxiliary skill telepathic vision also activated. Immediately, Tran Bok entered a focus state using telepathy. At that moment, Ngan Tiat hugged Ngan Kai tightly, saying, "Sister, do not do this, let us leave." But the other girl shouted, "I will kill him. That bastard barged into our house." Tran Bok thought this spirit body is so complete and possesses considerable intelligence. It should not be low level, but why use only a kitchen knife to attack? He looked at them indifferently. Now I can lock both of them with telekinesis. Let me try activating mental perception. Ngan Kai was determined to kill the intruder to protect her sister. System display: Ngan Kai Evolver Dual Spirit Talent Evil Spirit Rank 5 Level 2 Spirit 15 Abilities Object Control and Evil Thought Invasion. Ngan Tiat tried persuading her sister to calm down because he had no intention of harming them. The information continued: Ngan Tiat Evolver Dual Spirit Talent Good Spirit Rank 5 Level 2 Spirit 15 Abilities Object Control and Benevolent Thought Soothing. Tran Bok crossed his arms thinking, these two are evolvers. Such a special talent form I have rarely encountered. Ngan Kai swung the knife and rushed forward. Tran Bok used telekinesis to hold her hand firmly and said, Ngan Kai, right, calm down. I do not intend to harm you. You should also sense the gap between us. My spirit power is 20 times stronger than yours. This is the last chance. If you keep causing trouble, I will kill both of you. Ngan Kai growled angrily, while Ngan Tiat hurriedly begged, please, do not hurt my sister and me. Tran Bok said, I will not harm you, but you must listen to me. Ngan Kai shouted, you perverted bastard. If you want something, target me, not my sister. Tran Bok laughed lightly. I am perverted. Perhaps you are the one thinking about that. Ngan Kai angrily tried to attack, but he commanded, stand still. I only want to ask a few questions. Do you know what happened to this world? Do you know how to use the Evolver mask? Ngan Tayet answered, we know what happened, and we know how to use the Evolver mask. We often read the forum too. Ngan Kai said bitterly, of course we know many people died. Those vermin deserve to die. Tran Bok asked then, why are you only level 2? Why not go outside hunting monsters to gain experience? Ngan Tayet spoke softly, because I stopped my sister. She hesitated and said they used to be human, right? I cannot bring myself to attack them. After all, they have not harmed us. Tran Bok spoke coldly, foolish. Sooner or later, something strong enough will kill you. What can level 2 do then? Your talents are dangerous because their power is tied to emotions. He warned sternly, do not let emotions control your power, otherwise you will become foolish or weak madmen. Tran Bok began guiding. Close your eyes, feel the power within and learn to control it. Then use reason to decide your actions. A surge of energy erupted, causing Ngan Tayet to cry out, I should help others and become a good person. Ngan Kai shouted, I will kill anyone who dares bully my sister. Tran Bok watched them trembling and remarked, your reason has been severely invaded by emotion. Said seriously, if not trained properly, you will soon become low-level spirit bodies, acting only on instinct. Tran Bok thought, if I want to train spirit bodies influenced by emotion, I must first reduce the influence of their energy. He extended his hand, trying telepathy to tease them slightly while training his control. First, use full suppression. The two girls were instantly pressed to the ground, screaming, what do you want? Tran Bok smiled faintly, exactly. Use all your strength to resist until your energy is exhausted. In his mind, he thought, I can train shaping ability and telepathic control. In my previous life, I was not specialized in mental abilities, so this power is quite weak. Seeing the two girls trembling violently, Tran Bok withdrew his hand. Controlling two spirit bodies at once can grasp the overall, but the details remain inaccurate. The two girls seemed frozen, unable to move. Tran Bok observed and said, not resisting anymore. There is still energy in your bodies. Did your reason recover so you think I will not harm you? He stepped forward and said, it seems you still do not understand the situation. If you cannot control emotional energy, sooner or later you will become mindless monsters. In that case, it is better I kill you now. Immediately, the two girls trembled in terror. Panic cries echoed through the room. Two girls curled under the blanket. Tran Bok sat beside them and asked, if you see a monster attacking a human, what would you do? Ngan Tayet said, I would save that person and kill the monster if possible. Ngan Kai nodded, saying the monster must be eliminated first. Tran Bok nodded, very good. It seems both of you have regained reason. Though good and evil differ, neither of you is extreme anymore. Ngan Tayet thanked him, big brother. Ngan Kai snorted coldly, sooner or later I will repay everything you did. Tran Bok stood up, explaining, before you did not know how to control energy, but with your current talents you can still absorb it. Now start again from the beginning. I will teach a basic technique. He raised his hand, saying, try releasing the accumulated energy outward and shape it like a piece of clothing. The words left the two girls stunned. They looked at the equipment on their bodies. Tran Bok turned away, saying, the energy kept in your body must match your own capacity. When you fully master it, I will take you to level up. Scene shifts to Madu Dungeon, Hong Tin Mental Hospital. Ngan Tayet punched forward, using good spirit broken heart deliverance. Ngan Kai also launched evil spirit malice melody. The two coordinated yin evil malice lifting flock benevolent thought convergence. System notification, mini boss head nurse eliminated. Ngan Tayet grabbed Tran Bok's hand, asking, big brother, how did we do? Tran Bok reminded, do not secretly insert evil thoughts into my body. It will not work. Ngan Kai curled her lips, saying, maybe, because you are darker than anything else, so evil thoughts have no effect. At that moment, the system displayed a message from Ma. Message clearly showed by Master the Sword Immortal wants to ask us for help clearing a nightmare secret dungeon. I am really not the Sword Immortal. If Master Bai has time, please help. Deep 2 said there is one more slot in the team. Can my sister join? The dungeon Shu Mountain Path Nightmare rank requires Evolver number 98 as leader, and a team of at most 4 people, level not exceeding 10. Tran Bok chuckled softly. So they were rushing because their levels were restricted. He suddenly thought that in his previous life he had never heard of a sword immortal, perhaps because back then that man could not find trustworthy teammates and finally died inside this dungeon. A series of messages appeared. Bok, you arrived just in time. I have not changed class yet, so my level is locked at 10. How about we form a team together? Overlord still has one last slot, right? We split points fairly. Lu Hoi is coming, not joking. Sword Immortal fellow Taoist already announced it on the channel. This time I will go with you. Sorry, everyone. Why did your Han Vuong secretly do that? Old Taoist, did you sell the chrysanthemum to the Sword Immortal already? Whatever Overlord pays, I will pay double. Chrysanthemum is beyond discussion. Deep 2, this is unfair. I am not a sword immortal, everyone please do not be angry. This dungeon is related to our nation traditional cultivation, so I decided to bring someone who took a photo with Chan-Hu. Next time if there is another dungeon, I will definitely prioritize everyone. He spoke to conclude. All right, we stop here today. Everyone go home and rest. Nguyen Kai asked in surprise. We are not fighting anymore. I still have strength to keep killing. Fran Bok calmly said, forget it. The monsters ahead are not something you can deal with. The boss there attacks with mental force. If you advance now, it is no different from offering your own life. She snorted once, while Ngan Tayat happily replied, we will listen to you completely, big brother. At this moment inside the dungeon, the Shu Mountain range appeared. Beneath the mountain stood a small straw hut. Mong Mong saw him appear and happily called out, Master. She introduced, Master, this is Chan-Hu Bat-Hu. That man immediately said, Senior Bok, just call me Chan-Hu. Suddenly another person stepped out from behind Chan-Hu. Tu-Tuan patted his shoulder and laughed. Big brother Bok, I finally meet you. My name is So Tu-Tuan. Actually, I am not any sword immortal. Fran Bok waved in greeting, hello to both of you. Chan-Hu Tu-Tuan. He asked in surprise, Tu-Tuan, why are you carrying so many swords? Could it be that you have a weapon talent? Tu-Tuan nodded and said, that is right, everyone look. The system shows that a sword immortal using a sword can activate sword chi. The power of the sword chi depends on personal mental force. Besides that, we can create our own sword techniques. Every time a new move is created, all attributes increase permanently. The increase depends on the rank of the sword technique. Fran Bok praised lightly. This talent is indeed not bad. Tu-Tuan smiled awkwardly. It is just average. Big brother Bok praises too much. He looked at everyone and said, since we have enough people, then let us depart. The group entered the dungeon. On the mountain path within the Shu Mountains, Tu-Tuan spoke. Everyone should have received the quest already. We only need to climb from here to the summit to complete the Shu Mountain path. Mong Mong said, if the mission description is this simple, then this path definitely will not be easy. Tran Bok smiled. I am actually looking forward to the surprises on this climb. Let us go. The group moved forward in a line. Chan-Hu suddenly said, there is fog now. He immediately warned, everyone be careful, watch your footing and surroundings. This is probably the first challenge. Suddenly a man voice echoed from above. The mountain road is hard to walk. The mountain road is hard to walk. Tran Bok immediately rushed forward. Greetings, old sir. But his steps suddenly halted. Tran Bok thought in shock. I already used full speed, yet I still cannot get closer to him. Could this be? Spread his arms and released a strand of aura. The stream of aura wrapped toward that man. He kept repeating, the mountain road is hard to walk. The mountain road is hard to walk. Heaven, earth, and the 5 elements are all difficult to pass. Only a moment he returned to normal and walked away. Tran Bok said, indeed an illusion. Tu-Tuan asked, Master, what was wrong with that old man? He replied, perhaps a guiding illusion. Everyone should remember the lines he sang. Tu-Tuan laughed and pointed, heard it clearly. He said, heaven, earth, and the 5 elements are hard to cross. The song is slow, so it is easy to remember. Chan-Hu rested his chin and thought, this fog can be considered water within the 5 elements. Perhaps climbing the mountain with limited visibility is the first challenge. He continued, water rises, fog spreads. Flowers appear within the mist, people struggle to return. Tran Bok thought something was wrong, this place is dangerous. The system notified biochemical catastrophe gloves equipped. Tran Bok's eyes immediately became vigilant. Suddenly a force completely unexpected struck. Something shot toward him at extreme speed. He immediately raised his shield to block. This sword force is terrifying. With my physique plus the shield defense, it still pierced through. Sword was pulled back immediately afterward. The shield disappeared. Mong Mong asked worriedly, Master, are you injured? Tu-Tuan looked around and shouted, everyone be careful, my sensing ability cannot detect the sword intent. Chan-Hu turned and said, Taoist, so activate the talisman I gave you. Even my mental force cannot locate it. He raised the talisman in his hand, and the protective layer expanded immediately. Golden Light Guard Talisman. Chan-Hu shouted loudly, it is coming from the true east, thunder summoning art. Immediately a sword shot over and stabbed straight into the barrier right above Tran Bok's head. He looked at the sword and remarked, truly a fine sword. Chan-Hu shouted, Bok, to be careful, my golden light barrier cannot hold any longer. Barrier shattered. Tran Bok grabbed the sword and said, it is fine, I have already subdued it. Mong Mong immediately praised, Master, you are amazing. Chan-Hu stood stunned, since when did you subdue it? Tu-Tuan was also shocked. This flying sword seems to have consciousness, yet it did not resist at all. Tran Bok smiled lightly and said, let me show everyone its power. The system displayed 5 elements: sword, spirit, thigh, bitch, do level 12. Strength 60, speed 120, physique 60, mental force 60. Skill jade, water, roaming, dragon, the denser the moisture, the greater the power. Within water environments, all attributes greatly increase, and it has 10 armor penetration. Without water, attributes fall to 1/10. According to the 5 element cycle, when fighting a metal sword spirit, it gains additional metal attributes. 5 elements sword spirit thigh bitch do level 12. with strength 60, speed 120, physique 60, and mental force 60. The skill Jade Water Roaming Dragon makes it stronger when moisture is dense. Within water, all attributes greatly increase, and it gains 10 armor penetration. Leaving water reduces power to 1/10. According to the mutual generation and restraint of the 5 elements, encountering a metal sword spirit grants additional metal attributes, while encountering an earth sword spirit reduces all attributes. When all 5 elements gather, all attributes double. The sword spirit can enter many swords to increase skills and gain attribute rewards. Manhwa scratched his head and said, "The more moisture, the stronger the power. No wonder my golden light barrier could not last half a second. Inside this mist, its strength could increase 3 to 5 times. Tutuan sighed with admiration. Truly a great sword and a great sword spirit." Tran Bok said, "If this sword spirit were in so Tutuan hands, it might perform better. But I subdued it with a special method, so I cannot give it to you." Tutuan hurriedly waved his hands. "No need. A sword spirit should be nurtured personally to form a true bond." Mong asked, "Master, if this road is a 5 elements trial, then there should be 5 sword spirits, right?" Tran Bok sighed softly. "Unfortunately, I can only control 3. If there is a chance later, I will return to collect all 5 sword spirits." The system displayed the skill Biochemical Catastrophe. The brain of a high-tier overlord can permanently control 3 creatures whose mental force does not exceed his own. He turned his back and said, "The danger has passed. We continue climbing." Walking behind Tutuan's side, Senior Bokdu is both powerful and versatile. "I think this dungeon will definitely be cleared easily. Only now do I understand why ONHA gave me equipment and skills, then asked for a team slot." 10 minutes passed. Everyone stopped to observe. Tran Bok said, "The fog has dispersed. It seems the first gate is finished." Mong raised her hand and said, "This road is so long. If the 5 elements mean 5 trials, then we have only passed 1/5. Suddenly, Tutuan pointed forward and shouted, "Everyone look." He said, "It looks like a woodcutter." Tran Bok also looked in the direction he pointed. That man began singing again. "The shoe road is hard to walk. The shoe road is hard to walk. Heaven, earth, 5 elements all become trials. In the forest there are monsters, grass and trees become soldiers, truly frightening." Tran Bok slightly bowed and said, "It seems this time we must fight a chaotic battle. Quite interesting. Countless monsters immediately appeared ahead." He said with excitement, "This is exactly the kind I like most." Chan Hu observed and said, "According to the lyrics, there should be many monsters hidden in the grass. Perhaps swords are hidden there as well." Tutuan shook his head. No need to guess the woodcutter song meaning anymore. He suddenly froze and said, "It is already over." Because at that moment, Tran Bok had already swept away all the monsters. The system displayed 5 elements sword spirit Mach and thigh level 12, strength 50, speed 120, physique 70, mental force 60, skill grasswood ambush. In dense vegetation, its power greatly increases and all attributes can multiply up to 5 times. It can hide within plants or wooden objects to store power, then fire out with 10 times piercing force. 5 elements generation enters the sword. Tran Bok praised water nourishes wood very good. The ability to hide within vegetation makes ambush attacks extremely effective. Mong waved and said, "Stop staring blankly, continue climbing the mountain." Tutuan scratched his cheek blankly. "What exactly did I come here for?" That man kept singing without stopping. "The road into Shu is difficult. The road into Shu is difficult. Heaven, earth, 5 elements form the trials. The mountain path is full of sharp stones and danger. Thick fog makes falling into the abyss easy." At that moment, a formation suddenly descended from above. All 4 immediately lowered their bodies, raising their hands to shield themselves from the incoming force. Manhwa gritted his teeth and said, "We cannot move forward any further. Golden Light Guard Talisman." Mong quickly raised her hand to stop him. "Wait." She took out several blindfolds and said, "The talisman you made is not easy to create. Use this first." He put it on and exclaimed in surprise, Mong boss, the items you carry are truly complete." Mong replied that she had just created them using her dream creation ability. Tran Bok nodded in praise. "Very good. At least we do not need to cover our eyes with our hands anymore." He thought to himself that although the sand and dust could not harm his eyes, the wind blowing dust into them was still uncomfortable. That moment the ground suddenly shook violently again. The earth and rocks beneath their feet exploded and sent Tutuan and Tran Bok flying in 2 different directions. Chan Hu and Mong immediately cried out in panic. "That is so, Senior Bok, Master," he shouted anxiously. "What should we do, Mong Senior? With the wind cutting this fiercely, we cannot see where they fell." She stammered in reply, "It is fine, I will go search." A whirl of sand and dust instantly formed. Mong jumped down to search and shouted loudly, "Master." Chan Hu rushed over and shouted, Mong boss, where is the water?" Tutuan groaned, "I just swallowed a whole mouthful of sand." Tran Bok panted and warned, "This dungeon restricts flight, so my consumption has increased greatly. I have only used it a few times and I am already sweating. If you jump down now it will become troublesome. Your stamina will drain quickly. Manhwa folded his arms and thought for a moment, then said, I think we should consider how to avoid being knocked down by the cliff-severing sword. He looked up and continued, this place even blocks mental detection, so I cannot predict the time and location of the next attack. Bok calmly said, it is very simple. Before the cliff attacks, there will be about half a second of slight vibration. Use your senses to detect it, and do not let the wind distract you. When you feel the tremor, immediately dodge aside. Tutuan said with admiration, truly Senior Bok, you saw the pattern after just one time. Bok turned and said, all right, stand here and wait for the next attack. If anyone cannot react in time, stay close to me. Mong immediately replied, yes, master. The other two also nodded. Understood Big Brother Bok. Understood Senior. At that moment, another violent tremor struck. Everyone immediately ran upward. Bok smiled lightly and said, very good. It seems we have found the way to avoid the cliff-severing sword. Then let us quickly pass this gate. Mong asked, Master, this place should be the Earth Spirit Sword, right? Do you not want it? Bok shook his head and said, no need. Manhwa explained, the Earth Spirit Sword not only does not generate with Senior Bok water and wood twin spirit swords, but also restrains the Water Spirit Sword. Bok looked back and said, that is right. I can only control 3 sword spirits, so the remaining choice must be metal or fire. After a moment, the woodcutter appeared again and sang, the road into Shu is hard, the road into Shu is hard. Heaven and earth, 5 elements form the trials. Scorching sunlight burns fiercely, making people dizzy and unable to speak. Manhwa panted and said, this is bad. I am about to be roasted alive. I cannot even sweat anymore. My body is dehydrating. Tutuan wiped his sweat and groaned. Could it be the fire spirit sword wants to burn us to death? This must be the most sinister sword spirit I have ever encountered. Mong was so hot she seemed to be steaming and said, the water I just created has already evaporated. Even the sunshade is useless. Master, your disciple is about to become dried fish. Bok calmly reminded, do not rush, it is about to appear. Fire does not always erupt violently. His voice turned cold. It smolders quietly, waiting for the wind to rise. When there is enough fuel, the flames burst fiercely. That is the nature of fire. Tutuan nodded and said, Big Brother Bok saying that means you already guessed when the fire sword spirit will appear. Bok replied, of course. The woodcutter song made it very clear. Wait until you all become dizzy and unable to speak. Manhwa, eyes blurred and body swaying, stammered without forming words. Then a sword suddenly shot toward him and stopped in front of him. Bok moved like lightning and grabbed the sword, then smiled lightly and said, got you. System displayed 5-element sword spirit fire, scorching heart level 12. Strength 70, speed 100, physique 70, mental force 60. Skill deceptive fire, scorching heart. The higher the temperature, the greater the power. When exceeding 100 degrees, all attributes increase tenfold. It can also hide within sunlight and evaporate water in a designated area. Bok said, the fire spirit sword has been subdued. Let us quickly finish this section and find water to replenish. After drinking water, everyone sighed in relief and said, that felt wonderful. At that moment, the woodcutter spoke again. The road into Shu is hard. The road into Shu is hard. Heaven and earth, 5 elements form the trials. Lightning flashes, the body path divides, making reunion difficult. Bok thought for a moment, then said, it sounds like the metal spirit sword is a combat trial, and I am already irritated by this heat. The fire spirit sword has already been subdued by me. Then your metal spirit sword is simply unlucky. Tutuan observed and said, the area ahead should be the territory of the metal spirit sword. Mong also nodded and said, it seems this will be a rather simple combat gate. He looked at the sword and said, what is this? An unrefined sword? Manhwa replied, it has not been forged and not been sharpened, but the golden light flickering on it does not look simple. Bok nodded. That is right, but there is no need to think too. He swung his sword and rushed forward, saying, just fight and we will know. Immediately Bok was knocked backward. Sword fragments scattered as if they had struck a concrete wall, but immediately afterward the sword restored itself. Bok curled his lips into a smile and said, I understand now. He lowered his head and looked at the sword, saying, you have the ability to increase power each time you are attacked right. Bok stepped into an attack stance and said, tempered 100 times to become steel, or something like true gold refined 100 times. Whatever your name is. He gave a cold smile and said, let me try. As soon as he finished speaking, Bok leapt high into the. He clenched his fist, tightly preparing to unleash an internal force strike. A huge explosion rang out violently. Manhwa asked, did you hear what Senior Bok said? Tutuan replied, I heard it. I am wondering whether that sword can increase endlessly. He froze and said, I just thought of that as well. After the cloud of dust, the sword appeared shining, as if freshly tempered. Bok raised the sword, trembling slightly in his hand, and said, so this is the golden light. thin as a cicada wing, yet the rebound force is extremely strong. He smiled and said, roughly around 200 strength. It seems the physique has shifted into increasing strength and speed. The other swords total about 300 attributes, but yours concentrates them into these two. Tran Bok tightened his grip on the sword and said, then what is your true physique? Quickly snapped it in half. The system notified that Metal Spirit Sword 100 Temper had been destroyed, and 25,000 experience points were obtained based on combat contribution. Tran Bok said with slight disappointment, it only feels worth about 10 points. Good thing I did not choose the Metal Spirit Sword. I do not like the kind that grows stronger after being beaten repeatedly. Besides, this one died too quickly. Mong said, the woodcutter has appeared again. The woodcutter continued singing, Shu Mountain is hard to walk. Shu Mountain is hard to walk. Heaven and earth, 5 elements are all trials. He passed by them and said, the 5 elements spread across the high mountains. The road ahead is endless and difficult. I advise you to turn back. If the Tao heart is not firm, the path will not open. The woodcutter continued walking and said, just return to the path of seeking immortality. Just return to the path of seeking immortality. Mong asked anxiously, Master, what should we do if he says that? Tran Bok said in a deep voice, this is not good. Instructed, so and from now on we will walk a very long road. You must lead. Chan Hu nodded and said, I understand. The road is endless, and without a firm Tao heart one cannot continue. This dungeon is heart-seeking the Tao, and only you possess it. Tran Bok praised, fellow Taoist indeed has high comprehension. Then what do you think the woodcutter going down the mountain means? He smiled lightly and said, I am not certain, but it feels like a misleading hint for those who want shortcuts. After walking the long road, they will realize the true path lies below. Tran Bok's eyes became sharper when he saw the false woodcutter pass by them. He said, I feel a chill down my spine. If anyone tries to descend the mountain, he may strike and kill immediately. Tuan held his head and groaned, we are finished, I cannot see anything at all. Does that mean I am not qualified to pass this gate? As long as you have the heart seeking the Tao, it is enough, remain steadfast. No one wants to stay forever on this endless road. Tuan said, of course I have Tao heart, and it is very firm. 4 hours later, the system announced that the secret realm dungeon Shu Mountain path had been completed. That moment, rays of light suddenly appeared like streams of divine radiance. They fell from the sky into each person's hands. Members who passed the trial received the special reward Shu Mountain token. A chest appeared. The system notified that rewards had been distributed, and players could leave the dungeon at any time. This dungeon could no longer be entered again, and would become a normal dungeon for everyone to evolve using once. Shu Mountain token is a special item. When possessed, the title Shu Mountain Disciple is granted. Wearing this title allows entry to the special Shu Mountain map level 10 to 89. The token is bound to the individual and cannot be traded or lent. Tran Bok remarked, a map from level 10 to 89. It seems Shu Mountain is truly powerful. He pondered quietly. The most urgent matter now was to quickly find the second SSS grade scroll. Only by completing Ledoux mission could he change class. Otherwise, he would remain stuck at level 10 forever. After finishing, he would return to Shu Mountain to check the situation. Tuan spoke, Big Brother Bok, you should choose the reward first after clearing the trial. Tran Bok smiled and said thank you. He repeated the rule, Big Brother Bok chooses first, Mong Dai chooses second. Chan Hu said, everyone does not need to give way to me. Receiving this token already makes me extremely grateful. Scene shifted back to the villa district. Tran Bok lay on the bed with his legs raised looking at the ceiling. Nguyen Tayet walked over and asked, you are awake, brother? Nguyen Kai commented that sleeping 3 days straight during the day surely meant his body was weak. He supported himself up and laughed. Weak me. Even if you use all the power of your spirit body, you cannot touch physical matter, so how would you defeat me? She teased back that he was bragging and asked if he wanted to try. She thought 3 seconds would be enough to defeat him. Tran Bok lowered his legs and said, earlier inside the secret realm, he obtained a skill book that suits you very well. He winked and said, if you can knock me down, this skill will belong to you. Nguyen Kai floated in the air shouting that she was about to dissipate. Nguyen Tayet beside her also shouted that she was the same. Tran Bok sat on the large bed looking at the two of them and laughed. Now you know the difference. I have not even resisted yet. Nguyen Kai tilted her head and asked, let me ask honestly, do you like any girl? When dealing with others, do you also hold back like this? Tran Bok took out a book and said, it is simply because my physique is high, so I control my strength well. Seeing you two try so hard, I will reward you with this. After speaking, he threw the book toward her. Nguyen Kai reached out to catch it, but the book passed through her hand and fell to the ground. Corner of Tran Bok's mouth twitched slightly as he silently watched the scene before him. Nguyen Kai held her chest and laughed, saying they would study it after recovering. The skill book would not run away anyway. Tran Bok stood up and said they could learn whenever they wanted while he had to handle some personal matters. Hearing that Nguyen Tiat widened her eyes and asked if he was leaving again, had he not said he would take them to Jiangxi. Tran Bok took out a mission scroll and said this matter was quite important. Wait until he returned, then he would take them there. Hearing that, she smiled brightly and said they would wait for him to return. The system displayed a notification for the S-grade Demon Hunter class change mission scroll. Tran Bok looked at it thoughtfully. The reminder had reached the limit. It was time to go obtain the SSS scroll in the abyss. If he did not complete Ledoux mission, he would remain stuck at level 10. A selection panel appeared. The S-grade Demon Hunter class change scroll only drops when killing the first pure-blood demon creature. You may accept the unique special mission scroll. Completing the mission will convert it into a class change scroll. Choose yes or no. He stared at it, calculating. When he first received this scroll, he had never thought of going to obtain that one. After all, it was a trial known as a challenge that even gods found difficult to pass. Tran Bok raised his hand and chose agree, then thought that currently there were no other clues about the SSS scroll, so he could only try. Immediately afterward, his body was teleported to the first level of the abyss. The surrounding demons instantly stirred. A human, eat him. Corner of Tran Bok's mouth curled upward as he muttered that in his previous life, after changing class to Demon Hunter, he often came to the abyss. Unexpectedly, this time it felt like returning home. He put on his gloves again and easily dealt with 3 demons. The system notified mission progress fallen demon 3 of 100. A reminder appeared. The mission requires entering the first level of the abyss and killing 100 hunter demons and 100 fallen demons to complete. Afterward, you will leave the abyss. Tran Bok thought that if completed, he would be sent out, so he had to hide the progress. He looked ahead, thinking that his purpose was only to use it to enter the abyss and participate in the trial at the abyss well. One day later, Tran Bok leapt high to avoid the demons below. This mission could not truly be completed. Fallen demons and hunter demons on the first level were too numerous and stupid, only knowing how to chase endlessly. He rushed forward, thinking that even if he shook off this group, another would gather when he slowed down. Suddenly, Tran Bok raised his head toward the lava ahead and said the abyss well had erupted. He frowned and stopped. Truly unlucky. Although the eruption does not affect the trial, it will flood the abyss with energy, and all creatures with demon bloodlines will be strengthened. Tran Bok looked around at the rocks and the demons behind him. Moreover, countless demon blood eggs would erupt, spawning countless new creatures. Tens of thousands of enemies would gather, so he could not stop, or he would be surrounded. He accelerated anxiously. If while breaking through the encirclement he accidentally completed the mission, he would be sent out of the abyss. Just then, a sword shot straight toward him from behind. Tran Bok immediately jumped aside, avoiding it, as the sword stabbed hard into the ground. A level 16 demon warrior, Fergus, stepped forward, standing on the sword. He looked at Tran Bok and laughed in demon language, saying, "Look what I found. A delicious dinner. Human, kneel and give thanks. You will become Lord Fergus Meal." Tran Bok also replied in demon language, asking that a pure-blood demon warrior on the first level was rare, and whether he came up from deeper layers. Fergus sneered, saying, "Yes, a runner like you understands demons quite well and even knows demon language. But no matter how well food understands its master, it is meaningless." Tran Bok mocked, asking if he only knew how to run. Did he know why only stupid hunter demons and fallen demons chased behind him? Fergus rushed forward with his sword, saying he did not know, but before dying, Tran Bok would tell him. He would mercifully eat from the head first. Tran Bok calmly replied that he would tell him now. Fergus was pierced by Tran Bok's slash in an instant. His eyes widened as he cried out that it was impossible. Tran Bok turned his head to look at the corpse falling to the ground. He smiled faintly, saying it was because the other races had already been killed by him. He glanced at the demons crawling out from the cracks in the rocks and said he had to hurry or he would be surrounded. 6 days later at the abyss well, Tran Bok looked ahead and sighed that he had finally arrived. It looked close but was actually very far. He leaned against a rock and exhaled. In his previous life, when changing class to Demon Hunter, he once hid around here. First-level demons rarely dared approach. He would rest for a while before challenging. Tran Bok opened the system interface and said feed the mask all the demon bloodline potions collected these past days. Both backpack and storage were already full. He wondered what grade bloodline essence would form from these tens of thousands of B-grade potions. Just then a voice sounded, saying unexpectedly, "There is a human here. How interesting." Hearing the voice, Tran Bok immediately sat upright and looked over. That demon opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and said it had received news of a human heading straight to the abyss well. The drill-mouthed fish demon do level 18 charged forward with a spear, shouting excitedly that someone had almost wiped out all demon races except hunter demons and fallen demons, and it seemed to be him. Tran Bok looked at it, thinking that a drill-mouthed fish demon appearing on the first level was abnormal. He stood up and asked what was wrong. Did they enjoy coming here for a stroll when the abyss well erupted? Du accelerated forward, shouting that this demon prince came specially to kill people, and that a tiny human dared act arrogantly in the abyss. He raised the spear high. Then he used the skill water blade kill, creating sharp streams of water that shot forward. Opposite him, flames erupted around Tran Bok's body. As he looked at the incoming water, he used refining fire burning body to resist the water attack. When the flames were extinguished, Tran Bok asked if he was a demon prince and which layer lord he descended from. Du opened his mouth, excitedly saying his father was the lord of layer 17. He thrust the spear forward, but Tran Bok tilted aside to dodge. Du roared that Tran Bok only used cheap hell flames and was scared enough to wet himself. Tran Bok raised his hand, his muscles swelling as he chuckled softly. His palm immediately struck toward Du. He slammed Du's head into the ground. The earth instantly shattered. Tran Bok stood up, looking at the swords floating around him, and said clearly he was about to have a good meal, yet Du interrupted. The thing in his storage was very dissatisfied. He stood still, watching the swords pierce into Du's body, then calmly said that as an apology, Du blood would serve as the appetizer. Du mouthed bottles of bloodline potions flew out one after another. Tran Bok watched them collected into the backpack and remarked that perhaps tens of thousands of bloodline potions had already accumulated in storage and backpack, and he wondered what grade item they would ultimately synthesize. After a while, the system displayed a notification obtaining the weapon H-C grade, a long-handle weapon increasing strength 25 and agility 25. When held, it grants underwater breathing and dark vision effects. Skill wave treading level 1 allows using water force to unleash powerful strikes. Requirement strength 60 level 15. Tran Bok smiled, saying underwater breathing was not bad, though he did not know when it would be useful. He looked at the lava that had stopped erupting and said the moment had passed and it was time to begin. Tran Bok stood at the edge of the abyss, quietly looking down below. After a while, he could not help but sigh in realization. When he focused on the abyss, he finally understood that warning. Tran Bok looked at the violet glow and the blazing red text appearing. When you gaze into the abyss is also gazing back at you. His eyes flashed with faint red light in the darkness. It has arrived. System screen suddenly displayed glaring red words. It has detected you as an intelligent life form. Tran Bok's body trembled slightly as he looked downward. A surge of panic rose in his heart. Was this the inevitable feeling when staring into the abyss? He repeatedly reminded himself not to retreat. If he turned back, he would be eliminated immediately, and there would be no second chance. The system continued displaying text. It has seen that your level is 10. Tran Bok clenched his left hand to steady his trembling right hand. In his previous life, countless level 10 geniuses and disciples of powerful figures had stopped here. Among 10,000, only one escaped that gaze. Yet in the end, none returned alive. More red text appeared. It has seen that you have not changed class. It has seen that you possess no bloodline. Tran Bok stood still, forcing himself to face every line. It has seen that you have no equipment of S grade or higher. It has seen that you have no short-term external buffs. It has seen that everything you possess was seized by you. It has seen that this strength truly belongs to you. It has seen that you can control yourself. It has seen that you do not know what you are about to face. It has seen your name. It has seen your fear and hatred. It has seen that you have no strange shields. It has seen everything. Tran Bok breathed heavily, but continued staring without retreat. After a moment, new text appeared. It has judged that you meet the standard and has opened the path leading to the abyss trial. Tran Bok jerked in surprise and looked upward, braced his knee while looking at the notifications appearing. After completing the abyss trial, you will receive the SSS grade class change scroll, Abyss Overlord. This scroll will bind to the one who completes the trial. Tran Bok smiled excitedly. Success. Next, the system gave instructions. Jump into the abyss to begin the trial. If you retreat, it will be regarded as permanent abandonment. He pushed himself up and shouted loudly, "I am coming." Surged upward as Tran Bok's figure vanished from that position. Before his eyes appeared the trial introduction panel. Defeat the illusion incarnation of a level 10 demon lord. Each layer has special conditions. After clearing one layer, you will have rest time from 1 minute to 1 hour. If a layer has no lord, the image will be extracted from the previous layer. A notification sound echoed beside his ear. All states of the trial participant will be restored to the original limit. Items and skill cooldowns are reset. Equipment is fully repaired. The trial begins. Tran Bok was startled and thought, restore all states. Then the 70-year cooldown clock could also. Immediately another line appeared. An error has occurred. The trial participant cannot be restored to peak condition. Seeing this, Tran Bok could not help but curse inwardly. He did not expect an unforeseen situation. The system continued displaying. Return to the past active. You may return to any moment in the past, and everything gained in that timeline will be erased. Remaining cooldown 72 years, 6 months, 7 days. This skill cannot have its cooldown reduced by any effect or equipment. Tran Bok looked at the cooldown clock appearing and wondered, the Abyss cannot reset this skill. Then what should he do? Error notifications continued appearing around him. Immediately afterward, the system panel appeared. Return to the past active allows returning to the past. Everything in the lost timeline will be erased. Limitation: you cannot return to the time before entering the Abyss. Cooldown remains unchanged. Tran Bok landed, the notification appeared. The trial participant state has been fully restored. The trial begins. He looked as the cooldown clock gradually disappeared, then exhaled lightly. Fortunately, there were no more accidents. Moreover, the cooldown of the clock skill had vanished, so passing this trial would become much easier. The system notification continued. First layer, low-level Lord, level 10 Demon Warrior. Special condition of this layer, none. Tran Bok looked at the opponent and thought low-level demon nothing to worry about. In the blink of an eye, Tran Bok had already killed it. The notification appeared. Layer 1 cleared. Choose recovery time. After that, he quickly defeated the next demon. Layer 2 cleared. Choose recovery time. Tran Bok clenched his fist standing beside another demon corpse. Notification: Layer 5 cleared. Choose recovery time. Then the system reminded again. Layer 17 cleared. Choose recovery time. Sound continued. Layer 26 cleared. Choose recovery time. Tran Bok easily defeated the demon on the next layer. Layer 34 cleared. Choose recovery time. Notifications continued appearing. Layer 41 cleared. Choose recovery time. Layer 59 cleared. Choose recovery time. Layer 66. Demon Lord Blood Armor Race Sword Guard Aldu level 10. Special condition of this layer: can only be killed through the weak point. Attacks on other parts are ineffective. It swung its sword, rushing forward, roaring that the human should die, and his journey would end here. Tran Bok gritted his teeth, stepping back, thinking that from layer 50 special conditions had appeared. His attribute advantage had begun to shrink. Even with battle skills from 2 lives, he might not surpass someone who fought all his life. And now there was this rule. Blood splattered as Tran Bok stabbed his sword through its neck. His face covered with dust. If attribute advantage and skills were gone, he could only find the weak point. It seemed he had to exchange something. Aldu swung its sword, knocking Tran Bok away. Immediately sprang up, then retreated repeatedly. Suddenly, Aldu raised its sword and hurled it toward Tran Bok, roaring that resistance was useless, and he should die. Tran Bok widened his eyes in shock. Sword pierced straight through his abdomen, sending Tran Bok flying backward. Aldu walked over, pulling the sword from his body, and said that the human had ability and strong recovery, but was too foolish. Flicked the blood from its sword, saying the Abyss rules granted it power, and he could not defeat it. Tran Bok lay on the ground, activating the poison hand state. He frowned at it and said that it had concluded too early. Aldu gritted its teeth, turning to look behind. That moment, Tran Bok rushed forward, slashing hard at its waist. Aldu body shattered gradually as it exclaimed, "How could this be?" System notification: Layer 66 cleared. Choose recovery time. Tran Bok looked at its corpse and said the fool was you. He raised his hand, calmly explaining that before being cornered, it did not avoid anything. When victory and defeat were unclear, it was arrogant. Thanks to its stupidity, he cleared the stage quickly. After a while, he advanced to Layer 100. Information appeared. Layer 100. Fallen Demon Swordsman do bot level 10. Special condition of this layer, none. Tran Bok scratched his head in confusion. The weakest fallen demon, yet there was no special condition. He observed the surroundings and said, why had it not appeared yet? Had it hidden? Tran Bok stroked his chin, thinking that relationships in the Abyss were complex. Races, personalities, and strength differed on every layer. A weak fallen demon becoming a lord was not impossible. He looked around and said it seemed he must find it. A game of hide and seek. That moment, from behind, the enemy suddenly raised its weapon, slashing toward Tran Bok. He sensed danger and immediately turned around. He was still one step too slow. The blade cut down Tran Bok. At the first layer of the Abyss, he looked at the disappearing cooldown clock on his neck and gasped. He had been killed twice instantly. The first moment his head was cut off, he used poison hand, yet he still died. Layer 1, Hunter Demon Lord. Level 10 Demon Warrior. Special condition of this layer, none. It immediately swung its blade toward him, roaring that the cowardly human should die. Tran Bok raised his hand and easily killed. It then thought that if he had not used the final trace of consciousness to activate return to the past, he would have truly died. He looked at the corpse and asked if it knew the Lord of Layer 100. The demon coughed and said that even if it knew, it would not tell him. System notification: Layer 1 cleared. Choose recovery time. Tran Bok turned, thinking these demons all knew they were only reflections, so they did not fear death. He had to change methods to obtain information about Layer 100. At layer 72 of the abyss on a burning red prairie, Tran Bok stood looking at the demon before him, saying that fallen demons were the lowest race, and their basic attributes were worse than humans. Becoming the lord of layer 72 must be pure luck. It roared angrily that the human would pay for arrogance, and would eventually die under the hands of a fallen demon. Tran Bok placed his hands on his hips looking down, and laughing that it was amusing that deeper layers of the abyss still had fallen demon lords. Demon immediately shouted that of course there were, and that Lord Dubot of layer 100 possessed the profession Shadow Sword Demon refined from the body of a fallen demon in legend, and his Shadow Sword once killed even a grand demon duke. Even with its head crushed it still roared that he would surely die by that man hand. Tran Bok smiled with satisfaction saying thank you. The notification sounded, layer 72 clear, choose recovery time. At layer 100 of the abyss Tran Bok stood still thinking, Shadow Sword Demon, a profession only achieved by the third advancement of the Night Assassin, and ranked S grade. Besides instant assassination, it could also use shadows to unleash unpredictable sword techniques. He lowered his gaze to his hand and thought, against a Shadow Sword Demon he had no advantage. But if considering only a fallen demon, he still held the attribute advantage. Immediately afterward he dashed forward, constantly wary even of his own shadow. He stayed away from places with darkness, kept moving without pause while running and releasing detoxifying virus. If the opponent still followed waiting for an opening, then the stream of green virus in his hand would surely infect him. After a while Tran Bok stopped, bent slightly and breathed lightly thinking that constant vigilance consumed too much mental energy. He had to use the poison hand state to restore his mind, otherwise it would be difficult to maintain concentration. Suddenly he halted and raised his head looking around with caution. Tran Bok sensed a sword rushing toward him. The speed was too fast. Was this his technique? But after a brief moment he immediately realized something was wrong. Immediately Tran Bok summoned his sword and raised it to block the opponent attack. He quickly retreated backward, widening the distance to avoid close combat. Layer 100, Fallen Demon Swordsman Zuberth level 10 holding two swords looked at him and said, "Put away your blade, human. You have already won." He coughed and continued that the trial limit prevented him from using his full strength, and the virus had already entered his body. The attack just now was his final strike. Tran Bok raised his mutated arm and smiled, asking if that was really so. His body gradually dissolved while saying, "Human, be careful. If you pass the trial, then come to the Abyss Layer 100 to meet me again. Although your current strength is still insufficient, I still look forward to that day." The system displayed a notification that Layer 100 had been cleared. Choose recovery time. Tran Bok curled his lips and shouted that he would definitely do it. Zuber. He looked at the fading figure and added that next time they met he would learn his swordsmanship. Layer 200 of the Abyss. Inside a magnificent palace, Tran Bok looked ahead and said greetings to the Lord of Abyss Layer 200, the fallen angel Elmia. He observed the surroundings cautiously and asked whether she had summoned him to begin the battle trial. The system displayed information. Layer 200 Lord Fallen Angel Elmia level 10. Special condition none. Elmia leaned back on the sofa and said, "How could that be? Fighting here would make cleaning very troublesome." He looked toward him smiling and said that she actually wanted to release him immediately, but she felt a little curious. She raised her hand, pointing forward, saying, "Come sit here." Immediately a table and chairs appeared. On the table were 2 glasses and a bottle of wine. Tran Bok pulled a chair and sat down, asking what she was curious about Lady Elmia. Covered her mouth and laughed softly, then said with his strength, how could he climb to layer 200? Even if he luckily defeated that annoying Gilbert, there were still many stronger opponents behind. Elmia raised one finger and continued that after Gilbert there were still many terrifying opponents. Tran Bok leaned back in the chair smiling and said his trump card could not be revealed to Lady Elmia. She rested her chin on her hand, saying she did not intend to interrogate him. It was simply too boring today. Sit and drink a glass with her and tell how he passed the layers, then she would let him go. Tran Bok picked up the wine bottle poured into the glass and asked what story Lady Elmia wanted to hear. She rubbed her chin, looking at the ceiling, saying she wanted to know about the disgusting one on layer 105, that slimy monster. In Tran Bok's mind a memory immediately appeared. Layer 105, Aberrant Lord Sarubis level 10, Abyss Swamp. He looked at her calmly, saying that it was like a massive lump of flesh covering the ground. Once touched, it would swallow instantly. The speed of swallowing was much faster than him. When he touched it, half his body had already been eaten. The image of himself being devoured flashed in Tran Bok's mind. Elmia leaned on the sofa, asking how he finally won. "Drink up." Tran Bok calmly said that if it liked eating, then let it eat. Unfortunately, he was not something easy to digest. He raised his right arm, saying he let it eat hundreds of arms. Eventually, it was poisoned and dissolved into mud. Elmia held the glass, lying back, laughing that it was interesting, and she did not expect him to deal with it that way. Tran Bok raised his hand saying it was not easy. Tearing arms off his body hurt a lot. Mia curled her lips and asked what about the stinking old man Fingu. He hid under the sea and refused to come out right. In Tran Bok mind a memory appeared. Layer 136, Demon Lord Drill-Mouthed Fish Fey and Goo level 10. He raised 3 fingers saying that one should blame his nephew who gave him excellent equipment. Elmia laughed, saying he truly knew how to take advantage. But the girl on layer 153 was not easy to exploit. Tran Bok recalled layer 153, Aberrant Lord Flame Spirit Hat Lay level 10. Lava lake on the mountainside. He swirled the wine in the glass saying that was right, she was extremely powerful, and he had been killed 15 times consecutively. Tran Bok lowered his head, continuing that her high temperature did not affect his virus, but her lava body made attacking difficult. Whenever injured, she hid in lava to recover. Thinking of it, Tran Bok sighed, saying it took them 5 days to drain the lava lake to force her to appear. He sighed that she was the toughest opponent he encountered within the 200 layers. Elmia suddenly sat up, saying that if speaking of annoyance, the one on layer 186 was no less troublesome. Tran Bok crossed his legs, saying in this pleasant conversation, do not mention her. In his mind appeared the image of the filth queen of layer 186. Tran Bok rested his chin, smiling, saying that in the entire abyss, nothing was more disgusting than her. Living comfortably among pits filled with rotting corpses and filth. He covered his nose, saying he barely managed to forget the smell there, and mentioning it again ruined the mood. Even the wine lost its appeal. Elmia hugged a pillow, laughing, saying her strength was not great, but no demon wanted to seize her territory. But before she mentioned her, he had not taken a single sip. Tran Bok smiled, saying he did not dare drink wine created by the mental power of a fallen angel, because drinking it might kill him. Thought inwardly that last time he died from drinking wine, and this time he absolutely would not repeat the mistake. Elmia frowned, biting her teeth, saying she had been discovered, and if he drank a single sip, she could tear him apart with just a thought. What a pity she could not kill him easily. Tran Bok stood up, asking whether they would fight instead. She lay back on the sofa, saying no need, because she was too lazy to move. Corner of Tran Bok's mouth twitched slightly. This lady was unbelievably lazy. Elmia said calmly, get lost, I want to sleep. Creating these projections consumes effort. She smiled meaningfully, and added that there were still many strong ones ahead, and even 6 beings bearing the title of God, so she did not need to act. System notification. Layer 200 cleared. Choose recovery time. Tran Bok frowned, asking whether the 6 beings bearing the title of God were true gods. The system notification continued. 1 hour rest time selected. He turned and left. With other lords, he could use the cooldown clock to try endlessly, but the 6 gods were different. The system displayed entering rest space. Tran Bok sat on the bed deep in thought. Every god controlled their own rule. He lowered his head, pressing his lips, thinking he could only hope they did not possess the ability to kill him instantly or erase him completely. Tran Bok raised his hand, looking at the hourglass, thinking that even if the opponent was a god, he could still use the ability to rewind time to find a way to kill him. Immediately afterward, Tran Bok figure appeared at layer 235. Layer 235, Aberrant Lord Abyss Eye Salisbury level 10. Special condition of this layer, energy from its body quickly hypnotizes targets. Sleep forever in illusion. Tran Bok's eyes widened, yet the corner of his mouth formed a smile. The monster looked at him, smiling, and said it wondered what beautiful dream he was seeing. In the dream, Herald knelt, begging, Master Tran Bok, please accept my devotion. Within the illusion, Tran Bok sat on a high seat looking down. Heroes placed her hand on her chest, saying she was willing to offer everything to serve him, and even becoming a slave or tool would be her honor. Tran Bok smiled, asking what if he told her to surrender her power and die. She raised her head, tears streaming, saying, Master, did he still not trust her, and that she was absolutely loyal? Tran Bok laughed, coldly telling her to stop acting because he knew her nature. She only wanted to live, and her ambition would never allow loyalty. Tran Bok lifted her chin, saying he could spare her life. Heroes immediately spoke excitedly, thanking him, and saying she was willing to do anything for him. He immediately raised a collar with an iron chain attached, and coldly said, then put it on and tie yourself beside the gate to be a guard dog. Heroes pressed his lips together and gritted his teeth as he stared at him. Long time passed, yet she still lowered her head, completely silent, her body not moving at all. Tran Bok rested his chin on his hand and looked over as he asked, what is it? You do not want to do it. Herald chuckled softly, then personally put the collar on and loudly declared that being the dog of the Divine Lord was an endless honor. In the Abyss level 235, he leaned against a rock and burst into laughter as he shouted loudly, now that is the proper way to talk. That is the sound of a dog. Salisbury could not help clicking his tongue after hearing it. Indeed, this kind of person truly knew how to play perverse games. Raised both hands toward Tran Bok and shouted loudly, do not be afraid. Once I absorb your soul, you will remain forever inside my body and enjoy the most beautiful dream. Immediately 3 swords appeared from behind, and simultaneously shot forward, stabbing straight into the NPC. The system voice sounded announcing that the special condition of this floor was to see through and escape Salisbury illusion. Tranbach immediately sat up and said, "This dream is indeed beautiful, but no matter what, it is still not reality. Dreaming forever would be far too boring." Salisbury raised a hand and touched the bandage on his body, then shouted in shock, "Since when did you see through my illusion, and even escape without me noticing?" He smiled faintly and looked at it as he said, "Seeing through it is not difficult because you cannot reproduce the pressure of a god. Perhaps your true body can do it. But in this trial you are only level 10. Tranbach raised his hand and recalled the sword, then walked forward step by step. "Escaping the illusion is also simple, because my sword spirits were not dragged into the illusion, and they have their own consciousness." At that moment, something suddenly appeared behind his back. Tranbach was also startled, and immediately turned his head to look. Baphomet suddenly appeared and swung its gigantic arm down. He quickly pushed it flying far backward. Immediately after that, Tranbach arm began to transform into another form. He swung that arm violently backward, then smashed it straight into Baphomet's chin. Painfully fell onto its back on the ground. Tranbach cautiously approached to observe. Could it already be dead? Suddenly he widened his eyes, realizing something strange, not right. Its corpse was gradually sinking into the ground. Tranbach gathered strength and dashed forward. He slammed a punch into the ground. Tranbach looked downward in confusion. It just turned into blood and disappeared like that. Could this be the mechanism preventing blood clones of intruders? Everything I know about the beast monarch is only rumor. It seems I must investigate it myself. Time slowly passed. Something faintly appeared behind the wall 10 minutes later. Tranbach smiled with interest. Here it comes again. At this moment he fought with a very relaxed state of mind. His spiritual perception and strength were far stronger than before. The monster information panel appeared. Baphomet level 2, strength 150, agility 25, constitution 175, spirit 150, talent war hormone of the gladiator god. The more it longs for battle, the more its strength and speed increase. The more it revels in combat, the stronger its constitution and spirit become. Maximum increase 5 times. Tranbach stepped back in shock. Level 2. This talent is truly overpowered. Monster immediately became ferocious and continued attacking. Tranbach glanced at the formation diagram, then quickly deduced. It seems when entering the maze earlier that one was only a level 1 Baphomet. In just a short moment, it quickly leveled up, becoming Baphomet level 3. Facing it now, Tranbach suddenly understood. So that is how it is. Baphomet level 4. The deeper one goes into the maze, the higher its level becomes. The system displayed the information of the Baphomet lying on the ground. Baphomet level 5. Strength 450. Agility 375. Constitution 550. Spirit 450. Seeing those stats, Tranbach panted nervously. It seems I must face 10 Baphomets. Yet this level 5 one already has attributes equal to mine. Tranbach lowered his head and reminded himself, if only I were level 10. No, now is not the time to worry. Just keep moving forward. He stood still, feeling extremely exhausted. 30 minutes later, every time it leveled up, it far exceeded his expectations. Before he could even observe, it had already rushed forward. Baphomet level 7. Tranbach realized that because his spirit power was inferior, he could no longer accurately sense its attributes. But in battle, he could feel its strength was about 1.5 times his, perhaps even nearly double. It was suddenly slammed hard into the wall. Tranbach racked his brain trying to calculate a plan. If I use the virus to weaken it, that would require a great deal of time. So what exactly should I do? He pressed close to the wall in vigilance. I need more information. I must find a way to defeat Baphomet. After that, Tranbach decided to return to the maze entrance and start again. Frowned tightly with determination. This time I must test what will happen if the low-level Baphomet is not killed. He accelerated and flew straight ahead while breathing lightly. Baphomet level 1. Finally, I escaped it. Tranbach looked forward and quickly recognized the place where Baphomet level 2 appeared. He stopped and observed around. It did not appear, could it be? Immediately after that, Tranbach accelerated and rushed forward. The area of Baphomet level 7 had also arrived. This is a region I have never set foot in before. He frowned cautiously. Could it be that simply not killing the level 1 allows easy passage? But this feeling is not that simple. While Tranbach was not paying attention, Baphomet had appeared behind him. He widened his eyes and gritted his teeth as he turned back. A mouthful of blood immediately sprayed out. Tranbach looked at his hand and gasped. That was dangerous. I almost did not even have time to use resurrection. Its speed has surpassed the limit of my reflexes. He was stunned in confusion. That just now was certainly Baphomet level 8 or higher. But why did I directly encounter such a high-level monster when the earlier low-level ones never appeared? After a moment, Tranbach suddenly realized. So in this maze, there is only one Baphomet, and it is chasing me. He stood calculating carefully. If I kill it at a low level, it will revive deeper inside and increase its level. But if I do not kill it, then it will always follow behind. Bok tried to recall and confirmed that, when he first entered the maze, its level was very low. Its attributes were also weak, so I could easily escape. But when I move deeper, it will level up on its own. He curled his lips in understanding that as its attributes increase, being caught is only a matter of time. Bok stroked his chin thoughtfully. If that is the case, I have time to use the virus to weaken it. But when it levels up afterward, its stats will increase again by a great deal. He turned to the observation screen to check whether the remaining virus points could upgrade any more skills. Notification appeared. Spirit Worm can transform one's own spiritual power into parasites and infect the target. Once infected, the target mental stability decreases drastically, producing numerous negative emotions, causing mental outbreaks and even tendencies of self-destruction. Bok smiled with delight. So this is the new skill born after unlocking telekinesis. He stepped forward and declared, these negative emotions will certainly reduce Baphomet's desire to fight and drag down its attributes. Baphomet, prepare to die. Bok looked downward and provoked. At level 1 you are far too weak. Immediately Baphomet shot upward from below. Stuck out its tongue with drool hanging long. Baphomet level 1. He continued rushing forward, then turned back to provoke. Soon you will level up quickly. After a while, Bok lured Baphomet deeper inside. We have arrived. Its eyes suddenly shone brightly, and its teeth ground loudly. Baphomet immediately flung him far away. Baphomet level 2, Strength 45, Agility 36, Constitution 54, Spirit 45. The talent Bloodlust hormone of the battle angel has increased threefold. It raised its head and clenched its teeth, then suddenly knelt on the ground. Human, you have caused me to fall into a state of spirit parasite infection. Baphomet observed, then appeared satisfied. Just as predicted, leveling up does not restore the entire state or erase negative effects, because leveling up in truth only removes limitations. Bok crossed his arms and smiled confidently. This time victory is certain. Time passed. Bok dragged Baphomet to another place. 1 hour later, the central arena of the maze. We have arrived. He did not hesitate to throw Baphomet straight down, then kept it suspended while it leveled up so he could easily block the next attacks. Following the force of the fall downward, it was still able to continue evolving. Baphomet had risen to level 9. At that very moment, Bok did not hesitate at all, gathering strength as he leaped straight upward. The two sides immediately clashed head-on. Bok raised his head to look and grew even more tense. It was blocked already. It was clearly dying. It seems once it reaches level 10, its attributes surge dramatically. On the other side, Baphomet let out another ferocious roar. Baphomet level 10, Strength 600, Agility 560, Constitution 640, Spirit 600, Talent War Blood Hormone of the God of Battle. Currently does not have an indestructible body. Attributes do not drop below the base state. Currently suffering from lung infection. Bok landed on the ground, then immediately realized the issue. No wonder its stats had already surpassed his. Suddenly it sat down and calmly asked, Human, why must we fight? Then Baphomet continued, emphasizing, fighting is actually extremely boring and carries no meaning at all. Spirit Worm state. Hearing that, Bok raised his hand in satisfaction and said casually, Spirit Worm really performed great merit. If you think that way, then just let me pass the gate. He did not care and lay flat on the ground muttering, thinking back on my life. Aside from fighting, I was only preparing for fighting. I even destroyed 44 abyss layers because of battle. Baphomet sighed wearily and complained, I truly do not understand why I used to love fighting so much. Life is truly meaningless. Living like that only wastes air. Bok smiled, then replied, so you were the one who caused that incident. Thank you, Baphomet. In that case, let me help you find release. He still calmly reminded with concern, no need, killing me here is useless anyway. Hearing that, Bok asked in confusion why. Baphomet explained calmly, in this maze arena, once the maximum state is reached, one can revive infinitely. Both you and I are the same. Then he added, I have always believed making an opponent admit defeat is the true victory. Do you think I am a little crazy? Bok scratched his head and admitted, a little indeed. How dangerous. If he revives in perfect condition and erases all negative effects, then I would certainly be instantly killed. Finally, Baphomet reached a conclusion. That is right, I admit defeat, you go ahead. I want to think about the meaning of life. Besides fighting, what else can I do? A system notification appeared. You have passed floor 279. Please choose recovery time. Returning to the rest room, Bok sat stretching and sighed. Truly terrifying. His final attributes must be close to 3,000, while my average is only a little over 500. Luckily, there was the Spirit Worm skill. Frowned in curious thought. The first god has already been dealt with. I wonder who the next god will be. Suddenly, a dangerous red notification appeared warning, Attention, Abyss Floor 350 is a space formed by gigantic pillars supporting continents. The scene shifted to another floor, Abyss Floor 350. Tran Bok placed his hands in his pockets with anticipation. Spirit Worm has truly been an extremely useful skill from Floor 279. Until now, I have only had to return 3 times. I wonder what the Lord of Floor 350 will be like. From afar, he quickly noticed the sign. It has arrived. Winifred stretched forward and slyly rushed in. Lord of Floor 350, World Devourer. Found you human. Brothers, let me go first to test him. Tran Bok looked at him vigilantly. The second god, the devourer of the world, the legendary 9-headed serpent possessing the power of devouring. I know very little about him. I will probably have to die a few times. He leaned close to praise. Let me see how I should test you. You look quite pleasing to the eye. Are you the most handsome among humans? Tran Bok immediately praised back. You are also very beautiful. Your scales are smooth, your features delicate, and your eyes bright. I really like the flower on your head. You must be a beauty among snakes. Winifred stuck out a long tongue and said, Is that so? You truly have good taste. Then consider that you have passed my test. Tran Bok bowed politely in thanks. Thank you, beautiful lady. He closed his eyes in delight. You are very polite. You must be a gentleman among humans. Then Winifred turned to another head and called, 8th brother, wake up. It is your turn to test him. Number 8 replied wearily, Is it my turn already? That head stuck out and immediately asked, All right, human, what is 1 plus 1? Tran Bok felt slightly confused, but still answered quickly. Hearing that, number 8 immediately declared, Congratulations, you have passed. Tran Bok thought helplessly. This one is no different from the fallen angel on floor 200. He looked up at the sky and said, Why are you staring at me? The world is so beautiful, I do not want to fight. I only want to find gentler ways to test people. Another devourer suddenly appeared and said boredly, You step aside and think. Let us go first. Number 6 also stuck out his tongue agreeing. That is right, let us try first. Hearing that, number 8 nodded. All right, 5th brother, 6th brother. One head spoke, introducing himself. I am the holder and devourer of water. Number 6 immediately continued. And I am the holder and devourer of fire. Tran Bok looked up and asked, What is the test of you two? Hearing that, he broke into sweat. This was practically betting his life. He looked at them anxiously. The test of the water devourer is to support him and make the fire devourer admit he is weaker. Sweat streamed down Tran Bok's face. Failing this test means certain death. Yet this is a question impossible to answer. The water devourer urged, Human, why are you still standing there stunned? Water overcomes fire is a simple truth. Number 6 stuck his head out irritably and said, Do not listen to his nonsense. Clearly I am stronger. Are you blind? Tran Bok thought nervously. In that case, the only way is to kill one of them to break the deadlock. Thinking that, he immediately launched an attack toward them. The 2 heads cried out in panic. Bastard, what are you doing, human? Number 3 stepped forward and scolded irritably. These 2 idiots. Number 4 laughed gleefully and said, Giving the human such difficult questions, it would be strange if he did not slash you too. Number 6 immediately retorted, What do you mean difficult? Our test is clearly very simple. The water devourer suddenly widened his eyes in realization. I understand now. With a question like this, he thinks answering either way is wrong. Number 6 also nodded. That is right. Tran Bok could only give an awkward smile. Number 6 said, My test counts as passed for you. No need to think anymore. The water devourer also nodded. The same for me. You only needed to say who is stronger. Tran Bok felt extremely confused. Why are these world devourers so childish? He raised his hand and suggested, Have you never tried to see who is stronger? The water devourer explained, We are originally one body. If we use full strength, it would be no different from killing ourselves. Number 6 also said, That is right, if not for that I would have burned him to death long ago. The water devourer angrily argued back, Nonsense. I would be the one to drain him dry. Tran Bok quickly suggested, Is this not a good opportunity now? You two can just use projections to test it. Why not try full strength once? He pointed to himself and said, That is better than asking me, because I do not understand you two. The water devourer immediately became excited. The human is right. This is a good chance to teach you a lesson. Number 6 also shouted, I hope after losing you will learn to respect the strong. Number 1 turned and reminded, All right, wait until the test is finished before fighting. The 2 heads immediately replied, Yes, big brother. Then number 6 summoned a book and said, My test is very simple. I was born in the universe and accepted an invitation to travel among the stars. Continued excitedly. Before the cosmic trial began, I had never been to Blue Planet. Can you tell me the history or a story about Blue Planet? Number 7 also stuck his head out. Include me as well. Does Blue Planet have beautiful scenery or delicious food? Tell me everything and you will pass. Number 2 also emerged from behind. He said thoughtfully, I like thinking. Do humans have any famous philosophers or scholars? If you tell me their ideas, my test will count as pass. Number 3 saw that and became angry. Are you planning to start a chatting festival? When will the test ever finish? Let me go first. I do not have the patience to listen to those meaningless stories. He opened his mouth, revealing fangs and a sphere of darkness. Lowly human, take my attack. Number 3 confidently challenged. When I reached level 10 after gaining devouring power, I created a unique skill. Lowly human, receive it. Bak looked up in astonishment. Creating a personal skill already at level 10, truly a god. He immediately became vigilant. This skill flies slowly and the devouring range is limited, but the suction force is extremely strong. First use telekinesis to try stopping it. Bak looked up in shock. It does not work. What kind of devouring power is this? It is even stronger than the black light virus that only devours my own flesh and blood. Number 3 said proudly, human, this is only the first version of devouring bomb. Its level stops at level 10. Let us see whether you can endure it. Bak immediately retreated cautiously. Number 2 stepped forward and said, he is coordinating with the speed of your skill, slowly retreating to use regeneration to cover this skill. Hearing that, Number 3 stuck out his tongue and praised, quite clever. So this skill has a devouring limit, but once the energy reaches the limit, it will explode. Bak looked up in horror when he saw it beginning to tear apart. Number 3 turned his face and smiled as he reminded, the explosive power is 3 times the energy it has absorbed. Winifred opened his mouth in shock and asked, third brother, you are not planning to blow that human to death, are you? Number 7 turned away and closed his eyes painfully, saying, I love peace, so I cannot bear such bloody scenes. Then he looked toward the cloud of dust and sighed in relief. Fortunately, it seems that human is still alive. After that, Bak appeared calmly and asked again, that explosion just now was indeed powerful, but still not enough to instantly kill me. Third brother, does this test count as pass? He still refused to stop and opened his mouth as he rushed forward. Human, you are quite capable. You are not even injured. Come, try again. This time I will strike harder. At that moment, Number 2 appeared and stopped him. Your test is already finished. Step aside and stop causing trouble. Number 3, though still annoyed, reluctantly agreed. If I had known, I would have used a stronger move. Number 2 then stuck out his tongue and continued. All right, now it is our test. Tell us the philosophy of humans. Number 4 and Number 7 excitedly appeared, adding, I want to hear about your history, delicious food, and beautiful scenery. Understand? Bak blinked, then immediately nodded. That is simple. After listening for a while, they kept clicking their tongues in praise. The human philosophy is truly interesting. You have passed my test. So this is your history. All right, it counts as passed. Bak raised his head, waiting, then asked, so what is the final test? Number 1 did not make things difficult and said directly, I have nothing to test you with. Number 5 and Number 6 are currently fighting with all their strength. If you can survive until they decide the winner, then it will count as passing my test. Bak glanced over and thought confidently, all right, this floor is so vast, I only need to stay far away. In his mind, he began reviewing the 9 tests just now. Everything was so obvious that even a blind person could notice. I wonder whether they are truly too lazy to act or they have another scheme. In that area, the devourer laughed loudly. Abyss floor 350. He leaned close to his opponent and asked with interest, I have won now. Do you admit defeat? Number 6 still refused to accept it and said, that was only at level 10. You only defeated me when we were both level 10. At that time, we were still young, so I do not accept it. Devourer stuck out his tongue and sneered. Not enough level, bad circumstances, bad mood, not awakened. You always have countless excuses. At that moment, Number 3 turned and shouted, enough, behave yourselves. Said resentfully, explaining the reason. Second brother and fourth brother insist on letting that human pass. I am very irritated right now, so do not make me angry. Number 4 stepped forward to calm him. Third brother, this is called investing in a human passing the trial. It only benefits us and brings no harm. He looked down at Bak and explained, if he can pass the trial of Baphomet, then he might pass the entire Abyss trial and become the ruler. Number 2 also agreed and added, think about it. An Abyss ruler who owes us a favor and also has devouring ability will bring enormous benefits. Continued mentioning another one. All right, suppose you are right, but I do not think he can pass. Floor 375, that wolf god has an extremely terrifying assassination ability. Number 2 emphasized worriedly, that one is extremely sinister and can also become invisible at will without consumption. He said with certainty, that kid cannot possibly pass. On the other side, Bak had already descended to a new floor. Abyss floor 375, Wolf Lord. He raised a hand to his chin and looked at the screen thinking, assassination. This time it is truly troublesome. Bak walked while observing the surroundings vigilantly. The opponent I find hardest to deal with. is this kind of invisible assassin who decides victory with one strike. Suddenly his leg was tightly bound by a rope trap. Tran Bok immediately widened his eyes and reacted, quickly turning his arm into a sharp blade. He swung his arm and cut the rope instantly. Tran Bok glanced to the side nervously when he saw spikes growing from the ground. He swiftly rolled several times to evade, then stood up and retreated to stay alert. Above him, something like a spider web appeared, and he immediately swung his sword to cut it apart. Will this dragging on continue like this? Suddenly something exploded, causing a massive blast. Tran Bok immediately used agile movement techniques to escape that area. He knelt on the ground, clenching his teeth tensely. Before even seeing the mastermind, I was forced to use a life-saving move once. Tran Bok looked around irritably and said, "Just how many traps are there?" Then he raised his head and shouted, releasing his power, Hellfire Body Ignition. Beneath Tran Bok's feet, a new power immediately erupted. He stepped forward, his eyes turning cold. The so-called wolf god of assassination. I think it looks more like a god of traps. Tran Bok's face darkened as he cursed. Truly a filthy and sinister opponent. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind, "Thank you for the compliment." Yet the surrounding space was still empty, with no figure in sight. Tran Bok's eyes lit up as he immediately used skills, heat sense tracking, and telekinetic vision. Above, a shadow rushed down, roaring, "Die human." The attack instantly swept across his body. Time reversed. Tran Bok looked at his hand worriedly. Returning to the past, this talisman consumes far too much. His base attributes are far higher than mine, and there are countless traps. Plus, his invisibility ability is so strong that even heat sense tracking cannot see clearly. He stood still, observing the surroundings anxiously. Floor 375, Wolf Lord. Last time the chain traps prevented me from releasing the virus in time. This time I must release the virus first. Tran Bok smiled, deciding that once Jin Aku is infected, he can use virus vision to determine his position. He pulled out his claws, preparing himself mentally. As for those traps, I will deal with them using this. Tran Bok gathered strength, smashing the earth and stones, earth-piercing tendrils erupting with power. Countless dangerous traps were spread everywhere, yet he still cautiously advanced deeper. Tran Bok gritted his teeth, listing the traps one by one: spikes, snares, sky nets, beast capture nets, sinking sand pits, poison leaves, demon grass, and explosive thorn plants. He looked around and sighed. Within just a few dozen meters, there are nearly 100 traps, and none of them are the same. Jin Aku flickered in and out behind him, saying, "Human, I can tolerate your poison, but this forest of mine is arranged extremely intricately." Immediately after that, Tran Bok was attacked again by surprise. He looked at his hand in horror, returning to the past. He knew everything from the beginning, so he has always been beside me. Tran Bok glanced behind anxiously. How can this situation be solved? The image of Jin Aku striking Tran Bok appeared. Abyss Floor 375, returning to the past for the 5th time. 1 second later, the hourglass pendant flew out. Another huge explosion erupted, returning to the past for the 8th time. That hourglass pendant appeared once again. Tran Bok smiled in understanding. No, this will not work. Although his strength is not equal to Baphomet, it is still 3 times mine. He looked into the distance vigilantly. The traps in this forest are also extremely dangerous. One mistake would mean severe injury. Tran Bok frowned, making his final decision. The only way to win is still the virus, but every time he senses his attributes dropping, he will immediately kill me. Even so, he still believed in that tactic. Spirit Worm not only weakens him, but also makes him more impatient. Tran Bok accelerated and jumped onto the high mountain slope. There is only one way to win. He flew upward, continuously scattering lung infection virus and spirit worm virus, first releasing flu virus and spirit worm outward. Tran Bok stood still, looking into the distance vigilantly. He has arrived. Beneath his feet, tentacles grew out and used them to trigger traps to delay and exhaust the opponent. From afar, Jin Aku slowly approached. Tran Bok glanced behind, then smiled in satisfaction. Success. He continued walking quickly forward, arranging more traps and creating a perfect route. As long as his attributes are dragged down to my level, I will be confident to kill him. Jin Aku chased closely behind, roaring angrily, "Human, you dare provoke me." He swung his long arm forward, roaring, "Die." A satisfied smile appeared on Tran Bok's lips. The hourglass pendant appeared once again. Tran Bok placed his hands on his waist and activated the time reversal ability for the 10th time. At this moment, he declared with extreme confidence that every time he returned to the past, he managed to run farther than before. Jin Okay, who this time you will definitely lose. Tran Bok continued repeating his familiar tactic and returned to the past for the 15th time. The hourglass quietly continued performing its function. He slightly glanced behind to observe the situation. That scene repeated again and again. The 23rd reversal. Jin Aku suddenly raised his head, looking upward with vigilance. Suddenly, a massive explosion sounded right there. He opened his mouth and roared before charging forward. "Human, I will torture you until death." Seeing that Tran Bok became even more certain. The more rushed you are, the easier it is to fall into the traps you built yourself. Immediately afterward, he recognized the familiar sign. He has arrived. This time he did not even bother hiding the killing intent, just like before. In the end, he still could not restrain himself and rushed forward. He stopped, then turned his head to observe carefully. Tran Bok stepped backward, keeping a safe distance. He frowned, calculating. This punch's attributes are already twice mine. Will you continue rushing into traps to kill me or wait for another chance? He was knocked flying back once again, making Tran Bok smile with excitement. Very good, keep coming. He swung his arm, knocking him far away. The opponent attributes were no longer enough to completely overwhelm him, especially since he was already carrying many wounds. Tran Bok leaped high into the air. It is time to risk everything. Gigantic Jin Aku from afar also jumped into the air. He refused to accept defeat and immediately chased after Tran Bok. In the end, Tran Bok collapsed on the ground, his whole body battered and panting. Finally, I have won. A notification quickly appeared. You have passed level 350. Please choose recovery time. Tran Bok smiled lightly with relief. Until the very last moment, his attributes were still higher than mine. Fortunately, his direct combat ability was not too strong. Afterward, another notification appeared. Recovery time 1 hour in the rest room. He looked at the bed, then sighed. My equipment is completely ruined. Although the gear has no durability, it is not indestructible either. The plague set is now gone as well. Tran Bok placed his hands on his waist, calculating. 6 gods, and now only 3 remain. Suddenly, he remembered something. Tran Bok stroked his chin, thinking. Heroes once mentioned an abyss lord called the succubus queen Mekantha. She seems to be around floor 400. Just thinking about it already feels worrying. Queen of pleasure, wielder of the whip, queen of chains. Even heroes must be cautious of this god. Tran Bok stepped deeper inside with a nervous mood. So the next one I meet will be her. Countless human arms stretched up from the ground. Abyss floor 400. He put on his gloves and said clearly, not the succubus queen, but the endless undead army. Tran Bok immediately summoned several swords. It feels like this floor will be the easiest besides those devouring snakes earlier, biochemical plague pool. A group of people immediately panicked when they saw him appear. Tran Bok continuously received attribute boosts. Strength +1, agility +1, constitution +1. The undead were quickly destroyed by him. Tran Bok glanced and understood. Just like defending the city, but this time I do not need to protect anything. Moreover, the new flying swords can attack at range, so my attributes can remain above 2,000. After that, he flipped backward to dodge an attack. Tran Bok slammed his fist into the ground, unleashing earth-shattering impact. Turned his head vigilantly. It has arrived. Telekinetic shield. Tran Bok launched his sword, breaking the outer defensive circle. Then he held his head slightly dizzy, but still sighed in relief. Blocked it. That was dangerous. He looked forward and realized the opponent telekinetic spear is extremely strong, while my spirit power has not increased. I must finish this quickly. Tran Bok immediately rushed forward, throwing a punch. The red Ferriman expression changed in shock. You still managed to detect me. He continued, using all of his strength. Seeing that the man sighed in admiration. Truly a strange human. Your strength is clearly not great, yet you always choose the correct, decisive moment. Tran Bok stood calmly and replied, of course, after all, you have already killed me twice. Abyss floor 400 red Ferriman Guardian Gabon resurrection count 2. He shook his head and said, thank you for the compliment. I must continue forward. The red Ferriman standing behind advised, I will wait for you on floor 400 when you return victorious. Then we can talk further. He lowered his head and said, Go Mecanthus is waiting for you. Tran Bok turned back, memorizing the name Mecanthus. Scene shifted to a luxurious room on floor 437, king of pleasure of the demon race. Mecanthus level 10, special condition of this floor none. Mecanthus sat on a chair leaning back with a smile. A human came to challenge the abyss, and you managed to reach this place. In the distance, Tran Bok calmly walked forward. He stopped and exclaimed, so this is Mecanthus. Truly too beautiful, her aura makes the heart beat wildly. It seemed Tran Bok also began to be drawn into that sensation of pleasure. But immediately he shook his head repeatedly. Dangerous, I almost fell into the trap. Tran Bok broke into sweat, thinking to himself, I cannot be hit by this charm. Mecanthus raised a hand and beckoned seductively. Come here, I can feel the desire within you. That is your instinct, so why suppress it? Tran Bok kept gasping as if under tremendous pressure. She smiled and continued, if you do not come, then I will come closer. Mecanthus looked at him and said, your desire is about to tear your body apart. She stuck out her tongue provocatively and said, is that all right? It must be very uncomfortable. Kneel down. With your appearance, I can accept you as a pet. Mecanthus continued commanding, "Kneel down and kiss my toes. Let me mark you with the whip, then call me master. Obedient pets will be rewarded." She swept her tail lightly across his face and sneered, "Truly a male. Although you endured longer than anyone else in the end, you are still ready to abandon everything to satisfy your desire." Then Tran Bok truly knelt down following her command. The scene shifted elsewhere. In Hero's restaurant, Tran Bok admitted that the method she taught to control desire was extremely useful. "That succubus in the mission could not threaten me at all." Hearing that Heroes was not surprised. "Of course, that is the method I researched specifically to deal with the goddess of desire, Mecanthus." She smiled and added, "Speaking of that demoness in the abyss, there is quite an interesting story." This made Tran Bok curious and asked what story. Heroes smiled and explained when she inherited the authority of desire, the man she secretly admired was immediately enchanted. After desire corroded him, he behaved extremely ugly just to please her. That made Mecanthus completely disappointed in men. Heroes crossed her arms, closed her eyes, and shook her head. From then on, whenever she met someone she liked, she used seduction to test them. Very few people know the result. The important thing is the goddess of desire is actually a pure succubus who has never experienced love. Hearing that Tran Bok was also shocked. Such a thing really exists. Heroes rested her chin, looking at him, warning, "Bok, if one day you are enchanted by her, many interesting things may happen. After all, you are someone who would rather have nothing than bow your head." But Tran Bok immediately said, "You misunderstand. I know how to bow my head and will be loyal to the strong, for example, you." Heroes leaned back in the chair and asked coldly, "Really?" He nodded firmly, "Of course." Returning to the present, Tran Bok rushed straight forward. Of course, that was not true. Mecanthus froze with eyes wide open, then leaned back in astonishment. She immediately rushed down, swinging the whip of power. Mecanthus still kept a confident expression as she commanded, "Human, you cannot defeat me. Kneel down. Only by doing so can you enjoy pleasure beneath my feet." Tran Bok tightened his body and said directly, "Do not dream either victory or death. I will never kneel down to lick your feet and beg." She did not hesitate either and continued pressing him. "If that is the case, then let us see how long you can endure. I am very lonely. Having an obedient dog to play with would be wonderful." Tran Bok's body began trembling. He looked down and immediately understood the reason. Damn this whip. He became increasingly worried. It clearly only wrapped around his body, yet his whole body could not move. Moreover, these spikes, the initial pain was turning into a strange itching sensation. The situation was truly dangerous. Mecanthus raised her tongue to lick the handle of the whip, then laughed, asking, "The taste of this whip is not bad, is it?" Mecanthus confidently introduced, "This is the punishment whip of bound love strengthened by my authority. It has extremely powerful control over those who wish to release their instincts." But Tran Bok still held firm willpower. "If you want me to submit, then this little force is still not enough. I will count this opening act as a passing score for you." Tran Bok's face was drenched in sweat, yet he still smiled provocatively. "What move do you have next? Please be a bit harsher. Something this gentle disappoints me, Mecanthus." Hearing that, Mecanthus became even angrier and swung the whip as she advanced. "Human, it seems your passion has not yet faded. Your stubborn tongue is quite interesting." She suddenly bent down and kissed him. "It seems I must add a little seasoning so you understand your situation." Tran Bok widened his eyes, unable to react. The surprise made his consciousness feel as if it was pulled into another space. Tran Bok almost wanted to surrender. After all, Mecanthus was a god. If he truly faced her in reality, he certainly could not escape her control. Hellrose appeared with arms crossed, reminding him, "The thread of reason does not necessarily need to completely bind desire. Relaxing a little is not a bad thing, as long as in the end you can still pull yourself back." A ray of light suddenly appeared in Tran Bok's palm. Gradually recovered his spirit. "I am ready. The desire of the reproduction virus is the most intense of all." Tran Bok regained confidence and shouted, "Begin." Mecanthus clenched her teeth, sweat forming in confusion. "Why is this happening? My charm should have made him drown in pleasure until he lost the will to fight. Never before has anyone remained this firm after being enchanted." Right before her eyes, Tran Bok completely vanished. Then he suddenly appeared behind her back. Mecanthus was counterattacked and gritted her teeth in pain. His body was covered in spikes. The two of them leaped into the air at the same time. Both of them fell onto the large bed. Mecanthus' face flushed red as she panted, then decided, "It seems the only way left is to kill him." Mecanthus' tail stretched forward, but she suddenly hesitated. "Must I truly kill him? This is the first person not subdued by my charm." Tran Bok laughed with excitement. "Finally, the opportunity has come. Stopped already. Since you gave me the chance, I will not hold back." Mecanthus turned her face aside and muttered, "Forget it. After all, this is only a clone." Her gaze changed as she said, "I am very curious what you would do if you lost your reason. Humans, show me." Time passed for a long while. 3 days later, Tran Bok lay on his back panting. truly a fierce battle. The system updated information. Abyss floor 437 succubus queen mecanthus. Number of reversals 0. Number of withdrawal states 21. System continued announcing, you have passed floor 437. Please choose recovery time. Tran Bok immediately sat up and chose 1 hour. Mecanthus slowly listed Minotaur, 9-headed serpent, wolf, undead, and Mecanthus. Tran Bok smiled with anticipation. That means I have passed 5 gods. The previous 5 all had weaknesses to exploit. I wonder what the 6th god will be like. Maid turned back and asked, Honorable Queen, do you have any orders? Floor 437, Abyss Succubus Palace. Mecanthus raised her hand with regret. I never expected my clone to experience something so interesting. Her eyes were filled with fascination. So this is the feeling of being conquered. Tran Bok. Mecanthus sat up thinking, perhaps I should descend to floor 500 of the abyss and kill him. That thought appeared for only one simple reason, so he could pass the trial and advance straight to the floor of the gods. Then I could experience that feeling once again. A flash of thought crossed Mecanthus' mind. Finally, she regained clarity. Go kill someone on floor 500, how ridiculous. I have never been a match for the monarch. She sighed regretfully, forget it, what a pity. Scene shifted to a deeper floor, abyss floor 500. A figure above spoke. Human, you truly reached this place. If you pass the final challenge, your miracle will become legend. Agaris said confidently, but you will never become a legend. Your journey ends here, floor 500 Demon Royal. Eternal Night Monarch Agaris level 10. Special condition of this floor none. Tran Bok showed no fear and rushed straight forward. Stop talking nonsense. But suddenly he halted halfway. Tran Bok's eyes constantly changed as he used observation methods, heat tracking, and spiritual perception. He immediately became alert. Bad heat tracking cannot penetrate the darkness. Telekinetic perception also has no effect. At this rate, I may have to die many times. Tran Bok frowned in confusion. Why has he not attacked after so long? That moment the system announced, you have passed floor 500, please choose recovery time. Tran Bok stood there with mouth open, unable to understand what was happening. Garis smiled and praised. Interesting human. Tran Bok turned around in confusion. The man gradually dissolved into the darkness, leaving only his words. I hope one day I can meet you again. Tran Bok widened his eyes, sweating. What did he mean by that? Why did he let me pass? Tran Bok's mind was in chaos. Damn, why did that man not explain clearly? I should have killed him. The system sent another notification. Recovery time chosen 1 second. Then a confirmation panel appeared. Minimum recovery time is 1 minute. If you choose less, you will immediately proceed to the next floor. Are you sure? Tran Bok replied without hesitation, I am sure. The system immediately responded. Floor 501 has collapsed. Entering floor 502, Tran Bok stepped in with anticipation. It has begun again. I wonder how many floors will disappear this time. I have already passed all 6 gods. He thought ahead, there probably are not many floors left. The system continued announcing, Abyss floor 600. Currently there is no lord extracting demons that once existed to create a phantom. Prepare yourself. Tran Bok broke into sweat. There are still 100 floors left. The system updated special information. Floor 600 Satang. Incarnation of a level 10 demon, no special conditions. Tran Bok read it and was shocked. Satang. Impossible, the traitor of the abyss. The one who created hell, the evil god of legend. A voice sounded, I never expected my consciousness would one day awaken within the abyss. He tilted his head board, Satang. This ruined floor 600 still exists. Seeing that Tran Bok's face immediately turned pale. Satan clapped his hands and stepped forward praising. So someone has passed the abyss trials and reached this place. He asked curiously, your strength is quite astonishing. What is your name? Tran Bok only smiled, faintly thinking this Satang speaks too much. Meanwhile, he secretly scattered virus behind him. Satan continued enthusiastically, if my true body had not died, I would hope to meet you somewhere someday. How about we sit down and talk? I actually do not like fighting. Tran Bok widened his eyes in shock. Your true body has died. Seeing that reaction, Satan guessed, you do not want to talk. Satan revealed a sly smile. Then let me see what you rely on to reach this place. But the moment he launched his attack, he suddenly halted in shock. He did not expect the opponent to be able to wield the power of hell. Satan's lower hand continued its bizarre movement. Hellfire surged to clash with his flames, using hellfire to oppose me. Clever, yet choosing such a foolish method. Have you forgotten something? He coldly declared at once, I am the Lord of Hell. Tran Bok's body suddenly stiffened for no clear reason. Damn it. He could not move at all. Even the hellfire could not be withdrawn. Only then did he truly sense the danger. Without using hellfire, he could only dodge passively. But the moment he used it, that man controlled it immediately. In the end, Tran Bok made a decision. Perhaps for now he had to retreat and find another way. But right then Satang suddenly suggested, we have come this far and dying one more time would be a pity. How about we try cooperating? He trembled slightly and asked in confusion, "Is this your attitude for cooperation?" Seeing that reaction, he immediately understood the issue. "Ah, sorry, it seems that was my mistake." Once released, Tran Bok spoke directly, "Then say it. How do we cooperate?" Tang extended his hand and explained clearly, "My true body died long ago but revived through the Abyss trial. Is that not a perfect opportunity?" Hearing this, Tran Bok asked in surprise, "You are only an illusion." He continued explaining further, "This matter is rather complicated. The Abyss creates illusions based on the life imprint of every creature, and I can preserve that imprint and take it out of the Abyss." His eyes shone brightly as he declared, "That way I can live again." Raised his head to think for a moment, then asked, "So what is the price?" Satan immediately stated his demand. "You only need to take me out of the Abyss without paying any price. Moreover, you can receive part of my legacy in hell as compensation." Tran Bok moved his arm slightly with suspicion. Such a good deal with no risk and so many benefits. Who would believe that? Yet he still put his hand in his pocket and asked, "Then how exactly do I help you?" Tang took out a ring and briefly explained, "My life imprint will enter this ring. You only need to carry it out of the Abyss." He handed out the ring with a condition. "As long as you take me outside, this item will belong to you." Tran Bok examined the ring carefully, then asked, "This very thing?" The ring was introduced as Solomon's Ring of the Hell King rank SSS. Equipment increases physique by 50%, agility and spirit increase by 200%. All attributes plus 3072, contains the soul imprints of 72 demon gods, reduces skill casting time by 80%, reduces cooldown by 50%. When activating Hell King form, all attributes double and skills have no cooldown for 15 seconds. It can also open the gate of hell at any time, equipment requirement none. Wear it and sit upon the throne of hell. Tran Bok took it with wide eyes in shock. Why would he give him such a terrifying item? He glanced at that man with hesitation. He absolutely could not easily trust him, yet he could not defeat him and also did not know his true intention. How could he break this deadlock? Even so, Tran Bok still put the ring on his finger and tried activating Hell King form. Yet nothing changed, which made him suspicious. "Is your ring a fake?" Tang calmly explained, "Right now it does not truly belong to you yet. I also regret that I have no way to prove my sincerity." He closed his eyes and raised his hand while clarifying, "After all, I am only a remnant soul born from the life imprint. Only I can use this ring." No longer patient enough to trust him, Tran Bok immediately rushed forward saying, "Sorry, but I cannot trust you." That action instead made Tang reveal a meaningful smile. Casually waved his hand to counterattack. "Do you think avoiding hellfire will solve everything? As long as the power of hell remains within you, then you will never resist the command of the god of hell, which is me." Tran Bok immediately knelt but still spoke firmly. "What if I refuse to cooperate?" Tang lifted his chin in annoyance. "You still want to test me? Fine then. I do not want to kill you, because if you die, I do not know how long I must wait for another who passes the Abyss trial." After that, he proposed another option. "I can remain here with you forever until someone else arrives and is willing to cooperate with me." Finally, Tran Bok turned his head and said decisively, "Fine, no need to waste time anymore. I agree to cooperate." At that moment, the system displayed a notification that he had passed floor 600 and completed the entire Abyss Lord trial. Tran Bok calmly set his foot on the ground. He widened his eyes, looking around in astonishment. Where is this place? Tran Bok stood still observing the surroundings, then quickly realized, is that not the Void Flame Scroll? A stream of dark power from Tang gradually gathered before Tran Bok. Suddenly the energy stopped, which made him realize the condensation process requires time. If so, then first he must arrange everything. Tran Bok closed his eyes to check his status, then said, "Condition normal. The ability to return to the past is still usable." He raised his hand and said, "So you may come out now. We have already left floor 600 of the Abyss." At that moment, a surge of energy suddenly flowed out from the Tang immediately appeared before him, raised his hand and introduced, "Look, this is the authority of the Abyss Lord class advancement scroll." Tang laughed with interest and said, "Tran, your name will resound across the countless heavens and worlds for completing a trial even gods could not achieve." But Tran Bok calmly said, "No, I did not truly defeat you. I even fell into your plan." Satan shook his head and praised him. "Not at all. Just defeating Mecanthus alone is already a miracle." Tran Bok smiled and asked again, "So Agaris on floor 500 really was your subordinate?" He lowered his head and admitted, "Yes, among the 72 demon gods I conquered, the second one was Agaris." He raised his hand and reminded him, "You have already left floor 600 of the Abyss, so can our cooperation end now?" Yet Tang shook his head and said there was still one final step. He asked in return, "You have not yet received the ring nor my legacy in Hell, right?" Hearing that, Tran Bok immediately grew suspicious. "Will you truly give them to me?" Satan narrowed his eyes with a smile and said, "Of course." I am a devil, but I always keep my promises. He emphasized every word. I guarantee your body will enjoy all of those things. Moreover, I can use this body to advance toward the supreme realm. Hearing that, Tran Bok realized in panic. His goal was to devour his soul and seize this body. He immediately concluded that man wanted to possess him. Sa Tang then laughed loudly in delight, saying he had finally succeeded. The Abyss Lord will be the beginning for me to surpass the countless heavens and worlds. Tran Bok gritted his teeth in response. His soul had absolutely no protection. He must immediately reverse time. Seeing this, he rushed forward, but suddenly exclaimed in shock. How can the soul of a mortal be like this? Impossible. What is this thing? The ring on his hand suddenly went dim. Tran Bok held his head while sensing and discovered his soul was still intact. Perhaps because the chrono clock had bound itself to his soul, so Satan failed. But he fell into another problem. He was still not certain whether that man had been completely destroyed or not. Could he still be hiding somewhere? Tran Bok raised his hand and tested. Are you still there? Sir, I am still waiting for you to use this body to rule the countless heavens and worlds. With no response, he decided that it was best not to risk checking whether Satan was dead. After all, this ring once contained his soul. Tran Bok removed the ring from his hand, thinking it would be safest to destroy it to avoid future trouble. The ring information appeared, showing it was the damaged Solomon ring of the Hell Lord. All attributes +3. There are 72 seals, reducing its power to 1/10,000. It requires collecting the souls of 72 demon gods to remove the seals. When conditions are met, it can open the gate of hell with a cooldown of 10 days, level requirement 5. Wear it and sit upon the throne of hell after restoring all its power. After reading the information panel, he was extremely surprised. Then Tran Bok laughed and said it really is a broken item. If that is the case, destroying it would not be a pity. At that moment, Sa Tang hurriedly crawled out of the ring, saying, "Wait, Tran, everything can still be negotiated." He still kept an excited and confident expression, even asking once more as if to confirm, "Were the words you just said truly real?" You calmly glanced downward and asked with confusion, "What exactly do you want to discuss?" Immediately afterward, Satan repeatedly bowed, endlessly praising Tran Bok. "You are the most worthy existence of reverence across countless worlds. Your power fills me with fear. Your wisdom is far beyond my reach. Your reputation echoes everywhere." He clasped his hands to show sincerity. "I am willing to offer everything I have. I only beg that you show mercy and grant this lowly life a path to survive." You tilted your head to the side, then waved your hand, signaling him to stop speaking. "You were never trustworthy. Hand over everything you have." Satan's face was covered in sweat as he hurriedly explained, "You can see my current condition. I truly have nothing left in my hands. But all the assets I left in hell are still intact. Please believe my words." Tran Bok glanced downward and emphasized every word. "Then where is the soul check?" He hurried to explain again. No, you can completely verify what I said. Those things will definitely belong to you." In the end, you nodded and accepted. "Fine. When I want to take them, I will release you. For now, just stay quietly inside my backpack first." Satan clasped his hands together and begged repeatedly, "Beloved Tran A, can you not carry me with you?" Tran Bok immediately reminded him, "You are thinking too much. Only inside the inventory provided by the will of the universe is truly safe. I guarantee you will not encounter any trouble there. You also have no right to choose." You held the item happily. Success. The second SSS class change scroll. The system immediately displayed the information. SSS class change scroll Abyss Overlord. The abyss is where everything ends, the source of despair. This land of madness, brutality, and blood is the dark side of the universe. Darkness devours everything. Even the will of the universe finds it difficult to enter. Even gods dare not set foot here. The requirement for class change is level 10 and passing the abyss trial. Tran Bok thought to himself, then decided, keeping it in the item backpack is still not safe enough. Then place it together with the place imprisoning the living calamity. Turned and proposed the next plan. As long as I summon Lido and complete the mission, I can unlock dual classes. Thinking this, you immediately return to the original location on the first layer of the abyss. Tran Bok had already calculated everything. For now, he would not leave the abyss. Summoning Lido on the first layer was still the best choice. An object was quickly thrown out. A structure immediately appeared at that location. Lido appeared along with it and asked with a puzzled expression, "Kid, why did you call me to this cursed place?" He stepped closer and immediately explained, "In hell I still have branches of my trade guild. But in this abyss, those stupid demons completely do not understand what trading is." Tran Bok laughed and said, "It seems you really do not like this place." Lido replied frankly, "Aside from those demons, there is nothing here that interests anyone." Pointed behind himself and continued asking, "Kid, then why did you call me here?" "That coin was meant for you to use after completing the first mission." Lido stroked his chin and reminded him, "If you use it to ask for help, then obtaining another coin will require payment." Tran Bok smiled and asked clearly, "Then may I know if Mr. Leto has prepared the contract and the reward after the mission is completed?" He immediately produced a scroll and said confidently, "Of course, and it has also been certified by the will of the universe." Leto lowered his head to look and asked in shock, "Could it be that you truly completed it?" Tran Bok smiled faintly and took out 2 SSS scrolls. The 2 scrolls quickly floated in front. He introduced them with interest. "This is the fascinating power of the virus." Leto raised 2 fingers curiously. "You actually managed to find such a suitable class for yourself. Not bad. Then where is the second scroll?" When holding it, he suddenly became suspicious. "Wait, this is the abyss. Could it be that you?" But then he kept shaking his head. "Impossible. There are many other SSS scrolls in the abyss. It cannot be that one. No being can do that. Even Satan once failed." Tran Bok immediately took out the item and asked, "Mr. Leto, are you referring to this scroll?" His eyes widened speechlessly. "This." Leto shouted in shock, "Damn it. This is the Abyss Overlord." A smile clearly appeared on his lips. The Abyss Overlord class change scroll. Suddenly something rushed in from the distance. Tran Bok immediately sensed killing intent. Could it be that Leto wanted to seize the scroll? He only responded with a faint smile. And Leto continued praising, "Dear Mr. Tran, you always create miracles I never imagined." Finally, he took out another scroll and said, "From now on it belongs to you." Tran Bok held it with confusion, the dual-class scroll. What was this man thinking earlier? Just now he revealed killing intent, yet now he was calm. The contents clearly stated an investment contract. Evolver Bok #1 has found 2 SSS scrolls and completed the mission. Leto will give the dual-class scroll to Tran Bok. In the future, Tran Bok must repay investor Leto with items or resources of equivalent value. He extended his hand excitedly. There are no rules returning to the previous moment. The investment is complete. The contract officially takes effect, and from now on we will be long-term partners. Tran Bok thought for a moment, then understood. The location or form of investment only needs to ensure value. Such a free contract proves Leto trusts him greatly. He proposed, "Dear Mr. Tran, in the future, if you control the abyss, then allow me to open a trade guild here." Leto raised one finger and smiled. "We will teach those demons what trading is. Let them know commerce is the path of mutual benefit." Tran Bok immediately smiled and replied, "That of course will not be a problem." Inwardly you thought, so this old man had been planning that. Tran Bok calculated silently. The abyss is immensely vast. Each layer is the size of a planet and contains countless rare resources. Simply exploiting them would already bring enormous profit. In the end, the two shook hands to confirm the transaction, investor Leto and the invested Bok. He laughed loudly with satisfaction. "Good." Leto raised one finger and said, "Dear Mr. Tran, you do not mind using it right now, do you? Let me witness your miracle once more." An information panel appeared. The SSS dual-class scroll is a special item, the pinnacle product of electro-crystal technology and alchemy. It allows an evolver to possess 2 classes simultaneously, allowing skills and attributes to develop in parallel. This is the treasured trump card of Leto, the trading merchant of electro-crystal. The usage requirement is level 10 and not yet class changed. Tran Bok immediately crushed the scroll and said, "Of course I do not mind. Your body absorbed that source of power." The system announced, "You have used the special item dual-class scroll. Your class change limit has increased to 2. Tran Bok raised his head and said briefly, "Class change." Leto quickly put on a mask. "This is the power of the virus, the power of the abyss." Rupert turned his head and noticed something unusual. The abyss is showing such a phenomenon again. This feeling is like a human has already passed through. Baphomet became furious upon hearing the news. Was it not this man who used despicable tricks to make me lose my will to fight? He actually managed to do that. He slammed her hand onto the chair in frustration. "I absolutely do not accept this." The other side, the others were extremely excited. "Are we about to win?" Mecanthus lay on the bed showing interest. Then it becomes even more worth anticipating. Agaris raised his head and smiled happily. The great king has finally succeeded. Satan raised his hand high and declared, "We have returned. Turn our hell into the supreme ruler of the countless heavens and worlds." Another announcement also sounded. The will of the universe congratulates Evolver Bok for completing the first class change. The cosmic training ground will enter a new phase and open the regional ranking board. Currently within the White Eagle Empire, the class change dungeon is still ongoing. Anthony was still struggling to remain on the rock. The clown activated the secret device inside his body. The surrounding tree trunks began spinning at terrifying speed. Anthony sneered, "I have already seen through all your tricks." His body nimbly dodged and moved around the rock. According to the plan, Anthony successfully broke one of the spheres. He leapt upward from below and shouted loudly, "The winner is me." The clown's head was knocked off along with the spring. Anthony held the spoils in his hand with excitement. "Success." He spoke proudly, "You always suppressed me. But this time it is different. The first person to class change will definitely be me. Remember this name, Bok A." Immediately afterward, Anthony crushed the object in his hand. At that moment, the notification panel appeared. The will of the universe announces congratulations to the evolver. Bach became the first person to complete a class change. The cosmic testing ground therefore entered a new phase, and the regional ranking board was open. Anthony stood stunned and exclaimed, "What?" Made him extremely furious. "Damn it, I was one step slower again." The system continued announcing, "Class change completed. You have received the S-Rank class Circus Clown." The chat group was extremely lively at this moment. Deep 2 said that Brother Bach had already changed class. "It must be the SSS class he once mentioned." Han Vuong replied, "Of course. It is just that my experience is still not enough, so changing class now would be too early." Ba Vuong said irritably, "Tiu Han, stop complaining. At least you already have a class change scroll. Many people still do not even have one. Why is the S-Rank class Shu Mountain Disciple so difficult? I warn you, if you keep talking, I will block you immediately." Another user lamented, "Everyone even gave up on me with 5 Lotus Immortal. Did you not receive Lido investment mission? I am the miserable one. Until now, I still have not found any reliable class and not even a clue." Din Din curiously asked everyone, "After Brother Bach changed class, did you see the new ranking board feature yet?" Han Vuong replied that he already saw it. Tran Bach's side, the system announced class change success. By default, your faction is determined as Long Nation. You may change faction within 10 minutes. Please note, once the faction is confirmed, changing it later will require a very heavy price. After reading it, he felt slightly surprised, then chose to confirm joining Long Nation. The system continued reminding that only those above level 10 and already class changed can enter the level ranking board. In addition, the top 10 will bring +1 reputation point for all evolvers within the faction. System continued updating the title World Leader. When using the title of first place on the global evolver ranking board, the item drop rate will increase by 20%. Tran Bach evaluated it with satisfaction. Not bad at all. Such an additional drop rate will be extremely useful when summarizing spoils. He clearly understood that no matter what method increases item drop rate, it will always benefit him. However, the true benefits of the ranking board certainly have not been fully revealed. Tran Bach believed that the later it goes, the greater its effect will be. He continued opening the system panel and murmured, "Now it is best to examine the powers and skills of the new class." Class panel displayed the SSS inherited class Living Calamity. Each level up grants 10 strength and agility, 15 constitution and spirit, while also granting 20 free attribute points. Detailed information appeared. The Authority Plague Control allows controlling any creature carrying pathogens or already infected as long as their attributes do not exceed the host. When controlling plague creatures, the Living Calamity skill will strengthen virus and fungus effects. The owner of this class is completely immune to all plagues and deadly toxins. There is also the Authority Plague Sun, which can condense a sun filled with viruses, and wherever its light shines, the plague spreads instantly. The skill Misfortune Never Comes Alone Black Death causes targets infected with virus to develop black spots on the body. Each spot deals virus damage and has a chance of instant death at low levels. The more viruses spread, the greater the damage of the black spots. Tran Bach thought the additional attributes were indeed very good, but there were only 2 skills. The description was still not clear enough, so it was best to test it in practice. Immediately, he summoned the Plague Sun skill. The alien creatures immediately panicked. "What is that? A blue sun?" They clutched their bodies and collapsed one after another. "What is happening?" After a moment, Tran Bach withdrew the skill. Lido witnessed the scene and evaluated, truly terrifying. In only 3 seconds, the demons within several thousand meters were left with only a few survivors. Tran Bach replied modestly, "You flatter me, Lido." Lido continued, "It is not flattery, look at this." Tran Bach was surprised, "Even you are infected." Lido nodded, "That is correct, but I do not need to worry. Your ability is very powerful, but it also has a weakness. Your spirit power is currently not enough to fully control the range of the Plague Sun. Therefore, use it carefully." Tran Bach silently admitted he was right. He could not observe a battlefield hundreds of meters away, so he might easily harm allies unintentionally. He nodded and said, "I understand. Thank you, Lido." Tran Bach continued advancing his task. Next was the Abyss Overlord class. When these 2 classes combine, it will surely bring unpredictable surprises. System displayed the class information, Abyss Overlord SSS Special Rank. When leveling up, it grants no additional attributes. The power of the class depends on the number of Abyss layers you control. Tran Bach was surprised there are no attributes. However, he calmly thought it is better to first examine its authorities and skills. Information continued appearing. The Authority Endless Abyss grants a permanent 2% increase of current attributes each time leveling up. Infinite Abyss makes the level limit equal to the number of existing Abyss layers. Abyss Overlord allows each conquered layer to grant supreme authority of that layer, while permanently increasing attributes according to the number of conquered layers. Only then did Tran Bach fully understand the potential. This truly was a future worth anticipating. A level limit hundreds of times higher than others. attributes increasing over time and countless different authorities. Quickly calculated that if he conquered 600 layers, the attributes gained would exceed 180,000. The system continued introducing the skill, I am the Abyss, allowing you to enter any Abyss layer from anywhere and leave at any time. If you do not actively cause harm, Abyss creatures cannot harm you. This skill has absolute priority, and no control skill can stop. There is also Abyss assimilation to turn objects or creatures into creations of the Abyss depending on your level. Abyss bloodline allows possessing 9 different bloodlines simultaneously without conflict. Abyss immortality allows revival at the Abyss well after death without any loss. Tran Bok smiled with excitement, freely entering and leaving every Abyss layer at any time. Also 9 bloodlines and the ability to resurrect. This power is truly terrifying. He reviewed the current situation again. Aside from Abyss assimilation, whose use was still unclear, the other abilities were extremely powerful. Leto slowly removed his mask as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Bok, my friend, it seems you already understand clearly what you have obtained today. Leto smiled and invited, then next shall we have a drink? The information of this item immediately appeared. Life Wine S-Rank is a premium wine brewed from life water and life fruit. After drinking, it permanently grants 50 points to all attributes, while gaining the life protection effect, greatly increasing recovery speed and increasing experience and item drop rate by 30%. Tran Bok politely accepted the glass and praised, truly a precious item. Leto laughed and replied, of course, as both my friend and partner, you deserve to enjoy this. Tran Bok simultaneously received an update on his phone about the Goblin Pocket Store Leto version, released by the Goblin Trade Chamber. You can open this store anytime to contact Leto and purchase special goods, sold exclusively by the Goblin Trade Chamber. Leto raised his glass happily and said, come Bok, my friend, let us celebrate today's gains and our long-term cooperation. Cheers. The two drank together and said happy cooperation. After that, Tran Bok stepped onto a high stone step and observed the surroundings. He thought he had finished testing. Currently, without layer authority, he could only conquer directly. At this moment, he was on the 19th layer of the Abyss. After completing the previous steps, the 19th layer had been conquered. In total, he gained an additional 45 attribute points. Tran Bok continued observing. The system announced conquest of the 19th layer failed. You must first conquer the 18th layer. Tran Bok understood, so it is impossible to skip layers. Then first try using the Abyss assimilation ability. He took out the mask and looked at it. Currently only this remained. Earlier, after absorbing the demon bloodline potion, the backpack was almost empty. Tran Bok used Abyss assimilation. The system immediately displayed Demon Mask E-Rank plus 3 points to all attributes. The skill Demon Kiss has a life steal effect. Each time an enemy is killed, it restores stamina, spirit, and injuries. Level requirement 1. Using Abyss power to modify this is indeed somewhat wasteful. Tran Bok thought modify, so that is how it works. I wonder what changes would occur if Abyss assimilation is used on a human. Suddenly, he remembered something important. Tran Bok summoned the weapon. This was an E-rank equipment, yet when used it resisted and burned his hand. If Abyss assimilation is used on it, perhaps it will change. Thinking so, he used the ability again. Tran Bok was shocked to discover the weapon resisting. He could not help praising it. Truly is a weapon capable of evolution, completely different from that mask. After thinking, Tran Bok realized if he continued exhausting himself like this, he would not have enough strength to modify it. Perhaps another method must be tried. The weapon still continuously emitted powerful energy. Tran Bok judged that the Abyss power within the Abyss well could suppress it best, and only then could he easily carry out modification. The system announced Abyss assimilation success. Longinus Spear E-Rank Special Polearm plus 2 points to all attributes. The skill Life Cry increases damage by 100% when the spear strike is critical. When killing creatures, it gains experience and can evolve. Current experience value 0 out of 10. Even something considered a sacred relic could only sink into the Abyss. Tran Bok excitedly held the spear, feeling it far more comfortable. At that moment, Agaris spoke, Great Master, I am your most loyal servant. Witnessing your rebirth is my greatest honor. This place was the 500th layer of the Abyss. Tran Bok realized his judgment was correct. The other party still believed he was Satan. He immediately seized the opportunity and said the time for celebration is long. Now show your loyalty. Agaris obediently complied and offered a quantity of magic power. System announced the second pillar among the 72 demon pillars. Soul Agaris, Eternal Night Sovereign, has sacrificed to the Lord of Hell. The Solomon Ring has been upgraded, and the current rank reached A. Tran Bok accepted the soul and sighed. Indeed, the power is enormous, worthy of the second demon pillar. Let us see if there are any other good items. He continued, asking, my current body is still weak. Do you have any method to help me increase strength right now? The system displayed Hell Grand Sovereign Essence Bloodline SS-Rank. Agaris replied, at the moment I only have this. Tran Bok said it is not bad. Although not SSS rank, it can still be used, then I will take it. Hearing that, Agaris suddenly frowned with suspicion. He immediately asked vigilantly, "Who are you?" "My master knows this medicine because he personally granted it to me after escaping the abyss to pass to demon devils. Yet listening to your voice, you seem not to know it. Where is my master now?" Tranbok smiled cunningly and said, "Now I am your master. Why should you remember that remnant soul?" Agaris immediately declared, "You cannot make me submit." He said coldly, "Tell me the news of my master, and I will spare your life." Hearing this, Tranbok laughed. "It seems you forgot what class I possess, so you dare think you can harm me." Calmly declared that he was now the Lord of the Abyss. He himself was the incarnation of the Abyss. As long as he did not act to harm others, no Abyss creature could injure him. Agaris angrily replied that even so he would absolutely never bow his head and submit. Tranbok remarked that your methods are indeed not bad. You even obtained subordinates loyal to such an extent. In another corner, Satan was quietly observing and said, "Is that Bok God? I can sense the aura of Agaris. The person you mentioned is him, right?" That man showed interest and said this does not require any complicated scheme. Once someone reaches that realm, loyalty itself becomes the only thing that allows him to go further. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. With sharp instinct, Agaris was certain he had just sensed the aura of his master. He is still alive, right? Tranbok nodded, confirming that yes, Satan still exists. Perhaps later you may even have the chance to become my subordinates. But for now, remain here. Afterward, he immediately moved to the 437th layer of the abyss. As soon as Mecanthus saw Tranbok, she spoke. "I knew you would return." Tranbok spoke directly. "I want to find someone who understands the abyss well enough to answer several questions." Smiled meaningfully and asked whether Her Majesty the Queen would be willing to enlighten him. Mecanthus did not refuse, of course. "You are the Lord of the Abyss with limitless potential." But she also set a condition. "I do not like boring conversations, so you must come up with an interesting way to make me speak." After saying that, Mecanthus pulled out a long whip. Tranbok took the whip and smiled faintly, saying, "Then let me show you some of my methods." Mecanthus displayed her fiery body and asked, "Are you not going to ask more? I know many secrets." Tranbok replied that was enough, and this was not meaningless. He continued, saying that if he did not use this whip, he could not harm her anyway. Mecanthus moved close to Tranbok and said, "Then you must try harder." He showed obvious excitement, saying, "The experience my clone once had makes my true body want to try again." Tranbok laughed and replied that might not happen quickly. "Can you wait?" Mecanthus spoke softly, saying, "This kind of pleasure appears rarely for me, so it is enough that only we know. I believe you will not make me wait too long." He lightly bit Tranbok's hand and whispered, "If I have to wait too long, the one who suffers will be you, Lord of the Abyss." That sentence made Tranbok laugh with amusement. At the same time, in Motto, within the luxury villa district, a man looked at the two girls before him and exclaimed that he had not expected this. He appeared delighted, saying this place actually has two such adorable treasures. This man was the evolver Nguyen Hao. Ngan Kai immediately warned Ngan Tiat to leave quickly or they would be in danger. Ngan Tiat nodded, saying that was right, hurry and go. Nguyen Hao raised two fingers and said these two ghost servants are quite interesting, as long as they are cultivated a little more. The S-Talent Ghost King Command Book allows mental power to increase after killing creatures and turns the target into ghost servants capable of controlling spirits. Ngan Tiat and Ngan Kai attempted to use the skilled dual spirits of good and evil, but Nguyen Hao immediately suppressed them, saying it is only a trivial trick. Retreat. Sisters Ngan Tiat and Ngan Kai immediately passed through the wall and escaped. Nguyen Hao exclaimed in surprise, passing through walls. He opened the adjacent room to search and sneered, saying, "I have not even used my finishing strike yet." Nguyen Hao threatened in a deep voice that it is useless, because you are destined to become my ghost servants. If you do not obey, you will suffer punishment. Suddenly he froze. Before Nguyen Hao stood Tranbok holding the two girls. He coldly asked, "You want to punish them? Then how do you want him to die?" Ngan Kai said, "Tear him apart with claws." Ngan Tiat also said, "He is a bad man, let him disappear as soon as possible." Nguyen Hao laughed loudly, saying, "Do not think finding a master will make you safe. I will refine all three of you into ghost servants and make you serve me well." Tranbok suddenly remembered this man. He had met him in his previous life, one of the 8 city lords of Back Vuong City, Ghost King Nguyen Hao. At that time, Tranbok had only seen Nguyen Hao's back. Nguyen Hao shouted, "Let me see how you resist." But before he could attack, he coughed blood. Tranbok struck first, which shocked him. Nguyen Hao stammered this ability, could it be Bok Do? Tran Bok replied, you guessed correctly. With a glance, Tran Bok already knew he was not a good person. He was cruel and selfish, always bullying the weak and torturing them to refine ghost servants. Tran Bok finished him off. It was estimated that the number of evolvers Nguyen Hao had killed had reached hundreds. His death here could be considered removing a scourge from the world. Ngan Tayat happily ran forward, hugging him and thanking him. Brother, Tran Bok said, the two of you are now level 7. Let me see if there are any job change scrolls suitable for you. Lido appeared from within laughing and said, my dear friend, we have not parted long. Is there good news, or do you wish to buy something? Tran Bok replied, both. From the 1st to the 9th layer of the abyss, I have already taken full control. You may choose a location to open the Goblin Merchant Guild anytime. He added that he also wanted to find suitable job change scrolls for these two girls. Lido observed them and commented that they look like twins, but are actually one body. There truly is a profession suitable for them. Lido continued saying, dear Tran, they are special evolvers, so they perfectly meet my investment criteria. The system displayed the job change scroll Earth Phoenix Spirit Rank B. Spirits also need a place to return, and those who carry this profession can bind themselves to a fixed location. Lido further explained that to celebrate the Goblin Merchant Guild opening in the abyss, he would gift this scroll. Do not underestimate it, because later it can bind with a city or sacred land. This is the entry profession of Earth Gods and Guardian Gods. He added that this profession has 2 development paths. If invested properly, the 2 girls may become the second holders of dual professions after you. Tran Bok smiled and said, it is truly a good item. Thank you, Lord Lido. After that, Lido prepared to leave, saying, no need for courtesy, my friend. I will take my leave first. Ngan Tayat softly said, thank you, brother, for that matter. She shyly smiled and said, Ngan Kai, and I can now maintain physical form longer. I think we cannot really help you much. Tran Bok asked, slightly surprised, what do you mean? Ngan Kai immediately said, do not look at me. She thinks you are worth entrusting herself to, but I do not. Tran Bok honestly said, if you do not want to, then it is fine. He would never force you, but the 2 of you certainly share a certain emotional resonance. He deliberately teased, saying then, does that matter have nothing to do with it? Ngan Kai immediately became angry, saying, you scoundrel, do you believe I will bite you to death? Tran Bok laughed and replied, trite. Ngan Kai blushed with anger, saying, you brought this upon yourself, so see how I deal with you. Tran Bok calmly drank tea and commented, not bad. He did not expect she had such skill. Ngan Tayat softly said, as long as you like it. He gently called him brother and asked whether he refused earlier because of Ngan Kai. Tran Bok placed the teacup down and said he had already said he would not force anyone, but the key point was not there. Ngan Tayat curiously asked then, what is the important point? Tran Bok explained that people by his side must either truly love him willingly or be absolutely loyal, ready to devote everything. Made it clear that if someone only used their body to repay favors or exchange benefits, he would not like it. This made Ngan Tayat feel guilty and apologize. Tran Bok seriously said that actually he was also at fault. Logically doing that would repay the favor and increase intimacy, but he believed that thought only came from Ngan Kai as the embodiment of evil intent. Ngan Tayat said in her view, desire or wanting better things for oneself is not necessarily evil intent. He believed as long as it did not harm others and helped oneself become stronger, it could still be good. Tran Bok smiled, saying, that is an interesting thought. Go train together with Ngan Kai, because that will benefit both you and him. Ngan Tayat nodded, saying they would work hard. Tu Tuan was reading messages on the system board. The user, I really am not a sword immortal, complained that he originally thought he could follow Bok Dai's footsteps, but ended up discovering he was undergoing his 3rd job change instead. I replied yes, so when Lido saw Bok Dai's face on it, he gave me this class transfer scroll first, but the tasks afterwards still have to be completed. ONHA asked curiously, as the heir of Zim Din Ngu Lian, was it inconvenient for you to introduce the class transfer scrolls of the brothers in the group to that trading god, for example mine? The heir of Zim Din Ngu Lian replied, I almost forgot that you still have not found a class transfer scroll. Next time I will definitely help. ONHA sighed and said next time again and again. If you say that, then who can I rely on? Deep 2 spoke up to reassure him. Why hurry? As long as Bok is still here, what are you worried about? Lu Ho also agreed. That is right. This time Bok Dai truly broadened my horizons. Even gods have to show him respect. Deep 2 sighed and said that is not important. I only want to know when Bok Dai will come help me break through. I have waited for a long time. Lu Ho replied, you really are something. Han Vuong cut in and asked if anyone had a good dungeon where he could gain some extra experience. Tran Bok smiled while reading those messages and suddenly remembered a place. Right, the Scarlet Mental Hospital. He remembered that inside it a faction could be summoned and one of the 72 demon pillars could also help upgrade Satan's ring. Tran Bok immediately sent a message to Han Vuong. Get ready, I am about to return to the Scarlet Mental Hospital. After hearing that, Han Tiu jumped up in excitement, which made the group chat even more lively. Bokda, my idol, may I ask Bok Dai what you feel after becoming the first person to change class? Bok, then your profession. Is it an SSS-Rank profession? Move aside, let me ask first. When Lido handed me the scroll and mentioned Bok Dai, I could only say 2 words. The heir of Zim Dean and Gu Lian Tine sent a message saying invincible. At that moment, Tran Bok thought seriously that Lido was not a fool, so he definitely would not reveal details. That actually helped increase his credibility instead. Then he sent a message in the group saying that later he would take Han Vuong to the Scarlet Mental Hospital. Anyone in Motto could come along. ONHA immediately replied, Bok Dai, please ask Mong to open a link. I want to witness the demeanor of the big boss with my own eyes. Tran Bok refused. Forget it. I still need Mong's ability, so I cannot let her consume too much. Next time, if there is a suitable dungeon, I will take you along. ONHA replied, all right, thank you, Bokda. Din Din added, Bok Dai, I am in Motto. I will wait directly at the entrance of the Scarlet Mental Hospital. Tran Bok noticed this name because in his previous life, Din Din had been a very famous evolver. People called her the Puppet Master. Tran Bok sent a message asking if that worked, they would gather in front of the gate. Din Din replied, no problem. If one cannot even reach the dungeon entrance, then what face is left to call oneself an evolver? On the other side, someone was smiling. A while later, they arrived at the entrance of the Scarlet Mental Hospital. Tran Bok looked around and commented that there seemed to be quite a lot of people. Hantiu explained that this dungeon entrance was not hidden. Moreover, Bok Dai had already cleared it before so many people came to try their luck. Tran Bok reminded him that after entering the dungeon, he should pay attention to his mission at the Scarlet Mental Hospital. If there was any change, he must report it immediately. Han Tiu replied, no problem. Suddenly a hand tugged at his hood, which startled him, and he asked who it was. Han Tiu turned around and saw a mannequin standing behind him and was frightened. Din Din, standing behind, burst out laughing and introduced herself. Bok Dai, Han Vuong, I am Din Din. Han Tiu said, Din Din, what are you doing? Why not go scare Bokdu instead? You only know how to bully me. Din Din laughed and replied, scare Bokdu? I fear my paper puppet would turn to ashes instantly, so I can only bully you, the weaker one. Han Tiu hurriedly retorted, nonsense. I only did not sense killing intent. Otherwise, I would have torn that toy apart already. Besides, I am not weak. I am an iron-blooded man. Tran Bok spoke up. All right, have you said enough? If you are done, then let us begin. At that moment, someone stopped them and said, 3 of you please stop. Tiu asked in surprise what was the matter. The man said, my name is Along. You have probably heard of it. Everyone looked confused. Din Din explained that recently in Motto 2 normal dungeons and 1 hell dungeon had been cleared by a person named Along. Along said proudly, that was right. Just call me Long Ka. Only a few people here are strong enough to clear the Scarlet Mental Hospital, and my team is one of them. Right now, several members are busy, so there are empty spots. Would you like to join us? Tran Bok immediately turned and refused. No need, the 3 of us are enough. In his heart, he judged that this man had no ill intent, but was confident to a frightening degree. Along said in surprise that it could not be so. The big shots in group, Chet 1 usually go in teams of 4. With only 3 of you, it seems a bit few. Han Tiu replied coldly that a person like you had the right to say that. Thoi Kong leaned toward Along and whispered that boss, the man over there, was not he the flying dagger player from the group Chat 1 dungeon clearing video? Only then did Along remember. That was right. Along said he was not good at talking, so if they did not want to, then forget it. Han Tiu replied, all right, you do not look like a bad person. Han Tiu waved his hand and said they would enter the dungeon first. Long Ka could do as he pleased. Thoi Kong said they had already entered. He was sure he had not seen wrong Long Ka. Along nodded and said that was right, he had recognized them too. After that, Along turned to his teammates and said, brothers, did you hear that? Even the big shots from group Chat 1 called me Long Ka. If you follow me in the future, you will surely become famous. At this moment, inside the Scarlet Mental Hospital dungeon, Tran Bok said these small monsters give too little experience, so he left them to them. And Tiu immediately responded enthusiastically that there was no problem. Din Din also looked excited and said, let us go. Tran Bok suddenly remembered something. Right, you still have another assistant. Nguyen Kai flew out excitedly and said, great, it was time for slaughter. She liked it very much. She had wanted to try for a long time, so she would conveniently test her new skill as well. Tran Bok was slightly surprised. She had learned a new skill that was not right. This flame carried the aura of hellfire. Looked down at the ring on his hand and understood. It must be Satan playing tricks. After leaving the abyss, he had placed that soul inside the ring, because a soul could not exist long within an item. Tran Bok thought perhaps he taught Nguyen Kai a skill to show goodwill. It happened that he also wanted to ask a few things, so he first released the seal on. His consciousness entered inside, and he asked Satan whether Nguyen Kai's skill had been taught by him. Satan replied respectfully that this girl's talent was extremely high. Her evil intent was so pure that it surpassed even the primitive race of hell. Nguyen Kai's body erupted with a powerful surge of strength. Satan continued that such a thing was truly rare, so he took the liberty to teach her a few skills. He apologized for not reporting in advance, but since the ring had been sealed, he could not contact the outside. Tran Bok replied that he would unseal the ring when appropriate in the future. He then asked whether Satan sensed Han Tiu's bloodline. Satan asked suspiciously whether he meant the child carrying the bloodline of hell. He added that he sensed not only that, but also the aura of Z3 within this secret realm. Tran Bok confirmed that was correct, and that was exactly the purpose of his visit here. At this moment, Nguyen Kai had already finished dealing with the monsters outside. She said they were done, and they should continue deeper. Han Tiu looked at her and asked Bok Dai who she was. Din Din remarked that she looked like a spirit entity. Tran Bok introduced her, and said she was like them, also an evolver, but with a special form. He added that Din Din and Nguyen Kai should remember to leave 10 monsters for him later. Din Din asked curiously why the monsters should be kept. Nguyen Kai complained that killing them all would be faster, and this was boring. Only Han Tiu understood, so he said it was because Bok Dai wanted to summon the 16th demon god among the 72 demon pillars D3. When the boss fight started later, it would surely become very lively. Hearing this, Din Din felt somewhat awkward and said summoning a demon god. Tran Bok reassured her not to worry because the highest level in this dungeon was only level 12, so Z3's power would be restricted. He added that even if the difficulty increased to hell level after the summoning, there would be no problem with him here. Din Din nearly could not stand steadily when she heard about the demon god and hell difficulty. Han Tiu teased her and asked what was wrong. Was she afraid? Din Din gritted her teeth and said she was indeed afraid, but she still trusted Bok Dai. Han Tiu waved his hand and said then what were they waiting for? It was time to fight the boss and clear the dungeon. Nguyen Kai also shouted excitedly, kill them, kill them. In the corridor before the director's office, the final monster was defeated. Han Tiu glanced at it and said it was finished and they should continue. Tran Bok praised them, saying well done. They were much stronger than the first time he came here. Han Tiu replied modestly that it was thanks to Nguyen Kai and Din Din's help. Alone he might not have won. Nguyen Kai asked who they would kill next. Tran Bok reminded them that he only kept 16 monsters, so she should not destroy them all and should go back to rest. Nguyen Kai retreated unhappily. Everyone entered the secret chamber. Din Din looked around and said this was the place to summon Zephaha. The atmosphere was gloomy. The smell of blood was thick, and there was also a very strange aura. Tran Bok said fortunately he had their help, otherwise alone he could only deal with them one by one. He was still not proficient in controlling creations with mental power. Han Tiu commented that Bok Dai's mental power was too strong, so it was difficult to control. Tran Bok nodded and said that made sense. After that, he summoned a magic circle and said the next step was this, and threw the item into the center. Immediately, streaks of bright red blood appeared across the ground. On the tree ahead, a woman was hanging upside down. Similar trees began to grow all around, which made Din Din shudder when she saw them. The system immediately announced that the Scarlet Mental Hospital dungeon had activated a hidden condition at nightmare difficulty. The challenge level was upgraded, and it had now become the only dungeon of hell difficulty. An arm suddenly reached out from a crack in space like the surface of water. A cold voice echoed, "Human, I am very dissatisfied." D3 spoke in a deep voice, "You dare to use your cheap lives as sacrifices for this duke. Right now my mood is extremely terrible. Quickly present an offering that satisfies me or I will take your lives." His appearance made Han Tiu tremble under the terrifying pressure. Then Zeppa slowly walked toward Han Tiu. He seemed to sense something and then sneered, "How interesting. This human carries my bloodline and has even inherited a portion of my power." Tiu anxiously asked whether his younger sister was in his hands. Zeppa immediately roared in displeasure, "You dare speak to me in that manner? Who do you think you are? If you think I will spare you because you carry my bloodline, then you are mistaken." Han Tiu was momentarily speechless. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder. Tran Bok calmly spoke, "Zeppa, is it not? Why not answer my friend's question? Are you deaf?" The corner of Tran Bok's mouth lifted in provocation, and he repeated, "Are you deaf?" Zeppa immediately sneered and remarked that such madness truly suited a foolish and arrogant human. He revealed a cruel smile with pale eyes filled with killing intent. "I will make you realize your mistake before killing you." Tran Bok remained calm and mocked him. "Are demons not supposed to be an intelligent race? Yet looking at you it seems more like an arrogant fool. Could it be a mutation?" Satan inside the ring chuckled proudly, then sighed, and said respectfully that this fool did not know who he was facing. Zeppa frowned at the ring and laughed disdainfully. pretending to be mysterious. Do not think that knowing a few words of demon language is. He suddenly froze as his face turned pale. Wait a moment, that ring of yours. Tran Bok leisurely raised the ring with arrogance and said it was merely an ordinary ring. Why is the great demon Zeppa so alarmed? Zeppa stood frozen and trembled slightly. An ordinary ring. At that moment, Tran Bok suddenly leapt into the air. He delivered a powerful kick toward Zeppa. Zeppa was pushed backward by the force of the strike. Tran Bok looked at him with cold eyes and said, "Did you not just claim you would kill us? Why have you not acted yet? You are too slow." After a moment, he forced himself upright, and the surrounding space became heavy. Tiu immediately grew tense and vigilant. It seemed the battle was about to begin. But unexpectedly, Zeppa knelt down respectfully and said, "Spare my life. Zeppa has been disrespectful." Everyone around was stunned with wide eyes in shock. Tran Bok looked at him coldly and said, "If you only fear this ring, then there is no need. Stand up and fight." Zeppa hesitated and stammered, "Fight me." Tran Bok laughed disdainfully and said, "Kill me and this ring will belong to you." Behind him, Satan looked puzzled because he had already submitted, so there was no need for this. Tran Bok still stood upright and said he did not want him to hold back. Satan helplessly said, "You are truly battle-loving." Zeppa slowly spoke as killing intent gathered. "Since you have requested it, then I must." He immediately sprang up with greedy and crazed eyes and shouted, "Hellfire Inferno." Tran Bok showed interest and said that was more like it, then unleashed the skill Plague Sun. The people behind only stood and watched. Zeppa suddenly froze with a horrified expression and said, "What is this? A virus? A virus can actually pass through Hellfire Inferno and injure me." He immediately knelt down and begged, "No, your highness, please stop. Spare my life." Tran Bok calmly said it seemed he still feared you and did not dare truly fight. Satan replied helplessly that after all he had once been the master of hell. Tran Bok stepped forward and said, "If you dare not fight, then submit. Separate your soul from me and I will need your body." Zeppa turned pale and said, "Yes, your highness." Immediately, his entire body trembled as his soul was separated from his body. The system continuously sounded notifications that a special creature had been devoured and 5,000 virus points and 2,000 dark evolution points were obtained. Notification that the skill Hellfire Inferno had been obtained and fused with Hellfire Avatar. Notification that a special bloodline had been detected. Choose absorb or discard. A satisfied smile appeared on Tran Bok's lips and his eyes shone with interest. It seemed the harvest was not bad. He immediately commanded him to offer a portion of his soul next. Zeppa quickly replied that it was his honor, your highness. He extracted a portion of his soul from his body. The ring on Tran Bok's hand immediately absorbed it. Tran Bok smiled faintly as the system announced that the 16th demon god among the 72 demon pillars, Duke G3, had returned. The Solomon demon ring advanced and had now reached rank A+. Tiu hesitantly asked Bokdu about his sister. Tran Bok looked coldly at Zeppa and said, "Answer my question." Zeppa calmly replied that she was currently in hell and had changed her name to Rika. He had given her freedom along with good resources, but her current location was unknown. If there was news, he would report immediately. Tran Bok frowned and said so he treated her quite well. Zeppa replied that he actually treated all brides well, so in hell they called him the infatuated. Satan covered his mouth and laughed mockingly and said in truth his nickname was the self-obsessed lover. Tran Bok calmly asked whether he wanted to say anything to him because he could let him out. Satan immediately replied with interest that he indeed did. Satan turned and called out to Zeppa. Zeppa sighed and said, "As expected, you are here as well." He asked D3 to tell him what hell was like now. Zeppa hesitated and then began to describe the current situation in hell. Satan frowned and shouted, "Why hesitate? Speak quickly." Zeppa trembled slightly and replied that hell was now ruled by Bill Zeppa. He had seized your palace and legacy and proclaimed himself the master of hell. Zeppa said heavily that he had also erased every trace of your existence in hell. Many demons born later did not even know your name. Satan's expression changed and killing intent burst from his eyes. "Bill Zeppa, how dare he?" Satan asked coldly whether hell had already forgotten him. Zeppa immediately knelt and said because of Bill Zeppap's propaganda, he was now called the greatest emperor of hell. Only the 72 demon gods who once followed you knew the truth, but they could only remain silent or temporarily submit. Satan erupted in rage with bloodshot eyes and bulging veins. Tran Bok frowned and said mockingly, "The king of hell." Satan sighed and said, "Do not mock me anymore, Bok." Satan gritted his teeth and asked Zeppa how many gods hell had now. Zeppa hesitated and replied that besides Bill Zeppap, there were also the fallen angel Lucifer, along with Vasago and Payment. Lucifer and Vasago opposed Bill Zeppap and had been imprisoned. Satan murmured softly that he understood. Tran Bok calmly said he could return now D3. In the future, if anything happened in hell, he should report immediately. Zeppa immediately knelt and said, "Understood." The system announced that the hidden boss Z3 had been killed and 0 experience points were obtained. Tran Bok was slightly surprised that there was no experience, but understood that he had not truly died. The system continued to display that the Hell Dungeon Scarlet Mental Hospital had been completed. and 10,000 experience points were obtained. Tran Bok stroked his chin thoughtfully that the experience was not much, but with the previously accumulated experience, he had reached level 12. After a moment, Tran Bok smiled with satisfaction and said that was enough. His level increased, and he was now level 13. Strength plus 17 agility plus 17 constitution plus 22 spirit plus 23, and he received an additional 20 free attribute points. He turned to Han Tiu and asked about his mission. Han Tiu quickly checked again. The screen displayed that the mission Demon Ancestor S had been completed. He smiled brightly and said his mission was finished. The screen continued to change and displayed that thanks to the help of a great existence he had confirmed the secret of the bloodline and learned that his sister was still alive in hell. The next mission was to find the whereabouts of Han Lanao named Riga. Reward high-level demon bloodline, S. Han Tiu was immediately stunned. Great existence. Even the will of the universe called Bokta that. Tran Bok paused slightly when he heard Han Tiu say Bokta. Tran Bok was momentarily stunned, then Han Tiu immediately smiled flatteringly and said the system told him that as long as he clung to the thigh of the great Bok, the mission to find his sister would become much easier. Din Din frowned and mocked that he was truly skilled at flattery. Han Tiu laughed proudly and asked what was wrong. Was she jealous? Tran Bok's face suddenly turned pale. A chill ran down his spine. Let me go first so I can get down and pick up the items that just fell. At that moment, she immediately hugged his leg, her voice flattering. Let me follow you on missions, Bokta. If something this good happens again, remember to call me. Tran Bok's hand tightened around the blueprint. His complicated gaze lowered. Is that all? But this is an extremely rare blueprint. Still acceptable, he paused, a trace of embarrassment on his face. The system sound continued to echo. Infernal fire rain. Blueprint for crafting the special defensive equipment Dark Flame Wings. An S-rank wing formed from the flames of hell. Its power is extremely tyrannical. With it you can not only fly through the sky but also command fire. Materials include hellfire, abyssal flame, 100 feathers of the immortal phoenix, and 1 thunderfire core. He carefully examined every detail on the blueprint. Wings. This is truly one of the rarest equipment types. Tran Bok stood still and sighed with emotion. This really is a land of fortune. The last time he came here, he also picked up a blueprint. A vague memory flashed through his mind. The job change scroll for Han Tiu with demon bloodline. The skill for Mang. After all, they had contributed quite a lot in helping him. The system notification sounded again. Infernal roar. Blueprint for crafting ram horns. Defensive equipment from rank C to S. Materials require a pair of horns from a pure blood demon. In addition, abyssal flame and 1 dark crystal are also needed. Note that the equipment rank depends on the materials. S-rank ram horns are unique. Once they appear, no one will be able to craft a second pair. His eyes darkened. It seems this blueprint is missing only 1 material. The scene shifted outside the dungeon. Tran Bok said calmly, I plan to take Ngan Kai to farm experience. Do you two want to come along? Din Din immediately agreed excitedly. Han Tiu also nodded at once. No one refuses something as good as leveling, he asked coldly. Does Motto have any area with monsters around level 15? The other person paused, then replied awkwardly, let me think for a moment. Suddenly an excited voice sounded. Brother Bok, I know that place. Long spoke confidently, over there near the dungeon entrance. After the apocalypse, many high IQ people gathered, so the monsters also have strong mental power. The density is extremely high, and their level is quite high. Even the outer edge is already level 13. Until now, few people dare approach. Tran Bok replied calmly, thanks. A long laugh proudly, it was nothing. Tran Bok took the lead walking forward, his eyes cold with killing intent. Let us go, get there quickly. Han Tiu used mental power to reduce the wind pressure for them. Han Tiu answered decisively, yes. The 3 of them immediately rushed forward as fast as a storm. Long stood, stunned in shock, then raised his head proudly and said, see that? Even the strongest evolver thanked me. Whoever has the courage, register now. Today, Brother Long will lead you to clear the mental hospital dungeon. Scene shift to Motto. Outside the dungeon entrance, the atmosphere was heavy and gloomy. Tran Bok and his teammates stood on a high floor observing the entire area. He narrowed his eyes with interest and muttered, everywhere is filled with high-level zombies. This place truly is an ideal leveling ground. Tran Bok stepped forward and said with fervor, keep a good distance. Do not leave the experience range. The other replied, no problem, Bokta. Girl smiled excitedly. Okay, Bokta. Ngan Kai immediately joined in. I also want to fight. Tran Bok rushed forward like the wind, thinking that if he released all of Pestilent Sun, this entire area would be wiped clean instantly. But the other 3 would also be in danger. He stepped forward heavily 1 step at a time. Then let me try training another ability, a kind of power he had not fully mastered. Tran Bok's body began to mutate. He muttered, first the ability formed from the Blacklight virus, temporarily called Full Body Enhancement. His palm, a terrifying force gathered, along with the newly obtained Hellfire. Tran Bok entered a combat stance facing the zombie horde. Hellfire burned fiercely. S-rank skill contains the rebellious power of Hellfire. When activated, it increases all attributes by 50% for 3 minutes. At the same time, it burns the target's soul and increases damage according to its desire. Cooldown time 10 minutes. Tran Bok raised his fist high, his eyes crazed. Let me try one punch. Terrifying power pressed down like a tide. One punch swept across everything. The zombie horde was instantly crushed and destroyed. Din Din widened her eyes in admiration. My God. Han Tiu was also shocked. Just one punch. A message appeared in the group chat. Han Vuong asked, where are you leveling? Din Din replied, monster area level 15. The message was immediately withdrawn. Do not let me know what I missed. Tu Tuan looked at the screen helplessly. Is this really a human? A normal attack with damage equal to my post-job change ultimate skill. I am an evolver who has changed jobs 3 times, and even I find this unreasonable. This is definitely not normal. Han Vuong said, calm down. This is not Bokda's normal attack. At the very least, it should count as a minor skill. Thanks for the reminder. Scene shift to the Ngan family villa. Tran Bok leaned back comfortably on a chair and said, finally pulled you 2 to level 10. Prepare to change jobs. He casually tossed the treasure into the air. Dazzling light burst out, causing everyone to exclaim, it is too bright. Tran Bok immediately paid attention as the surrounding space began to change. Paused in surprise, is this a special job change process? The area is gradually being assimilated by their power. It seems the earthbound spirit will be bound tightly to this villa. At this moment, Ngan Kai and Ngan Tayat were immersed in the light. Satang frowned, then smiled flatteringly. Yes, Lord Tran, the earthbound spirit profession truly suits them. Your judgment is indeed precise. He spoke excitedly. With the rebellious ability of Z3 enhancing Hellfire for you, along with this ability to cultivate subordinates, in the future you will certainly stand above the gods. Tran Bok coldly interrupted. Enough. Ever since I led them to level, you started flattering. Do not think I do not know what you are thinking. Satang forced a smile. Your observation ability is too sharp. Then I am relieved. With your intelligence, you certainly will not trade me for benefits with the traitor Bill Zepper. That man spoke with a complicated expression. The character of that traitor cannot be trusted. My long-term value to you is certainly higher than his. Tran Bok replied coldly, I just temporarily do not want to meet Bill Zepper. As for your value. Tran Bok examined him with his eyes, then said slowly, for now I have not determined it yet. Sa Tang's expression immediately changed. Lord Bok, you have not even asked. Most of my belongings are in hell, but Agaris may still have a few items. What are you lacking so I can see if he has them? Tran Bok rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Phoenix feathers, a flame core, and I also need dark crystals. Sa Tang immediately flattered. Dark crystals are available. Tran Bok looked at the 2 girls changing jobs within the light, then said, good. After they finish, I will descend into the abyss once more. He thought to himself, there are several beings there who once made an appointment with him during the trial. Building relationships with them is necessary. Others are uncertain, but the 9-headed serpent is someone he has a way to approach. A series of system notifications sounded. Earthbound spirit job change successful. Linked to the Ngan family villa structure. Tran Bok stepped forward and asked, how does it feel? Does the new profession have any special effects? The girl said excitedly, yes, look at this. Information appeared on the screen. Earthbound Spirit Profession Rank B First Advancement. Each level increases 1 all attribute point and grants 1 free point. Power Twin Spirits Twin Binding can link 2 locations as binding body grounds. The connection consumes a large amount of mental power and is difficult to change. Currently linked to the Ngan family villa. When leaving the binding body ground, all skills may lose effectiveness, while inside skills consume nothing. Within the linked range, power increases 5-fold. Spirit Domain Phoenix support allows the spirit body and Phoenix domain to share all buffs and keywords. The number of buffs depends on mental power. Skill Phoenix Domain Travel can move the linked point. Cooled on 30 days. Phoenix Hospitality allows targets entering the territory to gain triple attributes or have half reduced. Tran Bok smiled in surprise. There really are many skills. All revolve around the binding body ground. He said calmly, this spirit domain Phoenix support power is truly tyrannical. Ngan Tayat hesitated slightly. Is that so? Tran Bok explained, of course, building materials or decorations can all become items. The buffs are also extremely strong. If later every material of the villa is replaced with high-level items, you will understand how terrifying it is. Moreover, in the future, you too could even turn an entire city into a binding body ground. By then, the buff will be far more terrifying. Girl immediately became excited. Then I want to link with your city. That way I can help you. Tran Bok nodded. All right. After I descend into the abyss again, I will take you 2 back to Bokda city. The corner of his lips curved with hidden meaning. Ngan Tayat, do you know where there is a library? Tran Bok walked among the piles of books and said, This time I brought gifts for you. These are books of humanity, history, art, landscapes, cuisine, anything you want is here. Scene shift to floor 350 of the abyss, the territory of the nine-headed serpent. The serpent looked satisfied. Wonderful, thank you, Lord of the Abyss. Let me read the history book first. Unifritz looked at them with killing intent in his eyes. Have you not always been curious about the human world? The Lord of the Abyss has brought you a whole pile of books. It roared dissatisfied. Second brother, fourth brother, is just saying thanks enough. Number 8 sang excitedly, that is not enough to express my gratitude. Let me recite a poem of thanks. The abyss is endless, yet not as deep as my gratitude. The Lord of the Abyss cares for us. The affection is deeper than the abyss, Winifred shouted angrily. This is disgraceful, be quiet. The ninth head said calmly, Ninth sister is right. Since the Lord remembers us, we should also give something in return. The system announced a treasure appearance, Secret Insight I Rank S. The detection skill can analyze everything and has a chance to uncover the target's secrets. Effectiveness depends on mental power. The user is Winifred. Bach looked at the skill book with a complicated expression, an S-rank detection book. This gift is truly precious, but it happens to be exactly what I need. Thank you. If you need anything later, I will try to help. The serpent said respectfully, this is not entirely a return gift. Helping the Lord of the Abyss become stronger also benefits Abyss Lords like us. Bach smiled and nodded, that is true. Use skill book, obtained skill Secret Insight I Rank S. Scene shift to floor 500 of the Abyss. Sa Tang said with certainty, according to your instructions, I reported that Bill Zeppard seized power. There is no doubt anymore. Agaris has now sided with us. His eyes were bloodshot like a madman. His vicious voice declaring that he had seized the divine rank Hellfire from Agaris, along with the highest grade dark crystal. Beneath the gloomy crimson moon, furious howls echoed everywhere. Bill Zeppard betrayed me. I will definitely kill you. Bach raised his head and asked whether that man's loyal subordinates were important. Sa Tang only sneered and replied that there was no need to worry. Venting some anger was enough. The scene shifted back to the Ngan family villa. On the floor now lay several items placed on a torn piece of old paper. Bach knelt down to observe. Bone of the refining sect, flame of augars, and the highest grade dark crystal. The materials were complete and the process could begin. In his heart, he was certain this synthesis would definitely create S-rank shepherd horns. The system displayed a notification. Infernal Howl shepherd horns began crafting. Crafting successful, unique S-rank head equipment. Increases mental power by 30%. Adds 65 mental power, current level X5. Casting speed increased 80%. Skill execution speed 80%. Skill power 30%. Demon Whisper causes the wearer to constantly hear the whispers of demons. Each day permanently increases 1 mental power and can control creatures with lower mental power. Equipment requirement mental power above 300. Bach held the equipment in his hand and murmured, this is the first time I have crafted S-rank equipment. Demon Whisper only increases 1 mental power each day. It looks small, but over time the accumulation is not insignificant. He immediately placed it on his head, curious to try hearing the whispers of demons. In an instant, Bach's mind and body were violently shaken. His eyes revealed exhaustion and shock. Just hearing it once already disturbed his mind and caused discomfort. The permanent increase effect truly required a price. The scene shifted to Bach the city as Bach walked slowly. 1 month later, he appeared again in the familiar room. Mong bent over panting, Master, teleporting you back here exhausted me so much. It was even more tiring than the last time I sent you to Motto. Bach smiled calmly. You worked hard. Mong go rest quickly. The girl turned and walked away answering yes, then collapsed onto the bed. He could clearly see this teleportation had consumed a great deal of her strength. Bach's gaze began observing the surroundings. It had been a long time since he returned. He wondered how Bach the city had developed. Surprised to see countless new buildings rising densely before him. Tu Quinn held her head in front of the computer screen. We still have not found any truly good profession. Lan Xuang hesitated and said professions above rank are not easy to find. Perhaps there is no need to rush because in Jiang City right now the strongest person is only rank B. Tu Quinn immediately objected with worry. No, this matter is truly urgent. The number of level 10 evolvers in Bach the city has been increasing. Tu Quinn said helplessly that if our profession arrives too late or is too weak then, it will be difficult to maintain stability among the people. She paused, then spoke with complexity. We have Bach. Tu Quinn stood up and shook her head. No, you do not understand. Master can suppress Bach the city, but no one dares rebel because of him. Tu Quinn still looked worried, but what about us? She turned and said firmly that if we do not have enough strength to suppress other evolvers, then managing Bach to city will become very difficult. At that time, Bach will also not be able to leave without worry. Lan Xuang immediately nodded confidently, saying she would quickly find clues about professions above rank A. Tu Quinn said she could not leave the city too far, so she would rely on her. At that moment, Tran Bach slowly walked over and praised that her thinking was very thoughtful. Tu Quinn immediately called happily, "Bach, you are back." Tran Bach looked at her with affection. "It has been a long time." Tu Quinn hurriedly ran over and hugged him tightly. "Yes, it has already been 1 month," Tran Bach asked in surprise. "Only 1 month." Thought about the long time spent in the Pestilence Dungeon, the Flesh Mountain, and also the Abyss. In his memory, it felt far longer, but he only gave an awkward smile and said it was nothing. Tu Quinn happily said, "Let me call Lan Xuang, and everyone here immediately." Tran Bach nodded gently, "All right." Tu Quinn led everyone over and excitedly said, "Welcome back." Lion Gok bowed slightly, reporting that the laws and rules of Bach to city were already completed. Only the internal household rules of his residence remained undecided, so they hoped the master would decide. Glai also said the intelligence system had not updated the data of his strength and skills for a long time. Tran Bach frowned and said then update it. Thai Vai hesitated and said welcome back. Tatam gently said he must have worked very hard outside, so today he should not think about outside matters anymore. Tran Bach laughed comfortably. Tong Ka stepped forward proudly, saying today she would show how powerful she had become, because now she was different from before. Immediately she was pulled back by a strong force. Tran Bach pulled her close and teased, "You are too mischievous. You need a little punishment before you listen." Tu Quinn calmly explained that the central area on the mountain peak had all been designed by them and had now become his private area. The staff here had also been carefully selected. She also said excitedly that because of this, he could do anything with anyone within this area. Tran Bach smiled faintly and asked, "Are you not afraid of being surpassed by others?" Tu Quinn replied gently that she still had that little confidence. He had wandered outside for a long time, so today he should rest comfortably. Tran Bach lay down on the chair, relaxing. "Then I will take a little vacation." His eyes gradually dimmed, and he said everything else could be considered later. After a while, Tran Bach asked earlier, he heard them talking about professions. Tu Quinn lay in his arms, complaining that this matter was very troublesome because Jiang City had still not found good professions. Tran Bach smiled meaningfully and said leave this matter to him. Tu Quinn hesitated, saying that might not be appropriate. He firmly said there was nothing inappropriate. They managed the city for him and lost the opportunity to explore outside, so he had to compensate them. Moreover, he currently possessed 4 job change scrolls of S rank or above. Tu Quinn immediately jumped up in shock. 4 job change scrolls of S rank and above. The image of Fukusumi suddenly appeared in Tran Bach's mind. Remembered the scroll Fukusumi left after sacrificing herself to open the gate of annihilation transfer. At that time, he also obtained the Demon Hunter profession scroll from the Abyss trial. Tran Bach sat up and said that currently among them, only Tu Quinn had reached level 10. She asked nervously whether there was any job change scroll suitable for Xuang Nha. "She was 10 levels stronger than me and had respected you for a long time." Lan Xuang behind them blushed upon hearing that. Tran Bach said in surprise that he had always thought she was cold and emotionless. He smiled and said call her in so he could check her attributes and current strength. Tran Bach took out 4 scrolls and said choose the most suitable profession from these. Lan Xuang held the scroll with a complicated expression. S-rank Demon Hunter. Tu Quinn added there was also Child of Calamity rank SS. Tran Bach calmly instructed that they should find an absolutely safe place before proceeding with the job change. The two immediately nodded in agreement. Tu Quinn smiled proudly while Lan Xuang also answered decisively yes. Tran Bach thought his rest time was nearly over, but Sa Tang was still teaching skills to the sisters Ngan Kai and Ngan Tayat, so he had to wait until they finished before leaving. Suddenly the screen displayed a message. Han Vuong reported that the job changes had succeeded. Ba Vuong became S-rank Fox Might General. Lu Vuong became S-rank Little Heavenly Palace. Thai Zion became S-rank Nether Guardian, and another became S-rank Thunder Walker. Everyone teased ONHA for still lacking a profession and bloodline. Han Tiu sat on the bed laughing excitedly. Ba Vuong Han Vuong is truly incredible. I have never heard of this bloodline. Everyone continued teasing that ONHA still had no profession and had become the embarrassment of the group. Lu Vuong said his bloodline was even rarer than the profession. ONHA angrily knelt down and cried to the heavens. Tran Bach saw this and secretly laughed. He did not expect Lu Vuong's profession to be Little Heavenly Palace. In the previous life, the two were quite close, and at that time his profession had only been a rank spirit medium. Tran Bok thought with interest that Lu Vuong once said he had a chance to obtain an S-rank profession, but abandoned it because it was too dangerous. Perhaps the competitive environment of Chat Group 1 forced everyone to be more daring, otherwise they would become a laughingstock. The screen continued displaying messages. Bok congratulates everyone on successfully changing professions. Han Vuong reminded that they had previously discussed upgrading the chat group. Now the conditions were sufficient so it could be upgraded into an alliance. Everyone agreed and requested it immediately. The scene shifted as Din Din was also watching attentively. Tran Bok smiled with satisfaction and said, "All right, I will upgrade it now. The name will remain 1 on the ranking board, and everyone can enable the Alliance logo before their names." The system quickly announced that Chat Group 1 had been upgraded into Alliance 1 with ID L001. Tran Bok stared at the screen as the system activated the Alliance display. From now on, the names of evolvers on the ranking board would carry the prefix 1. The system notification appeared. Player N010017 level 13. Current profession Hidden Formation Battalion, belonging to the Long Nation territory. Anthony paused slightly while looking at the ranking board. Rank 2 Anthony Douglas level 11. Profession Soul Shocking Clown rank S, belonging to the Lighthouse Nation faction. The ranking board continued to reveal entries. Rank 3-1 I Really Am Not a Sword Immortal level 11. Profession Chief Senior Disciple of Shushan rank S, Long Nation. Rank 4-1 Successor of Lei Wu Lion Immortal level 11. Thunder Walker rank S, Long Nation. Rank 5-1 Ba Vuong level 10. Foxmite Sailor rank S, Long Nation. Rank 6-1 Ba Vuong level 10. Nether Sailor rank S, Long Nation. Rank 7-1 Thai Zion level 10. Nether Sailor rank S, Long Nation. Rank 8-1 Yohan Vuong level 10. Hell Envoy rank S, Long Nation. Rank 9-1 level 10. Glory Angel rank S, Lighthouse Nation. Rank 10-1 Tsukumi Sakura level 10. Night Walker rank S, Sakura Nation. The man exclaimed excitedly, "This is amazing." The corner of Lu Ho's lips curved slightly. Han Vuong dominates the ranking board. Ba Vuong and the brothers are also closely behind. But besides R1, there are still a few people that make others uncomfortable. The successor of Lei Wu Lion Immortal level 13 said Bokdu is always the best. Lu Ho immediately pointed at the list. "Look at this. Rank 58 Bokdu Palace Land Suong level 10. Profession Demon Hunter rank S, Long Nation." Din Din shouted someone borrowed the name Bokdu to create an alliance. Lu Ho laughed and said you still cannot recognize it. Rank 64 Bokdu Palace 2 Quinn level 10. Profession Child of Calamity rank SS, Long Nation. Tran Bok looked at the ranking results with satisfaction. It seems Tu Quinn and Lan Suong have completed their job changes smoothly. Din Din sent a confused message. I remember now, that is the girl who appeared in the live stream of building Bokdu City. Lan Suong also appeared there. Bok replied that is right, just a small family. ONHA immediately cried out wanting to join Bokdu. "Do you have any SS rank job change scroll for me?" Then he collapsed complaining, "Bokdu saved my life." Messages kept pouring in. Lu Ho said ONHA do not rush. This is clearly Bokdu's harem. Din Din echoed that he should obediently go find a rank B scroll. Deep 2 teased Bok asking if online dating could earn her an SS scroll with a bloodline. Lu Ho said everyone should go to the forum to check. The topic about one is exploding. People are even guessing the identity of the owner of the SS rank Child of Calamity profession and speculating about Bokdu's hidden profession. The forum praises Bokdu to the heavens, which makes me very happy. And Tiu smiled brightly and said Bok is praised, so why are you happy? Deep 2 replied, praising Bokdu makes me feel good as well. Anyway, he is my future man. And Tiu laughed, saying Bok is naturally happy. I am only decoration on brother Bok's thigh. Tran Bok helplessly turned off the screen and sighed. These people really. That moment Tu Quinn opened the door and stepped in with relief. Bok, Suong Hai and I have both successfully completed our job change. Tran Bok asked where Lan Suong was. She replied that she was in the pipeline dungeon on the other side because someone was courting death, so she went to deal with it. Tran Bok frowned and asked what happened. Tu Quinn said helplessly, "Do you remember the Hell Difficulty Water Pipeline Dungeon that must stay inside for 1 month? Some people insisted on entering to look. The system once described the Hell Rank Plague Pipeline Dungeon under construction with nearly 1 month remaining." Tran Bok remembered that was exactly where he obtained the Plague Seal. He would go check the situation later. He calmly said people who do not know their limits easily cause trouble, so there is no need to mind them. By the way, how is your new profession? Tu Quinn said excitedly it is extremely powerful. The system shows SS rank profession Child of Calamity. Each level increases strength and agility by 5, physique by 8, mental power by 15 with 15 free points. Hidden luck increases by 1. Authority allows manipulation of misfortune and curses with almost no harm to oneself. Experience and drop rate increase 100%. Physique and mental power permanently increase 50%. Strong recovery ability. Skill Curse of Calamity causes the target to continuously encounter disasters. In addition, there are Calamity Clone and the skill Share Calamity, transferring damage to another target. Tran Bok said with interest, so the Curse of Calamity has appeared. He hesitated slightly. Share Calamity sounds a bit like cheating. He thought these skills are extremely practical and even increase luck. In the previous life, adding just 1 luck point could exchange for an A-rank item. Then he smiled and praised that it was truly very good. Tu Quinn lowered her voice and said, but I cannot give you that ability. If you have clones, then we will be in danger. Tran Bok leaned close to her ear and teased, now that you have clones, the one in danger will be me. Tu Quinn immediately created several charming clones and said, then do you want to try? The scene shifted as Lan Xuong said, Bok, do you have arrived? Tran Bok asked whether the people trying to enter the pipeline dungeon had been handled. Lan Xuong said with slight worry that the guards did not stop them because they only intended to look through the door. But after stepping inside for 3 seconds, they had to run out. He said when they came out, their bodies were completely limp and their physique almost dropped to 0. When they were carried onto stretchers, they probably broke several more bones. Tran Bok calmly said, this place is crowded and you are the strongest here. My harem guard team cannot be weak. In the future, do not mind such small matters. Focus on leveling. Lan Xuong replied seriously, yes, Bok do. Tran Bok touched the barrier door and said he would enter the dungeon first. When he returned, she should leave trivial matters to others. The system announced entering the secret realm dungeon hell rank plague pipeline. Inside the dungeon, Tran Bok calmly observed the surroundings. He understood why ordinary people could not endure 3 seconds. The plague here is too terrifying. Just 3 breaths are enough to cripple or kill ordinary people. Suddenly, a dark shadow rushed forward. His eyes immediately sharpened, and he used the detection eye. System displayed mutated Ratman level 17, a rat species transformed by extremely powerful plague fungus. They adapt to disease and retain consciousness and intelligence. Skills include super regeneration, acceleration, plague breath, wall climbing, plague claws, plague spray, and combo strikes. Tran Bok smiled slightly and said, plague creature. The mutated Ratman immediately froze in fear. It knelt before him, showing submission. The authority of plague control allows control over all infected creatures if their attributes are not higher than his own. Each controlled creature also increases the virus or fungus effect for the skill biological catastrophe. Tran Bok thought with interest, if he could control many plague creatures, then this power would become extremely terrifying. Unfortunately, this is only a dungeon. But what if there were a plague layer in the abyss? He clenched his fist and laughed crazily. If it does not exist, then I will create a plague layer in the abyss myself. Tran Bok placed his hands on his waist, listing the skills of the giant plague rat, such as powerful charge, darkness, tearing claws, and shriek. He continued analyzing the spore creatures with skills acid bomb, rapid growth, plague effect, and self-detonation. Finally, Tran Bok showed a confident smile. The monsters in this sewer have nearly 100 already under my control. It is almost time to obtain the plague mark. His eyes suddenly lit up. Perhaps ahead is the boss or an elite monster. The detection eye activated. System announced Ratman Archer, origin of the plague. This is the first rat infected with the disease, possessing superior intelligence and strength and guarding the sewer entrance. Tran Bok quickly calculated, this boss has strength and physique higher than mine, even though my total attributes are already around 650. Let me see if I can control it. He raised his hand using plague control authority. A smile appeared on his lips. The shepherd equipment also activated, helping control creatures with lower mental power than himself. The mutated Ratman licked his lips with excitement. System continuously warned attempting to control level 25 boss. Due to the large level difference, and the target being a single boss, the attribute judgment is reduced by half. Control result fail. Tran Bok put on gloves and laughed. The level difference is too large, but it does not matter. Then let us fight. He rushed forward shouting and unleashed the skill Pestilent Sun. The Ratman Archer immediately vanished and shot an arrow straight toward Tran Bok. Leaned aside to dodge. Its physique is too high, and it is a plague creature, so Pestilent Sun and Black Death are almost useless. To win, only close combat remains. Tran Bok suddenly widened his eyes, realizing the danger. It fired another arrow. He stood still, deciding to confront it directly. The arrows were immediately blocked. Calculated that, although its agility is higher, it must guard the sewer entrance, so it cannot create distance. Tran Bok frowned in confusion. Why is it retreating? The air suddenly became silent. Tran Bok immediately unleashed a telekinetic shockwave. The strike knocked the Ratman backward. Its mental power was around 195. Tran Bok seized the opportunity using hammer form combined with hellfire. The powerful ground-smashing strike prevented it from counterattacking. The mutated Ratman screamed in pain. Tran Bok looked down and said there is still no kill notification. It seems I must deliver another strike. But suddenly it stood up again. Tran Bok swung his hand and split it in two. The system explained that the plague biochemical skill sacrificed life to shed the rat's skin, but the skin had been burned by hellfire and became nearly useless. Tran Bok understood, so it was rat skin. Plague biochemical was essentially only an escape skill. After that, he continued advancing deeper inside. Tran Bok gritted his teeth, thinking the deeper area has a level 25 boss guarding it, which is very dangerous. Even though he can resurrect in the abyss, if he dies here, the plan to transform the plague layer will have to wait another week. The system announced you have left the Hell-Rank Plague Pipeline dungeon and must wait 7 days before entering again. Numerous different creatures continuously plunged downward. The scene shifted elsewhere. At this moment, Tran Bok was already standing on the first layer of the abyss. A smile full of interest appeared on Tran Bok's lips. Using the power of the abyss to drop the plague creatures he controlled here had succeeded. This had originally been the only uncertain step. Once it was completed, the rest was almost impossible to fail. He raised his hand and activated the ability Abyss Assimilation. The system continuously sent different notifications that the process of assimilating creatures was in progress. After a while, the system reminded again that many new creatures had been successfully accepted by the Abyss. Various species appeared one after another, including violent blood poison mushrooms and blood plague demon rats. Tran Bok smiled because everything matched his calculations. For now this was enough. Their strength was sufficient to occupy the entire first layer as a breeding nest. Those creatures quickly broke their eggshells and crawled out. Tran Bok placed his hands on his waist confidently. From now on, the demon eggs expelled from the abyss well will also produce these 3 plague creatures. They will gradually grow stronger and spread throughout the layers of the abyss. He also thought that these 3 species were still too few and not strong enough. Later, he would have to introduce many more plague creatures into the abyss. He turned his head and realized the rules here were still too simple. Currently, there was only one law, which was killing to grow stronger. Tran Bok smiled faintly and commented that constant killing could produce strong individuals, but it also brought chaos, which was not good for the long-term development of the abyss. He raised his hand, thinking the abyss needed additional rules. It was just that he had not yet determined which type of rule would be most suitable. In the end, Tran Bok decided he needed to interrogate Mecanthus once more. He sat down and said to those around him that everyone had worked hard discussing today. The opinions provided were very useful and helped him shape the plan to reform the abyss. First one also spoke, saying that according to your plan, the abyss would certainly become stronger in the future. He looked forward to seeing the new appearance of the abyss. Layer 600 Shattered Space. Venefers also repeatedly expressed admiration. Layer 350 Demon Serpent Lord. Venefrit said he really liked the direction of reform proposed by the Lord. He loved the cultures of other worlds because the abyss originally had nothing. Mecanthus stepped forward, saying the idea he liked most was building cities and dwarf merchant guilds within the abyss. Supported his chin and nodded, saying that this way the demons under his command would have stable work and live more happily. From afar, Gaibo also stepped forward, praising the Lord's plan. He pounded his chest and declared he would wait until the Lord had the power to reform the abyss. Layer 400 Abyss Demon God, traitor of Ming Nation Gaibo. Tran Bok laughed loudly and said with certainty that since he was the Lord, then the abyss must develop under his hands. He also thanked them for their suggestions and promised that in the future there would be positions for them at the peak of the abyss. Hearing this, they were extremely grateful and thanked the Lord. Gaibo said he would remain in the abyss waiting for that day. Mecanthus supported his chin, praising that the Lord's plan for developing the abyss was truly fascinating. The conversation continued for a long time, and the number of participants increased, while the location also changed. She stepped closer with a charming expression, saying that next time you must make up for this time. Tran Bok laughed and replied that when he completely controlled the abyss, she should not beg for mercy. Before disappearing, Mecanthus still smiled, saying she would wait in her palace. After that, Tran Bok touched the ring on his hand and said they had already left. Satang Yu also gave many useful suggestions. Tran Bok said, if you continue to remain loyal and help me, then, after I reclaim Hell and bring it back to the abyss, I will let you return as the Lord of Hell. Satang immediately rubbed his hands excitedly, saying he would certainly do everything to assist the Lord. In Tran Bok's heart, there was now only one goal, which was to rapidly increase his strength. Talent and profession had reached the peak. Next, he needed to increase levels, equipment, and bloodline. Suddenly, Tran Bok widened his eyes, remembering something. That is right, bloodline. He immediately opened the interface to check. He had almost forgotten the mask capable of fusing bloodlines. While in the abyss, he had fed it a great deal of potion. Two types of bloodline appeared on the screen: Pure Blood Demon Lord Bloodline SS and Hell Demon Monarch Bloodline SS. Tran Bok felt somewhat puzzled because there were only two SS types. In the end, he decided to descend to the 10th layer of the abyss to obtain more bloodlines and attempt to fuse them into an SSS-Rank bloodline. The portal to the 10th layer immediately opened. Time passed quickly. 7 days later, two girls were already waiting outside. Tran Bok stepped out from inside and felt quite surprised when he saw Tam and Luke Lai. He asked why the two of them were here. Luke Lai said with a tense expression, "Master, the situation is like this." After hearing everything, Tran Bok asked again, "Because I kept leveling for 5 days in the dungeon and did not come out for 2 more days, so rumors spread that I was trapped or dead inside the dungeon." Luke Lai nodded, saying Tu Quinn regarded this as an opportunity to spread rumors to expose those who were coveting Jiang City. Therefore, she was sent to wait for Tran Bok and then use illusion ability to bring him back to the secret villa. He smiled and pointed toward Tam, saying, "She came along only because she was worried about your safety." Tran Bok scratched his head, saying he did not expect such things to happen in just a few days. Leveling was because he was farming bloodlines, and even feeding the mask potions took dozens of hours. Suddenly he thought of an idea. Just when the sisters Ngan Kai and Ngan Tayat had finished learning skills from Sa Tang, he could bring them down to the first layer of the abyss for testing. Scene shifted to the first layer of the abyss. Tran Bok placed his hands in his pockets and praised that Tong Tu Quinn's reaction was quite good. In the apocalypse, there are always ambitious people, so was there any gain? Luke Lai explained that several group leaders thought Tu Quinn had lost her support, so they wanted to establish their own forces within the city. When Tu Quinn refused, they even dared threaten her. In the end, Lan Xuang took action and eliminated all of them. Tran Bok put his arms around the shoulders of the two girls, saying giving Bok the city to Tu Quinn to manage was the most correct decision he had made. Luke Lai has management ability, so her strength grows slowly, but he would solve this problem. Luke Lai turned and kissed him to thank him. Tam also happily kissed Tran Bok on the cheek. Tran Bok suddenly remembered and asked Luke Lai whether there was still any place in the central area suitable for building another villa. She replied that behind the central area there was still a large piece of land for expansion. Tran Bok smiled confidently, saying those two could become the soul of the city and the guardian spirits of Bokda City in the future. Tu Quinn raised her hand, greeting Ngan Kai, and Ngan Tayat then asked if they were twins. Ngan Tayat smiled, saying before the apocalypse her name was Ngan Tayat Kai. After becoming an evolver, her soul split into 2 parts, good intent and evil intent, which created Ngan Kai and Ngan Tayat. Tu Quinn murmured the words good intent and evil intent. Tran Bok explained that although Ngan Kai is the evil intent part, she has learned to control it, so she is not deeply affected. Only her personality is somewhat fiercer. Tu Quinn laughed, saying it is somewhat similar to little brother. Tran Bok introduced that Tong Tu Quinn is his woman and also the manager of Bokda City, so when he is absent, they must follow her orders. Tu Quinn pulled Tran Bok's shoulder, saying recently Mong has been sleeping constantly, and it might be related to the chat group 1 and her profession. Tran Bok nodded, saying he understood. The scene shifted inside. Tran Bok stood before the room door and knocked. The door vibrated slightly, and the sound traveled inside. Mong immediately jumped up, realizing it was her master. A loud noise echoed. Tran Bok worriedly opened the door and rushed in, asking what happened. Mong sat on the bed, awkwardly, saying she had been lying down too long, so her legs were weak and she fell. Mong happily said she received an exclusive profession scroll in a dream. She only needed to kill enough monsters to upgrade it. She had been killing monsters for several days and had now reached rank A. Tran Bok gently reminded that she should not push herself like that. Every day she should also move around a little because haste makes waste. Mong obediently nodded. Mong suddenly remembered and asked whether Master had not read the group messages these past days. Recently, the group had been very lively because of one item. The system displayed Shushan token. Tran Bok glanced at it and said he remembered now. This is the reward from the Flying Sword dungeon. Why is everyone discussing it? Mong explained that after Sword Immortal obtained the profession at Shushan, the Shushan Mountain Path dungeon turned into a hidden dungeon. Each person has 1 chance to clear it to obtain the token to enter Shushan. After hearing this, everyone laughed. Tran Bok asked with interest, "Is that so?" Mong confidently said the group discusses this every day, so Master should go check it out. After hearing the reminder, he immediately followed it without hesitation. Pleased smile appeared on Tran Bok's lips. He softly remarked that this place was truly lively. He turned his head and thought carefully. telling himself that in 1 hour he would focus on upgrading several skills. The virus points and blacklight virus had accumulated quite a lot. He would upgrade them and then enter a dungeon to test them. The scene shifted to the misty area, the special Shushan dungeon level 10. Bok stood in the courtyard with his hands on his waist and greeted cheerfully. "Hello, everyone. It seems everyone is here." Jinsu placed a hand on his chest and asked whether Bok still remembered this little Taoist. Din Din also smiled brightly in greeting. Bok immediately replied that of course he remembered Jinsu, Bu Su, and Din Din. It has been a long time. From afar, Lu Vuong also spoke, introducing himself, saying they could call him a Lu or Lao Lu. Bok laughed, saying then Lao Lu it is. In his heart, he remembered this was actually Thuong Lu, one of the few friends from his previous life. Another person stepped forward with folded arms greeting, and said his name was Thai Zion. The person beside him continued introducing himself as Ba Vuong. After hearing this, Bok said enthusiastically that he was very pleased to meet elder brother Ba Vuong and brother Thai Zion. These two had also been famous experts in his previous life. Lei Tine ran over from afar calling Bok Dai, successor of Lei Wu Lion Immortal. Bok looked at him in surprise, thinking in his heart that the Thunder Saint of the previous life was also in this chat group. Truly hidden dragons and crouching tigers. That man immediately rushed forward, excitedly saying he had finally met you, Bok Dai, my benefactor. Bok leaned back slightly in surprise. Is this truly the famous Thunder Saint? He stepped back to avoid him, puzzled in his heart why the mighty Thunder Saint behaved like this now. Everyone in the group already knew each other, so there was no need to be so enthusiastic. But that man still hugged his leg, calling him benefactor. At this moment, Din Din laughed and said Bok Dai still does not know. She explained that before Thunder God gave face to Bok Dai and handed the Thunder Walker job change scroll to him first. Otherwise, he would still be risking his life doing investment missions now. Lei Tine nodded, confirming that mission had truly been life-threatening. So from now on, whatever Bok Dai said, he would follow. Bok waved his hand awkwardly, saying everyone was in the same alliance, so helping each other was normal. Then he reminded everyone that introductions were finished, so they should head straight to the demon locking tower. Time inside Shushan was limited, so it should not be wasted. The system immediately reminded that the remaining time was 1 hour and 56 minutes. At the same time, the system introduced in detail that the demon locking tower sealed countless bosses, each boss occupying its own area. All bosses on the first floor must be defeated before advancing to higher floors. This was the level 10 Shushan Hell dungeon. Then the system asked whether to lead the team into the dungeon. Bok immediately chose yes. Everyone stepped inside and could not help marveling because the scenery resembled an immortal realm, and the internal space was even larger than the outside. Suddenly, a strange figure appeared ahead. Bok widened his eyes and activated Secret Insight Eye to observe. A giant toad appeared, level 15 boss river-devouring toad. Lei Tine immediately recognized that it was the same toad that blocked their path last time. He excitedly turned around, saying everyone must capture it to show their strength before Bok died. Behind, Lu Vuong did not hesitate and immediately attacked first. He repeatedly unleashed the skill Willow Pattern Bind, while Lei Tine summoned Thunder Support with the skill Thunder Stride. He swung his hand powerfully and shouted Descend. The water behind instantly surged upward, forming the skill River Devouring Toad domain. Zion raised his hand, activating a skill, then released the Strike Wind Howling Wave Silence. Lei Tine turned around, shouting for everyone to charge together and not let the toad jump into the water. Su cooperated by throwing several divine speed talismans. Because of that, the entire team's speed increased by 40%. Ba Vuong exclaimed that Su was incredible. Din Din also happily expressed thanks. She quickly controlled the paper puppets crawling along the ground. Din Din laughed, saying puppet technique, 5 ghost body division. River Devouring Toad was immediately tightly restrained. Ba Vuong turned around, praising the excellent control. After that, he swung his spear, unleashing the skill Formless War Soul Overlord Spear. Ba Vuong did not hesitate and threw the weapon directly toward the target. He immediately changed expression, shouting danger, because the toad flicked out its tongue to counterattack with giant tongue rebound. At that moment, its long tongue was stopped in midair. The one who helped was none other than Din Din. Ba Vuong scratched his head in thanks, but said he could still handle it. Din Din smiled, saying it was still a level 15 boss skill, so being cautious was better. Ba Vuong immediately shouted for everyone to continue attacking. The whole group concentrated their attacks on River Devouring Toad. After defeating it, everyone obtained many items such as a demon beast inner core that increased attributes, contribution tokens, and the skill book water escape technique. Lei Tine laughed loudly, saying it had not even taken 10 minutes to defeat it. Just a toad, how could it resist us? The information panel appeared describing the skill water escape technique. Zion quickly grabbed the book, saying he would take this skill. He calmly said time was limited, so item distribution could be discussed later. No one competed with Thai Zion for water element skills. Suddenly Lei Tine looked around in confusion and asked whether anyone had seen Bok die. Chan-Hu raised his hand and pointed forward, then slowly recounted that after the battle ended, Bok Dai said he wanted to go deeper inside alone to look around, while everyone else could simply continue advancing. At the same moment, Tran Bok had appeared in another area, the first floor of the Demon Suppression Tower located among the mountains. Leontine ran over from behind and shouted that Bokda was being surrounded and attacked. Standing on a tall rock, he felt worried. Was it not said that every monster in the Demon Tower had its own territory? Could these three belong to the same group? Hurry, we must go help Bokda. He immediately took out a communication item to notify everyone, while also using the skill divination of all things. The results showed that these three were bosses of level 17, 18, and 19. Leontine did not hesitate any longer and jumped straight down while shouting, "Bok Dai, hold on, we are coming right away." Tran Bok smiled and calmly declared that it was time to end this. Then he raised one finger and cast the spell called Plague Sun. That eerie surge of power immediately rushed straight toward the three monsters. In just a moment, they were quickly affected by that force. Not long after, the surrounding space returned to silence again. Only then did Leontine realize in shock and ask, "Bok Dai, this? You were not even fighting them seriously." He turned his head and leisurely explained that he had just learned a few new skills and conveniently brought them out to test. Just as the testing was almost finished, everyone happened to arrive. Din Din tilted her head back and chuckled teasingly that she had already thought Bokdu would definitely have no problem. It was only because Leontine was too impatient that he panicked like that. Chan-Hu wiped his sweat and added that at first he also suspected these three bosses had been intentionally lured here by Bokda. He simply did not dare believe it at that time. Immediately afterward, the system sent new information. Targets infected with the toxin would permanently fall into states of stomach pain and hepatitis, while their growth attributes decreased by 50%. Tran Bok revealed an extremely satisfied smile. This truly was an excellent control skill. The permanent debuff also increased the damage of Plague Sun, but outwardly he only laughed and reminded them that fortunately everyone arrived in time. If he had tested a little longer, the place would probably be filled with disgusting filth everywhere. Tran Bok stepped forward and instructed that everyone should wait for him to clean things up before continuing deeper. Leontine obediently replied, "Yes, Bok Dai." He looked at his two arms with interest and thought he should try the upgraded Earth Spike skill. The system immediately displayed the detailed information panel for the new skill, the form of sharp claws, along with the strengthened Earth Spike ability. Nearby demon beasts immediately roared and charged straight toward Tran Bok. Seeing them made him even more confident. As expected, it is far more convenient. Tran Bok had already calculated everything. Not only that, after stabbing out Earth Spike, he could still control it, even using it to hold monsters in place. Bull Monster was immediately pierced straight through the body by the spike. Lu Vuong poked his head out to look and suggested, "Bok Dai, could you lend me the corpse of this python for a moment?" He agreed without hesitation. Of course. Tran Bok smiled lightly and remembered that he had almost forgotten the ability from his previous life related to the snake immortal guardian. That man immediately transformed his lower body into a serpent and gratefully said, "Thank you, Bok Dai." Vuong quickly adapted to the new body and happily said Tiu Lu Nhi did very well. This extremely pure soul has raised the strength of the 4-star lords by another level. Truly comfortable. After speaking, he turned and continued dealing with the remaining 6 armed creature. Din Din tilted her head curiously and asked about the northeastern false immortals. Chan-Hu immediately explained that Lu Tine was one of the guardian immortals worshipped by people in the northeastern region. After that, the body gradually dissipated. Lu Vuong understood and laughed, saying he hoped everyone would not laugh. The eating posture of the ant in his family was truly not very elegant. Then he politely extended his hand in invitation. "Bok to please." Tran Bok also stepped forward in the direction indicated by his hand. All right. The system continued sending a new notification that he had absorbed a special species leader and gained 350 virus aura points. It also reminded him that this creature carried a special bloodline that could be absorbed or discarded. The 2 words bloodline were immediately remembered by him. The system displayed further detailed information that it was a low demon bloodline level 0. Tran Bok picked up the item with excitement and praised that it was not bad. Another hunting ground that can yield bloodlines. Leontine suddenly turned back with a bright smile and called out, "Bok Dai." Then he urged excitedly, "Hurry and look, a massive drop appeared." On the ground appeared 3 demon beast inner cores, along with 2 contribution tokens. Leontine smiled brightly and added that there were also several more important items. The paper figure below lifted the items high and explained that there was a skill book and 2 pieces of equipment. The system immediately displayed the information for the skill demon blood burst technique rank C. Remaining items also displayed their information one after another, including black scale soft armor rank C and tiger tail whip level 0. Tran Bok patted their shoulders and said that he would keep the contribution tokens and inner cores. As for the skill and equipment, they could divide them among themselves. Zion raised his hand and suggested that this was not appropriate. After all, Bok Dai killed those 3 bosses alone. We cannot accept them for nothing. It would be better if everyone bids. Whoever offers the highest takes them. Hearing that, Ba Vuong nodded in agreement, saying Thai Zion was right. Even though Bok Dai is the team leader, we cannot take his items for free. He even pointed at himself and emphasized that if anyone in the team only wanted to take advantage, then Ba Vuong would be the first to oppose it. Hearing that, Tran Bok nodded in agreement, saying, all right, we will discuss the division of spoils after leaving. Time right now is precious. The important thing is gaining more benefits inside this demon tower. Raised both hands and proposed a plan that everyone would lure monsters here while he handled the killing. That way the benefits could be maximized. What do you think? Leontine immediately raised his fist and agreed. I support it. Thai Zion also said he had no objections. Chan Hu pointed into the distance, saying this area is very large. Bok Dai can wait here. We will pull the monsters over. He turned his head and nodded. All right. Ba Vuong immediately rushed forward and shouted, let us depart. Tran Bok took out a pill and put it into his mouth, swallowed decisively. Immediately afterward, the system announced that a demon beast inner core had been used. All attributes increased by 10 points. Seeing his strength increase so much surprised him slightly. That much increase. He decided to use the remaining 2 as well. Suddenly a panic shout sounded from behind. Bok Dai, save us. Everyone hurriedly increased their speed and ran straight forward. Giant bird swooped down from the sky, stretching its claws. Tran Bok's arms also began to transform. He rushed forward with a confident smile and said, do not panic. Let me handle it. Tran Bok stood firm before it and swung his sword in a clean slash. Bird had no time to react and was struck backward. Lu Vuong scratched his head awkwardly and said, sorry Bok Dai. I cannot fly, and the ant is not good at dealing with this type either, so I truly cannot help. But Tran Bok still smiled and said that simply luring it here had already helped a great deal. In the distance, 2 more people were leading monsters while running toward them. Din and Ba Vuong were also running back with all their strength. Chan Hu behind them also accelerated back toward the original point. While running, they shouted in unison, Bok Dai, we are back. Seeing this, Tran Bok smiled with satisfaction and said the efficiency is not bad. Time passed quickly like this. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had gone by. Mong sat in the waiting room happily saying, Master, you are back. How were the gains? Tran Bok walked in and replied that the harvest this time was quite good. He had reached level 18. If not for the time limit, everyone would not have wanted to leave the tower yet. He pointed at the bag and said gently that he heard she had already eaten 2 inner cores. These 8 he specially brought back for her. Each one increases all attributes by 10 points. The maximum that can be used is 10. The girl smiled gratefully and said, thank you, Master. Tran Bok waved his hand and explained that she should not only thank him. He only kept 2. The rest were given by everyone. After all, without her, they would not have obtained the tokens. He leaned closer and whispered that there was another matter. This time the boss dropped quite a lot of items, so everyone planned to hold an auction within the group. Tran Bok also reminded her to check the group messages later. If she liked anything, she could bid. If money was lacking, she could tell him and 2 Quinn. After hearing that, Mong suddenly had an idea and set an auction within the group. How about pulling everyone into the dream world to find a place to hold the auction? Reading text in the group is too boring. Hearing that, Tran Bok felt slightly worried and asked that it sounded fine. But was she all right? She should not push herself too hard. The girl turned back with a confident smile and said, Master, do not underestimate me. I'm also Mong with SSS talent. Hearing that, Tran Bok laughed and walked away. All right, Mong, big boss. I will return to my room and sleep while waiting for the auction in your dream world. Mong remained in the room and opened her message interface to check it. Inside the dream space prepared for the auction, Mong pushed the door open, glanced around the room and said this VIP auction venue is quite good. The arrangement is decent. The area is not too large. She spun the small hammer in her hand with great interest and decisively chose this place. 8 million for the 3rd time. Without hesitation, Mong slammed the hammer onto the table and loudly declared, sold. After finishing everything, she clapped her hands and said it only needed a little cleaning before it could be used immediately. Mong stretched both arms to the sides and began using her dream ability to reshape the entire surrounding scene. For long, everything looked brand new as if it had just been renovated. She crossed her arms confidently and said, it is finished. From the red chair in front, a figure gradually appeared. Immediately afterward, Tran Bok appeared and calmly sat down on the chair. He looked around once and muttered that the auction seemed about to begin. The opposite corner, someone raised both hands and cheered excitedly. Mong big boss, I am here. Deep 2 slightly bowed politely and greeted. Hello Bok Dai, I am Deep 2. Tran Bok turned and smiled warmly in reply. Hello, first time meeting you. In real life, you look quite different from your style in the group. While they were still talking, Lu Hu also walked over. Tran Bok laughed and said, so Deep 2 is only bold online, but shy like this in real life. She gently brushed her hair aside and greeted softly. Bok Dai, I am Lu Hu. Tran Bok nodded calmly and said he remembered her. Yin would body right. Lu Hu happily replied that thanks to Bok Dai advice, she was developing very smoothly now. At that moment, Fuang Trung also stepped forward to join the conversation. Hello Bok Dai, my ID is the only trash in the group. Tran Bok turned and laughed, saying that ID truly left a deep impression on him. On the stage, Mong struck the hammer loudly on the table as a reminder. Everyone remained quiet. She looked around and announced that most people had arrived and the auction officially began. Then Mong summoned 4 purple inner cores and introduced the first auction item as 4 Demon Beast inner cores from the Shu Mountain Demon Lock Tower. Starting price 4 gold coins, each increased no less than 4 coins. She lifted them into the air and explained that Demon Beast inner cores would increase all attributes by 10 points after use, with a maximum of 10 usable. Uya immediately raised his hand with the first bid. I offer 4 gold coins. Recently, I have been busy searching for a class, so I do not yet meet the requirements to enter Shu Mountain. If the big bosses can enter there, please yield this to me. As soon as he finished speaking, another hand rose. I offer 40 gold coins. Fuang Trung stood up and said, sorry brother Wuya, sooner or later you will enter Shu Mountain. But someone on my side has not entered yet, so I hope you can yield it. Wuya calmly replied that even if he said that he also did not want to give up an item he liked, but unfortunately he did not even have 40 gold coins. On the stage, seeing no one raise the price further, Mong began counting. 40 gold coins first time, 40 gold coins second time. She raised the hammer preparing to strike. 40 gold coins third time. Sold. Congratulations to the only trash in the group for purchasing 4 inner cores for 40 gold coins. He sighed and said he was starting to regret this nickname already. The next auction item is the Skill Demon Blood Burst Technique Rank C. Mong looked down excitedly and said Demon Blood Burst Technique is a Rank C active skill. Although the side effects are quite large, the power increase is very significant. Starting price 10 gold coins, each increase at least 1 coin. Uyer immediately raised his hand. 15 gold coins. Ba Vuong stood up and said 20 gold coins. Chan, who also refused to fall behind, 25 gold coins. Han Tiu joined with interest, saying, let me play big. 50 gold coins. Fuang Trung did not hesitate to double it. 100 gold coins. Someone exclaimed that this kid is truly rich. 110 gold coins. Seeing Han Tiu still wanted to compete, Fuang Trung turned and asked brother Han Tiu, do you truly need this skill? Han Tiu calmly replied that although he lacked survival skills, it did not necessarily have to be this one. Fuang Trung smiled and said, then please excuse my rudeness, brother Han Tiu. Then he raised his hand and bid 250, no, 260 gold coins. After a moment, Mong struck the hammer and declared sold. Congratulations to the only trash in the group for purchasing the Demon Blood Burst Technique skill book for 260 gold coins. Next came a series of hammer strikes. Sold. Congratulations to the only trash in the group for winning the Black Scale Soft Armor for 145 gold coins. The auction gradually reached its end. Sold. Congratulations to the only trash in the group for purchasing Eagle Rock Feather for 160 gold coins. Sold. Rabbit Leaping Eagle Kick for 234 gold coins. Sold. Snake Fang Necklace for 122 gold coins. Sold. Black Tortoise Heart Guard Armor for 392 gold coins. Vuong had been observing the entire time and finally spoke. Let me ask honestly, do you really have that much gold? If you bid randomly and cannot pay, it will not be acceptable. Fuang Trung confidently replied, Ba Vuong, rest assured. After I wake up, I will transfer the money to Bok Dai immediately. After saying that, he turned to everyone and suggested if anyone truly needed an item, they could just say it. He would withdraw from the auction. Anything he had already bought could also be given to friends in the group. He apologized to everyone because there was a special reason for this. If there was something no one urgently needed, he would bid the highest price, so no one suffered losses. Intine raised his hand and said it was fine. The price was already higher than the original, but that tiger tail whip he must obtain. Fuang Trung immediately nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, brother Wu Lian Tine. I will not participate in the tiger tail whip bidding. Tran Bok sat nearby observing Fuang Trung and thought silently that this kid truly had a lot of gold. Even though he himself earned quite a bit from killing monsters and completing missions, it was still far behind. Perhaps the kid talent was related to money. There might even be a powerful force supporting him behind the scenes. Tran Bok frowned and thought he must investigate what force stood behind him. Hopefully, it was not a foreign power or dangerous organization. He turned and said to Fuang Trung, the only trash in the group, after the auction ends, let us talk privately for a moment. He immediately nodded. Of course, it just so happens I also have a few things I want to explain clearly to Bok Dai. On the stage, Mong continued. The next auction item is Tiger Tail Whip. Wu Leontine bids 20 gold coins. After the auction ended, everyone gradually left. Leontine waved his hand. Bok Dai, we will go first. Chan Hu said this little Taoist takes his lead. Din Din also winked, hoping to meet Bok Dai again next time. Tran Bok turned to look as Han Tiu group was also leaving. Then we will also go first. Goodbye, Bok Dai. When everyone had left, Tran Bok said he probably saw it as well. Everyone was not very happy because the auction had been taken entirely by him. Fuang Trung lowered his voice and said, sorry, Bok Dai. It was his fault. Tran Bok smiled slightly and said he should apologize, but not to him. He looked directly at Fuang Trung and asked why he bought equipment at prices higher than their real value, and where that enormous amount of money came from. Fuang Trung hurriedly admitted his mistake. Bok Dai, I was wrong. I will find a way to compensate everyone. Please do not remove me from the group. I will explain everything clearly. Absolutely nothing will be hidden. Tran Bok nodded. All right. He lowered his head with a sad expression and said he lived in the imperial capital. His family was quite special. His father, eldest uncle, and older sister all worked for the court. His talent was related to gold coins. Please look. The system displayed the talent named Spend Money, Beg Money rank. A Fuang Trung continued saying because of this talent, the court recruited him as a treasury manager while also responsible for procurement. Cold sweat appeared on him as he clenched both hands and said he saw many good pieces of equipment and foolishly lost control for a moment. He truly had no other intention. Please believe him, Bok Dai. Tran Bok frowned and repeated, the court. Fuang Trung asked anxiously if Bok Dai did not want someone from another faction inside the group. Tran Bok reassured him not to worry. The group did not reject members from other factions. Sooner or later, everyone would join or establish their own factions. He secretly thought that in the previous life, the court built Dragon City in the imperial capital. Using money, they helped the Dragon Nation faction gain many benefits. Perhaps it was thanks to this talent. Even though it increased only 1% per day with huge funds, the growth would be extremely terrifying. Finally, Tran Bok said he did not oppose Fuang Trung identity, but several matters had to be made clear first. Fuang Trung immediately nodded. Please speak. After the auction inside a villa in the royal capital, Fuang Trung cried out painfully as Fuang Nin twisted his ear. Sister, I know I was wrong. Please be gentler. Fuang Trung grimaced and explained that she was a special forces instructor with the rank of lieutenant colonel and ranked top 30 on the ranking board. While he was only a useless rank of talent, a weak young master without combat power. If she used too much strength, his ear would be torn off. He released his ear and coldly said, good. Let this be a lesson. Fuang Trung rubbed his ear and said he did not cause any great disaster. Bok Da knew his identity and did not care. Fuang Nin pointed at him sternly and lectured that this matter had nothing to do with Bok Da attitude. If he continued acting recklessly, the consequences would be very bad. She frowned and said nothing happened this time because Bok Da did not mind. But what if next time he did that to someone else? At this moment, Minister Fuang walked over from behind and called Xiao Ning. He slowly looked at the two of them and asked why she had started lecturing Xiao Zhang again. Inside the study of the villa, Fuang Trung stood in the middle of the room and recounted the entire incident. Then Bok Da kept him after the auction and made two requests. Minister Fuang impatiently said, stop hesitating. Get straight to the point. He quickly explained that Bok Da's first request was that he must not reveal the talents, opportunities, and personal dungeons of group members to the court. The second was that he must not rely on money to disrupt transactions within the group. Minister Fuang slightly tilted his head, fingers interlocked as he looked at him and asked, so you already agree? Fuang Zhang smiled brightly and answered yes. He also said the court respected Bok Da very much and had never asked him to investigate Bok Da information. He was only tasked with building good relationships with everyone and avoiding creating hostility. He immediately stood up, frowned, and scolded sternly. What you said sounds nice, but we already told you not to cause conflict with anyone. Yet you monopolized the entire auction and made everyone uncomfortable. Hearing those words, Fuang Trung lowered his head with guilt, his voice becoming softer. He knew he was wrong. Captain Fuang raised one finger and walked to his side, saying, "All right, your father has thought of a method for you. From now on, follow this plan when operating within Group 1. We do not know how Bok views us, so you must perform well." After hearing this, Fuang Trung excitedly raised his hand. "Father, rest assured, Bok actually does not hold grudges and even has goodwill toward us. Otherwise, he would not have sold that treasure to me for 10,000 gold coins less." He immediately widened his eyes and shouted, "10,000 gold coins." Fuang Nin also turned and glared. "You brat, the court did not give you gold for you to spend recklessly." Fuang Trung smiled confidently and said there will definitely be no loss. "The two of you look at this." Corner of his mouth curved up as he raised his hand to condense a drop of blood. Even if he gave all the equipment to everyone in the group, as long as he kept this, it was already a huge profit. The system announced pureblood demon bloodline rank S. Fuang Nin immediately cried out in shock. An S-rank bloodline. Captain Fuang could not restrain himself and shouted, "Rank S." Fuang Trung leaned back on the chair while looking at the message he had just sent to the group. Everyone today he already caused quite a lot of trouble. His personality is somewhat foolish, so whenever he sees equipment he cannot resist. He already bought a warehouse to store all the equipment today. Everyone can come take and use it at any time, completely free. In addition, if anyone has good equipment they are not using they can contact him. He will purchase it at a high price. He let out a light sigh and muttered he hoped doing this would help. Tran Bok looked at that chain of messages and laughed inwardly. This kid is quite interesting. He spoke in the group. "The only trash in the group, the warehouse management position is entrusted to you. Do not let everyone down." The other immediately replied that he guaranteed completion of the mission. Ba Vuong said the kid is not bad. Chan, who also praised the handling as very good. Wuya said then he would not be polite anymore. Ba Vuong immediately scolded, "What politeness? All this equipment came from Shu Mountain. Someone who has not even changed class like you cannot use any of it." Wuya laughed and said, "When did he offend Ba Vuong?" Han Tiu laughed until his stomach hurt, saying Ba Vuong was simply anxious on his behalf. An Bok picked up the mask and thought. The bloodlines from the 10th floor fused into 2 SS rank and 1 S rank, together with the 3 SS ranks from before. Yet this mask still refuses to unlock fusion. In the bedroom of the villa in the center of Bokda City, Tran Bok frowned at the mask and asked, 3 SS bloodlines already, yet it still cannot. Is it because the quantity is not enough or the limit of humans only reaches this point? Mask seemed to show dissatisfaction toward the bloodlines before it. Tran Bok braced his hands on his knees and smiled lightly, saying he understood. It meant the quantity was still insufficient. It seems he must descend into the abyss once again. He glanced aside and muttered. The trip to Shu Mountain earlier increased his attributes quite a lot, and he also learned new skills. It was time to attempt conquering the 10th floor of the abyss. Tran Bok waved his hand to open a spatial gate and wondered, who is the boss of the 10th floor? Stepping into the abyss, he raised his head and said, honestly, the bosses in the previous 66 floors left no impression. Hopefully this one knows his place. On the 10th floor, USA held 2 maces and shouted loudly, "Human, you have come again." Lord of the 10th Abyss floor, Demon Captain Acma USA, level 30 boss. He sneered while looking at Tran Bok. Unexpectedly, you have become the Lord of the Abyss. But he does not care. With his level restriction here, you are not his opponent. Tran Bok raised his head and laughed loudly. It seems he is someone who does not know his place, since he refuses to submit then die. USA stood on the cliff looking down while crossing his arms and mocking. A skill that reduces attributes, it looks quite impressive. USA eyes flashed with blue light as he shouted. But that is still not enough. His attributes are still higher than yours. The system announced the skill Demon Battle Soul. Demon Battle Soul activated. When an enemy is within 5 meters, all attributes increase 20%, and the power can resist mental attacks. Tran Bok raised both hands to cast Infernal Flame. Flames of desire erupted and surrounded his body. The system displayed all attributes increased by 50% for 3 minutes. He raised his hand and said activate equipment biochemical calamity and tracker bone. Tran Bok lifted his hand to activate the sharp blade mode and rushed directly toward USA. USA frowned, his face showing clear disbelief. Tran Bok cold blade swept across USA abdomen. When he turned his head, USA had already collapsed onto the ground. Tran Bok slightly tilted his head and smiled faintly, asking, "So how is it? Are your attributes still higher than his?" USA immediately leapt up, activating the Demon Captain passive skill. Bloodlust Frenzy. He roared, "Damn it." He opened his mouth and roared again, once more. The system displayed attributes. Strength 1125, Agility 1036, Physique 1304, Spirit 1059. Tran Bok attribute panel also appeared. Strength 1235, Agility 1392, Physique 1441, Spirit 1569. He smiled, saying this is exactly what he wanted. In an instant, Tran Bok swung his blade, creating thousands of slashes rushing toward USA. USA opened his mouth as fresh blood immediately spurted out like a spring. Tran Bok stood still watching him collapse onto the ground, blood flowing endlessly. USA coughed weakly and said he. Tran Bok turned his head and asked, "Do you have any last words?" USA lowered his head and spoke loudly. 10 months already. He acknowledges the Lord of the Abyss. Please allow him to die as a warrior. He does not want to die like a sick dog. Tran Bok said seriously, "You are also a warrior. Then he will grant your wish." After speaking, he swung his blade and cut off USA head. Tran Bok stood still watching the purple light shoot straight into the sky from USA corpse. Immediately afterward, the system displayed the notification that the 10th floor of the Abyss had been conquered. The system continued reporting that the Abyss Lord had completed the first step of conquest. Abyss power gathered into your body. You obtained a new ability, Sovereign Command. Outside, the demons saw the purple light and cheered for the Lord. Purple light gradually faded, the aura of a sovereign emanating from Tran Bok body. The system announced that the skill Sovereign Command allows you within conquered Abyss floors to command demons unconditionally. You can also lead Abyss creatures outside through the Abyss Gate. The effect is greatly reduced on true God-level demons. Tran Bok crossed his arms and thought, very good. Previously, the title of Lord was only a name, but now he can truly control the Abyss and the creatures here. He turned and pondered. The plan to reform the Abyss should begin. After a moment, Tran Bok placed his hand on the ground and said, "In the name of the Lord," he names the first 10 floors of the abyssal wilderness. All demons of the 10th floor obey his command. His voice echoed through the entire space. From now on, the 10th floor forbids killing at will. All demons must mine stone mountains and build foundations. Tran Bok smiled lightly, saying he wants to build a city and establish civilization on this floor. The demons looked at each other and murmured, "No fighting allowed." Then how will they become stronger? And what use is building a city and civilization? A purple phantom hand released waves of power spreading everywhere. Tran Bok raised his hand, saying the city will be built on the southeast plain of the Abyss Well. He has already marked the location with Abyss power. Whoever builds well will receive an S-rank pureblood demon bloodline as reward. The demons immediately widened their eyes in excitement. The reward is an S-rank pureblood demon bloodline. Immediately, a demon carried a stone and ran forward, taking the lead. Other demons hurriedly shouted, "This is bad, we are already behind. If there are rewards, who still wants to fight? Lord, please let him build the city. He likes building cities. He must obtain the bloodline." Demons argued noisily. "Fool, only clever little demons like them can build solid city walls. The fallen demon tribe has many members. The reward will definitely belong to them." Tran Bok looked at them rushing toward the Abyss Well and laughed. They came quickly. A demon holding a stone asked, "What are you doing? Why are you dismantling the wall he just finished building?" The small demon cursed, "Idiot. The foundation must be dug first before placing stones. That thing can be called a city wall." Seeing this, Tran Bok held his forehead and sighed. A mistake. These demons are not stupid, but they are only accustomed to fighting. He stroked his chin and muttered he must think of a way to teach them how to build cities and cooperate with each other. Suddenly, the corner of Tran Bok's mouth lifted. He has an idea. Lido stepped out from blue light and laughed loudly. "Dear Tran, it is great to see you again. Do you need something?" Recently, he imported a new batch from dwarf craftsmen and steam gods. Tran Bok pointed ahead, saying the first city of the Abyss is being built, but the demons are not skilled in this work. Tran Bok raised his hand and asked if he had any way to help them build the city properly. After all, the Goblin Merchant Guild will also be stationed here in the future. 2 other demons were placing stones into a machine to crush them. Several smaller demons stood beside another machine, pouring materials inside. Lido pointed at the 2 machines, saying, "Not bad. Both of these are new machines. One crushes stone and the other processes binding material." He turned back and added that the binding material made from Abyss materials is extremely strong. This is a very good product. Tran Bok, standing behind, asked, "But such small-scale trade surely is not worth him personally doing it. Could it be he intends to sell cement?" Lido turned back seriously, saying yes and not exactly. Even mosquito meat is still meat, but he did not come only to sell this. He took out a series of design cards and said he is planning to design cities for the myriad races of the heavens. Choose one you like, it is free. Tran Bok raised his hand to refuse and said he does not need it. His goal is only to build the city wall. In the future, whoever owns land will build their own section. Lido frowned and asked if that would turn this place into chaos. Looking down from above, Tran Bok smiled and replied that this is the first city of the Abyss. It should carry the style of the Abyss. Besides, if it truly becomes messy, then the Goblin Merchant Guild will stand out the most. Hearing this, Lido laughed loudly with excitement. "You are right. He looks forward to seeing what this city will look like after it is finished." Tran Bok pointed to one side and said the main gate is near the Abyss Well, while his residence will be the deepest inside. As for the location of the Goblin Merchant Guild, he can choose it himself. After deciding, he only needs to leave a mark. Leto smiled brightly and turned back, saying then he will not be polite. After that, Leto stood before the teleportation gate and said he chooses this place. Next, he will prepare materials to begin construction. Tranbok smiled and cupped his hand, saying, "Farewell, Mr. Leto." Leto raised his hand in return, saying, "Until next time." Tranbok placed his hands on his waist, watching him disappear, and thought this city cannot only have the Goblin Merchant Guild. Mecanthus also wants to build a room for Sakiabus, and he still does not know what the other 5 gods intend to do. Thinking of the other demon kings, Tranbok muttered perhaps he should ask them. Baphomet and Jin Aku have unstable auras lately. It is also time to improve relations. He waved his hand to open a teleportation gate, and said only with their support can he control the abyss better. Tranbok appeared on floor 279 of the abyss. Baphomet descended from above and swung his axe while shouting loudly, "Human, you have finally come." His slash struck down, causing smoke and dust to surge behind him. Tranbok raised his hand to block the axe blade and said, "Mr. Baphomet, he did not come here to fight." Hearing that, Baphomet withdrew his axe and roared, "If you did not come to fight, then get lost. You and he have nothing to say. Even though you defeated his shadow, if you have not defeated his true body in this arena, then he will never acknowledge you." Tranbok raised his hand and said, "Mr. Baphomet, he has obtained the authority of the abyss." Baphomet frowned angrily and replied, "He knows. Otherwise, you would already be dead under that axe strike." Tranbok raised both hands and said he was not talking about that. Now he can bring demons out of the abyss. As long as there is a method, they can go anywhere. Baphomet frowned in irritation and said, "So what? This conversation is boring." Tranbok smiled lightly and asked, "Is it truly boring? What if he brings your temple outside? You can fight freely and also possess the power of the war god." Baphomet glanced aside and said, "Even so, there is no reason for him to submit." Tranbok raised his hand to persuade, "But with your personality, you would certainly be willing to help the abyss develop and support his plan a little." He frowned and asked, "Is that correct?" Baphomet looked directly and said, "Of course. If you make the abyss and him stronger, then when he is pleased, he will help you with some matters." Tranbok looked at him and asked, "Does he want to hear the plan?" Baphomet impatiently said, "Speak quickly. He dislikes wasting words." Jin Aku red eyes quietly stared at Tranbok. On floor 375 of the abyss, Tranbok looked at Jin Aku and said he does not ask for submission. He brings benefits. He has built a city on floor 10 and wants to place statues of the 6 abyss gods to absorb fate. Jin Aku sneered and asked such a small benefit wants to bribe him. Tranbok raised one finger and said he can also bring him out of the abyss for revenge. He heard the weapon he once used was not only for killing crews. Jin Aku immediately opened his mouth wide and gripped the weapon in his hand tightly. On floor 400 of the abyss, Tranbok looked at Gable and asked, does he want to find the death god Morbip to reclaim his power and restore the glory of god Hades? Gable immediately replied, of course. After that, on floor 350 of the abyss, Venifred looked down from above and said no matter what happens inside or outside the abyss, he can seek them. On floor 500 of the abyss, Agaris bowed his head, agreeing that if you promise to help Master Satan restore his glory, then he is willing to cooperate. Elsewhere, Mecanthus leaned back laughing, teasingly, not bad for a lord, to make all 6 gods cooperate. Then when can he choose a place for Sakiaba's small room? On floor 437 of the abyss, Tranbok lay on the bed and said, do not hurry. Since he promised the other gods, then you will also have your share. He heard about your battle with heroes. Because you cannot leave the abyss long, you have always remained in the world right. Mecanthus remembered heroes and cursed angrily that bitch seized one of the fundamental authorities of the universe from him, reproduction. They are irreconcilable enemies. Tranbok sat up and said, so that is it. If you want to leave the abyss, then find him. Tranbok looked at Mecanthus and said, you used to stay in the world right. He will help you defeat heroes. Mecanthus lowered his head and said, it is not always that he is at a disadvantage. That man keeps his chastity to avoid his slain's authority. Mecanthus knelt on the bed looking at Tranbok and said, if one keeps chastity, it becomes difficult to deeply develop the power of reproduction. They actually restrain each other. But now with the Lord's support, the abyss will become stronger. If he defeats that bitch and captures her as a maid, what then? Tranbok immediately replied a maid would be too light for her. Mecanthus asked in surprise, does he have other ideas? Mecanthus rubbed his chin thinking and said that is true. The Lord makes him see many new things. Tranbok stood up and said, although born in the abyss and being gods, their knowledge is limited. Besides making someone a slave or maid, there are many other amusements. Tranbok looked ahead and said, Mr. Baphomet, this is the center of the city. On the 10th floor of the abyss, he pointed to the right and said the city gate will open toward the abyss well. Pointed to another land and said that place has been chosen by the trade god Leto. The remaining locations can be decided by you. Baphomet gritted his teeth and asked you brought the trade god into the abyss. Tran Bok smiled lightly and asked what is wrong. Does Mr. Baphomet dislike Leto? Baphomet said coldly, as long as he benefits the abyss and follows the rules he does not oppose. Tran Bok thought this Minotaur god is truly straightforward. Baphomet slammed the axe into the ground, creating cracks. Released the axe and turned around waving the weapon. A circle gradually formed from the ground, surrounding the area where they stood. Demons carrying materials also stopped and looked in shock. Tran Bok clapped and said, "Congratulations. The Gladiator Arena is the first structure of Abyss City." But Baphomet did not care and said, "Are you finished? Send him back. He will wait in the arena until you come to challenge him truly. And do not forget your promise." Tran Bok replied seriously, "Of course. Until next time, Mr. Baphomet." He waved his hand, sending him away from here. When Baphomet disappeared, Tran Bok thought next he must collect 10 SS-rank demon bloodlines to attempt SSS fusion. He rubbed his chin and muttered which floor he should sweep. Suddenly, the abyss well trembled violently, drawing Tran Bok attention. He saw purple liquid rising inside the well. Tran Bok said the abyss well is about to erupt. He immediately rushed forward. When the number of demons on a floor decreases, the well erupts demon eggs to replenish them. Why did he not think of this earlier? He reached the mouth of the well just as a huge egg erupted upward. Each egg was covered with sharp spikes. Tran Bok spread his hands, saying as long as he absorbs quickly enough, the well will continue erupting. Although it consumes abyss power, the main beneficiary is him, the Lord. Tran Bok began absorbing the eggs one by one. The absorbed eggs trembled violently. Half a month later, Tran Bok lay relaxed beside the well, which still erupted eggs. He placed his hands behind his head, thinking it was finally finished. Suddenly, the mask before him floated up, smiling brightly. Tran Bok jumped up, presenting the SS bloodlines, and said the fusion succeeded. This time it will not complain anymore. Here, take them all. The mask opened its mouth and swallowed everything, then closed its eyes with satisfaction. Tran Bok stood silently observing its reaction. He opened a spatial gate and thought he wonders how long the SSS bloodline fusion will take. While waiting, he might as well visit Shu Mountain. Arriving at Shu Mountain, Tran Bok stood at the foot of the mountain and looked up at the majestic scene before him. The scale of Shu Mountain is enormous. Even though everyone shared the tower locations in the group, they still have not found the place called the Treasure Pavilion. He crossed his arms and rubbed his chin in thought. Last time he obtained quite a few contribution tokens from the Demon Lock Tower, so he accumulated many points. The level 10 to 89 Hell Dungeon should already meet the requirements. Tran Bok rushed forward like the wind, telling himself he must quickly find the Treasure Pavilion to exchange contribution points. He wonders what valuable treasures are inside. When he arrived, Tran Bok leaned on his knees and panted. It truly was difficult to find. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he thought he had searched 4 mountains, and with time almost gone, he finally found this place. Tran Bok pushed the door open and stepped into the Treasure Pavilion. As soon as he entered, a voice sounded. Another person has come to Shu Mountain. Could it be that the Heavenly Realm Gate is about to open? Are you the successor of Shu Mountain? The spirit of the Treasure Pavilion appeared behind him. That is not right. You do not carry the aura of Shu Mountain inheritance. The kindly old woman smiled and said, "So you are someone with immortal fate who passed the Shu Mountain trial. Welcome." The system announced Treasure Pavilion Spirit, special creature level 60. Tran Bok turned around and asked Senior, can he use contribution points to exchange for items? The old woman nodded, of course. As long as you have contribution tokens, you can exchange. The old woman waved her hand across the black screen in front and said, "Let us see. What do you want to exchange?" A list of items exchangeable with contribution points appeared on the screen. There were outer disciple robes, Shu Mountain standard weapons, 6 palace equipment, fasting pills, and body refining pills crafted by Shu Mountain. Tran Bok placed his hands on his waist and examined them carefully. Then he activated the filter to search for S-rank items. The result surprised him slightly. Shao Sword, S-rank weapon priced at 1 million contribution points. Flying Immortal Pill, S-rank consumable priced at 200,000 points. Ching Su Sword, SS-rank weapon priced at 5 million contribution points. Tran Bok clicked his tongue in admiration. Shu Mountain truly has many treasures. He focused intently on the information panel before him. A group notification appeared. Group Leader Bok updated the Shu Mountain Secret Realm miniature map. Tap to view. Group Leader Bok posted a video showing that the Shu Mountain Treasure Pavilion can exchange supplies. The group chat immediately became lively. Shui Zion said he calls himself a future sword immortal, yet he still had not found this place. Yet Bok Dai already discovered it. Han Wang said time inside Shu Mountain is precious. Luckily, Bok Dai shared it. Many people kept thanking him. Deep 2 even said Bok Dai is powerful yet gentle, which makes her fascinated. Deep 2 leaned back on the chair, clasped her hands behind her head, and laughed. In the central district of Bakda City in Jiang City, Tran Bok sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. He smiled lightly and typed into the group, "All right, be quiet for a moment. He will announce something." Soon there will be a major event. If anyone is doing long missions and cannot withdraw, they should reconsider. Otherwise, they may miss a great opportunity. At that moment, Tu Quinn walked over and placed her hand on his shoulder, saying, Bokta, everyone has arrived. Everyone gathered around. Tu Quinn sat beside him and asked, you called us here. What instructions do you have? Tran Bok threw out several small bags and said, these are for you. Luke Lai opened one bag and took out a pill, saying this increases all attributes by 10 points. Tatam exclaimed, there are 10 pills. That means 100 points. Tran Bok calmly said, there is one more matter. According to the information he received, a world fusion phenomenon will occur soon. Tu Quinn asked in surprise, what does world fusion mean? Tran Bok slowly explained that Blue Star is the central trial ground of the universe, but not the only one. Many worlds, for various reasons, no longer meet the standard and will be merged into Blue Star. Those worlds are usually collapsing. Monsters are extremely powerful, but there are also survivors. The important point is that before each fusion, that world will open as a secret realm. This is a huge opportunity. He remembers everyone still has not changed class. Tran Bok looked at Tu Quinn and said if anyone wants to test themselves in the secret realm, they should prepare from now. Tatam shook her head, saying she will not go. She is not good at fighting. Luke Lai said among them only Tu Quinn and Lan Xuang have combat power. Those two should go. The rest will stay to manage Bokta City. Tu Quinn looked at Song Ka and said this foolish young lady will also be entrusted to you. Song Ka pouted, saying, does mother still consider her a daughter? Tran Bok put his hands into his pockets and said, all right, the secret realm will probably open in a few days. If Tu Quinn and Lan Xuang want to go, they must prepare. He looked at Tu Quinn and said, find somewhere so he can test the strength of both of you. Tu Quinn smiled, saying, let us go to the western canyon behind the mountain. There is a private training ground. Tran Bok nodded with satisfaction. All right, lead the way. Tran Bok walked behind Tu Quinn while thinking about the previous zombie world fusion. In his past life, when the event occurred, he was in the abyss-changing class to Demon Hunter, so he did not participate. It were not because Shu Mountain has many good pieces of equipment, and he thought about upgrading the biochemical cheetah gloves. He might have even forgotten this fusion. The cheetah equipment requires killing 100,000 mutated creatures and 100 advanced mutants to evolve into a mature soul weapon. Tran Bok looked at the progress panel with anticipation. When the fusion begins, he can upgrade it. Hopefully there will be a surprise. At the training ground, Tu Quinn spread her arms and said, Bokta, this is the place. Tran Bok nodded and said, then attack first. Use full strength. Tu Quinn stretched her hand forward to prepare and replied, all right. Immediately, Tran Bok was tightly bound and unable to move. Tu Quinn leaped forward, releasing a series of sharp purple ice blades. But the ice that surrounded him shattered under Tran Bok's mental force. Tu Quinn was briefly startled when she saw his cold gaze and how quickly he broke free. She landed on the ground while Tran Bok walked forward, saying, all right, stop here. Tu Quinn knelt on one knee, sadly saying it was too fast. She still had many skills she had not used. Tran Bok helped her up, saying problems must be solved one by one. When unnecessary, do not always rely on mental force to control. Although the power will decrease slightly, it will be safer and avoid backlash injuries. Do you understand? Tu Quinn raised her head, saying she understands. Like a dart being caught is different from a whip being held. Tran Bok nodded and praised her for being clever. He turned and said, next is Lan Xuang. Lan Xuang immediately rushed forward like the wind with clenched fists. Punch struck down, but Tran Bok sidestepped. The force still made his footing sway slightly. Lan Xuang, other hand, pulled out a dagger. Tran Bok quickly blocked her hand before it struck down and praised, very good, Lan Xuang. Your combat skill is not inferior to his, but your life and death experience is still lacking. Lan Xuang paused briefly and replied yes. Tran Bok looked at her skill panel and analyzed the rank talent path of the assassin has 2 branches, concealment and burst. Why did you not focus on burst? Lan Xuang said because Demon Hunter has many burst skills. Tran Bok nodded in understanding. After obtaining the new profession, increasing concealment is a good choice. He opened a portal and said follow him. The two arrived at the first floor of the abyss. Lan Xuang looked around and said this place is filled with demon aura. Tran Bok nodded yes. This is the first abyss floor. Demon Hunter has many skills that only unlock after killing demons. Train here and the results depend on yourself. He will not protect you. He will return in a few days. He hopes he does not see a corpse then. Lan Xuang felt uneasy but still said yes, she will not disappoint him. Several demons discovered them and laughed excitedly in demon language, saying humans have entered the cave. There is no escape. They rushed forward shouting, move aside, that prey is his. Whoever arrives first gets it. Tran Bok observed and thought silently Lan Xuang knows how to scout terrain and control the number of enemies before striking. Truly not bad. In just a moment she killed 1 demon. In the previous life she was not as famous as Song Zai Quinn, but she was certainly her hidden trump card. Tran Bok looked up at the dark sky and said, "Next it will depend on you." After that, he opened the spatial storage. The familiar mask appeared before him, but this time it had grown 2 horns. Tran Bok touched it and said, "How interesting." Suddenly, the mask opened its mouth and released a dazzling stream of golden light that shot straight outward. From within it, a bloodline burst forth that left Tran Bok stunned. It succeeded already. This was the SSS-grade bloodline. Just a single pulse of its fluctuation made his chest tighten under the pressure. Anyone with weaker strength likely would not even be qualified to touch it. He lifted the SSS bloodline in his hand. Now it belonged to him. SSS Pureblood Demon Sovereign Bloodline. Demon bloodlines were the signature power of the Abyss. The demon royal family were born as overlords favored by the Abyss. There were no usage requirements. The Abyss respected those who dared challenge it but never granted mercy to the weak. Either succeed or die. Did he believe he could conquer it? Tran Bok widened his eyes in shock as he read the notification panel before him. Then he immediately grabbed it excitedly and affirmed, of course he could. The moment he touched it, he clenched his teeth and endured the pain. The pain was terrifying. Every cell felt like it was being pierced by needles. He quickly withdrew his hand, trembling. This would not work. This storage space was only a simulated operation space. His real body was still on the first layer of the Abyss. He could not fuse the bloodline here. He took a deep breath and calmly calculated. If some foolish demon came to disturb him now, it would be serious trouble. Tran Bok frowned and thought intensely to find the safest solution. Finally, he stomped on the stone and decided. To avoid any mistakes, he first had to seal the Sand Monk demon inside Solomon. After that, he would go to the Abyss Well. That place was the safest location for him. Inside the Abyss Well, Tran Bok began fusing the SSS bloodline. The power of the demon bloodline was too violent and domineering. His body nearly collapsed. He gritted his teeth and watched his arm gradually stiffen. Even the blacklight virus was suppressed by the demon bloodline and then fused with it. His regeneration ability completely lost effect. His body began to crack apart. Even using poison hand again would not solve it. It seemed he could only endure it with effort. He poured all his strength into surviving it. Not long after, the cracks on his body gradually disappeared. The power of the Abyss was helping reconstruct his disintegrating body. Coming to the Abyss Well truly had been the correct decision. 2 days later, Tran Bok stepped out of the Abyss Well, his entire body exhausted as if he had been skinned alive. It finally ended. Counting the time, about 2 days had passed. Every inch of his flesh, blood, mental power, and even his soul had shattered and been reborn. He examined his new body with satisfaction. His heart had also transformed into a demon core. It seemed the fusion process had completed, but suddenly a thought echoed in his mind. Killing. He deserved to kill. Why had this thought appeared? The voice continued to echo, kill them all. Tran Bok instantly realized the problem. This was wrong. This was the primitive killing desire within the bloodline. Not good. This craving arrived too suddenly and violently. Kill them all. Tran Bok realized in alarm that he could no longer control himself in time. His eyes turned into a dark crimson. Kill. 2 days later, a demon in the distance saw a black shadow flying toward it and became shocked. That demon was the lord of the 11th layer of the Abyss. It stammered in terror. Pureblood Sovereign. Tran Bok appeared before it, his wings spreading wide as he burst into loud laughter. Notification: the 11th layer of the Abyss has been conquered. Highest control of the current layer granted. All attributes plus 11. But the thought of killing still echoed in Tran Bok's mind. He immediately attacked the demon lord. He seemed imprisoned inside that bloodthirst. It appeared the killing desire of the new bloodline was the final trial. Fortunately, he still retained a portion of clear consciousness. Notification: the 13th layer of the Abyss has been conquered. Highest control of the current layer granted. All attributes plus 13. Tran Bok gradually regained clarity. He had to quickly reclaim control of his body. Otherwise, he could only watch helplessly as his body slaughtered until death. He smiled lightly and extended his hand with confidence. Come, conquer the desire. He had experience. The notification panels continuously appeared. The 14th layer of the Abyss has been conquered. All attributes plus 14. The 15th layer of the Abyss has been conquered. All attributes plus 15. Tran Bok calculated silently. He only needed to wait for one opportunity. The moment of weakness after the killing frenzy was satisfied would be the best time to seize control. Under the domination of desire, Tran Bok roared. Kill. Notification: the 19th layer of the Abyss has been conquered. Highest control of the current layer granted. All attributes plus 19. Tran Bok clenched his fist tightly. This was the moment. Outside, his body suddenly froze as the abnormality was noticed. Tried to roar, kill them all, but Tran Bok had already regained control. Kill what exactly? One of Tran Bok's eyes returned to normal. The desire still screamed. Killing, instinct, obediently submit to him. System notification: bloodline fusion successful. SSS Pureblood Demon Sovereign Bloodline obtained. Bach revealed a satisfied smile. Success. He won. He had said he could conquer it. He lay down and examined the notification panel. SSS Pureblood Demon Sovereign Bloodline. Effects. Perfect body. Cannot trigger critical damage. Cannot fall into a crippled state. No fatal weak point exists against attacks. Recovery ability increased by 1000%. Immune to most toxins, curses, elements, and magic. All attributes permanently increased by 30%. Demon transformation ability unlocked. He could transform into a demon form with unlimited duration. Mental power was required to maintain it. After transforming, base attributes doubled, bloodline effects greatly enhanced while exclusive demon abilities were unlocked. Cooled on 12 hours. He jumped to his feet and sighed in amazement. The bloodline ability was truly simple yet extremely powerful. Abyssal Blood. The Abyss passive could contain everything and devour everything. It could also contain 9 different bloodlines and remove conflicts. Currently, one of 9 bloodlines had been obtained. SSS Pureblood Demon Sovereign. Bach pushed himself up to stand. That meant he could still gain 8 more bloodlines. The SS Elf bloodline from his previous life could be tested to see if it could upgrade to SSS. 7 more remain. He truly looked forward to the day when all 9 SSS bloodlines were gathered. Deep Layer 437 of the Abyss, Mankan's Palace. Mekans revealed an interested expression and spoke. Last time the Lord said many interesting things would happen. This time he truly experienced it. His demon form combined with the blacklight armor truly captivated observers. She slowly approached Bach, her voice gentle. The increase in his strength was astonishing. His knowledge also deepened her understanding of glassness. Bach calmly stared into Mekans's eyes. Before long the day would come when she had to beg. He was somewhat curious. He interrupted. She was born already possessing the Slain's authority but seemed not to fully understand it. Mekans nodded lightly in acknowledgement. Yes, although she was born with the Slain's authority, some things were like innate instinct. He continued explaining, but not everything was like that. There were still many things to explore. The abyss had been sealed for too long. Mekans looked at the empty space ahead and answered, "Of course, authority was both a rule and the manifestation of the fundamental logic of the universe." Suddenly Bach paused as a notification panel appeared. Wait, important news. The first fusion of the trial world would begin in 7 days. His expression immediately became serious. The world fusion had finally begun. The notification content continued expanding. The fused world would become a biochemical zombie world. Estimated range 44 million square kilometers. The fusion area would mainly be places inhabited by humanity. After 30 minutes, the biochemical zombie world would open as a secret realm before the official fusion. All evolvers level 10 and above who had completed class advancement could enter the secret realm to explore in advance. At the same time, Wuya also read the notification. The chat channel continuously filled with messages. Wuya asked if this was what Bai Dai Bao meant. Everyone had seen it already. Someone asked why Wuya still had not advanced class. Some hoped to find a good profession. Some were curious about Bai Dai. Bach only reminded everyone to be careful, because evolvers from all over the world could enter the secret realm. Anthony lay on the sofa carefully reading the information panel. A world secret realm. That strongest person from Long Kingdom would probably participate as well. Elsewhere, Locke rested the tip of his sword on the ground. Inside that world, there would surely be countless beings needing his instruction. Not far away, a woman sat upright silently reading the notification. The warrior maiden. In the forest covered with green leaves, Luke Lai hesitated and said, "The fusion the master mentioned is about to begin. Sister 2, Quinn should rest for a moment." Tong 2 Quinn observed the surroundings and said, "The notification just now said the fusion area was where humans lived, correct? Bida City must prepare in advance," even though they still did not know what the fusion was. Her face was filled with worry. If a zombie world suddenly appeared inside Bida City, it would be disastrous. They had to plan a response. The girl nodded softly. Just then Tong 2 Quinn turned and called loudly, "Bida!" He returned already. A ring of light appeared and Bach and Lan Xuang stepped out. Luke Lai immediately called to Tam to help them recover. Luke Lai looked toward him and quickly replied, "Yes." Bach's voice carried some concern. They moved to the rest room over there. "Xuang and Chai, how were you?" Lan Xuang supported herself and answered, "There are no serious injuries, do not worry." Bach reminded them seriously. In less than 10 minutes, the secret realm would open. "The condition of both of you and Lan Xuang is very poor. Do not enter immediately. Wait until recovery, then form a 2-person team before entering." Tong 2 Quinn immediately understood after hearing that. It seemed Bai to plan to explore the secret realm alone. Then she wished him a great harvest. Bach raised his hand in response confidently. "Of course." Notification sounded. "You have entered the biochemical zombie world secret realm. Current location, Za Trung City. 1 gold coin can be used to reset the landing point. The secret realm ranking board can be checked at any time. You can freely leave the secret realm. Re-entering will cost 1 silver coin. He stood in the middle of the ruined urban district and murmured, "Za Trung City." Tran Bok's eyes flashed when he saw a ferocious zombie rushing from behind. The speed was fairly fast. He immediately turned around and raised his hand, blocking its pounce. Zombie's body was completely restrained, its lifeless eyes wide open, unable to move. An information panel appeared. Level 16 zombie, skill flesh hunger. It felt no pain. Blood chi tracking activated hidden secret. Inside the bathroom water tank, 102,109 yuan was hidden. Killing a mid-level zombie grants 10 contribution points. Absorb high concentration mutated zombie virus. High danger. Virus points plus 200. Blacklight points plus 100. Tran Bok glanced at the scene before him and softly remarked, "Not bad. This world's secret realm truly suited him." After only a short moment, more zombies crawled out one after another from the dark alleys around them. Seeing this, Tran Bok felt slightly puzzled. Why were there so few? A barrel of thick, fresh blood suddenly appeared in his hand. Luckily, he had prepared it beforehand. Were they not very good at following scent? As he walked, Tran Bok called out loudly, "Come here. Smell this barrel of demon blood." He believed they would like it very much. The strong stench of blood quickly spread throughout the area, instantly driving the zombies into a frenzy. In the distance, zombies that had been sleeping also woke one after another and staggered toward the source of the blood scent. Tran Bok's gaze turned cold. "Come then, zombies." Tran Bok turned and ran, calculating rapidly in his mind. Gather them all at the city center. Elsewhere, Anthony held a gigantic balloon and floated in the air. He revealed a cold smile. These foolish creatures should die. The balloons exploded one after another, shockwaves spreading outward as the zombie horde below howled in pain. Anthony was extremely excited. In just one wave, he had already killed hundreds of zombies. He would certainly lead the ranking board. Suddenly, he frowned. What was this? The notification panel appeared. Ranking board. First place Bai with 156,392 points, faction Long Kingdom. Second place Laka 9985, faction Western Europe. Third place Anthony Douglas 6854, faction Lighthouse Nation. Fourth place Ta Kong Phi Kim Tyne 6520, faction Long Kingdom. Anthony clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. How could this be possible? More than 150,000 points. That Long Kingdom man must be cheating. At the same time, Tran Bok continuously slaughtered zombies within Za Trung City. His accumulated points had exceeded 150,000. There were not many zombies here, but there were 5 advanced mutated ones. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Absorb these zombies, then use evolution node. He could obtain fragments of memory to gather intelligence. After that, he would head to the next city. Tran Bok closed his eyes and sank into the chaotic stream of memories. The zombie memories were shattered, leaving only fragments. The nearest large city lay to the southwest. After a moment, he murmured. The virus outbreak seemed related to Company X. Za Trung City also had a branch of this company. Tran Bok opened his eyes and decided he would go examine this source of the virus spread. Holding the medicine vial in his hand and observing it for a moment, Tran Bok said, "Nothing useful could be found in Company X's building. The factory only had a few healing potions." He rested a hand on his waist and thought. The branch of Company X in Za Trung City showed no signs related to the zombie outbreak. Tran Bok's gaze shifted toward the distant factory as he speculated. Perhaps this branch was not qualified to participate in the research, or the important things were hidden deeper. After considering, he walked in that direction. After all, once the zombie world fused, there would be many dungeon-type places like shelters or research institutes. Tran Bok tilted his head slightly and smiled faintly. He had encountered many dungeon entrances like this underground secret chamber. He used force to open the heavy iron door. This was probably the place. The underground was completely dark, so he had to use mental power to probe. Immediately afterward, Tran Bok's figure swiftly moved deeper into the tunnel. Looking at the zombie corpses scattered across the floor, he thought. In underground secret research institutes, the virus was usually extremely dense, but judging by the corpse positions, the zombies seemed to have broken in from outside. Tran Bok quickly concluded. To discover the virus origin, he would likely need to find the headquarters. His eyes flashed. The skill eye of hidden secrets activated. When he saw the gene warrior inside the room, Tran Bok felt slightly surprised. This was a new type zombie currently evolving. Hearing the sound, that creature turned around. Beast form zombie gene warrior special infected level 20. To protect important research documents and a high-level supervisor, he injected himself with gene modification medicine after infection. He died during the modification and became a half-completed zombie gene warrior. Without hesitation, He swung his sharp claws and rushed toward Tran Bok. It seemed a trace of human consciousness remained. He still tightly held the suitcase containing documents he wanted to protect. If the documents were seized, the berserk state would activate. Tran Bok stepped back and dodged, his gaze darkening. So that was it. Even after death, he still clutched the suitcase. Truly a loyal man. Tran Bok leapt into the air and spoke. Rest now. A sword appeared in his hand and instantly severed the Gene warrior's head. He bent down and picked up the medicine box lying beside it. After observing for a moment, Tran Bok said, this medicine was quite good. Although only grade B, it belonged to a special profession type. Grade B beast form gene modification medicine. A special medicine merging beast genes with human gene warriors. After use and combined with gene control techniques, it could allow class advancement into a grade B beast form gene warrior. When he opened another compartment of the box, his gaze paused. Beneath it seemed to be the documents he had protected. Tran Bok held the item in his hand in surprise. Unexpectedly, there was also a class advancement scroll. As he read, he thought, Gene Control Method, a special document recording scientific research logs used to control the power of gene modification after using the medicine. According to this method, one could advance into a grade B gene-modified human. This type of document could be used infinitely. Combined with the medicine, it could create countless grade B gene warriors. His lips tightened slightly. There was also a charged gunner class advancement scroll. It enhanced the profession with high technology. It possessed extremely strong firearm control ability and maximized technological equipment. A familiar image appeared in his memory, making Tran Bok laugh. It suited Nguyen Thai Vi very well. Her talent possessed extremely long-range vision and intelligence-gathering ability. If she took this class and bought a high-grade sniper rifle from Ledoux, she would become an extremely powerful combat force. That moment, a notification panel appeared. The level 20 beast form zombie gene warrior had been triggered. He injected gene modification medicine to protect documents and the high-level supervisor, but died during the modification. Tran Bok looked around and suddenly understood. What he protected was not only documents, but also the supervisor. Tran Bok looked at the corpse of the man lying on the ground. It must be this person, Lam Nguyen, his eyes wide open, his face frozen at the moment before death. He bent down and picked up the business card lying beside the corpse. Tran Bok read while murmuring, Chief Supervisor of Company X in Sa Trung City, Lam Nguyen. Perhaps this business card could unlock something. Notification sounded. Special identity card of a senior manager of Company X obtained. Completed the mission of discovering the hidden branch of Company X in Sa Trung. Special mission Company X secret activated. Special dungeon will open in 4 days. The card holder can enter. Hearing this, Tran Bok nodded. As expected, it was useful. Moreover, this was a senior manager card, so he likely was not the only one who could enter. Tran Bok's gaze stopped on the marked locations. Interesting. Perhaps every city had a branch of Company X. Without hesitation, he sent the information to the group channel. Bai said, if Company X is discovered in the biochemical zombie world, it should be explored. Find the Secret Research Institute to obtain a senior manager card. After 4 days, use it to enter the special dungeon. As soon as the message was sent, someone replied. Ba Vuong thanked him. Ta Kong Phi Kim Tine said understood. Everyone also discussed the X breakthrough potion in the point shop. The eyes widened slightly as he read the message. Point shop. It seemed he had not yet checked what was inside. A new panel appeared. Grade C X mutation potion. Grade D cell activation potion. Grade C nano combat equipment. Grade B gamma vibration blade. Grade B Gauss gun. Grade B gene modification medicine. Grade A Gauss sniper rifle. Grade C gene improvement potion. Tran Bok touched the screen. Grade C X mutation potion. Drinking this potion increases all attributes by 15 points, permanently immune to low-level zombie virus with a small chance to awaken zombie ability. Exchange price 1,000 points. He immediately chose to exchange and drank it. Notification. Attributes increased by 15. Low-level virus immunity. Tran Bok froze slightly. Was it finished already? He sighed and sent a message to the group. Bai said, what a pity he did not awaken a zombie ability. Ba Vuong also replied that he did not either. Others successively said they did not obtain one. Ta Kong Phi Kim Tine said the probability was very low, but Wu Lion Xian suddenly laughed loudly. Let him show everyone this. He displayed the skill, transform into lightning. Speed increased by 300%. Deals electric damage within a 3-meter range with paralysis effect. Duration 5 seconds. Cooled on 6 hours. Tran Bok placed a hand on his waist and narrowed his eyes. 300% speed increase. Even if only speed, it was extremely high. Transform into lightning was far stronger than many other acceleration skills. Wu Lianxian was truly fortunate. The group channel immediately became noisy. Ba Vuong said he was deliberately showing off. Shui Chuan also teased him, but Ta Kong Fai Kim Tine asked for Wu Lianxian's location. While reading the messages, Tran Bok had another thought when Wu Ya privately asked him to help find a class advancement scroll in the biochemical zombie world. At the same time, Wu Ya sent a message with a gloomy tone. Bide do not tease him anymore. He had already found a chance for class advancement. Only the mission difficulty was somewhat high. Ida was busy conquering the biochemical zombie world, so he did not want to disturb him. But he truly was not confident he could clear this dungeon. Tran Bok's gaze moved slightly. What dungeon? Wu Ya replied. Black Tower, Hell's Secret Realm level 10 to 20. Tran Bok immediately thought Black Tower was extremely dangerous. In his previous life, more than 100,000 evolvers died there. The entrance appeared randomly, and each entry led to a different floor. His expression gradually turned serious. Legend said Black Tower was extremely strange. There were even floors where death was certain. Tran Bok's lips curved into a cold smile. He had never tried it in his previous life. In this life, he certainly could not miss it. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "By ask, you already found the entrance to Black Tower. He would come find him." Wu Ya replied there was no need to hurry because the invitation remained valid for 3 days. They could wait until Mong Mong completed her class advancement, then go together. Tran Bok immediately agreed. Tran Bok clenched both hands and said firmly, "The Black Tower secret realm and the headquarters of Company X cannot be ignored. Time is urgent. Before Mong Mong finishes her class advancement, he must first handle the upgrade of biochemical calamity." At this moment, Wu Ya opened the system panel and thought to himself, why was that Wu Lianxian running to the forum to show off like this? Information appeared on the system panel. Evolver Forum, desperate recording video, member of Group 1 Thunder God, explosive content, 1 coin required to unlock, sharing news about the zombie world. He was stunned. What? It even costs money to watch. That was outrageous. In another place, a group of zombies with extremely powerful aura gathered and appeared. Following the leading one was another thinner zombie. Although smaller, its presence was not weak at all. Lian Xian quietly observed the 2 zombies and evaluated. Damn it. High-level special mutated zombies. He had encountered them before. Elemental mutation combined with strength. That slender one had wiped out their strongest team. Encountering it meant only running away. Yet he still dared to film a video. Truly bold. From the direction of the zombie group facing Lian Xian, another figure suddenly appeared. Behind Lian Xian, someone held a phone and recorded the entire scene. The zombies suddenly did not attack first but stared at Lian Xian. In just an instant, they collapsed onto the street. Viewers of the video were shocked and commented continuously. What just happened? The reaction was too slow to see clearly. Lower the video speed. Lian Xian said proudly it was done. Someone suggested watching at speed 0.1. One arm stretched out. Instant kill. The other person lowered his head in gratitude. Thank you for saving us. Who are you? He thought silently. Could the legend of Group 1 be real? Lian Xian replied modestly. No need to thank him. When encountering high-level mutations, they had to be eliminated. He was Thunder God of Group 1. Tran Bok watched the video from afar and analyzed. He used Awakened Zombie ability. The speed buff was truly high, even faster than him. This was the man who once clung to him in the Demon Tower class of the previous life, so much that Tran Bok did not even dare admit knowing him. On the system panel, countless comments from viewers continuously appeared. Everyone teased the lightning successor Wu Lianxian. Some asked why he did not reveal his real name. Some said just call him Thunder God to save face. Some asked if he knew he was being filmed. Lian Xian laughed with folded arms proudly. Of course he knew. If he dared reveal the move, he was not afraid of it being studied. Bai sent a message in the group. Shui Chuan's concern also made sense, but as long as Thunder Lightning knew his limits, it was fine. He had also been filmed before. Ah Vuong commented, it was over. If Baida's video was released, then his #1 position on the forum would be hard to keep. Thunder God laughed and said, losing it was fine. Just do not let Baida lose his position. Someone in the group sent the video link asking why Baida's accumulation points were so high. Wu Ya silently watched without speaking. Elsewhere, a group of people struggled against a dense zombie horde. The man holding a long blade was Ma Engai. Ryuang Tung spoke. He would hold the rear. They would break through the encirclement in one direction. Ma Keen said. He had turned on the camera. Did anyone want to say final words? Mu Enhat resisted while speaking. No, she did not want to die. At that moment, a figure like Superman descended from the sky. A loud explosion immediately sounded. Tran Bok calmly asked, did they need help? Ma Keen, who was struggling to hold on, heard this and replied with trembling excitement. Of course they did. Tran Bok smiled faintly. With a single strike, he pierced through 2 zombies at the same time. After that, the others were skewered one after another like meat on a skewer. Mew En Hatla saw she was saved and revealed a relieved smile. Viewers watching the video all exclaimed in shock. Comments flooded the screen. What skill was that? No movement was seen, yet the zombies were all dead. Someone asked whether the horn on his head was a bloodline or equipment. Some praised that this Long Kingdom man was too powerful. Some said bye to killed enemies like taking a walk. Anthony also saw the video while flying high in the sky. He remained silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth. If he faced him, would he be able to dodge that move? Tran Bok read everyone's comments. Shui Chuan said he must learn from Bai De. Thunder God laughed and asked if he could learn it. Ba Vuong said before attacking one should ask clearly to avoid misunderstanding monster stealing. After reading it, Tran Bok smiled slightly. The group was full of smart people. The system panel gradually disappeared. It seemed he did not need to say more. Afterward, Tran Bok went to another ruined area. It avoided the purge yet still dared attack him. That was good. It saved him the effort of searching. The beast form creature roared in panic. Tran Bok rushed forward and thrust his hands straight through its body. Special high-level mutated beast form gene warrior eliminated. Intelligence enhanced mutation. Special equipment biochemical calamity met evolution conditions. Preparing evolution. Both hands began to erupt with power. Tran Bok was surprised. It finally arrived. His 2 hands began to transform clearly. System notification. Biochemical calamity evolved into Grade B Soul Weapon Apocalypse Judgment. Claw-type Soul Weapon. All attributes plus 100. Hand defense double. Increase 30% effectiveness of claw-type weapons. Killing enemies restores stamina. Can infect targets with zombie virus. Soul Weapon had bonded with the bones of his hands, so it could be summoned or retracted at will. Tran Bok read the information panel and murmured. From Grade B to Grade A required 10 million experience. He wondered whether it worked with the blacklight virus form. 10 minutes later, Tran Bok finished testing. Not bad. The hand defense could apply to claws, blades, heavy hammers, and even whips. At that moment, the system displayed a notification. Mong said, Master, she had finished class advancement. At Jiang City in the center of Bai De City. Mong walked closer and called, Master. Tran Bok smiled and asked if the class advancement went smoothly. He hesitated slightly and replied, 1 million monsters was barely enough. Mong lowered her head and spoke softly. The final challenge of SSS was killing herself in a level 15 dream realm. She tried many ways but ran out of time and failed, so she only advanced to SS Dream Mist. Tran Bok patted her shoulder to comfort her. That was already very good. Mong smiled and nodded. Yes, she understood, Master. The two walked while chatting. Mong suddenly remembered. Oh, right. When she woke up, she saw Wuya sent many messages. Tran Bok smiled and said, perhaps he found a suitable profession and became anxious. He had promised to help him. A few minutes later, Wuya saw them and called, Bai De, Mong De. Finally, they arrived. This was the dream space of the abandoned building. Tran Bok walked over and reminded him, do not celebrate too early. The Black Tower dungeon was extremely strange. He could not guarantee full protection. Wuya replied frankly, it was fine. He had prepared himself mentally by De. He continued. He had searched for this opportunity for a long time. If he did not risk it once, he would regret it for life. Mong smiled and said, do not worry. In the dream realm, she could not die. Only mental power would be consumed. Tran Bok nodded. He was almost the same. Wuya did not need to worry about them. Wuya pointed at himself after hearing that. So he was the only one truly risking his life. The two of them laughed and nodded. Yes. Immediately afterward, Wuya tightened his grip on the scroll in his hand. Around him, mysterious black smoke gradually appeared. System notification. Enter the level 10 to 20 Hell Secret Realm Black Tower or not. Immediately afterward, darkness covered the vision of the three. All three answered at the same time. Yes. In an instant, the surroundings were completely engulfed by darkness. Above the sky, streaks of light slowly moved. At that moment, a wooden plank suddenly slid aside. Wuya widened his eyes in shock. The system displayed a line of text. Things you must know about Black Tower today. Took a breath and slowly read each line, describing the rules of Black Tower. The board clearly listed the rules. First, Black Tower currently has 4 floors. To reach the next floor, the challenge of the current floor residents must be completed. Second, the light inside Black Tower is very strange. The higher the floor, the weaker the light until complete darkness. Third, absolute silence is required here. The higher the floor, the more sound is restricted. Fourth, Black Tower hates the past. When ascending floors, memories will gradually disappear. The more Wuya read, the more shocked he became. These were the rules of Black Tower. Tran Bok pressed his lips and said it was not finished yet. The system continued displaying the taboos. Anyone who violated them would die. After hearing it, Tran Bok let out a breath of relief. Fortunately, there were no unreasonable, unavoidable death rules. After entering Black Tower, they would communicate through private messages. But at that moment, Tran Bok suddenly stopped. This was system immediately notified. In a special map, chat function locked. After reading it, Tran Bok said that meant messages could not be sent anymore. Later, even light and sound might disappear. Only mental power probing remained. After that, Tran Bok quickly assigned tasks. The two of them should take something and write their names and purposes to guard against memory loss. He would establish several hand signs for basic communication. Mong happily said, if memory was needed, they could use these gloves. The inside of the palm was white. Each person had 3 spare pairs. Tran Bok nodded. That was enough. But engraving words was still necessary in case Mong's ability did not function. Wuya could not help but sigh. Mong, the great expert, was truly impressive. Afterward, Tran Bok put on a serious expression and raised his hand, making a gesture. This meant stop. Next, he pointed downward, then gestured to retreat backward. In only 3 minutes, all 3 finished practicing. Wuya raised his fist to signal danger. Mong placed a finger on her lips, signaling silence. Tran Bok nodded in confirmation. Finally, the 3 resolved to enter. Tran Bok said, all right, they would begin. Tran Bok raised his hand and touched the air before him. The staircase above was blocked by an invisible force field. The moment he touched it, the system notified. Complete the challenge of 4 residents on the first floor to ascend to the second floor. Time remaining 3 hours 59 minutes. After saying that, Tran Bok walked to the nearest room and raised his hand to knock on the door. As soon as the door opened, an angry shout rang out. Get out! This place does not welcome you. Tran Bok curled his lips. Not welcome. Then pardon the offense. He immediately pushed the door and rushed in. Speak. What is your challenge? Shadow laughed coldly. Want a challenge? His challenge was, he slowly said, find within his house an item that the other residents of Black Tower do not possess. Wuya looked around the room full of objects and felt awkward. That was difficult. They did not even know what others had. Mong thought. It was unclear whether they did not have that item or did not have that type of item. Tran Bok continued asking. If he found a part of that man's body, would it count as completing the challenge? Shadow asked in surprise. What did he mean? Tran Bok calmly explained, only confirming the rule. He continued meaningfully. If he submitted that man's arm for the task, and that man said other residents also had arms, then it would be troublesome. Shadow raised one finger. His challenge was not that simple. It was not ordinary household items or food. He tilted his head and said with disdain, if they understood, then hurry and search, and it was best not to make noise. But Tran Bok noticed something strange. That man said you all. It seemed noise only counted as personal hostility. Tran Bok immediately threw the gloves behind him and called Mong. Mong caught them and nodded in understanding. Inside the gloves were written 2 words, gift. Mong stepped forward, making the shadow wary. She raised her hand, creating a streak of red light in the air. A line of text appeared. They would begin searching. If they disturbed his belongings, please forgive them. And Mong winked. This was a gift for him. The shadow immediately waved his hand. Even with a gift, he would not go easy. Take it back. She insisted and pushed it forward. Take it. Otherwise, she would have to rummage through his house. The shadow reluctantly accepted the bottle and poured out the pill to examine. Demon Beast Inner Core. Increased 10 points to all attributes. Laughed with delight. This truly was something Black Tower did not have. Their challenge was considered completed. Then he turned his head to look at Wuya. Wuya raised 2 sheets of paper. The thing in his house that others did not have was them. Outsiders. When the shadow turned back around, Tran Bok had already disappeared. He immediately felt annoyed. Where did that man go? At that moment, Tran Bok walked in from outside. He had knocked on the other houses, but they did not come out. Calmly said, he had a guess. The rule said the challenge of residents on this floor must be completed before ascending. Tran Bok stepped closer to that man's face. If he killed that man, would the number of residents decrease? He gave that man 2 minutes to call everyone out here. During this, the shadow immediately panicked and ran outside. Wuya excitedly said, thanks, bye duh. Tran Bok shook his head. No need to thank him. He continued, if the rule was not instant death by touch, then they should maximize their room for action. As soon as they went outside, a hawk-shaped resident immediately shouted. He had never seen an outsider as arrogant as that man. He frowned and questioned, did that man deliberately come to cause trouble? Tran Bok smiled calmly. 3 of them knocked, but no one answered. One opened the door and told them to get out. Spread his wings, his voice icy. He knew they had the authority to decide the challenge outcome. The hawk roared angrily. Insolence! How dare that man be arrogant in Black Tower? Tran Bok pointed coldly. It seemed that man did not need the opportunity anymore. In an instant, the hawk's body fell to the ground, feathers scattering everywhere. Tran Bok landed with satisfaction. System notification. Resident count decreased. Completing the challenge of 3 residents on the first floor allowed ascent to the second floor. Another one angrily said, "See, this was the consequence of killing a Black Tower resident." But before he finished speaking, Tran Bok already threw a punch straight forward. Tran Bok said coldly, "Too noisy." Resident count decreased. Completing the challenge of 3 residents on the first floor was enough. Immediately afterward, Tran Bok looked at the 2 shadows in the distance and asked what their choice was. The 2 immediately panicked and ran away. The system then notified that the challenges of residents House 101 and 103 were completed. The staircase to the second floor opened. Tran Bok said excitedly, "Let them go up to the next floor." The 3 quickly stepped onto the staircase. Tran Bok spoke in a low voice. The light on this floor was much dimmer than the first floor. Footsteps echoed through the corridor, eerily quiet. As soon as they stepped onto the second floor, the 3 immediately looked around cautiously. Tran Bok said softly, "The black mist here was much thicker." He turned and asked Mong Mong, could she determine how much memory they had lost after ascending? After speaking, he realized his voice had become noticeably smaller. It seemed he had to speak louder to be heard. Mong Mong waved her hand and formed words in the air. Her memory loss was very small since the trial began. Important things were still remembered clearly, but before gaining the talent it could not be determined. Tran Bok held his chin in thought. As for him, he had lost quite a lot of memory. For example, he suddenly pointed at Wu Yer and asked coldly, "Who was he?" Wu Yer immediately jumped in shock. Baida had truly forgot. They had talked many times in group chat one. He was Wu Yer, real name Zhao Chen. Mong Mong hurriedly explained, "Master, he was right." She still remembered everything clearly. Tran Bok nodded and murmured. He had lost more memory than the 2 of them. The black bones covering his body were also more numerous. He continued thinking. If the black bones covered his entire body, he would likely lose all memory and trigger the death rule. Mong Mong said worriedly, but the residents of Black Tower were all covered in black bones. Tran Bok shook his head. The rules for residents and outsiders might be different. Afterward, he decided to try removing the black bone layer. If memory returned, it would prove they were related. Tran Bok closed his eyes and used his ability. Light instantly burst around his body. It worked. Opened his eyes and explained. This black bone layer was like a negative status effect rather than permanent memory erasure. Mong Mong and Wu Yer immediately tried the same method, but both shook their heads. It did not work. They could not remove it. Tran Bok thought silently. Even Mong Mong's SSS skill could not break the black bones. It might be related to authority. The system displayed that the poison hand skill was on cooldown. Tran Bok shook his head. If they kept killing residents to ascend quickly, they would lose too much memory. Calculated, if he forgot the hourglass or his skills, it would be extremely dangerous. Therefore, Tran Bok decided they would ascend at a pace of 1 floor per hour to ensure skill recovery. Mong Mong and Wu Yer immediately nodded. "Yes, master, yes, by duh." The 3 entered the first room. Resident of House 201 immediately ordered, "Cook 3 dishes for him." Only a few minutes later, Tran Bok had already put on an apron and finished cooking, then asked if he was satisfied. Shadow nodded. Not bad, they passed the challenge. The system notified challenge of Resident 201 completed. Time 14 minutes 26 seconds. A few minutes later, Resident 202 appeared and demanded. His house had many cockroaches. Kill them all. Tran Bok immediately released flames, covering the entire room. He smiled and said none should remain. Shadow roared angrily. His belongings, that man dared destroy them. Tran Bok tilted his head provocatively. That man could try doing something. System notification challenge of Resident 202 completed. Time 3 seconds. Resident 203 appeared and demanded a boxing game. Defeat him to pass. Mong Mong and Wu Ye quickly won their matches. System notification: Mong Mong won after 4 minutes 21 seconds. Wu Ye won after 1 minute. It was Tran Bok's turn. He spent 8 minutes. The Shadow asked whether he wanted to continue playing. Tran Bok said irritably he should stop playing. He became easily angry when losing games. Shadow said helplessly that he would count it as Tran Bok's victory. System notification challenge of Resident 203 completed after 13 minutes 25 seconds. Resident 204 pointed at the door and said among the 3 of them there was one imposter. Immediately Tran Bok punched him straight. The figure of Mong Mong behind him also disappeared. He said coldly he did not like doubting his teammates. The real Mong Mong ran in and asked what happened. Wu Yer explained that the resident created a copy of her to test them. System notification: resident count decreased. Staircase to the 3rd floor opened. Tran Bok said they should go to the 3rd floor. He thought silently the black bones on the 2nd floor were thicker than the 1st. The 3rd floor required more caution. When they stepped into the corridor of the 3rd floor, Wu Ye asked in confusion if that was not Hong Xing Mental Hospital. Tran Bok immediately said what Wu Ye had said. He could not hear clearly. System displayed Black Tower 3rd floor. Light reduced 75%. Sound reduced 75%. Memory loss greatly increased. The three spent more than 10 minutes confirming each other's condition. Bok said fortunately, they had discovered an efficient way to ascend floors. He ordered the third floor still had 4 doors. They must act quickly. Ouya nodded. No problem by de. Resident of room 301 issued a challenge to deduce the murderer of a detective novel. Bok told Ouya to follow the plan and not waste time. Ouya immediately summoned a gigantic figure behind him and split the shadow in half. Challenge of room 301 ended. He suddenly halted at a strange spot, and in that very moment Bok recognized the object before his eyes. It was the familiar mark of heroes, the emblem of the Desire cult. He hesitated in thought. He had never heard that the Black Building had any connection with heroes. But then he suddenly remembered. In his previous life, he had once spent money to buy a guide video on how to clear this Black Building. Bok frowned as he speculated. Although every floor had completely different challenges and conditions, he was certain that no divine symbol existed at the top of the tower. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded ahead, an outsider. The other man slowly approached. The fact that you could climb to the top of the Black Building and meet me already proves your intelligence and strength. I am the manager of this place. Do you wish to become a permanent resident here, or do you intend to seize its power? Bok coldly interrupted. Stop speaking in circles. Tell me why the divine symbol of heroes appeared here. The manager immediately gritted his teeth and shouted, insolent, how dare you speak the name of my god directly? Do you seek death? At that moment, a pair of horns appeared above Bok's head. The hell summoning skill, Shepherd's Horns, was activated. The system immediately provided information. The shepherd could manipulate creatures whose spiritual power was lower than his own. The effect depended on the user's physique and mental strength, while also comparing attribute differences with the target. Immediately afterward, Bok launched mental domination. The manager's body suddenly froze for a brief instant. The control succeeded. Bok calmly interrogated him, explained clearly why the divine symbol of the Desire cult heroes appeared inside the Black Building. The manager slowly replied, it was brought to us by the Mother Goddess who marked it when she guided us to the Shadow Tower. Out of reverence for the Mother Goddess, I carved the divine symbol to worship it. Bok continued asking, the Shadow Tower is the Black Building, right? What exactly is it? The manager nodded in confirmation. Yes, every Black Building is only a part of the Shadow Tower. It is the Black. But before he could finish speaking, his body suddenly exploded. Bok stared blankly at the empty space before him. The system slowly announced, the manager of the Black Building has died. The secret dungeon instance has been completed. Player may leave at any time. The Hell-level secret realm Black Tower has been conquered for the first time. This is a special instance. Each evolver may only enter once. Do you wish to release a guide video for conquering it? Outside at this time, the other two also gradually broke free from their restraints. Mong sighed that the black mist had disappeared. ONHA happily raised the scroll and said, Bok Dai, my mission is complete. As long as I use this scroll, I will receive the reward. Bok nodded, then use it now. Soon as he finished speaking, the scroll in his hand turned into points of light and scattered into the air. ONHA suddenly hesitated and said, but why do I feel something slightly strange? Bok Dai Mong, do you feel it too? She softly replied that she also felt a little. Bok widened his eyes and thought inwardly, that is the sensation of being observed across space by a god. This familiar feeling reminded him of heroes. Sure enough, that scroll was the item used to summon her. At that very moment, her face appeared directly before everyone. Heroes glanced around and spoke with disdain. A group of mortals. Hearing this voice, Bok moved his lips slightly. Heroes. He did not expect to meet her this early in this life. She continued speaking softly. You have passed the trial of the Black Tower, so you must all be outstanding among the evolvers. Let me take a look. Heroes could not help but sigh in admiration. How interesting. Your soul and heart seem to be stirring something special within me. Not only that, your body carries traces of sharp severity. This makes me even more interested. Heroes narrowed her eyes and stared at Bok. Mortal, what is your name? Do you know me? Bok placed a hand on his chest and replied with elegant composure, my name is Bok. Please forgive me for not knowing of your existence before, but I once had the fortune to trade with Lido, a subordinate under your command. His voice was both respectful and tactful. When you appeared, I sensed the aura of divinity, so my emotions wavered. Rose laughed with great interest. You know, Lido, no wonder you could pass the Black Tower. Then the reward for you, Bok, what do you wish to receive? Faced with this precious opportunity, Bok instead frankly shook his head. Your Majesty, I do not need any reward. He shrugged calmly and said, my purpose for coming here was only to help my companions. Please grant all the rewards to him. Heroes appeared pleased and then turned to ONHA and asked, and you, what do you want? That man almost did not hesitate and immediately replied, Your Majesty, I hope to obtain a class truly suited to myself. Heroes slightly curled her lips into a smile. showing appreciation and saying it was quite interesting. I promise all rewards will be given to your teammate, Tran Bok. I have remembered this name. Elrose kept her promise. Only a few minutes later, ONHA received the SS-Rank class change scroll Night Shadow Dancer. Darkness will disperse the light, cover the sky, take away vision, swallow moisture, and spread fear. It does not directly destroy anything, but it can close everything. Class change requirement level 10 and pass the Black Tower. He carefully held the scroll in his hands, his eyes unable to hide his astonishment. Turning to his two teammates, ONHA spoke in confusion. Bok Dai Mong, look at this. Is it really SS rank again? Even Tran Bok was surprised. An SS rank reward truly matched the Black Tower, but it still made him feel that something was not quite right. A speculation flashed through his mind. Could it be that because of heroes he was thinking too much? Curiosity made him act immediately. This will not do. Something about this is suspicious. He had to clarify it. Tran Bok took out the strange gate demon ring and activated it. Stepping into the internal space and asking directly, Sa Tang, tell me what exactly the Nightfall Tower is. He bared his fangs in a grin and slowly replied, the Nightfall Tower is the manifestation of the power of Phao Tai, the god of darkness, and also his divine kingdom. Long ago, he was severely wounded by the Lord of Light and fell into a long sleep, leaving the tower without anyone watching over it. Satan said while circling around, it is a delicious piece of cake, but the god of darkness hid the tower before sleeping so no one could reach it. As he listened, Tran Bok gradually understood, now that the cosmic trial had begun. In his view, the Dark Tower was similar to the Abyss. Sooner or later it would become part of the trial, and a way for evolvers to enter would appear. Satan even enthusiastically explained that Fong Don coveted the power of darkness, which was why they used this as a breakthrough to gradually infiltrate the Dark Tower. After hearing this, Tran Bok had already imagined part of the picture. He smiled and guessed, for example, replacing the tower manager with their own people, then raising the mission rewards to the highest level. His sharpness amused Sa Tang. Your intelligence is truly astonishing. Such a division of authority weakens the Dark Tower while remaining extremely clever. Moreover, it will not awaken the god who is sleeping. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. This plan is both safe and discreet. It is the perfect first step to seize the power of darkness. After gathering enough information, Tran Bok prepared to leave but continued thinking. He did not expect that in the previous life heroes obtained the power of darkness this way. She used a strategy of dividing authority and granting favors to gain both items and goodwill. Truly a brilliant move. Seeing him suddenly freeze, ONHA asked in alarm, Bok Dai, what is wrong? Is there a problem with this scroll? And Bok stared at the scroll for a long time, then softly clicked his tongue. Forget it. Once the scroll has formed, it cannot be returned to pure darkness power. Interfering in the struggle now would only bring harm. It is better to strengthen his teammates first. Breaking out of his thoughts, he answered ONHA. It is nothing. I was just thinking about something. Go ahead and change class. Joining the biochemical zombie world later will still be fine. The mission of Company X might even require you. ONHA completely trusted him and immediately followed. The system notification sounded. SS Night Shadow Dancer class change successful. ONHA walked closer and asked, Bok Dai, can you help me check my new class? He read clearly, SS Night Shadow Dancer. Each level increases 20 agility, 20 spirit, and 20 free points. Class power endless darkness. When entering darkness, every hour increases all attributes by 8% up to a maximum of 96%. In darkness, stamina and spirit recovery increases by 1000%. Reduces presence by 50%. Skills include Sky Shrouding Veil active consuming spirit to cover an area in darkness lasting 3 minutes cooldown 10 hours. Shadow Poison Dance passive increasing penetration based on movement speed and reducing enemy skill effectiveness by 30%. Dance of Slaughter active increasing speed to 1.5 times, and each enemy killed increases the multiplier and duration, cooldown 1 hour. Hearing this, Tran Bok also felt excited for him. This class requires high agility and makes use of dark environments. If combined with his Fear Incarnation talent, the resonance effect would far exceed each part alone. But he still reminded him, do not obsess only over agility. Pay attention to the power of darkness. Perhaps you will find an opportunity to step onto the path of becoming a god. Those words awakened ONHA determination. Becoming a god. All right, Bok Dai, I will definitely work hard. After ONHA finished speaking, Mong gently said, Master, after changing class, I still have not shown you my class. Tran Bok sighed, such important secrets and everyone still trusts me to see them. Mong said with admiration to ONHA that Master would never harm them. ONHA also nodded. I trust Bok Dai, but I have still not seen the skills of Big Shot Mong. Her abilities are mysterious and powerful, so the fewer people who know the better. Mong smiled happily and waved. I trust you, but thank you anyway. Watching ONHA leave, Tran Bok felt that this was a rare fate. For a good class, he patiently waited so long, and he was not an excessive person. This crow was truly reliable. At this moment, Mong narrowed her eyes with a smile. Master, I have opened access to my class panel for you. Tran Bok checked the information. SS Dream Devourer. Each level increases 40 spirit power and 10 free points. Power Dream Devour, allowing the devouring of other people's dreams to permanently increase attributes. Skills include Dream Blade, dealing massive spirit damage, and having a chance to instantly kill targets with lower spirit. Dream Shield, granting immunity to damage from weaker enemies within dreams. Dream Descent, forcibly pulling targets into the dream world. After reading, he commented, your talent is almost unmatched. Spirit power is the key determining your strength, and this class completely relies on the growth of spirit power. It suits you very well. ONHA returned carrying a wooden box with effort. Bok Dai Mong, the manager, equipment dropped here. Everyone choose first. Tran Bok gave everything to the two of them. I do not need anything, you two choose. Mong excitedly sat down to look first. The first item was the B-rank skill book Sacred Body Tempering, allowing spirit power to be infused into meridians to temporarily convert spirit into physique, strength, and agility. Mong immediately grabbed it. Sorry, Crow, I need this skill. ONHA laughed casually. It is fine, Big Shot, just take it. Seeing Tran Bok still standing still, ONHA asked again. Bok Dai really not taking anything? He nodded. If the remaining items are not used, then store them in the shared warehouse. ONHA took out a black card. This is also for me. This is the certificate dropped after defeating the manager and completing the mission in the black building. The holder, after logging in, becomes the manager, can enter the building anytime and set 3 prohibition rules for outsiders. Tran Bok generously said, keep it. It helps you control the power of darkness. For me and Mong it means nothing. After everything ended, the system sent a notification. Members Tran Bok, Mong, and ONHA of chat group, one of the Long Quack faction, have successfully cleared the Hell Rank special dungeon for the first time. Seeing this news, Anthony punched the wall hard and cursed, damn it, that monkey just topped the biochemical zombie world ranking, and now also took the first clear of the Hell dungeon. Anthony continued searching for information in the system, but still found no detailed guide. Thinking about it, it had also been a long time since How To posted a guide. He crossed his arms and thought before nodding. Perhaps after building the city, he intentionally hid his strength. The message board, countless people argued why Bokda did not share a guide. Some said they received invitations to enter the Black Tower but did not dare go in. Others complained that since the Hong Tin Hospital event, Bokdu had not posted any guides. Some cursed angrily, but others defended that the Black Tower changed each time, so it was impossible to make an accurate guide video. Anthony left in an irritated mood. Weak people always think they are right and demand the strong take care of them. Truly disgusting. Meanwhile, at ONHA residence, ONHA sent a message to Tran Bok Dai that holy light guy on the forum bought a ticket to enter the Black Tower to prove he is not selfish, and even plans to livestream the clear. Tran Bok read it and only smiled. Those who hate me because of rumors were never strong people anyway. After sending the message, Tran Bok also opened the door and stepped into the house. Seeing him, Tu Quinn happily shouted, "You are back." Tran Bok smiled and guessed her thoughts. You did not enter the zombie world, so calling me here must mean you discovered something that can exchange for items and got excited about it, right? Tu Quinn pressed close to him with a coquettish voice. That is right. When building Bokda City, we obtained the core supercomputer and automated production lines. But right now, the core cannot use advanced functions, so the blueprints produced are very ordinary. He hooked Tran Bok's arm and pulled him to the sofa, then continued. I discovered that in the zombie world, we can exchange for many complete blueprints, so I became extremely tempted. Sitting down, she naturally placed her legs on his lap and kept talking. For example, power generators, vehicles, weapons, and even biochemical pharmaceutical production lines. Tu Quinn suddenly hesitated. I want everything, but the points are not enough to buy everything for Bokda City. She smiled gently and asked, so how do you plan to use your hundreds of thousands of points? Tran Bok leaned back in the chair and answered directly. Of course, they will be used to develop Bokda City. As for other things right now, I do not see anything I truly need. He told her to record all items useful for building the city and send them to him. Such a large city needs many points, so he had to go earn more. Fair face slightly reddened and her eyes became seductive. You have been farming points for 2 days straight. Why not rest a little? When it comes to earning points, we cannot help much. but helping you relax is still possible. 2 days later, Tran Bok appeared on an island connected to the base to carry out a special mission. The secret of Company X had opened, and their headquarters could now be entered. He officially stepped into the Company X headquarters dungeon. Tran Bok observed the surroundings and guessed this place had just experienced a chaotic battle in the office. Thinking while moving, he wondered how many people in the chat group had received identity cards to enter this dungeon. Ahead stood an energy pillar accumulating lightning that looked extremely dangerous. It turned out the pillar fired lightning because it detected an intruder. Tran Bok immediately became alert, raising his hand to block in front of himself while observing the situation. His mutated arms allowed him to easily dodge all incoming lightning. Only a few minutes later, he destroyed the head of the pillar and lightly landed inside the Company X compound. Looking back at the defense system, he thought, he did not know whether it was still functioning normally or controlled by someone. These lightning strikes were quite strong. Perhaps they were only meant to warn intruders. Tran Bok found a corner by the wall to conveniently monitor the chat window. Opening it, he first saw a message from Mizukawa. Once you find the entrance, use the identity card to enter. Do not climb the wall. He continued reading and froze. Otherwise, you will be attacked by the electric towers. Do not ask me how I know that. As he walked, he recalled her repeated warning. Tran Bok let out a soft laugh. It seems he was not the first person struck by this defense system. The scene before Tran Bok had completely changed. No longer a barren wasteland, but a modern city filled with towering skyscrapers, clean and orderly. Tran Bok observed the surroundings for a moment, then decided to move forward. If he wanted to learn about the virus, he had to reach the research center first. The development zone was deserted, so he freely entered to investigate. Aside from the main hall and elevators, there were countless laboratories, large and small, the entire building containing hundreds of different research projects. Finally, Tran Bok stopped before a research room marked X941. His intuition told him something here was unusual. He could clearly sense the aura of the virus coming from inside. Tran Bok's special investigative eyes were immediately activated. Boldly pushed the doors open and stepped inside. Discovering a blue test tube emitting a strange glow, Tran Bok was briefly surprised, but still walked over, picked it up, and had the system analyze it. This was the original source fluid of virus X73, once used in the research of vaccine X73, a failed product from the 73rd experiment. Not only a failure, but it even seemed purer than expected. Tran Bok remarked that condensing the vaccine into its original fluid form had indeed greatly increased its purity. He then directly absorbed it into his body. The system immediately responded. Absorption of virus source fluid successful. Obtained 50 virus points and 200 specialized evolution points of the T virus. Tran Bok murmured softly, specialized evolution points only appear in the T virus, so they are extremely rare. After absorbing the source fluid and obtaining 50 virus points and 200 T evolution points, he left the room, hands in his pockets, strolling casually. Even though his telekinetic power had been strengthened, its quantity was still quite limited. Suddenly, a warning flashed through his mind, making Tran Bok uneasy. Something was approaching, and the virus aura was extremely dense. His intuition was not wrong. The moment he turned his head, Tran Bok saw a gigantic python with blazing red eyes, its mouth wide open, revealing sharp fangs as if wanting to swallow him whole. This python possessed terrifying power. It shattered the glass wall and rushed straight into the open area, its massive body twisting as it landed, its mouth still open, ready to tear apart its prey. Tran Bok also landed lightly opposite it, his entire body maintaining the highest level of alertness. The python, enormous and elongated body, was enough to make anyone shudder at the sight. Tran Bok used his observation eyes and called the system for analysis. After only 3 seconds, the result appeared. The creature before him was a mutated golden python, a level 30 boss. It was originally the pet of a high-level executive, once taken as an experimental subject and lost during a chaotic battle in the office. Unexpectedly, it survived and devoured many mutated specimens of Virus X, becoming extremely terrifying. Strength 1582, Agility 1042, Physique 2385, Spirit 1154. Skills include Beast Instinct, Bloodlust, Frenzied Constriction, Devouring Evolution, Natural Link, and Undying Vitality. Seeing this, Tran Bok was not afraid at all and even smiled with interest. A fascinating opponent. Though interested, Tran Bok still did not dare underestimate the golden python. It seized the moment and rammed into him violently, knocking him to the ground. Just as his back was about to hit the ground, he heard a loud disturbance from a nearby building. Glancing over, Tran Bok realized other evolvers had also entered this area. Since they were not from the same faction or territory, conflict was unavoidable. The thought made his mind tense. Tran Bok looked at the golden python and decided he had to end this battle quickly. Suddenly, two strange arms stretched toward Tran Bok from nowhere, as if trying to seize him. One of his legs was abruptly lifted into the air, leaving him stunned. The other arm immediately clamped tightly around Tran Bok's wrist. The violent collision produced a thunderous explosion that cracked the surrounding ground. From afar, someone calmly watched the scene as if watching a film. Those bizarre arms were controlled by him. Bok Veen crossed his arms and smiled smugly, thinking that this time Bokda would certainly die. One of his teammates, Don Mai, immediately reminded him not to celebrate too early. That is Bokda. But Lai Chan sneered disdainfully, saying she was too timid, because that python was a level 30 boss, and no one could withstand its full force strike. Within the dense gray smoke, the golden python still stood out with its terrifying, glowing golden eyes. Bok Veen suddenly shouted a warning that the boss was charging forward. Strangely, the golden python did not chase Tran Bok, but instead shifted its target toward the three of them. Bok Veen's face turned pale with horror, thinking that if the target had changed to them, then Bokda must already be dead. Don Mai immediately denied it. She trembled while pointing ahead, saying that was not right. They saw Tran Bok pressed against the golden python body, secretly transmitting demonic energy into it, causing it to gradually weaken. Ata realized in shock that the one who died was not Bokda. The system notification announced the level 30 mutated golden python boss had been defeated, received 1,000 experience points and 1,000 virus points. After dealing with the monster, Tran Bok turned to reproach the three who had secretly harmed him, saying pushing others into battle in place of oneself was not a good habit. Since the opponent had played dirty first, he had no need to hold back. His palm opened as he unleashed Soul Flame Force. Streaks of dark purple light rose from Tran Bok's hands. He even used the dying golden python to punish them. Bok Veen was the first to be crushed, his body torn apart amid screams of pain and humiliation. The system immediately updated, defeated an evolver from another faction, received 2,000 experience points, and gained 3 reputation. Lai Tran cried out in panic, "We are dead, run quickly." Don Mai cried while begging, "Spare my life, Bokda." Tran Bok coldly looked at the two panicking people and said, "You want to run." 3 seconds later, the remaining two also collapsed, defeated evolvers of another camp, gained another 2,000 experience points and 3 reputation. The golden python was already dead, but Tran Bok still used its enormous corpse as a devouring resource. Such a gigantic python made the absorption speed somewhat slow. Just after finishing the 3 people, Tran Bok turned his head and saw 2 more newcomers appear. The number of people entering the dungeon seemed greater than he expected. A handsome young man named Then Deep curled his lips and asked what Bokda was doing. His teammate, the Samurai 2 Heen, observed and said he was absorbing the giant python corpse. When that ability is activated, the original body becomes weaker. Thien Koi sneered coldly, saying, "Then what are we waiting for? Take this chance and kill him together." Thua Trak excitedly gripped his weapon in agreement. Such a rare opportunity could not be missed. The 4 of them, along with several subordinates, rushed forward, aiming straight at Tran Bok. Tran Bok was briefly startled by the sudden combined attack, his eyes widening. His surprise was not because of those people, rather because someone else had already cleaned them up for him. Tu Tuan and Ba Vuong appeared with imposing momentum. They laughed loudly, saying, "Bokda, we are here. Leave these people to us." Tran Bok immediately smiled when he saw both Ba Vuong and Tyne Kim. 2 cooperated like paired swords, leaving no enemy able to remain standing. Tran Bok's other teammates also gradually entered the dungeon to support the battle. Lee and Tyne laughed when seeing the scene, saying with skills like this, they still dared challenge Bokda. ONHA laughed triumphantly and added, "It seems having many people made them overly confident." Tran Bok was moved when he saw Ma Nhai, Thai Zion, and Kwa as well. Stopping there, Din Din also appeared happily, saying truly unexpected that Bokda was not alone at all. Hantiu also joined as everyone gathered in full. He coughed lightly, announcing chat group number 1 had fully assembled. Lu Vuong, Lu Hu, and Fuong Trung approached, asking who had not arrived yet. Lu Hu replied that a few unlucky ones did not have high-level identity cards like Deep 2. Tran Bok happily looked around. Din Din, Hantiu, Tran Hu, Lu Vuong, Lu Hu, and almost the entire Group 1 were present. Cute Mong Mong poked her head out, saying, "Master, we came to steal the final blow." Tran Bok was moved by the brotherhood within the guild. "You people truly are different." Leontine proudly stepped forward, blocking the enemies. "Come here, let me see who dares attack. You only dare bully the few when others are in danger. Do not make me look down on you." Just then, Tran Bok received devouring of a special mutated composite entity, gained 1,000 evolution points for the H. Kwong virus. This skill reduces evolution point consumption for all virus abilities while strengthening the H. Kwong virus and T virus. Life recovery and spirit recovery speed increase by 100%. Tran Bok reminded Leontine not to go too far. Lei Shen, "Those who did not attack me earlier, do not touch them." He nodded and replied, "Understood." but those who intended to kill Bokta earlier, not a single one of them will be allowed to escape. From core members to ordinary members of Group 1, everyone had assembled. The battle immediately erupted as each person split off to handle opponents. While a chaotic battle unfolded on the ground, two people stood leisurely observing from the rooftop. A subordinate wearing a cloak asked Luo Ji, "Should we stop this battle?" The other calmly replied, "There is no need. They will not harm innocent people." After saying that, Luo Ji turned and left. "There is nothing here that we need." At the same time, in a nearby building, a mysterious young girl was carefully observing the battle below. She quietly assessed that her own forces were too few. This time it was probably not suitable to make a move. Tran Bok seemed to have sensed their presence, so he kept raising his head to observe the surrounding buildings. He pursed his lips slightly in thought. The powerful auras around those people had disappeared. He did not know whether they deliberately avoided interfering or quietly withdrew. While he was still speculating, the members had already gathered before him, one after another. Leontine excitedly reported that everything had been handled. "So does that mean the entire central district now belongs under our control?" Tran Bok smiled faintly and assigned a new task. "All right, everyone spread out and search the surroundings. After finishing, return here and regroup." He lowered his voice with a mocking tone. Perhaps someone has secretly slipped away or realized they could not win and retreated. But everyone still needs to be careful and avoid being ambushed. Leontine and the others nodded in agreement. Understood. The whole group immediately acted decisively and answered briefly to reassure him. Understood. Ba Vuong reported on behalf of the three-person team. The situation has been grasped. Meanwhile, Tran Bok began collecting valuable information through the system. Research report Gene Warrior special item, allowing the holder to increase 2 growth points for all attributes of the Gene Warrior profession, and can be used without limit. Blueprint of primary gene medicine, allowing the creation of higher gene medicines based on the bloodline of corresponding creatures to maximize efficiency when changing class to Gene Warrior. Requirement: 1 liter of blood from a leader bloodline creature level 10 or above. Blueprint of intermediate gene medicine, capable of producing more advanced gene medicine and optimizing the second class change. Requirement: 1 liter of blood from a leader bloodline creature level 30 or above. Standing in the leader office of the research building, Tran Bok praised the documents he had just obtained. These are all items that can be mass-produced. For many evolvers with weak talents, their attraction would be enormous. He even thought if the blood of the Shu Mountain demon beasts could also be used, then the value would increase even more. While imagining the future, a sudden sound of footsteps approached from behind. Tran Bok immediately turned around and looked with vigilance. Unexpectedly, the person who arrived was Leontine. He held a red hammer and walked over, saying, "It is me. Bok, I discovered a very good item." The item was Soul King Forging Hammer special item, a hammer of the killing god that can add 1 skill to a soul weapon and also upgrade according to the growth level of the soul weapon. Requirement for use: soul weapon rank B or above. Leontine excitedly asked whether Bok wanted to use it. Tran Bok frankly said, "This is indeed a good item, but I cannot use it." Afterward, he even offered help. "I do not have an item to upgrade your rank, but I can help your bloodline rise to rank S." Hearing this, Leontine was extremely excited. "If that is the case, then this item is yours." He forcefully threw the hammer toward Tran Bok. "Catch it, Bokta." Tran Bok immediately stepped back several steps to avoid the giant hammer flying toward him. At that moment, Leontine revealed a sly smile because he was actually not Lei Shen but Anthony. "You have fallen into the trap." From a distance, Anthony curled his body like an insect, then activated the 1000 Transformations fusion ability, combining the strength of a mantis shrimp to unleash an explosive strike. He intended to take advantage of Tran Bok acting alone and use the linked soul hammer to finish him. The result was only a loud explosion. Tran Bok had already smashed through the wall and jumped out the window to escape. The failed plan made Anthony annoyed. He did not expect he still could not kill him, but even if he did not die, he must be seriously injured. He trusted his ultimate move just now because the mantis shrimp strike can explode in an instant, and when combined with resilient physique, the strength increases 50 times. Thinking of that, Anthony laughed proudly. No one could remain unharmed after such a blow. He forgot that his opponent was Tran Bok. He had not left but stood nearby and spoke. "You are right, this strike is indeed very powerful." Hearing the voice, Anthony immediately turned around in shock. Tran Bok appeared in a demonic transformation state, walking forward with a cold smile. "If I had not been prepared, your strike really would have seriously injured me. But unfortunately, I already prepared in advance. I did not expect you to use such tempting bait to lure me, Anthony." Anthony still could not believe it. "You recognized me." Tran Bok calmly recited his information. SSS talent Anthony profession arcane clown rank S belonging to the Deng Thap Quoc faction. In his heart, he even thought that in the previous life, you were also a famous evolver, so recognizing you was normal. "That is not the problem. Tran Bok coldly responded to the provocation. Since you dared to attack me, then you must also have prepared yourself to die. Anthony, who had been arrogant moments ago, now turned pale, because he realized he was absolutely not that man opponent. He immediately threw out a special balloon to block Tran Bok's path, then quickly retreated. Anthony leapt through the gap from before and activated the fusion ability of cheetah speed. Red-hot air balloon released by him allowed him to float in midair. Anthony clearly knew his strength could not match Tran Bok, but he still wanted to see whether he could escape the pursuing balloon. His face turned pale again when he heard Tran Bok's voice behind him. Why run so fast? Why give me so many good items? I do not like taking things for free, so I must return the favor. After speaking, he slashed and knocked the opponent away. Even though Tran Bok's attack was extremely heavy, Anthony still showed no sign of dying. The scene even surprised Tran Bok. His body was stretching as if being split apart. If it continued like this, would too Anthony appear? Tran Bok suddenly thought that he might have simulated the regenerative ability of an earthworm, so he immediately used purple mystic flame to imprison him and increase destructive power. After a while, Tran Bok was still not at ease, because the system had not displayed a kill notification. Looking at the pile of black ash on the ground that had been completely burned, yet he was still not sure whether he truly died. Perhaps he possessed an ability like an earthworm, or another part of his body remained alive. As predicted, Anthony's main body was currently inside a villa. He angrily slammed the floor, causing the ground to crack and tremble with rage. Sweat poured down Anthony's face. His messy hair could not hide the fear in his eyes. How long had it been for such a powerful person to appear? This is impossible, that Bokta. Inside the dungeon in a nearby building, a young female reporter was recording. She could not help sighing that Bokta and Chat Group 1 were truly formidable. After recording all the images and sound, she checked the footage again and became even more interested. The person who had just been assassinated was Anthony, who stood on the ranking list. This female reporter belonged to the Kai-chan organization of Thien Fu. She pushed her glasses and muttered that this time she had struck it rich. There would be money to upgrade her camera again. Long after a video post appeared on the Evolver forum, the legendary Chat Group 1 occupies the final dungeon of the biochemical zombie world. The video recorded the entire battle of Group 1. Viewing the video costs 50 silver. The battle between Bokdu and Anthony alone costs 1 gold coin. As expected, the video quickly attracted countless comments. Some praised Group 1 for being overwhelmingly powerful. Others said the opponents could not even touch Bokdu. Messages continuously appeared on the screen. Most praised the unity of Group 1, while a few complained that the viewing price was slightly high. Ignoring the lively forum, the members of 1 continued searching for information. Thai Zion complained that there was nothing valuable in the administrative building. He was currently in the administrative center and archive with Tran Hu. Hearing that, Tran Hu corrected him, saying that statement was not correct, because the items in the administrative building would have great value in the long term. Mang was also in this room and agreed with Tran Hu. Afterward, she excitedly talked about the origin of the virus, along with strange stories and research reports from all over the world. With these documents, after the disaster ends, we may become the first people to uncover many secrets of the world. Another group was dealing with the defense system of the Intelligent Data Center. System warning: Central Data Zone has detected unidentified intruding objects. Tyne saw the electric currents blocking the path and displayed the ability of the Thunder God while chanting softly, "Great Flash Strike." Despite the dense lightning he calmly walked through, the system repeatedly issued warnings: unidentified intruder has broken through all defenses. Main server in danger, requesting reinforcement. Warning: outsiders invading the core of Company X must consider the consequences. Tyne sneered, saying, "What is there to consider?" Then gathered lightning power into his fist and smashed it straight into the iron door. The door burst open, immediately allowing Tyne to easily obtain the item. Acquired the artificial intelligence core technology of Company X. Exploration progress of Company X headquarters reached 80%. Meanwhile, Tran Bok was walking around the administrative center and archive. This place was filled with firearms, tactical equipment, and various medicines. Many interesting weapons appeared, such as a rank super electric whip or high-technology flexible weapon model X-156. He was extremely satisfied. System notification: completed exploration of the weapon center. Exploration progress of Company X headquarters reached 100%. Tran Bok turned his head to look at the weapon storage and muttered regretfully that his backpack and storage had not been upgraded, so he could not carry everything. He greatly looked forward to the fact that after this, the armed strength of Bokdu would increase significantly. He even generously rewarded the members of 1. All participants exploring the central headquarters of Company X receive 100,000 experience points and 20,000 exchange points. They agreed to gather outside Company X this afternoon. Tyne and the members returned to report to Bok De. Tran Bok asked whether everyone had come out. Items not needed could be freely traded here. The first item brought out was the artificial intelligence core of Company X5, discovered by Lian Tyne. This is a special item representing the pinnacle of technology in the biochemical zombie world. The sophisticated AI core can perfectly control any computer or device. However, it consumes enormous energy, so weak power sources will limit its capability. Lian Tyne tossed it in his hand and laughed excitedly because this item was extremely useful. Tran Bok replied skillfully that I currently have a use for this item. What do you want in return? Lian Tyne did not dare to ask for anything and quickly said giving it directly to Bokdu is enough. He laughed jokingly and pointed toward Fuang Trung. Luckily, this trash helped me break through the firewall. Hey, trash tycoon, do you want anything? Chu Mao felt displeased hearing that nickname and demanded call me by my new name, Shen Wang. Tran Bok humored him and said this item I must take. When you return, we can discuss the price a little. Fuang Trung waved his hand, saying no need. Our development progress is still slow, and bringing this back would only gather dust. He spoke loyally, saying, if not for your information, how could we explore the central area so smoothly? You should keep it. Tran Bok did not want his teammate to suffer losses, so he proposed this. I will give you 100 sets of C-rank combat equipment, including bulletproof armor and firearms. This equipment set has effects equivalent to B-rank strength. In addition, I will also give 3 B-rank technology devices. Fuang Trung immediately exclaimed in surprise, that is exactly what we need, Bok De Mighty. When I return home, my father will probably treat me like a god, maybe even record a separate family genealogy for me. Tran Bok then asked Lei Shen Wu Lian Tyne, do you really want nothing? He laughed freely, saying, Bokdu, if I said I give it, then I give it. Even so, Tran Bok still gave him another gift, the electric whip. Superpower, a high-technology soft weapon, increases all attributes by 120. Whip power adjustable from 1 to 1000 volts. Different voltage levels lead to different usage durations and require recharging when energy is depleted. The electromagnetic field prevents the whip from harming the user and can actively activate to create a defensive magnetic shield. Usage requirement must possess lightning ability and level 20 or above. Tran Bok pretended to sigh regretfully, saying then, that is such a pity. Perhaps no one needs this item, so I might as well sell it on the forum. Hearing this, Lian Tyne immediately knelt down, pretending to cry, begging, let me trade for it. Father Bok, please do not sell it. I was wrong. I will not pretend anymore. Lian Tyne was famous for his mischievous, humorous style. Everyone burst into laughter seeing him act so dramatically. At this moment, Mong Mong and Thai Zion reported they had found several documents about the Mental Power Research Institute of Company X. When the worlds merge, there will be many places worth exploring, so this information can be shared within the group. Tran Bok made it clear that whatever items someone finds can be shared freely within Group 1, according to the rules. But document clues must be investigated by the person who discovered them. If unwilling, they can sell or exchange them. Thai Zion nodded, accepting this transparent rule. All right, Bokde. He immediately posted that he had clues about the Mental Power Research Institute of Company X. Anyone interested? Han Tiu quickly replied, I need it. Thai Zion, sell it to me. Ba Vuong also joined the exchange, saying he found several firearms he did not need. Fuang Trung immediately said excitedly, Ba Vuong brother, I will buy all those weapons at a high price. While the group was discussing enthusiastically, Tran Bok suddenly felt something unusual and turned his head. The female reporter from earlier startled and hid behind the wall, thinking, oh no, did he discover me? He hurriedly activated invisibility and comforted herself that they were only dividing spoils. This news might be hot, but it brings no benefit to me. She even thought that if the article caused others to envy them, she herself might face danger. Unexpectedly, Tran Bok had already discovered her and sat casually on the wall, saying those words also make sense. A mischievous smile appeared on his face. The reporter stammered in fear, calling Bokde. She hurriedly explained she had no ill intention and only posted news because of her talent. Tran Bok jumped down and walked closer, saying, do not worry, I do not intend to kill you. He even suggested that in 2 days I can provide a rather interesting piece of news. I think you will be interested. Hearing that, the reporter eyes immediately lit up, asking, what news is it? Can you reveal a little first? I can even hint it on the forum. Tran Bok half smiled, thinking, indeed worthy of being the founder of the Silent Alliance in the previous life. A top 3 intelligence trader who always dug out others' secrets, yet still said she had no ill intention. He slowly said, before the worlds fully merge, I will exchange accumulated points for many production lines. At that time, I can invite you to visit. The reporter asked calmly, so you intend to hire me for advertising? Tran Bok did not deny it, and instead asked, do you not want to? He agreed to cooperate for mutual benefit, so there was no reason to refuse. Tran Bok nodded, saying happy cooperation. The reporter then asked could she have a private interview with him. Tran Bok did not refuse, but said when the right time comes I will contact you. I have already sent you a friend request, so wait for my message. 2 days later, the reporter experienced the mountain path behind Bokta City. Even standing here, she still felt dizzy with excitement. So I truly have arrived at Bokta City. He admired the painting at the entrance, then climbed the stairs, but still looked back at the magnificent scenery. Just by looking at the photo you sent, I reached this place. Tran Bok teased that is my miraculous ability. If you are curious, then investigate it yourself. The curiosity of the reporter was immediately aroused. I will definitely investigate it. Tran Bok crossed his arms, thinking if I were not certain Mong would not reveal any flaws, I would not have let her bring this woman here. Besides Tran Bok, the host receiving her was Song Zai Quinn. She smiled and said, "Hello, I am responsible for guiding this visit. Ahead is our industrial zone, so please prepare your camera." The reporter replied excitedly, "I am ready." She carefully observed every corner of the place. From above, looking at the entire scene made her exclaim in shock, "It is so huge." She happily released several flying cameras, saying, "Wait a moment, I will take a panoramic shot." Zai Quinn nodded, but reminded do not fly too high because Bokta City has counter-reconnaissance and air defense systems. The reporter winked, saying, "I understand the rules. In my photos, no one will determine the factory location based on the mountains." For more than 10 minutes, only the clicking sounds of cameras could be heard. Afterward, she laughed, saying, "Finished. Where do we go next?" Tran Bok and Zai Quinn led her to the pharmaceutical production line. Zai Quinn introduced, "We have 5 lines. What you see here is X168 virus serum that eliminates mid-level zombie viruses and below." She continued, providing information about other medicines. Virus inhibitor XC36 medicine grants immunity to zombie virus for 24 hours. Potential activation agent XS-102 greatly increases all attributes, but after the effect ends, there will be a weakened period. In addition, there is the Radiant I-2005 agent allowing people without mental ability to see clearly in darkness, and the Life Recovery Solution XZ15 that heals injuries and restores mental power. Zai Quinn also said that due to limited electricity production is low, each day only 1 bottle of recovery solution can be produced. He generously took out a vial, saying this first bottle is a gift for the reporter. She awkwardly refused, saying it was too precious, and also the first product, so she dared not accept it. Tran Bok advised her to accept it because it was payment for inviting her to promote the place. She immediately straightened her back, saying, "I am a reporter, not an advertiser." The reporter proudly said, "Even if the article contains promotional elements, I still will not do it for advertising purposes." Tran Bok directly placed the vial into her hand. Then he turned away with a faint smile, saying, "Advertising is only spreading real information to everyone." The reporter laughed and followed them to the weapon production line, where armor and helmets were displayed. According to Zai Quinn, this was the production and display area of complete weapon equipment. She explained most are C-rank equipment, but when combined as a set, the effect becomes very strong. According to Bokta evaluation, the strength can reach B-rank. He added that changing different components could also create new set effects. The reporter sighed in admiration, "You people are about to become rich." But Zai Quinn covered her mouth and laughed, saying, "Honestly, it takes 2 or 3 days to produce 1 set, so becoming rich is difficult." The reporter raised her thumb, saying, "Leave the promotion to me." Sure enough, only a few days later, she posted an article with a shocking title, "Madness and Insanity. What did Bokta exchange an enormous amount of points for?" The article included a video tour of the Bokta City production lines. The video costs 1 coin to watch. The magnificent images immediately caused a storm online. Many commented that the world had not even merged, yet Bokta had already gathered all the good items. Some asked about the price of the equipment set and night vision device. The forum instantly became lively. She kept laughing while reading the comments. The post statistics skyrocketed exponentially. A new notice appeared: Bokta will soon livestream conquering a difficult secret dungeon at Jiangcheng 1018 Hongwei Meat Processing Factory in 1 hour. Zai Quinn walked over apologizing to the reporter because the inner area was the factory core and could not be entered. "We are also about to go out to prepare the live stream." The reporter Zhao Zhen asked, somewhat confused about the central area, then nodded, saying, "All right." Tran Bok walked from behind, saying, "If you want to enter, you must sign a death covenant. All intelligence related to me, Bokta City and chat group, 1 cannot be revealed without permission." Zhao Zhen pouted, saying, "You calculate everything too carefully. Are you trying to pull me onto the same pirate ship? A reporter should not have an organization or stance." Tran Bok suddenly stepped closer, leaned near Zhao Zhen's ear, and whispered that, "You understand, this is only our way of protecting ourselves. Of course, if you do not wish to agree, then I will not force you." Tran Bok suddenly began counting down 3. Then came 2, finally 1. Xiao Zhen hurriedly called out, "Wait, Bok do. I agree, but the covenant cannot bind only me. I must also gain something. Tran Bok proposed that I can promise to provide news and intelligence only to you. Chat Group 1, the Long Quack government, and many things far beyond your imagination." Xiao Zhen asked again in astonishment, unable to believe it, only providing them to me. He immediately nodded excitedly. "All right, I sign. I board your ship." The scene shifted to the central zone. Zai Qin introduced this as the center of the factory district. It was formed from the supercomputer core when the city was built, and the artificial intelligence core you just obtained. Tran Bok asked, "Is that AI core functioning well?" She replied, "It has not been used yet because this AI has quite a personality. It said the first command must be issued by the highest authority owner. Moreover, the electricity consumption is extremely large. To activate the complete state, most other devices must be shut down." Tran Bok ordered, "Then begin." Hearing that, Zai Qin immediately followed his instructions. The entire room suddenly darkened. A gigantic core appeared, and within it a shape resembling a human emerged. Virtual young girl appeared and said, "Greetings, Master. I am the artificial intelligence created by Company X. My name is Xian Dai. I store most of Company X data and possess functions of management, creation, combat assistance, and network intrusion." Tran Bok asked, "Your previous master must have been Company X." Xian Dai replied, "The previous master has perished. Now I belong to Bok de City and obey the city lord, which is you. This is the key to modify my source code. It determines all control authority. Please accept it." System notified that it was the X Artificial Intelligence Core Key, a special item granting highest authority over the AI Xian Dai. Tran Bok said, "Merely awakening. You has already consumed nearly all the electricity of Bok de City. I want to know what you can do." Xian Dai replied, "I can calculate an optimized plan for electricity usage. After completion, I will enter hibernation and maintain the system at the lowest consumption level. The estimated new plan can double efficiency." Tran Bok agreed. "Then it is entrusted to you, Xian Dai. I will find sufficient power sources and awaken you again." The AI replied, "I will wait for you, Master." After that, Tran Bok turned to Xiao Zhen and said, "Let us go, reporter. The live stream time is approaching." She was still shocked by that AI, so she answered in surprise, "All right." Walked to the top of the ranking, and the man who defeated Anthony in 1 second, entering a dungeon of difficulty 10 to 18 for the first time, which few dare attempt. This live stream will surely attract all viewers. Tran Bok only smiled and said, "It is merely difficulty 10 to 18? You exaggerate." Xiao Zhen asked excitedly, "Are you that confident?" "I will broadcast the entire process, so do not embarrass yourself before the global audience." Tran Bok calmly replied, "You should worry about yourself first. When the time comes, I will show you my true strength." The system notification appeared entering the secret dungeon Hong Wei Meat Factory. Difficulty level 10 to 18. Scene shifted to Hong Wei Meat Factory. A group of zombies appeared before Xiao Zhen, making her exclaim in shock. So many zombies right after entering. The system asked Evolver Xiao Zhen Daijai Lu Ji, Shishi, whether to use the skill battlefield follow with your companion. Hurriedly urged Tran Bok, quickly agree. Tran Bok calmly accepted. Xiao Zhen said proudly, "Then, as long as you do not die, I will be safe." System notified selected as follow target. Received follow buff, increasing all attributes by 35% and reaction speed by 10%. Tran Bok commented that this skill is quite good. Let us go. Wherever Tran Bok advanced, zombies were destroyed. Viewers continuously commented that this move was the one seen in the previous video. Previous video was too short, so this time we can see it clearly. Does this skill truly consume no energy? If it were mine, it would surely be my strongest move. The scene shifted to Fuang Nin house. Fuang Trung wondered what Bok was doing. Fuang Nin replied, "Live streaming killing monsters." Hearing that, the man sighed, saying, "How did I give birth to a foolish son like you?" Fuang Nin hurriedly explained, "Father means he is not showing off weapons. Clearly, he just promoted Bok to City Factory, yet in the live stream he does not demonstrate equipment or medicine." Minister Fuang continued, "Exactly. His reputation and strength are already sufficient. The video defeating Anthony proved everything. The live stream surely has another purpose." The scene shifted to Song Zai Qin office. The viewer count has exceeded tens of thousands and still rising. When the master arrives, the promotional effect will explode. Zai Qin calmly ordered, "Continue promoting the live stream. I want everyone to see that place. The production of medicine and equipment is too small, so this dungeon will be the first step to make Bok de City the richest in the world." Scene returned to Tran Bok examining a map. Xiao Zhen commented, "Bok de took out a hand-drawn map. Clearly this is the first time entering the dungeon, yet he already has a map." He explained that the Apocalypse trial has not changed terrain too much. so pre-apocalypse information still has value. Xiao Zhen filmed while telling the audience Bokdu is sharing experience. Everyone has prepared pen and paper to take notes. She asked further, can Bokdu share more dungeon experience? And Bok explained while moving, since it is already live-streamed, speaking more is fine. I divide dungeons into 3 types: combat, story, and special. Combat dungeons only focus on defeating powerful monsters. Special dungeons will have prior warnings and relate to the origin of the apocalypse. Story dungeons are the most common type. They are formed from legends, events, or various stories. At this moment, he had arrived at the slaughter area of the factory. Tran Bok continued that within dungeons there are usually clues hinting or supplementing the story. Xiao Zhen understood and asked, then finding clues will make clearing the dungeon easier. Tran Bok explained, not necessarily. Clues may lead to hidden zones or new bosses, making the difficulty increase greatly. Especially in special dungeons, clues almost always increase difficulty. Therefore, exploration must be extremely cautious. Xiao Zhen asked again, so in this dungeon do you plan to search for clues? Tran Bok replied, no need. I already know the boss location. I only need to go there and kill it. After speaking, he headed straight toward the boss area. Viewers kept commenting, hoping Bokdu would teach more. Yet he chose a direct solution. Tran Bok turned to the camera, reminding everyone, do not imitate me. If you do not search for clues, you may encounter an extremely powerful boss, even unbeatable. Therefore, when entering a dungeon, analysis and searching for clues is the most important. Just then, a tremendous force blasted the door open. Tran Bok calmly leaned aside, avoiding the 2 flying doors. A gigantic monster appeared, its body like a mountain of flesh, making anyone immediately recognize it as a disgusting type of zombie. Tran Bok explained this is a special mutation, not an ordinary flesh mountain. Xiao Zhen immediately directed the camera, recording everything. This is the level 18 mutated boss named Virus Aggregate. Although it looks like a flesh mountain, it does not possess the trait of infinite consumption. Its body is formed from countless masses of flesh and zombie viruses fused together. The monster attacked immediately, but Tran Bok easily avoided it. He asked, have you finished recording? Xiao Zhen replied, yes. Hearing that, Tran Bok immediately stepped forward and threw a punch. The gigantic monster was instantly struck, collapsed immediately. Viewers were shocked that the boss was defeated in a single strike. Some said they could do the same, but were immediately refuted. Tran Bok pointed at it, saying, it is not finished yet. Go film that pile of ash. Xiao Zhen flew over to record and said, I have not received the boss death notification yet. Could this be only a part of it? Tran Bok explained its true body is the virus cluster parasitizing within that pile of flesh. Viruses gather together, forming a pure body to survive. Xiao Zhen shivered, saying it is truly disgusting. Tran Bok continued explaining the flesh is only the outer armor they control. Xiao Zhen filmed closer and saw the virus cluster trying to burrow underground to escape, yet Bokdu had still not acted. Tran Bok spoke up and told everyone to follow it and see whether they could discover anything. Tiu Tran nodded in agreement and said that was fine. They would go and take a look together. Scene shifted to another frame on the large screen. My heavens, what is this in front of my eyes? The livestock are still alive and have not been infected by the virus. If they are killed, can the meat be taken? Ever since the catastrophe descended, I have never eaten a single piece of fresh meat. Tiu Tran said in surprise that 10 livestock transport trucks had suddenly appeared inside the dungeon. My heavens, these animals have not been infected by the virus and have not mutated into monsters. It is almost impossible to find livestock like this outside. After being used to seeing mutated creatures, seeing them now makes them feel incredibly adorable. From one of the trucks, a man wearing a sleeveless shirt stepped down and shouted loudly, is anyone here? Come out and receive the goods. While he was busy searching for the person in charge of receiving the delivery, that virus had already crept closer and was preparing to launch an attack. Tran Bok reacted extremely quickly and immediately grabbed that thing. The man stammered in fear and asked, who are you? What exactly is that thing? Tran Bok warned in a stern voice that this place was very dangerous. They should place the goods here and leave immediately. The scene shifted to Tong Tu Quin's office in Jiangthan. She was still watching Tran Bok conquer the dungeon. She told the audience in the live stream room that it was very clear that Bok had completely changed the entire script of this dungeon. The livestock and NPCs were originally props meant to help the boss gain power and enter the second phase. But now Bokdu had completely deprived the boss of the chance to evolve, while also obtaining an extremely abundant amount of loot. He continued analyzing that when Bokdu reviewed the intelligence of this dungeon, he had already guessed that a large quantity of fresh meat could be obtained here. Although she had always believed he could do it, at this moment she still could not help but feel delighted. Then she gave an order. Luke Lai, reward the intelligence supply team with the best reward and promise them that if this dungeon can farm meat endlessly, then they themselves and their families will have the right to use that source of meat for free forever. Moreover, a portion of the profit earned from selling the meat will also be shared with them. Remember this clearly. Everyone must know that contributing to Bacta City will receive generous rewards far beyond imagination. Luke Lai immediately replied that there was no problem. Propaganda had always been his specialty.